Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7SK Chapter 212 Marine 5 Elders. All members appear. Huh? Why are the 5 elders here? Yan Liangjin noticed. 5 elders? Damn it, you actually made little moves while I was fighting? Kaido was annoyed. All of a sudden, the fierce battle in the sky distanced itself and stopped. Great, now Adolf can't concentrate on dealing with us. Boss, take action quickly. This is the best time to kill him. Quinn was pleasantly surprised. Haha. Finally here. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. So big. In the sky, Perona's soul body looked at the overwhelming number of phantom beasts, Izu Shinton, and was frightened. In a panic, he quickly waved his hand and summoned a dense crowd of ghosts to fly away, blocking the front like a city wall. I don't know, you so-called ants, do you think that if you climb Poseidon, you will be on the world stage? Environmental martial god, Itsu Shinton, Mashang roughly knows Perona, but has only glanced at the information. Just treat it as a man's accessory, a humanoid holy grail and daily necessities for entertainment. With that little strength, there is no need to know more. Shua. The armed color wraps around the body, and the body spreads out its wings and breaks through. The moment of contact, I felt the loss of domineering energy in my body, which was the loss that offset the effect of the devil fruit. But this bit of domineering power is nothing but trivial for a strong man of his strength. In the face of absolute strength, cleverness is meaningless. Completely ignore Perona, and try to lock your eyes on the ship, Mirror Fruit Bray. Damn it. Stop looking down on people, Princess Mononoke, this princess. Perona's gothic princess dress floated in the air and she clenched her fists in annoyance. This time she flew over by herself, but the speed was like a phantom, her soul flying extremely fast. Facing Perona flying towards her, Itsu Shinton Mashang was not interested in dodging and wasting time, and directly bumped into her. They are more worried about Adolf coming over than these inexplicable fruit abilities. The moment Perona's soul body passed through Moshe Saint's body seemed to be drained of domineering energy in an instant, and her emotions collapsed. A stupid bird like me doesn't deserve to rule the world or live in this world. Advertisement Mashang's negative emotions broke out, and he was completely autistic. His whole huge body hung in the air and drew circles. Open black lens bracket. What's going on? The negative emotions are spreading, close black lens bracket. How did she do it? The domineering force didn't block it, close black lens bracket. Wake up. Use the domineering effect to eliminate it, close black lens bracket. The 5 elders' spiritual channel shouted. Moshe Sheng heard it, but could no longer hear back. Ghost of Dead Silence Infinite Loop. At the same time, a large number of ghosts flew out of Perona's hands. In the way of surrounding the inside and outside of the donut, several ghosts passed through it at every moment, flowing around Moshe Saint in an orderly manner. These ghosts cannot be touched even if they are armed, because they are not entities, nor are they manifested by the Logia fruit user themselves. Just like after the soul fruit has been drained of its lifespan, it cannot be restored through domineering. After the sweet fruit is petrified, its consciousness disappears and it is impossible to use domineering. Blackbeard Teach is afraid. Ling fruit is also unique among many fruits. Hahaha. You underestimated me, you idiot. Ghosts can take on different forms. There are 999 versions of me hidden in the body you see. How can you resist? Do you think I don't know that Hockey can clear the fruit's effect? That B*********** D helped me figure it out. He knows me better than I know myself. How much Hockey do you have to use up the trick you developed with his help? Perona gasped and laughed proudly, her wonderful mood completely reflected on her face. 5 elders Moshe Saint she defeated, hold your chest high and akimbo. Looking proudly at Adolf in the distance, he was squeaking. This is actually possible. All the girls on the ship looked at Perona in shock. They really underestimated this little princess who yelled every day. Mashang replies. What's going on? His consciousness has completely sunk. Be careful with her ability, she makes Moshe Sheng's consciousness so low that he has no thoughts at all, he doesn't even have an answer. The fruit's ability is unlimited and infinite, he cannot recover by himself, so he must be helped out of trouble. The 4-5 elders who came after him were extremely dignified. This is just the beginning of capturing a 5 elders alive in this way. Does that mean other people can also be captured in this way? This is not a question of whether it can be accepted, but a big crisis of death. Bang. Bang. Baby 5's hands turned into pistols, and bullets embedded in the sea tower stone were fired, just to further weaken it. Open black lens bracket. We don't care about hiding it anymore. Close black lens bracket advertisement. As soon as such an idea emerged from Saint Wachuli's mind, he began to attack. Everyone, be careful. Wild boar, attack. Save people. Mrs. Shiarly's reminder was concise and precise. Hoo-oh-oh. Conqueror's roar. The wild boar roared, and the ultrasonic waves pushed the atmosphere and swept out in waves. This microscopic kinetic energy attack seems invisible, but it has pervasive and terrifying damage. Even the rocky ground is instantly shattered into powder. The 2 bullets in midair shattered instantly, and at the same time, Moshe Holy Capital was rushed out of the air, and blood mist exploded on the surface of the body. Sorry, we can barely protect ourselves here, Juice Giant slash. Ha, Smoothie stood up immediately after hearing the reminder, turned into a juice giant, and wielded the sword with all his strength to resist the invisible impact. With the strength gap between her and the 5 elders, it is difficult to protect herself, and there is no way to take care of Saint Moshe. Shut up, you stupid pig. I've tolerated you for a long time. Buddha's impact. A golden Buddha that was 20 to 30 meters in size appeared on the ship. The huge 5-finger shot it, and the impact that seemed to be substantial blocked the sonic roar. Even pushed back. At the same time, 4 black shadows passed through the aftermath of the collision, dragging their shadows very long. Sengoku. Marine. The 5 elders reacted instantly, gritting their teeth and being extremely annoyed. But 4 figures also launched an attack at this time. Fistbone impact, big fire, violent pheasant mouth. Lightspeed kick. The 5 elders were unprepared for the sudden change, and a few people just appeared in their world with surprises. It was scorching hot, piercingly cold, and even the body was blasted into pieces. Boom, bang, bang. The sea exploded, and under the power of Kizaru's lightspeed kick, the giant Saint Moshe fell into the sea like a meteorite, exploding into a surging wave. Even the ghost in the sky followed closely behind, focusing on a strong control. Chapter 213 really capturing 5 elders alive. Even Marine is here. All 3 Garp Sengoku generals are here. Boss Kaido, run, what else are you fighting for? Quinn was so scared that she almost peed. Okay. It was obviously a ship that came to their lair alone. They relied on the strength of their numbers to besiege them. As a result, there were so many evil spirits. Who besieged whom? But this scene made Kaido's face look extremely expressionless. Adolf, did you know this from the beginning? And you deliberately fought with us in order to track the 5 elders out? Then what do you think we are? What do these 5 elders bastards think we are? What do you think? Adolf's lips curled up slightly, but his plain words were the most contemptuous sarcasm. What? Do you still need to ask? Bait? Pawn? No matter what, I never ignored them from the beginning. You're too arrogant, Poseidon, fire dragon torch. Kaido was furious. He instantly transformed into a giant divine dragon, with a huge body exceeding 100 meters coiling in the sky. Burning with flames all over his body, he transformed into a lava-like flame dragon. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you now. Adolf ignored it and walked towards the coast. Don't even think about leaving. The breath of molten flame. Shenlong Kaido chased after him at an even faster speed, spitting out terrifying flames from his mouth that were so intense that they seemed to be solid, appearing in the form of lava. Poseidon, breath of the sea. Adolf waved the trident of water, and a towering water column the size of an empty island roared from the trident. The hot flame collided with the water column, evaporating a large amount of steam and raging in the impact. Melting flames and bad wind, flame 8 trigrams. Of course, Kaido didn't expect one move to be effective, and launched a series of fierce attacks. Just come after me. If you don't come after me, I will continue to act. Didn't the 5 elders scare away as soon as I passed by? Advertisement. Adolf responded one after another, launching a more intense large-scale and grand battle, and the entire Ghost Island was shaking. If their attacks weren't all targeting each other, any move could make part of the island disappear or even sink completely. So strong, really strong, he even pressed down and beat the man who killed Kazuki Oden. As this Poseidon, the man who rules the world, on the earth, the 18-year-old idiot king braved the strong wind and looked at the fierce battle in the sky, with his white hair dancing wantonly. I still wanted to help with a mace in my hand, but found that I couldn't intervene at all. There's a chance, as long as Kaido is killed, then I, Kazuki Oden, can return to Wano and found the country in an upright manner. The idiot Yamato was overjoyed. He doesn't regard Kaido as a father or a relative at all. Because of a diary. I entered it and I don't even know who I am. Very outrageous. Adolf discovered him, then he can only take him away by force. There's no time to waste. Come on. Warring states. Don't forget the purpose of Marine's establishment. You once swore in front of the Tianlong people to fight to defend the power of the Tianlong people. Get out of my way, Marine. The 4 old stars scolded and turned into a monster again. At the same time, a magic circle appeared behind him, seemingly trying to summon Saint Moshe out of the fallen sea. HMPH, I've wanted to FK you guys for a long time. Do you think the Marine now is still the Marine before? The huge body of the great Buddha of the Warring States period confronts the legal martial god Fengyu and Wuchuli Saint. 5 elders, do you still remember my humiliation? This time it's your turn? Akainu's face turned cold, his arms turned into flowing lava, and he faced the icy sword of the god of finance, Horsebones, and Nashjiro Saint. Just hold on, General Poroshalino. When the world stabilizes, working 4 days a week and 6 hours a day, paid annual leave, and paid shit will satisfy you and allow you to lie on a corpse and grow hair. IN repeated Adolf's original words seriously. Aokiji directly spreads the intense ice cold, freezing the earth, and the god of agriculture, Desert Worm, and Peter Saint have already burrowed into the ground. Go and fight, or I'll tell that B***** D Adolf. Let him put on your little shoes. That devil, I just want to be a social animal who goes to work on time and clocks in, not a hardworking cow horse. A series of explosions exploded, the ground was covered in fire, and the 5 elders in the fierce battle were blown over, causing serious impact on them. Hody Jones and Aaron, who had been waiting separately in the sea, broke out at full speed, grabbed Mo Sheng and stuffed them into the mirror they brought. But with the forgiveness of the immortal body, he stood up from the ruins after recovery and continued to fight against the powerful enemies that rushed over. Advertisement Kizaru stood on the mast of the ship and watched them fight fiercely one by one, except his opponent, Mo Sheng, who had not yet come out of the sea. Si Laoxing noticed. When Kizaru thought of Adolf, he couldn't help but put on a wretched face. Ever since Adolf came, he couldn't even take a break, let alone fishing. Inside the mirror world, there is a bubble filled with seawater, the kind where the bubbles stick to the mirror surface. Even if the emotions are suppressed by the ghost, can they still be forcibly summoned? That's the opponent I defeated, you just kicked him into the sea. I haven't slept for 5 days and 4 nights. If I continue to work under such a heavy load, I will really die suddenly. Flying completely towards the huge 5 elders phantom beast species. Hasn't my opponent already been dealt with? Kizaru looked helpless with his hands. Garp clenched his fist and concentrated his top-notch domineering energy to the extreme, punching through the venom ball, blowing half of the face of the scientific defense god of war, Yuki and Saint Satan. It can be said that he is the busiest among all Marines, who has the strongest mobility thanks to his flash fruit. What can he do? Beating a worker is like a social animal and has no human rights. Think that's all? But it's not over yet. Perona pointed at Kizaru with her arms akimbo and threatened. I haven't recovered from my autism yet, and the silence of the seawater makes me weak again. Mo Sheng entered the mirror world and soaked in the seawater. 8-foot beautiful Magatama, please don't draw cakes. I have said this many times. Kizaru's head hurt when he heard it. Hey, you are also a Marine general, right? Aren't you going to fight? Perona floated in the air and found Kizaru leisurely. Boom, boom, boom. Leaping into the sky, his hands gathered together and the strong light that seemed to be substantial swept out endless light bullets, densely covering the entire battlefield. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out, Ice Age. Ha, Saint Satan. If I knew I would have trouble fighting you now, I shouldn't have saved you last time. And 10 seconds ago, the forcibly controlled Masheng let Kizaru kick him into the sea, and the seawater healing ability user was all bells and whistles. Yeah, they're all so scary. What's going on with Saint Mosh? We've forced the summons, haven't you come out yet? Chapter 214 Steady Heart, it's all about technology? Fragrant legs, at the same time as he entered the mirror world, Hancock, who had been prepared for a long time, kicked him violently, completely petrifying Mosh Saint in the bubble, and kicked his limbs into pieces. The 2 young sisters beside them, the green-haired Sandasonia and the orange-haired Marigold, quickly pushed the bubble into the mirror world in the mirror in door, and closed the mirror world inside. Mirror door, mirror world. In the mirror world, Bruno, the door fruit user, opens a door. And in the door opened by the fruit of the door, there are mirrors of reality one after another. If you understand it simply, the space Matryoshka dolls of the mirror fruit and the door fruit. From the moment Saint Mosh fell into the sea, the whole process was smooth and seamless. It's all a plan that's been prepared, just waiting for 5 elders to fall into the water. The most time-consuming thing is to grab the 5 elders who have fallen into the water and enter the mirror world. It takes a certain amount of time to rush there. But it only takes 5 seconds to complete the entire set of actions. Can this be successful? Orange-haired Marigold doubted. So what if he is summoned back? If he is petrified by my sister, he is hopeless. Green-haired Sandasonia completely believed it. Execute the celestial dragons and capture the 5 elders alive. As expected of my man, he's so awesome. Hancock hugged his arms hard, and the cells in his body opened, and the pleasure of revenge completely turned into the impulse of love. Even the picture of Adolf praising her and giving her a big warm hug appeared in his mind, and then the X-rated picture. Damn, I'm so enviable. Bree bit her handkerchief and tore it apart. She also wanted Hancock's beautiful face and Adolf's love. Sister, please wake up. Green-haired Sandasonia was helpless. This love brain is out of control. The orange-haired Marigold has already pushed the prepared blisters in front of the mirror, waiting for the next lucky person. Conqueror's roar. The roar of the legal martial god Feng Shi and Saint Wuchuli, with a huge voice combined with the domineering sound waves, can even shatter the material structure. 5 elders. I bow to you for the sake of Marine's future. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Golden Buddha Big Buddha Seal. The huge body of warring states grew bigger again, the golden domination wrapped around the impact, and the palms discharged substantial impact, venting the anger that had always been there. If he goes out to sea and becomes a thief, he will be a big boss on the level of the Emperor of the Sea. If he acts like a turtle grandson in front of these rubbish every day, he has had enough of it. Electromagnetic Heavy Sniper. Shirley seized the opportunity with the electromagnetic heavy sniper transformed from Baby 5, and a bullet raging with a substantial electric arc flew out of the muzzle, dragging a long beam of electricity and instantly pouring into the body of Saint Voshuli. Advertisement, Hai Lu Shi. It's too fast, I can't hide. The pupils of the legal martial god Feng Shi and Wuchuli shrank, and he could predict the future and instantly discovered the sneak attack, and even discovered the Hai Lu stone. The unimaginable speed can only be resisted by using the full force of armed domineering. GGG. The bullet rubs against the armor color and creates sparks. It is true that the seafloor stone bullet did not have the domineering entanglement of the armed color, but at the moment of the stalemate, the bullet with a strong electric arc actually showed unimaginable penetrating power, and still penetrated the armed color and was shot into the body of Wuchuli Saint. After it was injected into his body and hit his spine, it was accurately stuck in his body and did not penetrate out? Just perfect. There is no arm color, and the power is just stuck in the body. How is it possible? Saint Wachuli turned his eyes to Mrs. Shirley on the ship, unbelievable. His body also returned from being a fantasy beast to being a human being. Success. Mrs. Shirley's cold face could not help but reveal excitement. After the electromagnetic heavy attack carried by Shirley, several wires were connected to the Zeus cloud, which released the huge stored energy. I spit it out. Zeus Yundan was about to cry without tears. Who knows, my family, they thought they were in a paradise of happiness, but it turned out to be just a granary. They don't have the domineering power of armed forces, but pure violence can also break through armed forces. Enel squeezes out all the energy stored in his body before going to bed every day, which is Baby Five's energy reserve. Oops. Saint Wachuli felt bad, and his hunch was right. Your superior 5 elders are still here today? Die to me. Die. Die. The golden Buddha grins, and Kakuzu's mouth is about to split his ears, revealing the cruel and ferocious Buddha's hideous face. Hateful. Wachuli Sheng used his domineering hands and gritted his teeth to hit him hard, but he was still beaten back and retreated. He was embedded in the rock and was passively beaten with his immortal body. The amount of Sea Tower Stone on the warhead is not much, it just suppresses the Devil Fruit ability and cannot be used, and does not suppress the strength much. But for their strength, if they cannot exert their full strength, it will be equivalent to being weakened. What's more, there is a special bullet the size of a middle finger stuck in the spine. Immortality is really troublesome. Anyone else would die with this shot. BABY5 was unhappy. Zeus, keep charging. Shirley said, concentrating all his energy again and unfolding the experience of predicting the future deeply. Advertisement, I'm going to be squeezed dry. Zeus felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. The god of finance, Horsebone, and Saint Nisholing trampled and charged with 4 hooves, and the black knife in his hand was entangled with a strange green color and slashed out. Even if they are both great swordsmen, using other people's black swords and practicing their own black swords are in completely different realms. And he is a strong man who has mastered his own black sword. The most straightforward expression is that when others use the big move with a series of fancy names, he uses it as a flat A. The one whose name is really called is the Firefly meets the Bright Moon. Netherworld. The word, GN, not only has the most terrifying power, but also has the strange ability of the undead to hurt the soul. Big Fire, the long simmering anger towards the world government, the celestial dragons, and the 5 elders all turned into the most violent volcanic eruption with the fist, and the billowing lava roared, seeming to destroy everything. Boom, the strange green and lava flames bloomed. However, at the moment of the stalemate, Akainu's pupils shrank, and his sharp edge actually tore open the volcano, and even cut through the lava and was strangely frozen. Even if he is desperately increasing his output, he is still slowly slashing towards him. Kid, world government has been established for 800 years, don't underestimate us. The half-animal and horsebone man, Saint Nisholing, raised his head, revealing sharp and cold eyes under the round mirror frame. The excavation has been expanded, a golden light flashed, and Kizaru's figure appeared behind Saint Nisholing. Perusalino. Hearing the sound, Saint Nisholing looked subconsciously, but the moment he turned his head, a simple light-speed kick hit his face. The huge body of more than 6 meters was turned upside down on the spot, flew hundreds of meters on the rocky ground, and hit the rock wall heavily. Even the horsebone phantom beast with bones all over its body was broken, and its glasses even had cracks. Big Fire, of course. Akainu seized the opportunity and erupted like a volcano hiding a nuclear explosion. At this time, the terrifying impact pushed the lava and hit the body of Saint Nisholing, and the whole person was enveloped by the volcanic lava. Compared to direct flames, lava has a superior burning effect. It burns close to the skin and cannot be shaken off. This is it. Hidden sea rock inside the magma? Damn it, I'm not willing to. Saint Nisholing was about to burst out his fruit power and freeze the lava with the power of the undead. But at the next moment, the devil fruit ability was forcibly suppressed, and the large seafloor stone even forcibly weakened the strength. Under the impact of the volcanic eruption, at this moment, there was no time to regain strength, and the lava continued to blast into the sea. Chapter 215 Hope? Despair? Come to life? Get ready? In the sea, Hody Jones and Aaron acted quickly. Emloculent. Mirror. Not good. Help. The moment he falls into the sea, no matter how great a great swordsman he is, even if he has mastered his own black sword, as long as he is a person with fruit abilities, he will lose the power to resist. Although it's funny, if you don't take care of it, drowning alive is the norm. At the moment when he fell into the water, Nashao Langsheng discovered Hody Jones and Aaron approaching at great speed in the sea. Seeing the mirror in their hands, he understood on the spot why Masheng had not been summoned. He was captured alive. At this moment, even the highest authority in the world government panicked. He was afraid. He. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of me? Ghost of Dead Silence Infinite Loop. Just 2 words calling for help in the inner channel of 5 elders. Princess Mononoke is here. The densely packed ghosts entered the seawater, passed through the back of his body, and penetrated through the chest. For a moment, all emotions and thoughts were stripped away, and the heart fell into deathly silence. What quick help? You heard it wrong. Open black lens bracket. What happened under the sea? What did the same Nisholing say? Close black lens bracket. The 3-5 elders on the shore haven't figured out how Akainu uses the sea tower stone, but another big crisis that they can't figure out arises. It's a pity that the moment he saw Eren and the two of them, Nashu Langsheng did not communicate spiritually to pass on the message. He didn't even finish calling for help. Perona's mission is to silence the target who has fallen into the sea or is about to fall into the sea. It doesn't take long, and the one-stop service can be completed in a few seconds. Saint Moshe hasn't been summoned yet. Something must have happened under the sea. You guys must think of a way to summon it immediately. I'm being suppressed, Saint Wachuli said anxiously. What kind of suppression is this? He is in a state of being beaten violently. Garp also wears a seastone ring on his finger. After following Adolf, have these bastards become so insidious? Close black lens bracket. The god of scientific defense, Yuki, and Satan Sage are also in a situation where they are being beaten randomly by Garp, and they feel very uncomfortable. Hahahaha. Why are you running away from Saint Satan? Come and fight me, Garp laughed wildly. A-hole, you picked off the sea tower stone and you were talking. Saint Satan cursed shamelessly. It reminded him of the fear he felt when facing Adolf, who would dare to receive fists in this situation. I'm afraid I have to follow in the footsteps. This is not okay. You will be scolded by that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* so weak. Garp laughed wildly. In front of the seawater, in front of the sea tower stone, people with abilities are useless. Saint Satan gritted his teeth, but there was absolutely nothing he could do. The sea tower stone is entangled with armed colors, even if you want to break it. Advertisement at their level, they are indeed extremely resistant to Hylu stone. But it's just resistance, it's not immunity, especially the fruit's ability cannot be used at all. When facing a person of the same level, even if his strength is reduced by 10% or 20%, he will be beaten by a hand. If he is reduced by 50%, he will be beaten by a hammer, okay. Open black lens bracket. I now distance myself and rush out of the ground, close black lens bracket. The god of agricultural martial arts, Desert Worm, Peter Saint said, and at the same time, he quickly burrowed into the distance underground, but silently, without making any movement. He penetrates deep into the earth, making it difficult for even general-level witnesses to detect him, so he can launch surprise attacks. Aokiji, Peter ran away to the southeast. Stop him from coming out, Doll Violet shouted. Ice Age. Aokiji didn't know who the doll was, but he heard the right thing at this time, and directly output the air conditioning at maximum power. The white ice spread out at an extremely incredible speed, covering the entire surface of the ghost island in an instant, and even penetrated the coldness thousands of meters underground, freezing the rocky ground. Not good. Aokiji froze the rock. Peter was panicked. His strong individual strength can resist the cold, but in the underground rock formations that are frozen into ice and iron, his speed will plummet. Open black lens bracket. We are all going to be finished before that Poseidon guy comes. What is going on? How did things become like this? Close black lens bracket. The legal martial god, Saint Bachuli, feels uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. They also thought that Adolf would be entangled by Kaido and his gang, and then quickly break out to deal with the opponents, and forcibly take away the mirror fruit users, but what was going on? The plan failed. Retreat. We are all in danger if we continue. Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, made a humiliating suggestion. Agree to retreat, Saint Peter said. Open black lens bracket. Lord I am, close black lens bracket. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Everyone focuses on Saint Sardin and takes care of him first, Shiarli suddenly shouted. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru turned their heads. What is a woman ordering randomly? Listen to her. Everyone gathers fire. Smoothie ready. Ain immediately shouted. Buddha's impact. The dog bites the red lotus. Frozen time capsule. Lightspeed kick. Although I don't know why, as Adolf's most important deputy, Ain's orders are definitely effective. One by one, they immediately gave up suppressing the targets and attacked Saint Satan as quickly as possible. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Saint Satan's expression is extremely ugly, and one Garp alone makes it difficult for him to resist, let alone so many people focusing on him. Impact. Lava, ice cold, flash, explosion fire and impact waves, cold air and heat waves alternate with each other. Directly destroy Saint Yuki Satan to pieces. Advertisement. Shiarli also pulled the trigger, and the special bullet flew with an electromagnetic arc and was instantly poured into the body of Satan. It's Halu Shi again. Sengoku and Garp understood instantly because they came here through the mirror fruit. Exclamation mark. Satan's heart went from heaven to hell, but at the moment of flying out, he immediately returned from hell to heaven, and saw the dawn of salvation again. So that's what it meant. I caught it. Garp. Ain yelled. Garp. Even Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all looked extremely expressionless. At the same time, a blue lightning bolt hit Saint Satan at an extremely incredible speed. Adolf. Holding Saint Satan in one hand, he shot it like a lead ball and a cannonball. Boom. Whether its armed colors or conquerors, suppress them all. Next to her, Smoothie had already lifted a huge mirror 10 meters high. Even Master Im's transmission came. Even the summoning power from Amu suppressed the moment. 8 limbs were broken, and a bloody hole was blown out of the spider's abdomen. Hot lava and frozen bodies were everywhere. Life was worse than death. Bang. That was his unwillingness to return to hell after seeing the dawn of hope. The world was united and the world was at peace. The extremely powerful conqueror's domineering energy turned into lightning and suppressed Saint Satan. It was he who won. For a moment, he really saw the hope of rescue. Saint, do you still remember me? At this moment, I am summoned the 5 elders and took them away. His hands were burned by lava and broken by ice, but the remaining arms used their armed hockey with all their strength, even covered with conquerors, entangled in dark thunder arcs. Saint Satan's face was distorted, he felt the strength of his body fading, and his mind subconsciously recalled the humiliating scene. Oops, I got carried away. Garp went from laughing to panic in an instant. The sea floor stone exerts its effect, forcibly suppressing the fruit's ability, and retreating from the phantom beast species. The excitement in Satan's holy eyes turned into fear, his face was twisted ferociously, and his voice of extreme reluctance was still echoing between heaven and earth even after he entered the mirror. Satan, my back molars are almost broken. Saint Pit and Saint Wuchuli were panicked, and they instantly understood each other's thoughts, because the purpose of their coming was also for those with the mirror fruit ability. When he returned to his human form, he was also severely injured, with his hands and feet nearly broken, and blood stains everywhere. Idiot, you actually let go. Do you think I won't resist? And this moment was enough for Saint Satan to enter the mirror, be petrified, black room, and carried away in succession. Chapter 216 Kaido was surrounded and beaten. Haha, you run so fast. Adolf turned into a blue streamer and came to the scene, surrounded by large areas of lava and frozen soil, but he seemed like a legend in a deep-sea dream. Poseidon. Did it work? It was so secretive that even we didn't know that your purpose was to capture the 5 elders alive. I thought it was just to clear out the New World Sea Emperor, but it turned out to be such a big surprise for us. What a crazy plan. It seemed like Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were all excited. That's right, they only knew about this plan, and they didn't even know what the follow-up would be. Before coming, Adolf just asked them to hide in the mirror world and prepare for a battle. Things are kept secret, who knows if one of them will tip off the information. In other words, this is not a question of whether you believe it or not, but rather don't give this chance, this possibility. Even if all of them are loyal, can they guarantee that nothing will be leaked? Especially for a big mouth like Garp, not to mention there is no way to guarantee absolute loyalty. I don't know yet, it depends on whether IM has any other means. If there is no way to save them, then consider it a success. No matter what, the 5 elders will not dare to appear in the sea at will in the future. They can only hide in Mary Joa. Adolf also hopes that the plan goes smoothly. This is already the most perfect plan with the power currently available. If this cannot solve the problem of summoning an immortality, then we can only make more preparations. But if it comes true, the sea will completely become their forbidden land. 5 elders, captured alive. Kaido, who turned into a giant flame dragon, was also dumbfounded, with a long snot of surprise hanging from his nose. 5 elders captured alive, is this something a human can do? Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru turned around to see a 100-meter burning dragon coiling in the air. How can a mere pirate be more arrogant than the 5 elders? Quote! Exclamation mark, quote. Kaido also suddenly realized that not only was Adolf free, but he also had 5 helpers. Kit Kaido. The 5 elders are running too fast. Come and practice boxing with me. Enjoy it. Garp grinned. After taking care of the Tianlong people, then take care of the pirates, this is the order. Warring states looked sideways. Can I trouble you to surrender? Otherwise, you will have to work overtime again. Kizaru has a headache. Why are you talking so much nonsense? They're all already in front of us. Akainu's right hand turned into rolling lava, he is the man of action. Big fire. The volcanic lava erupts, and the rolling magma erupts with destructive power. Even the volcanic bomb formed has the power to easily destroy a very large warship. Directly collided with the huge fire dragon Kaido in the sky. Roar. Advertisement. The dragon Kaido gritted his teeth and felt the heat, and couldn't help but scream. Even the fire dragon form and the aura of armed color can't stop the transfer of super high temperature of lava. He just wants war and a hearty fight. He's not really stupid, and he doesn't really want to die. How easy it is to go directly to Marigio to seek death. Without thinking, he turned around and he ran towards the clouds. Ice Age. Aokiji jumped up and inserted the icicles in his palms into the clouds. The cold air froze the entire clouds in an instant, spreading to hundreds of miles away. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the entire sky was frozen. And Kaido is also frozen in the clouds. Fire Dragon Torch. Kaido exploded with all his strength, the burning flames became more intense, and the frozen ice cubes around him melted. The body swings and shatters large pieces of ice. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Rumble, rumble. The dense rain of light bullets flew towards Kaido instead of rescuing Master Luffy this time. Not only the hit rate is plus 99%, but also the top level of domineering is used. Each shot has the power to completely destroy a huge battleship and blow it into pieces. A continuous fire exploded, completely covering Kaido in the explosion. When the fire light dissipated, Kaido's skin and flesh were ripped open by the explosion, and his huge body fell from the frozen clouds, along with a large amount of ice. The series of attacks by the three people made Kaido extremely difficult. He had only fallen for 3 seconds and barely managed to catch his breath when he saw Garp appearing in front of him. Baring his big teeth. Fist bone impact. The top level of domineering energy wrapped around the fist, and as the wind of the fist turned into a cluster impact, one punch almost blew out the eyes of the giant dragon Kaido. Jump. Turning 90 degrees, the head drove the body and tail, and landed heavily on the ground. The entire remaining Ghost Island shook, and a huge crater was smashed out, and he hit it with his head. It's time to end. Kaido. The Golden Buddha stepped forward step by step, looking at Kaido in the pit with a calm face, and slowly raised his hand. As Kaido raised his head, desperately trying to escape into the air, he filmed it. Buddha's impact. With this blow, rocks hundreds of meters in radius were shattered into powder, and Kaido's entire dragon-shaped body was embedded in the rocky ground. At this time, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru stood on the huge pit, looking at Kaido who was hammered to pieces below. It's hard for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, let alone 5 against 1 now, it will definitely be a complete crushing. Fight with all your might. Advertisement. 1 person is confronting you, while the other 4 are watching. As long as there is no huge difference in strength, there will be no suspense. With that said, he threw away the mace and still saved his life. Drag up. Why do you think I'm doing this? I can't do this kind of chores, right? Garp picked his nostrils and acted rogue. Kizaru feels uncomfortable and really wants to take a vacation. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Garp opened his mouth and suddenly recalled this incident. Aokiji scratched his head, was he nodding at him? Come here, are they all dead? Gather quickly. The kind that I can't even escape. Adolf dragged Kaido's Hachisai mace over and rubbed it against the rocky ground, creating sparks. Jurjurji. Then he hit Kaido on the head with a stick, which is called cruelty. You were shouting just now about what you want to do, what are you shouting about? Just like Zoro tried to catch Kaido and Big Mom's tyrants, but was seriously injured in an instant. It can be said that any attack will cost them their lives. Isn't this the clamoring Lord Kaido? What's going on now? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. It's really not your turn. Now you should think about how to explain to Poseidon that you almost let Saint Satan go. The 5 members of the Warring States period looked at each other, and finally focused on Garp. Hearing the sound of metal friction, Kaido opened his eyelids with difficulty. Jin and Jack were also seriously injured. Teeth fell out, sharp corners were broken, the skull was opened, and blood flowed out. What are you looking at over there? Why not gather the living pirates together? Adolf shouted. I can't help you now. With all your glory as a marine hero, you are just a pickup guy in front of him. Stop shouting. Jin, Jack, let's run away. If we don't run, we'll be doomed. Warring States averted his eyes, he wasn't the one to wipe his A that time before. Adolf's figure is seen through blurry retinas. Quinn instantly changed his mind and quickly dragged his wounds and yelled. What? How? What? However, as an ancient species of animals and a master of physical arts, he is thick-skinned and has stronger vitality than Zoro. Wait a minute, I'm just a lieutenant general, I should be allowed to do this kind of thing. Kaido really has no temper at all after this blow. Not only is his eyesight dazzled, but his consciousness is also gone. The current Marine has rules and regulations. You can't fish, you can't be lazy, and you can't leave your job casually. Such a serious mission accident almost caused one of the 5 elders to run away. Akainu glanced around, feeling happy. Yes, Lord Poseidon. Hiss. So miserable. Quinn poked his head through the ruins of the building, his scalp was numb when he saw it. Chapter 217. A loving father and a filial daughter. Everyone squat. Anyone who moves around in front of Poseidon will be chopped and fed to the fish. No, you can't throw your garbage into the sea. Isn't this polluting the sea water and tainting Lord Poseidon? Quinn glanced majestically with her belly puffed out, full of magnanimity. Then he nodded, bent down, rubbed his hands, and came to Adolf with a flattering look on his face. Lord Poseidon, everyone who is still alive is here. Adolf snorted, lying on his side on the bubble bed floating in the air, looking around casually. Wearing animal skins, burly and barbaric, a large group of 3-meter-tall muscular men squatted on the ground with their heads held in their hands. Their number of 7,000 to 8,000 could completely sweep through the ordinary kingdom, but now they dare not breathe. Because their boss, Kaido, lay next to Adolf like a corpse, with his head split open and full of blood. And their big brother of the 3 disasters, Big Signboard, was also seriously injured and almost belching. Plague Quinn is even more of a loser. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru stood on both sides of Adolf. Ain, Otahime, Shirahoshi, Shiarli, Smoothie, Pudding. A group of people are behind Adolf. Lord Poseidon, Shirahoshi longed. That's amazing. Little Pudding's eyes sparkled with admiration. This bad guy, let him pretend. Perona pursed her lips, but looked at Kaido who was blasted, the man who beat Moria to the point of being unable to recover. Peggy Wan, cooperate with me in a sneak attack later, and then rescue Lord Kaido. Sister Runty squatted on the ground, holding her head and whispering strategies. Yeah, I'll catch Poseidon and threaten him later. You take Lord Kaido and leave quickly. His younger brother Peggy Wan nodded. The two of them were adopted by Kaido since they were young, which is equivalent to adopted daughters and adopted sons. Then Adolf, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Jin, Quinn, Jack, and even others on both sides of him looked over. Quote. Question mark quote. Runty and Peggy were confused, wondering what they were doing. Adolf rubbed his brows and complained speechlessly. The whole audience was silent. Do you two want to ask a llama to tell you how to kidnap me? When everyone sees it, it's just for show. No, let him hear it. The two of them suddenly felt bad. Idiot, who told you to talk nonsense? Bang, bang. Quinn went up with his fist and hit him directly on the head. The face was printed on the rocky ground, and the skull was folded up one after another. Advertisement. It hurts. Quinn, you be asterisk. D. How dare you betray us? Sister Runty stood up and pointed at him angrily. Ha. Evil party, you have done evil for so many years and finally received retribution. This is heaven's punishment. I, Kazuki Oden, will return to Wano country and help Wano country complete its founding. None of you can stop me. A girl with long ombre white hair jumped out and laughed wildly, and the emotions that had been suppressed for many years turned into joy. The hair on the temples naturally hangs down to the chest. On the chest of the Thor level G, there is a pair of red devil horns on the top of the head. He is tall, wearing a white sleeveless kimono, a red skirt, and wooden clogs on his bare feet. It's just that the openings on both sides of the sleeveless kimono are too big. You can see the mountains from the side, right? And this bold, casual and cheerful character completely treats himself as a man, or has no gender awareness at all, and doesn't even know who he is. Pure Walmart shopping bag. Are you imprisoning innocent people with sea tower stone chains on your hands? Ain frowned. She is Yamato, the son of Admiral Kaido. Black Maria smoked a cigarette. Quote. Question mark quote. Everyone looked at Yamato in confusion. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Such an exaggerated big thunder, you tell them those are breast muscles. And she said her name is Kazuki Oden, right? I remember this name on Roger's ship. He used to serve as the captain of the 2nd Division on the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu recalled. Did that monster samurai be reborn? He turned into a woman. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he really thought Yamato was Kazuki Oden. Obviously impossible. Warring States was speechless. When she was 8 years old, she witnessed Oden's execution by Kamabo. She thought Oden was the most outstanding samurai. From then on, she began to worship Kazuki Oden and inherited Kazuki Oden's legacy. For this matter, Admiral Kaido locked her up and deprived her of food. We tried everything but couldn't change it. We are all very troubled. Black Maria explained to them. Inherit the legacy of the pirates. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly, with danger. Is there anything wrong? I must go out to sea and explore the world like Kazuki Oden. Liberate the country of Wano and complete the great cause of founding the country. Yamato holds his head high. Kaido, who is seriously injured at this time, is her best chance. No one can stop. What are you talking about? B asterisk. D. I don't want to be disciplined by this evil party. If you don't do anything, then let me do it. If you cause trouble outside, you'll be dead. If you want to survive, just sign up for the white list, and then start a new life honestly. Advertisement. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido, take good care of your idiot son. If you can't handle it, just give him a stick. Adolf happily. Won't you kill Kaido? We've already defeated him. He's a pirate. Yamato was stunned. Thunder 8 trigrams. Turning around suddenly, it was the demon Kaido whose face was covered by a shadow. Evil party. Wait. Okay, listen to me. I can't appreciate the character at all. I don't rule the country of Wano yet, so I can't control what you want to do. Just make sure you are happy. Yamato has a serious look on his face, wielding the mace with all his strength with both hands, and his armed look is domineering to the extreme. Yamato was so angry that she raised her round mace and wanted to kill Kaido herself. Yamato's head was shot, but his fighting spirit increased and he fought with a mace. Proudly speak out your ideals. Although he is only 18 years old, he already possesses extraordinary combat power, not much worse than Kaido after being seriously injured. No mercy at all. Adolf casually. You have no bounty on your head, and you don't admit that you are a member of the Kaido pirates. As long as you don't become a pirate, you can explore or travel as you wish. Boom. Before Yamato could finish speaking, Kaido called out with a stick, thunder erupted and hit the skull ruins, and strong winds swept away. I, Kazuki Oden, will defeat you. Then go to sea to liberate Wano country. With that said, Adolf got up from the floating bubble and prepared to leave. Her face and figure are both iconic, making her a perfect holy grail cover for thermal weapons, and with her strength and fantasy beast species, she is extremely durable. Are you just leaving like that? Black Maria was also surprised. Damn it. You are seriously injured now, let me take your head. With that said, Adolf also led everyone away. I said from the beginning that I am here to inform you. But it is expected that Kaido would take action, otherwise there would be no way to design 5 elders. My stupid son. What stupid things are you talking about? Everyone resented that there were more than 10,000 brothers, and they were so speechless just for this reason. It was really speechless. Kaido didn't know when he stood behind Yamato, his huge body blocking a large number of shadows. But this IQ can only be used as a daily necessities cover. Chapter 218 The Country of Wano 3. It would be a pity not to kill him. On the ship, Akainu looked at Adolf with resentment. These so-called pirate emperors are never a threat. As long as they want to, they can't escape or hide. The trouble is the large number of small pirates spread all over the world, pretending to be merchant ships and fighting guerrillas everywhere. Now let these big pirate forces suppress them and restrict their space for activities. Adolf casually stared at the fruit and divined the future. How could he hide? You just want to destroy everything as revenge. Charlie can also predict the disaster. She even divined the era of pirates triggered by Roger's death. The marine force that has occupied the kingdom is already recruiting troops from various countries for training, and combining them with scientific power. In a few years, the pirates will be completely wiped out. As long as pirates don't go to the island, it won't cause too much of a problem, but it's difficult to eradicate the small group of pirates disguised as merchant ships. During the Warring States period, he had a very thorough understanding of Adolf's plan. When the time comes, everyone will offer a reward to see who dares to become a pirate. Akainu is radical and bold. The more he works, the more energetic he becomes, and the more he works, the more hopeful he becomes. If the previous world government had built military bases like this, it would have been impossible to evolve into this situation. Aokiji's eyes were bright and he was no longer lazy. After Adolf came, he saw the world's situation more and more clearly and truly realized the problem. How to solve it? He could even feel that the Great Pirate Era was not a problem at all in this man's eyes. When can I have a holiday? Kizaru scratched his head and looked constipated. He was only concerned about this matter now. Hahahaha, it's still easy in the East Daxia Sea. Except for that B********** D with red hair, there are no decent pirates at all. Garp laughed. A holiday. Only people who are useless to society will take a holiday. It is the pillars of the country like you who have to go to work. They have to stick to their posts. Serve the country and serve the people. Adolf spoke righteously and then turned to care about Dao. I know you are tired, just hold on. When the world is peaceful, I will definitely give you the longest vacation. No, I will announce your honorable retirement on the spot, and you will also receive a pension. Then you can travel every day, sleep in your room until noon, and do whatever you want. Well, I seem to have heard this before. Kizaru rolled his eyes helplessly. Hahahaha, I know you can't wait to get back to work. Advertisement. Bree, open the mirror world and send them back. Work hard, there is a Fleet Admiral position waiting for you. Fleet Admiral among the 5 great shipping routes in the southeast, northwest and northwest, that's the minimum. Adolf patted Kizaru on the shoulder. Nowadays, there are places employing people everywhere, so how can we have a holiday? Is it a crime to sleep for an extra second? By the way, let me tell you something. If any of your relatives become pirates, don't blame me for being unkind. Adolf said. As a senior member of Marine, whose relative wants to become a pirate? What a shame. I will deal with this kind of evil-minded garbage with my own hands. Akainu body rage, real high temperature spread, like melting lava. The Warring States people looked at it. They probably didn't have any relatives who would become pirates, right? Only Garp was sweating profusely and smiled awkwardly. Ha, it's okay, I'll go to the East Daxia Sea first. Lord Poseidon, where are we going now? Ain asked. Wano country. Yes. Jin, how many people are left? Not really stupid. Kaido sat on the stone, holding the handle of the mace with his palms. The wounds were recovering naturally, and even the teeth had grown back. It still doesn't work. This ship is alive. If you don't master Pluton's power, there is no way to fight against him. Boss Kaido, Onigashima has been destroyed. Jack said. Even if there was no deliberate attack on them, no attack on the island itself, just the aftermath of the shock, more than 10,000 people would be wiped out. It was enough to be at a complete disadvantage against Adolf and still not escape after being hit several times. Little ones, hurry up and get ready. Set sail immediately. As an animal-type fantasy beast awakens, as long as it doesn't run out of energy, it can recover quickly. Advertisement. These are all good soldiers. How many years did he save for the pirate empire to have these troops? Boss Kaido, I was forced to. If we don't do what he said, everyone will be doomed. Go to Wano country. Since that guy Adolf recognizes Big Mom's identity as queen, then we will be the kings of Wano country. How did that be ****** demaster the power of Poseidon? According to Ralph Drew's records, Poseidon is a mermaid princess. Has he changed his gender? You saw it too. Poseidon tortured the 4 of us by himself, just click the hammer. Those guys from Sengoku Garp are also ruthless people. At the same time, he looked at the dark battleship in front of him extremely crazily. Kaido looked around. Onigashima is a huge rocky island protruding from the sea floor. It is extremely solid. However, it shrank severely after World War I, and more than 7 floors sank to the bottom of the sea. But what really made it difficult for him to accept was that as the pirate emperor's lair, a total of 20,000 pirates gathered here. 8,200 people. Yan Jajin said. What he longs for is chaos and war, and passionate madness. There is no way to turn it into my weapon with the power of the fusion fruit like I can control other substances. There are only 8,000 troops left. Kaido looked ugly. Although Kai was seriously injured, she was also wearing seastone handcuffs. Absolute indifference in strength. Well, have a good rest. Kaido nodded and said nothing more. I really want to kill you, it has nothing to do with you. Young people are good, just fall asleep. Black Maria grabbed Yamato who was lying on the ground. A bully knocked him unconscious on the spot. It's really useless. It is almost impossible to die due to serious injuries, unless you kill him directly and interrupt your energy. Underground in Wano country, an extremely burly man was unwilling to accept. Dash 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 dash. Quinn knelt on the ground and was terrified, with cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Quinn stood aside carefully with her fat muscles shrunk. Although she was huge, she looked extremely small and helpless. On the sea level, there is either frozen soil or bubbling lava, and there are pits hundreds of meters in size. Even the only building, the skull nest, has been reduced to ruins. Chapter 219 I am beauty poisoned. Saint Bachuli, Saint Pitt, are you two the only ones coming back? Marie Joa Hanama is a woman who is dressed in extremely revealing clothes and is extremely plump and hot. She is like a butcher in APN show, but she has a face that is cold, noble, and not sensual. When she saw that only 5 elders had been summoned back, she was a little surprised in a state of mind that had been dull for 800 years. Sir, something bad has happened. Saint Nashaolong, Saint Moshe, and Saint Satan are likely to be captured and imprisoned in the mirror world. Saint Wuchuli was lying on his knees and said in panic. The 5 elders, who have ruled the world for 800 years, are panicking. Mirror world. Looked at the two of them and used the summoning ability again. A blood-red 5-pointed array appeared, and the powerful energy tore apart the flowers on the ground, revealing the khaki earth, and scarlet lightning swept above the array. And there are 3 numbers on the edge of the magic circle that light up, releasing a bright blood-red light. Narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the summoning circle, invisibly pushing it to the extreme. For a moment, the whole room was filled with a sense of oppression. Large swaths of flowers were torn to pieces, and the grass and trees were flying around with so much energy that even an elite lieutenant general would faint. Saint Wuchuli and Saint Peter looked at the magic circle nervously. Summons is more absolute than teleporting between them. It is a mandatory summons from the superior to the inferior. But even so, the 3 of them were still not summoned. Mirror mirror fruit mirror world. Frowned. How could it be possible? Even Lord Saint Bachuli and Saint Pitt were in disbelief. It's really unexpected. My summoning is the ability of space. I can summon it back even from different spaces. The mirror world has no ability to block it. Looked grim. The mirror fruit ability user was Big Mom's daughter before, but she didn't show any unusual effects. Saint Wuchuli said. Then the problem can only be with Poseidon Adolf. Saint Pitt couldn't help clenching his fists. Poseidon Adolf, a man who cannot be killed in the sea. The mermaid tribe has the power to subvert the sea, and the ancient weapon Poseidon has the ability to dominate the Poseidon class. Not the successor of the D family, but overthrowing the rule of the world government, truly implementing the freedom pursued by the D family, and truly liberating all races in the world. Looked at the photo on the reward list in his hand and remembered the name and his appearance deeply. From being indifferent before, to being scrupulous. It's not like she hasn't thought about appearing in the sea and fighting Adolf directly. After all, she has devil wings that can fly and is not restricted by the island. She is confident that she can defeat him in terms of strength. Even with the power of Uranus, killing him is not a bad idea. But when someone dives into the sea, she is helpless. Even if Adolf combines the power of Poseidon, it is not impossible to keep her. She couldn't predict how this battle would turn out in the end. Lord we took the lead in this operation, but we completely fell into the trap designed by the other party. There are too many weird things, as if Adolf had control of all our movements. Peter Saint was uneasy and scared. You want to say there are spies among us? Saint Wuchuli was angry. And when he moved, the bullet stuck in his body was involved, and he couldn't help but show pain. Shua. Looked at Saint Wuchuli, and the tail suddenly extended from behind, penetrating Saint Wuchuli's body, and hit the bullet embedded in the sea-floor stone so violently that several sections of his spine were broken off. Advertisement. After the sea-floor stone was separated from the body, Wuchuli Sheng recovered at an extremely fast speed and was unscathed. Thank you, Lord Saint Wuchuli knelt on the ground in respect. Let's continue talking about Adolf. Said calmly. Yes, in fact, I had this awareness of the Impel City incident. Our plan is perfect. It's also sudden. We didn't tell anyone. It's impossible to be discovered if we go out in person. But it's like he knows everything we're going to do, sets traps in advance, and puts the brakes on careful planning. The legal martial god, Saint Wuchuli, looked solemn. If this kind of thing happens continuously to other forces, then there must be spies. But between them, what kind of joke are they? They are heart-to-heart, spies. Last time, the plan to advance the city failed. This time, 3 of us were even injured. Peter Saint was also extremely heavy. If IM hadn't helped them remotely, they would all be doomed. It's not like there are no devil fruits with detection capabilities. IM said. Detection ability. But our investigation of the people around Adolf didn't find anyone with this devil fruit ability. The 5 elders frowned, recalling all the abilities in the devil fruit encyclopedia in their minds. There were quite a few, but none of them matched up. King Riku, Scarlet, Cyrus, and her family have completely forgotten her, and this information about the staring fruit is destined to be unavailable. Is it? That mermaid. The intelligence from the CP of the Big Mom pirates mentioned that they have the ability to predict the future, and they can also do divination. Although they are not devil fruit users, they can predict what will happen in the future. Saint Wuchuli looked at the bullets on the ground and suddenly remembered a person who had also read this information. I thought it was impossible because it was too bizarre, but I didn't expect it to be true. Peter Saint also looked ugly. They had all seen this piece of information, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, a lot of information cannot be 100% accurate. Divining the future. Waste. Such important information is ignored. IM's sensual figure and noble face became angry. The 2 men immediately lowered their heads and prostrated on the ground, not daring to make any rebuttal. Divining the future means that whatever we do will be known to the other party, and we must get rid of that mermaid. IM's expression darkened. But Lord IM, we have lost the property martial god, the environmental martial god, and the scientific defense martial god. Who should we send? Saint Wuchuli asked humbly for instructions. Divination is too mysterious. Even if we can come back in an instant, we will be captured alive. If we send others out, we will be in danger. Saint Peter was uneasy. Even though they have ruled the world for hundreds of years, they still show off for such mysterious abilities. Then extinguish the world. Restart our rule. I am dressed in a very sensual dress, but said extremely cold words. But, Adolf's base is the Fishman. Even if all life on the sea is wiped out, they will be fine. Saint Wuchuli was desperate. As long as they are given time to develop, they can turn the entire sea into a world of fish people. Saint Pitt was also extremely desperate. It's true, I can't think of a way to crack it. Even if the sea level continues to rise and all the islands are submerged, the fish people will be fine. Even as the sea level reaches the height of the Red Earth continent, it is time for the Poseidons to deal with them. Advertisement. No solution. IM was also confused and didn't know what to do. The only way is to wait for Adolf to board Mariehoja and give him a fatal blow when he is most energetic, so that he can be completely eliminated. Saint Vasily was desperate. Is there no other solution besides waiting in Mariehoja? I am unwilling. Lord IM. There is another way. Saint Pitt suddenly raised his head. Wuchuli Sheng and IM looked at him. This man likes beauty, and he has already taken away more than half of the daughters from Big Mom. This is for sure. And the entire world doesn't know the existence of Lord IM, and even if it does, it doesn't know its specific identity. Lord IM can find a way to get close to him, and then kill him when he relaxes his guard the most. It's better to use poison, the devil's poison that tempts the soul to fall. At that time, he will kneel in front of you and become the most loyal servant at your feet, Lord IM. And you will continue to rule as the only winner to rule the world just like you did 800 years ago. We will also erase all history that happened just like 800 years ago. Saint Peter knelt down and pressed his head tightly to the ground. He said that this was such a treason, but it was the only possible plan besides waiting for death. Do you know what you are talking about? You actually let Lord IM use his beauty to poison him. Saint Wuchuli couldn't believe it. Poison. IM ignored Wuchuli Sheng, but looked at his body and seriously considered this proposal. Anyway, history will be erased, just like a blank 100 years. But this time there is no historical monument, so no one will know the humiliation of her own actions. But Lord IM, in order to prevent divination, you need to poison several times, preferably chronically, so as to avoid the possibility of being discovered to the greatest extent, and in the most secretive way. You can use your body to hide poison. Seeing IM thinking about it, Saint Pitt made even more bold and crazy suggestions. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. IM's face turned cold instantly, his eyes became sharp, and the invisible pressure turned into reality and pressed firmly on Peter Saint. His body was twisted under the pressure, and his bones were vibrating and making a cracking sound. Even the whole room turned into darkness, as if the light had been taken away. Is she considering ending her life personally or using a honey trap? But you actually let her hide the poison in her body. Lord IM, please put the overall situation first. We have no choice other than this. Once discovered, there will be no second chance. Saint Peter said bravely. The skull is also really hard. Ho 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 ho, you guys go down. The thunder god floated in Im's chest, suppressing his anger. If the opponent was a human, she would have countless ways to kill him, but Adolf is a race that lives in the sea, so her methods are very limited. What should she do? Chapter 220 Saint Satan's Fear. Hancock, thank you for your continued help. You have helped me a lot. On the ship, Adolf held Hancock intimately. No, you helped me. You helped me execute the celestial dragons to avenge myself, overthrow the world government, and even let me capture the 5 elders alive with my own hands. It was you who held up the starting point of my rebirth and became the only light in my body and mind. Your kindness will never be forgotten in my lifetime. Hancock put a finger in front of his lips and looked at each other with genuine affection. You little fool, remember to repay me with your love, and then repay me for the rest of your life. Adolf held her hand and chuckled. Please, propose. Hancock's face turned red for a moment. All he could think about was wearing a white wedding dress and holding flowers in his hands. His heart was beating wildly, and everyone around him heard it. Yes, proposal, although it won't happen right away. But you have to arrange Amazon well. At least let Sundasonia and Marigold continue to carry out reforms. Hancock, remove the petrification. From a pirate and robber country to a snake-breeding country, in order to obtain financial resources, I will also help Amazon Lily and directly purchase domesticated sea snakes. As the king and my lover, I cannot be irresponsible. As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Advertisement. Sister, Granny Niu will scold people. The two women smiled bitterly. Empress Hancock and Poseidon, when did they have such a deep relationship with her? Immortality sweet fruit Hancock petrification. Hancock, the worst thing the world government did was not killing you, but letting you become a Shichibukai. Ain, Otahime, and Shirahoshi were confused. This was the first time they had seen the relationship between Adolf and Hancock. Even though he was fighting Kaido, the momentum heading towards the past forced the five elders to subconsciously seize the time. If they are in a hurry, they will easily take risks, and if they take risks, they will easily get into trouble. Adolf looked at this person with eyes full of him, and engraved his love into his genetic love brain. His sweet feelings were pure and unique. And he has already been killed petrified once. It's Lord Poseidon. The two women nodded, completely convinced of Adolf. The five elders are in different spaces. Something will happen. Lord Poseidon. Yeah, Hancock nodded happily. It doesn't matter, Granny Niu will understand. Adolf chuckled. Aina, Sarah, and Haida were delighted. Now they were officially back on the ship, even though they were only as accessories. Advertisement. He quickly came back to his senses and said to the two sisters next to him, Marigold, Sandasonia, from now on the Amazon Lily will be left to you. Because Hancock's petrification ability can really kill them to a certain extent. Yeah, I listen to you. Hancock nodded repeatedly, so happy that he almost fainted. Other women are more or less because of his strength, identity, status and other factors, a feeling of liking without rejection and following the will of the strong. Adolf looked at Saint Satan with a horrified and twisted face with satisfaction, and casually chopped off his limbs, disarming his ability to resist. In the door in the mirror, in the mirror in the mirror. In the world space, Adolf and Hancock looked at the holy stone statue of Satan in front of them. But only Hancock is pure emotion, although it also started with kindness. Teleportation mirror fruit burr, door fruit Bruno double alternating isolation. In addition, I will hold world-class strongman competitions, and the top strongman trained by Amazon will also receive a lot of rewards. As Hancock was lifted from petrification, Saint Satan instantly regained consciousness, and fear appeared in his angry eyes. Of course, the whole battle is not that simple. It does not mean that you can do it by gathering these fruits. You also need to control the timing, especially he must be able to act. Spiritual communication use Lingling fruit Perona Kuaimai. Perona, Brie, Pudding, Hancock and me. Okay, everyone has worked hard, let's go and take a rest. Lion Majesty, which no one likes Poseidon wants to mess with, will definitely be needed by ships going to sea in the future, and it can completely become the pillar industry of Amazon Lily. Chapter 221 Memory in History. Hasn't the world government done enough wrong things? It's hard for me to overthrow the world government so easily. Even I can't believe it. Adolf said, and he really couldn't believe it. Do you think you can win in the end? You don't want to get what we Tianlong people can't get. Lord I Am will never let you go. Saint Satan gritted his teeth. I'm curious about what gives you such crazy confidence. We are already at the end of our rope, and I'm afraid I won't even be able to get down to the Red Earth continent in the future. Adolf shrugged. No more nonsense, let me tell you directly. In addition to you, I also have Saint Nastharo and Saint Moshe. Which of you tells Imes information first, then you won't need to be tortured, and you will be allowed to go back. I can even act out a mistake with you and give you a reason to escape. Adolf looked at him seriously. Even if there is a difference in strength, how could it be possible to stun conquerors and treat him like a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** blue conqueror's substance flashed, and madness swept over Saint Satan, impacting his spirit. Perona, please. Adolf looked at her. Although his conquerors is terrifying, but using conquerors to knock out a strong man like 5 elders, the difference in strength is huge. Bree is opening the mirror and letting Violet and Pudding in. Adolf said. Then if I succeed, will there be any reward? Pudding was looking forward to it instantly and was full of motivation. How could you betray your master? Advertisement. Saint Satan suffered great humiliation. Sure enough, it's still difficult. Adolf gave up trying. I ate the memory fruit not long ago. If it fails, Pudding was nervous about such an important thing. Yes, stop dreaming. Haven't you already guessed our relationship with Lord I Am? Saint Satan looked at him sarcastically. Next to him, Bree opened the mirror. It doesn't matter. If it fails, we can develop the fruit together. We have plenty of time. Adolf rubbed his face to comfort him. But if you fail on purpose, you will be punished. The staring fruit read the memory, and even let Adolf watch it simultaneously. Perona looked at the 5 elders, then stretched out her palm, and a large number of ghosts flew out. Of course. Adolf chuckled. 5 elders, world government, I am, a huge kingdom 800 years ago, 20 kings, world government's national treasure. All the memories buried in history emerged before his eyes. If possible, too much important information will be exposed, which must be noted. Advertisement. Conquerors. You want to knock me out? Poseidon will. Adolf pulled Saint Satan out of the bubble, and Violet and Bree used their abilities, one on the left and the other on the right. What do you want to do? Saint's body muscles tensed up, but he couldn't do anything after cutting off his hands and feet. Ghost of Dead Silence Infinite Loop. Okay. Violet the puppet nodded. Haha. It's true. The reason why they came in one by one was because they didn't know if Saint Satan could have spiritual communication with I Am and the others after he recovered from his petrified state. Bree was obedient and opened the mirror. The memory fruit directly pulls out memories in the form of film. I'm 5 elders. Who are you looking down on? Excuse me. Adolf looked at the 2 of them. Forcibly suppressing the consciousness of Saint Satan, his emotions and thoughts were completely silent. Bree, bring Perona in. Adolf ordered. Chapter 222 Luffy, I must become a pirate. On the 3rd floor sightseeing deck of the ship, Adolf was lying on Smoothie's lap, and the clingy little devil Hancock was lying on his chest. With the current situation, there is information about the 5 elders, it's stable. Adolf was in a happy mood. Just like the 5 elders cannot come to the sea, he cannot go to the Red Earth continent. This makes no one dare to appear casually on the opponent's chassis, and they can easily be killed. But when the world government has no secrets, it is showing its dead face. Immortality, teleportation, telepathy, any one of them are bug-like abilities, let alone the 3 appearing in a strong person, it is simply unsolvable. But will it work this time? There are currently 2 world government 5 elders left, Saint Peter, the god of agriculture and martial arts, and Saint Bachuli, the god of legal affairs. I wonder if we can make a trick to deceive these 2 and solve them. Ain thought. With an earthworm and a pig, I think they don't have the guts to take risks anymore. Shiarly's existence has given them a deep understanding of what despair means. Adolf looked at Mrs. Shiarly and chuckled. I can't predict this kind of thing accurately. It was your plan to let them fall into a trap and break their plan from the beginning. Shiarly said. I didn't expect Perona's ability to be so powerful. She could easily defeat a 5 elders. Odahime admired her. Advertisement. Hehe. If some big idiot doesn't treat me well, he will be autistic and embarrassed in front of everyone. Perona floated in the air and hugged her chest proudly, looking at Adolf from the corner of her eyes. It's my Princess Mononoke. I helped you develop it, but you still have the nerve to talk. Adolf said in a funny tone. You forced me to come here first. I don't want to come with you. Perona jumped. Now that you know it, come on, let's practice soul entering the body this time. You will enter this puppet and control it. Adolf coaxed a child. Dash 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 dash. A-hole, what do you think you want to be in the future? Tell me loudly. The veins on Garp's forehead popped out with a ferocious expression, and he screamed at Luffy who was hanging up. He had just returned to the East Daxia Sea when he heard Luffy yelling about being a pirate or a king. He immediately remembered Adolf's warning and exploded instantly. One Piece, I want to be the sea. It's King Marine. Bang bang. Luffy's face was swollen, purple, bruised, but before he could finish speaking, Garp slapped Luffy with his slipper and beat him to pieces. It hurts. It hurts so much, Grandpa. Advertisement. A rope was hung from the tree, Luffy was swinging like a swing, and the tree bent under the blow. Answer that again. What do you want to be? Garp hissed. Ocean. That's right, it's King Marine. Luffy's mouth was as swollen as a sausage, and before he could finish speaking, Garp roared and spat out blood. Luffy, listen to me, the age of pirates is over. You will never become a pirate, do you hear me? Even if I chop off your legs and treat you as trash for the rest of your life, I will never let you go to sea and become a pirate. The veins on Garp's face popped out, his face was ferocious, he was extremely angry. He didn't dare to think about how he would face the moment Luffy was caught and executed. And what he would do. No, I promised Shanks that I must go to sea. Luffy was stubborn, how could he give in? Red hair. What the hell, Shihong, I will capture Shanks right now and chop off his legs in front of you. Let you see what happens when you become a pirate. Angry. Garp is really angry. Chapter 223 Bull TV's Kaido. Wano Country. Hot breath. Kaido transformed into a 100-meter green dragon, curling up in the sky with its teeth and claws, its mouth filled with flames, and it spewed out destructive power. A streak of even dark red thunder and Conqueror's entangled hot breath fell from the billowing dark clouds, eye-catching in the Wano country shrouded in dark clouds. The hot breath swept across the ground, tearing out a 10-meter wide lava gully, and finally exploded into a mushroom cloud of destruction. A rolling heat wave broke out, and a level 12 storm swept through the entire Wano country. Jump, jump, jump. Huge vibrations were heard, and a huge beast that was 20 to 30 meters tall walked out of the burning mushroom cloud. Every step it took caused the earth to shake, making a dull and loud noise, full of shock. Hip hop ha ha ha. Kaido. Does the Emperor of the Sea only have this strength? Douglas Bullet laughed ferociously. The collision of strength and power made him excited and his blood became hot. Bullet. Get out of Wano, this is Lousy's chassis. Kaido opened his voice in the sky, and his roar even caused sound waves to vibrate, and the atmosphere was faintly distorted. Stop dreaming. Come and defeat me whatever you want. Ultimate Faust. Among the combined beasts, Bullet laughed wildly. He also controls the giant beast to spit out terrifying beams of light, and also stalks him everywhere, maximizing its power. It seemed as if a twining dark red lightning beam of destruction erupted from the earth, penetrating the sky and extending to the end of the planet, hundreds of kilometers away. The billowing dark clouds were penetrated into a terrifying hole. But trying to hit this straightforward long-range attack is simply wishful thinking. The distance it flies is enough for the same level to avoid. A-hole. Don't think you can monopolize what is hidden underground in Wano. And that loser Kurozumi Orochi. There's no news about him at all. Blue Dragon Kaido is extremely angry. He killed Kazuki Oden for so many years, but he didn't find the big baby sleeping underground. I feel so distressed that I vomit blood. If he had this thing, wouldn't his pirate empire and chaotic world have been realized long ago? How could he be suppressed by Adolf? Damn it, you're flying in the sky. If you don't come down, get out of here and leave Wano country to me. Bullet was annoyed. The combined behemoth is huge, and its size means pure power. It can also continuously absorb and replenish materials from the earth, which is unparalleled. But he can't fly. How could I give up the country of Wano to you? That's my. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boom boom. A giant purple beast of more than 20 meters is walking on the earth, and a huge green dragon beast of 100 meters is hovering among the dark clouds. Two giant beasts and monsters fight madly, and every time there is a domineering collision. Advertisement. The casual aftermath evaporated the mountain top and turned it into a volcanic eruption with lava splattering everywhere. At their level, armed Senate is just a warm-up. If you don't know how to attack the inside of the enemy with Lu Ying, that is, the armed color, don't go to the table, just stand on the side. Even if you give someone a massage, you won't have enough strength to press inside. Run, run. Kaido is fighting with another monster. It's so scary. What kind of monsters are they? If such an attack lands in Julie, it will be completely over. Countless people in the country of Wano are panicking. Flower City, Guri, Nozomi, Usagiwan, Suzuo, Hakumai and many other areas, the entire country of Wano is not a small one. But the scale of the battle between these two behemoth monsters is too great, and the range is measured in kilometers. The impact of Ba Tang's explosion is almost the same as a nuclear explosion. In this case, strong winds of level 12 swept through, houses were overturned, and even trees were uprooted. There was a mess everywhere. This is the result of Kaido in the sky deliberately avoiding and not heading towards the population gathering place, otherwise the entire town and village will be completely destroyed. But Bullet on the ground has no such worries. He only cares about ancient weapon Pluton. What does the life and death of these people have to do with him? Guardian of the Fire Dragon Emperor. Black Fire. Ivory Chop. Seeing that the situation was not good, the three disaster signboards, Flame Ember, Epidemic Quinn, and Drought Jack, swarmed up and besieged from all sides. They are pirates. What do you mean by fighting alone? For a moment, Bullet was at a disadvantage. When will this group of monsters end? They've already been beaten for a day. Hurry up and put out the fire. Hurry up and put out the fire, the house is burning. Don't save me, run away. Everything is burning and the fire can't be put out. It's over, the whole country of Wano is over. The people of Wano took refuge, and there were countless lamentations. Even if Kaido deliberately avoided it, a large number of villages were still completely lost in the lava. Even capitals like the capital of Flowers were reduced to rubble, and countless people were injured and killed in the storm. It's simply a living catastrophe. The ultimate cannon. Bullet controls the behemoth and wraps up the conqueror's right fist. It's like a mountain crashing into it, a devastating blow of pure quality. Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. Use giant beasts to fight giant beasts, and use size to collide with size. The 100-meter fire dragon burns with flames, conqueror's wraps around its head, and impacts with its huge size. Rumble, rumble, flames swept across the ground, and a terrifying heat wave broke out. The earth was shattered with force, and the heat wave penetrated the earth and burned into acrid green smoke. The area 10 miles around was shaking, as if a punch had hit the table, and tons of rock and land were shaken from the earthquake. Advertisement. The circular heat wave hit, and the entire jungle was burning. The trees far apart also turned into burning torches. Under such a battle, the entire country of Wano was burning everywhere. If there is no capital or village, everything will be burned to ashes. Ha 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 ha, keep going, Bullet laughed wildly. Then come on. Kaido was equally excited. All of them are blood cows, and they are also fighting madmen. Even if Bullet is not an animal type, his super armament color gives him extremely terrifying sustaining power. To be precise, even Akainu Aokiji can fight for 10 days and 10 nights, let alone a group of blood cows like them. The energy is so high that it seems like the warm-up has just ended. Father, the country of Wano is over. My daughter did not protect the country of Wano. Everything is over. A girl with long emerald hair in a gorgeous kimono looked sadly at the battle between two giant beasts in the distance, tears of despair falling from the corners of her eyes. Princess, please cheer up. Let's stay away. As long as the people from Wano are still there, we still have hope. Quangshiro, that is, Denjiro was anxious. Faced with the destruction of such a giant beast, the entire Wano kingdom fell into despair. Who comes to save them? Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. At this time, the dark clouds covering the entire Wano country suddenly began to rain heavily. The curtain of rain from the sky extinguished the fire, baptized the sky, and wiped away all the smoke and destruction. The cool wind blew by, making everyone feel excited and saw hope coming. It's you. The two giant beasts suddenly raised their heads, with the same figure reflected in their pupils. Blue fluorescent light suspended in the sky, and the thick clouds dispersed, revealing the figure within. It is like the center of the world, the manifestation of the sea, the source that governs all things. Everyone in the entire country of Wano can clearly see the existence in the darkness shrouded by dark clouds that caused the two giant beasts of destruction to stop fighting or even retreat. It's time to end. Bullet. Kaido. Adolf looked flatly at the two giant beasts below. Following his words, the entire cloud layer rotated and converged towards the center, where 200-meter large cloud sea tridents appeared. The blue thunder entwined, showing its terrifying power. As the trident of the sea of clouds fell, the pupils of the two behemoths of destruction shrank, and they felt the pressure of the boundless sea at this moment. It was as if the entire ocean was pressing down on them. It also makes them lose the chance to dodge. Rumble. 200-meter cloud sea tridents forcibly nailed the two destructive beasts to the ground. The blue thunder exploded and connected with the dark clouds in the sky, turning into two thunder pillars connecting the sky and the earth. Chapter 224 Kaido's Rainbow Fart. Roar ah ah, Adolf. Douglas Bullet and Kaido screamed in pain. The body of the 100-meter green dragon is spiraling around the trident, twisting like a python. The giant beasts on the earth disintegrated in large numbers, and an unknown amount of rock material fell off. The animal-type Kaido took all the damage, and Bullet also had a lot of earth and rock to share it, but it was still uncomfortable. 200-meter tridents crucified them to the ground like this. Everyone saw. Gulu. Plague Quinn swallowed secretly. Who is he? Kazuki Hiyori, who changed his name to Shaozi, stared blankly. Savior. Go up. Kill them. The only light of hope in despair is the easiest way to break through the inner defense and shine on the deepest desire in the heart. Subconsciously placing all his hopes on Adolf, who suddenly appeared. Even if they don't know Adolf, or even know whether he is good or bad, as long as they can defeat the two giant beasts and monsters that brought destruction to Wano, they are heroes. Boom boom. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Kaido, the 100-meter blue dragon, fell to the ground, breathing heavily, his body twitching with the flashing blue arcs from time to time. The synthetic behemoth froze in place motionless, like a ferocious statue, and its chest was also rising and falling violently. Under Adolf's full blow, the two Blood Bowl monsters were seriously injured. It is enough to show that his current strength is even more exaggerated. Also, the superimposition of so many monsters' exaggerated physiques directly increases their strength. Coupled with Big Mom's upper limit of talent, can't the strength increase quickly? Adolf, is this your true strength? It turns out it's more than just the ancient weapon. Bullet was unwilling to give up. He was defeated by Adolf and thought it was the power of the ancient weapon, so he wanted to find Pluton. Ancient weapon versus ancient weapon. What an exaggerated conquerors. If you had used it against me a few days ago, I would have lost even more easily. Kaido felt extremely complicated. At that time, even the tyrants were useless, the pure armed color and his toughness. They really used him as a tool to lure the five elders. Bullet. Kaido. It's over now, Adolf repeated flatly. Blue Dragon Kaido and Fusion Bullet looked at each other and stood up again. How can it end, Adolf? Advertisement. I came here to find the power to defeat you. Although I didn't get it, you can't use Poseidon-like power on land, right? It's a pity that I didn't bring the materials for Impel down. Bullet uses its combined ability to roll up a large amount of rock metal, reintegrate into the behemoth, and restore the full state of the behemoth of dozens of meters. The pain not only did not dampen the fighting spirit, but instead stimulated the violent factor called brutality in the blood and boiled up. How could men like them be afraid of defeat? How could they be afraid of death? Ooh, Adolf. You are very strong, comparable to Rox, the former overlord of the sea. No, even stronger. Because you are a mermaid, you live in the sea, and you have the power to dominate the sea. You are the real overlord. No one needs to recognize it, the uncrowned king. Laozi admits that you are the strongest in the world. As Kaido laughed wildly and spoke loudly, his huge body of the blue dragon gradually flew up under the influence of the cloud flames, looking up at Adolf. It even roared out. But, Laozi is Kaido. General of Wano country, the king who rules here. I am now expelling the outsiders who invaded here. What reason do you have to stop me from? What if you want to invade Wano country too? Then let's start a war. Adolf, Bullet, the 8,000 younger brothers of Kaido pirates, the warriors of Wano and the people all looked at him. My head tilted, full of questions. You are a pirate, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Hey Kaido, is your brain broken? Bullet looked at him. Are you saying that you are the general of Wano country, the actual ruler? Fortunately, he has been the king for a period of time, handling various major events, ignoring reversals, and focusing on the key points. Otherwise, the Sea Emperor would spit out a series of very gorgeous and beautiful rainbow farts, and his mind would not be able to turn around, and he would have to drift away. Although it is indeed floating in the sky now by floating bubbles. But this part is really good. But, is it too nonsense? It's so ridiculous. Many samurai and people in Wano couldn't help but complain. Kaido is driving away powerful enemies. Protecting the country of Wano. Advertisement. I've never seen that monster before. Maybe it's like this. Are you kidding? The entire Wano country was almost destroyed, and they ruled us violently for a long time. They even killed so many people. How could it be protection? Isn't General Wano Kurozumi Orochi? Blue Dragon Kaido is huge and his voice is louder. The roared word spread throughout most of Wano. Don't believe him. Kaido, like that monster, is an intruder into Wano country. Kazuki Lily shouted as loud as she could, trying to convey her voice. A-hole Kaido, I am the general of Wano. The short Kurozumi jumped. It's so ugly. It turns out that a man like Kaido can flatter you and beg for mercy. The Wano warrior sneered, sighing inwardly. Are we the saviors? Aren't we pirates who escaped from Onigashima? The 8,000 members of the Kaido pirates were stunned. Shish, you idiots, stop talking. Someone will be killed. The obese Quinn broke out in a cold sweat and quickly hissed to remind him. Kaido, do you think I look like your stupid son? Let's not say you are not, even if you are. We also have our own standards for judging the king of a country. Only a benevolent king recognized by the people of the country can be recognized by me and can continue to govern. Only when the people and the benevolent king work together to resist rule, will we give up this country. Do you think you meet these conditions? Or you may regret that you didn't govern well before. Adolf was speechless. It's really Xiao Qinglong's S**X work, very sexy. Idiot. Bullet looked at Kaido like an idiot. Adolf, I am the real ruler behind the scenes of Wano country. I have ruled for more than 10 years and I have my own way of ruling. I can marry Yamato's idiot son, daughter to you. Blue Dragon Kaido is dissatisfied. Do you think you are Big Mom? What's more, even if her Totland can be called a utopia, many shortcomings must be corrected. Where is your rule? We are based on the approval of the people. We are not looking at the length of your rule, let alone your one-sided words. If you do this and kill the kings of other countries, will you be able to become a king? And that idiot Yamato, except for his body that can be praised, he has no brains at all. Want to get a bug? Are you kidding? Chapter 225 Poseidon Mystery, Sea Halberd Tianba. Kaido. Bounty of 4.6111 million berries, fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form ability user. The Emperor of the Sea in New World, known as Kaido of the Beasts, is the governor of the Beasts pirates. He seems to be rough, cruel, advocating violence, and a pure muscle-brained idiot. In fact, there are subtleties in the rough. He will use the Kurozumi snake to eliminate the Kazuki family to rule Wano. He will also use the hostage threat to get rid of Kazuki Oden. At the same time, he will appear in front of Eustace Kid and others with the shock of committing suicide 10,000 meters away, and subdue them. Does this sound like a brainless person? Isn't this a full brain? Poseidon, after all, you are here to rule Wano country. Kaido still spoke loudly, directly revealing Adolf's purpose. But it's a pity that the country of Wano is closed to the outside world, and the domestic warriors are stubborn and harsh. The citizens are also extremely xenophobic, even if I have ruled as the guardian of the country for so many years. Kaido's voice in the latter sentence is an ordinary voice, not Qinglong's voice. Adolf looked at Kaido with a strange expression. Who said Kaido would be a fool to stand up? Is this what a fool would do? Suddenly he was put on the opposite side of Wano country. He also came to rule Wano country. Sure enough, nothing is that good in the world. What's more, that guy is not even a human being, he is a monster with the lower body and a fish tail. But he did stop Kaido and that monster. Idiot. When Kaido and that monster are both injured, we can still kill them. In the far distance, groups of warriors were waiting in full formation, fully embracing the faith of Yusha. But if they really had that belief, they should have gathered together to drive Kaido out from the beginning, instead of waiting until now more than 10 years later, or even 20 years later to find the savior. They are just a group of stubborn warriors who are determined to save face and have no self-awareness at all. With such a big man, I didn't expect that he would have such a motive to stop me from interfering. It's really unexpected. Kaido, if you're afraid, surrender. This is the third warning. Of course Adolf would not admit it, and would have to say it out loud on the spot. He is not afraid that Kaido will refuse to say harsh words, but he is afraid that Kaido will simply leave. Just like the previous appearance of 5 elders, if you don't cooperate to catch up with him, then how can you act? That's it. Kaido and that monster stopped when they saw him. It turns out they were afraid. Don't listen to their nonsense, kill them. Even if it means domination, it's better than that B asterisk 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 D Kurozumi Orochi. Kaido has ruled Wano country for more than 10 years. Too many people have been killed, and too many men have been caught in prison quarries. Advertisement. Yes, many villages are starving to death. All food is supplied to their pirate group. The people of Wano suddenly understood, and Adolf woke up in an instant. There was nothing they could do. The burned homes around them, the dead relatives, the captured men, especially the existence of the two giant monsters, reminded them all. This is called a realistic choice. Oh, you guys run away. I can't stay in Wano any longer. Kaido laughed, turned around and ran away. In the end, I still have to run. Some pirates complained. You idiot, get on the boat and run away. Quinn punched him and turned into a flexible fat man. Escaped. Kaido escaped. Seeing this scene, everyone in Wano was excited. Trash. I never thought a man like you would run away with his tail between his legs. Bullet despised a man who, after all, was also sailing on the sea, and ran away. I asked you to surrender, but I didn't tell you to run away. Poseidon Mystery. Haiji Tianba. Adolf frowned, and a trident of water in his hand condensed from the atmosphere, and the blue hegemony flashed crazily, seeming to echo the flashing lightning in the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightnings shuttled from dozens or hundreds of kilometers away, lighting up the entire sky. Thousands of thunders gather together and completely become the center of the thunderstorm. The water vapor gathered to form a trident of water, which at this moment was like a thunder scepter. It's like holding the thunder and lightning itself, like Zeus in mythology using thunder and lightning as a weapon. It not only carries the weight of the sea, but also contains the power of destruction in the sky. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Bullet's pupils shrank, and the dazzling electric light on the halberd's body actually turned the world shrouded in dark clouds into white light. He could clearly feel the unparalleled terrifying power. Kaido noticed the movement, turned around and saw a dazzling white light flying at an incredible speed. The lightning halberd itself was only 3 or 4 meters long, and it was as small as a toothpick in front of the 100-meter green dragon, a phantom beast. But just this toothpick passed through the body, and the sea exploded hundreds of miles away. After the blow, Bullet fell silent. Conquerors and weapon colors converge on the right fist, dark red thunder flashes crazily, and even the surrounding aura is forcibly transformed into a restless dark red field, substantially changing the color of the environment. The flashing arc jumps wildly, and at the same time emits pungent green smoke. Even if an arm or a leg is slightly broken, he can repair it endlessly by rolling up matter. Bullet. Give you another chance to reorganize your language. Thunder struck from the sky, and the whole world was turned white by the strong light, losing all color. Advertisement. But at this moment, he couldn't get any sense of security at all. The ultimate cannon. He dares to fight even One Piece Roger. He even thinks about surpassing Roger. The same blue domineering twinkling, the same thundering force of the same scale as before. The mountain-like fist carried a terrifying quality, coupled with all his own strength, the ultimate cannon exploded. It's so dazzling. Adolf, do you think I will give in? It is a substantial energy group. When Blue Dragon Kaido fell from a high altitude, he fell to the ground as black as a charred corpse. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Adolf turned his head to look at the silent giant elephant monster on the side, and gathered another water trident in his hand. Even their bodies were illuminated transparent, and their body organs collapsed under the strong light radiation. There is so much water vapor in this sea. Thump. Ah, blind. My eyes are blind. Countless people in Wano used their arms to cover themselves, but they were still penetrated by the strong light, which ignored their eyelids and directly hit their retinas. The fruit's ability is activated to the extreme, and the Colossus exudes a dark purple color. The power of the impact is even more exaggerated. 1,000-meter tsunami surges in all directions, and the aftermath can submerge islands with a radius of thousands of kilometers, and everything on the islands is swept into the sea. Even if all the dark clouds hundreds of miles away are blown away by the terrifying impact, they can still react with the electric ions in the sky. The earth-shaking thunder exploded, and the heaven and earth shook. Everyone could clearly feel the vibration of the earth, which made them feel their own small power. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Quote dot 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 exclamation mark quote. Poseidon Mystery Sea Halberd Tianba slash. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary nuclear explosions, and the flashing bright light fills the entire world, illuminating most materials, and even the sea reflects the blue under the strong light. The huge body has cracks everywhere, and blackened flesh holes exploded by lightning from the inside. Wrong answer. The ball lightning expanded to more than tens of kilometers, not only completely displacing the seawater below, but also annihilating a huge depression of more than 10 kilometers on the seabed. The clouds of 10,000 meters above were torn apart, and hundreds of miles of dark clouds were forced to fly away. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. In the past, his thick outer armor condensed from the fusion fruit was attached with domineering energy, which not only gave him super quality heavy attacks, but was also the best defensive shell. Chapter 226 Yamato. Die Evil Party. It's getting more and more exaggerated. We are blinded by the bright light even though we are so far away. Otahime burst into tears, and the tears stimulated by the bright light were uncontrollable. Aren't you too weak? You gave someone a slap and broke your hand. Adolf looked at him. Mom is already strong enough, so she won't be so exaggerated. Garrett rubbed her eyes, but they both felt uncomfortable. Thank you, Master Mangzili. Shirahoshi rubbed her eyes with one hand and held the little human Mangzili in her other hand as she thanked him sweetly. If it hadn't been for Mangzili's treatment, weak people like Otahime Pudding would have become blind. That's so powerful, Lord Poseidon. He's like a god. Holding thunder, the gods descend to earth. All the troops were amazed. This level of attack was beyond their knowledge. Even the daughter of the Sea Emperor Big Mom is the same, it's too exaggerated. He's still conscious. Long-legged Smoothie picked up Bullet's legs, dragged him over and threw him on the ground. His body was scorched black everywhere, and exaggerated electric arcs flashed from time to time. His consciousness was barely maintained, but he could not feel the existence of his body at all. Numb. Electrically numb. Even Smoothie had to wrap her arms with arm-domineering energy before she could touch her, otherwise she wouldn't feel well. The Colossus monster more than 10 meters away has turned into a statue motionless. Its right arm has completely exploded, showing red electric melting slash marks from beginning to end. A large amount of material has fallen like lava, and there are also flashes of arcs left throughout its body. Very amazing. Mancheri, give him a healing dandelion, Adolf said. Is it just one? Mancheri jumped onto Adolf's shoulder to confirm. Just don't let him die. Adolf casually said, if he dies, the fusion fruit will be gone. Good. Mangzili made a healing dandelion with her little hands, and it fell on Bullet like the wind. There is absolutely no visible effect of the treatment, Shirahoshi observed. Do you want to continue? Mancheri also asked Adolf. That's enough. For a monster with Bullet's physique, as long as he doesn't die at that time, he will never die. Mangzili, please treat the people of Wano country. Adolf pointed his finger at the Mancheri on his shoulder. Ah, the whole country. Mangzili held Adolf's fingers in a dilemma. This was too embarrassing for her. This is a country. If we don't help them, they will all become blind, and they will only live in darkness and despair in the future. It's still because of me, and I will feel guilty because of this. Adolf looked downcast. I will work hard. I can definitely let them see the light again. Master Adolf, please don't feel guilty about this. In an instant, Princess Mangzili felt the great responsibility. Advertisement. It's not for any glory, it's purely a good heart to help others. And a desire to help Adolf. Thank you, Mangzili. But please do what you can and don't harm your body. We have a long time to treat them slowly, and we can also use the previous stock. Adolf thanked him. No, those are for the soldiers who save everyone. I can definitely do it. Mangzili was determined, and then jumped onto the cloud of Zeus. By Adolf's side, she gradually saw the vastness of the world, and learned how many warriors were helping those in misery, fighting against those greedy kings, and how many were fighting against pirates. They are all fighting at the risk of their lives. Only she can provide these soldiers with a meager guarantee, so it cannot be wasted. Mangzili, you are also a warrior. Adolf was extremely pleased. Zeus flew into the sky like a somersault cloud. It's such a big range, it doesn't matter no matter what. I can definitely do it. Mangzili squeezed her fists to cheer herself up. Healing dandelion. It's not the tears that form dandelions, it's Mancheri's full use of the healing fruit's power. Zeus clouds fly by, dandelions dance all over the sky, and you suddenly come to the world in fairy tales. It's so hot. My eyes feel like they're on fire. My eyes don't hurt anymore. What's going on? Is that an elf from a fairy tale? People whose eyes were cured looked at the little human Princess Mancheri flying in the sky on clouds. Countless golden dandelions were flying, saving people from their pain and illness, and instantly captured them. Hair. I have long hair. My waist. The waist I lost has also grown back. Wouldn't that make me quack again? No, it should be infinite quack. The healing fruit has the ability to heal, whether it is hemorrhoids or oral ulcers, scars or illnesses. Before the ability is exhausted, you can recover as much as you can until you are in the best state. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Mancheri flew around in the sky on the clouds of Zeus, healing groups of people, and then moved on to the next place. Without tears, his ability is not weakened but actually stronger. You can become whoever you eat the devil fruit, such as Magma Man, Flash Man, Informant, and Poison Man, but who uses the products secreted by the body as a way to use their abilities. Can it be compared with the effect of a full power stimulating ability? Can it be compared with a carefully developed unique move? Healing fruits heal people, and tears and urine have healing effects, but they are only body secretions and cannot be used as abilities at all. It is no exaggeration to say that Mangzili had never even used the healing fruit seriously before. It has never been developed. Still pointing towards the head behind the electric heated hair. Quick, take the boss and leave the country of Wano. Quinn panicked and reached out to Kaido. Because the target of her attack was not Adolf, but Kaido. Advertisement. Then I turned around and met love. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. My hair will become bald due to electric heating. If the electric shock reaches my brain, wouldn't it be over? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. Quinn was fully armed and was about to run away after picking up Kaido. Not dead yet, Yan Liangjin said. Of course I have to save you b asterisk 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 d. Who do you think I am? Come closer to me. C. Poseidon. Zizizi. But around Adolf, such a buggy ability is obviously not allowed to go bad. Of course, it must be developed in depth. It's all turned into charcoal. Isn't the boss dead? Death. Evil party. Thunder 8 trigrams. The younger brothers looked at each other, wondering whether it was time to break up. The two giant monsters are now down. Given his strength, he didn't suffer any injuries, but the sting from the exploding skin was still uncomfortable. Smoothie and others followed behind, dragging Bullet. Good opportunity. Now is the time. As expected of Poseidon, it's amazing. Quinn's body was covered in smoke. What's going on? Is the remaining electricity still so strong? Brother, are you going to come? The younger brothers swallowed secretly, their legs weak from fear. The white-haired Thunder Girl showed an excited expression, holding the mace in both hands with a strong domineering attitude, and jumped forward and swung it with all her strength. There are more than 8,000 people in the Kaido pirates, and their eyes are scared out of their wits. Since everyone is here, then stay with your boss, otherwise he will be lonely. Adolf chuckled. Great, Jin Jack is left to you. Quinn was overjoyed, turned around and wanted to run away with Kaido. You guys go away quickly. I'll hold him back. Yan Liangjin took 2 steps forward and looked at Adolf solemnly. A group of boys panicked. Jack transformed into a mammoth on the spot, and his huge body was full of oppression. The arcing thunderbolt was transmitted to Quinn as if it was conducting electricity. The electricity made his whole body tremble and his long braids exploded into afros. Ah, Chapter 227 Walmart Yamato. Boom. The sudden and heavy blow from the wolf-tooth fairy stick taken was really beyond the expectations of everyone in the Kaido pirates. They had just encountered Adolf's frightened moment, how could they think about guarding against others? Yamato jumped out at this moment. He really knows how to find opportunities. There was no other way. Quinn, who was carrying Kaido, tried his best to avoid Yamato's last hit. But he also let Yamato hit him on the head, his head and neck were hammered like a turtle, and his body shrunk into fat. He really risked his life to carry it. Brother Quinn. Everyone's eyes and tongues were straightened, and they looked crazily at plagued Quinn. Damn it, it hurts. Quinn's voice came out from between his teeth, and his body transformed into a huge Brachiosaurus. Brachiosaurus. The giant python's body ejected from the body, and Yamato, who was close at hand in an instant, strangled him tightly. Idiot. There should be a limit to your nonsense. You really want to kill your father. We are pirates. If Boss Kaido hadn't stopped us, do you really think we wouldn't have killed you based on what you did before? Gritting his teeth, roaring angrily, his bloody mouth opened as if he wanted to eat someone. Even Quinn, the funny rap fat guy, was angry. I can't bear it, I really can't bear it. Even though Yamato shouted that she was going to kill him every day, claimed to be a powerful enemy, and even took action and made many anger-provoking actions, Kaido just put handcuffs on her to restrict her actions. If you were an ordinary person, your daughter would kill you every day and attack you with a knife 24 hours a day. Who could stand it? It's easy to kick someone out of the house, but it's entirely possible to kill such an unfilial daughter in a rage. And Kaido is a pirate. A murderous pirate. Even though he was a pirate, he didn't kill his own daughter with his own hands. Even if they are thrown into a prison where samurai are imprisoned, it is to let Yamato see clearly their relationship with Wano country, recognize themselves, and stop pretending to be Kazuki Oden. If you really want to kill Yamato, there are 10,000 ways to kill her. Damn it, we almost succeeded. Yamato was annoyed and unwilling to give up. She is also serious about killing Kaido. Damn it, die. Quinn's veins popped up on his forehead, he couldn't bear it any longer. The snake body strangles with all its strength. At this time, he really wants to kill Yamato. Ah, advertisement. Yamato screamed, and his body made a crisp sound of breaking and breaking. This kind of squeezing damage is difficult to resist even if the weapon is powerful. Because it is relatively flexible, and the armed color only covers the surface of the body, how can it block the squeezing force that wraps around the body? Papa, a hand patted him. Huh. Brachiosaurus Quinn turned his head and looked, his expression darkened for a moment. Adolf. Jin and Jack quickly turned their heads and found that Adolf had disappeared in front of them, his face extremely gloomy. Boss Kaido almost died with a headshot, and they were also attracted to him in an instant. Give me some face and let her go. Adolf patted Quinn. Quinn's body froze, her heart sank to the bottom of the sea, and her strength to strangle Yamato was gone. Not because of any magic, just pure fear. There is no way, Kaido's body is still lying on his back. You have to save her. Quinn said seriously. As the daughter of a pirate emperor, she couldn't stand the idea of her pirate father occupying another country and doing evil and bringing trouble to one side, so she chose to kill her relatives for justice. Although I can't stand her behavior, killing relatives for justice must be encouraged. Adolf also looked at Yamato speechlessly. From the perspective of family affection and filial piety, Yamato's behavior is simply worthy of death. But just like your father is a drug lord and the leader of a group in northern Myanmar. You call the police to kill your relatives, and even take the initiative to kill your father in order to save others. Is this kind of behavior recommended? It must be promoted. This is great love that sacrifices oneself and the ego. It is a more noble righteousness and great kindness. In the era of chaos that lasted for hundreds of years, and the era of great pirates that lasted for more than 10 years, people must be made to deeply realize how hateful pirates are, even if their own relatives don't recognize them. Everyone rebelled against their relatives. Even though the original definition of pirates was freedom, now it is definitely not an adventure group. It is synonymous with burning, killing and looting. It is a symbol of death and disaster. This cannot be beautified. Boom. Idiot. Did I let you make the decision without permission? The other hand pressed hard, and the heavy force forced the mammoth to bend to its knees, and the earth cracked. It hurts. The mace fell. Yamato squatted in pain with his head in his hands, and a big lump bulged on his head. Advertisement. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It's important to run away for your life. You have to hold on. Mammoth Jack's eyes were cold and he charged forward with determination, and the ground shook like a war, as if an earthquake was coming. A droplet of water flashing with a blue electric arc flew from behind, piercing both his left legs in an instant. Boom. Adolf extinguished the flames with one hand. The fire ember also turned into a pterosaur and soared into the sky. At the same time, the fire burned on its body, and the racial flames were desperately used. Then this is what must be supported and this idea must be vigorously promoted. Adolf also took the scorching fire dragon that burned life with one hand. The huge body fell heavily to the ground, and even Kaido fell off his back. At the same time, Jin's attack also arrived. His attacks are not only flames, but also include the great swordsman's sword slashing, and the top-level armed haki that can damage the enemy. Adolf punched Yamato on the head and was speechless. What an idiot. The evil party. It's over. Guardian of the Fire Dragon Emperor. Yamato's body bones were crushed, but he still came forward with the mace in his hands, raising the mace to Kaido's head. Take the boss away quickly. Whoosh. Even if Yamato has brain problems and cognitive problems. But by classifying Kaido as a villain, he also wants to liberate the country of Wano. How is it possible? Even the domineering power is useless. Yan Jiajing couldn't believe it. Jack's pupils shrank, and the whites of his eyes were cracked and bleeding. Adolf actually blocked him from charging with one hand. Even if the defensive form penetrates the body, there is no way to resist his dominance. Then the trident condensed with water in the palm of his hand flew flying, with a blue electric arc, and shot the pterosaur down from the sky like a speared fish. There's nothing unacceptable. This is the truth. Even though it was just a simple collision, the huge body with rough skin and flesh and strong strength was like an island continent crashing into it. Do you think he is a Lunarian like him? Or is he a steel balloon monster like Big Mom? Oda should have gone to America for further study, and has a deep understanding of cognitive disorders and gender freedom there. Then he added neon to overcome the old tradition, and then used it to pretend to be righteous. Even if you have such strength, how can your body withstand damage and still remain unscathed? It's actually one hand. Jump jump jump. Quinn, the Brachiosaurus, was covered in cold sweat, running wildly on all fours with Kaido on his back, and his escape was extremely embarrassing. Chapter 228 Cut off hands and feet collective bloodletting. Descendants of the Devil Douglas Bullet, Kaido of the Beasts, Fire Ember, Plague Quinn, Drought Jack. Smoothie and the others grabbed their feet and took them away one by one, dragging them to where people from Wano country gathered. And set up a cross, and nailed them all to the cross with seastone nails. The wrists and ankles were cut off, and 4 wooden buckets were used to collect the blood. This time, the blood flowed from the fractured limbs. As for their palms and soles, they were laid out on the stone platform in front of them with blood on them. Its cruelty visible to the naked eye. As for Kaido's 8,000 muscular boys, they all squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, their scalps numb. So strong, I defeated all those monsters. It's not just as simple as knocking him down. He's being slaughtered like a pig. Cut off his hands and feet and put them in front of you. Is he a devil? Idiot, if it weren't for him, no one in Wano country would be alive. There are so many pirates. All of them surrendered. Didn't you see that attack? The bright light blinded our eyes. It's like a god. Countless people from the country of Wano watched, excited and shocked. As time goes by, more and more people gather, including those warriors. Kaido, today is your day too. Look, he's still breathing, he's not dead yet. Cut off his hands and feet, bleed his limbs, and torture him to death. Yes, we must not let them feel better. Countless warriors spontaneously stood in front to maintain order and prevent people from approaching. Kaido is really defeated. He was the one who defeated Kaido. Saved the country of Wano. Kazuki Hiyori, dressed in a gorgeous kimono, ran over in a hurry, her clogs dropped on the road, squeezed into the crowd, and looked at Adolf excitedly. There are quite a few people coming. Adolf glanced at the crowd and spotted Kazuki Hiyori. You are a marine and Kaido is a pirate. You support me again, why do you stop me from killing Kaido? Yamato was dissatisfied. Are you teaching me how to do something? Adolf glanced at him. Of course we should encourage the behavior of exterminating relatives for the sake of justice. This is an ideology, a value, and it is also politics. Keeping Kaido is for the overall situation, purpose, and politics. It is enough for Yamato to show his righteous behavior of killing relatives. It does not necessarily have to be actual killing. The two are not contradictory. General, he's right here. Open everything. The general is here. Advertisement. A group of samurai and Kurozumi appeared and forcibly separated the crowd. I am Wano General Kurozumi Orochi. Thank you very much for defeating the Kaido pirates. To thank you, I will be the protector of Wano country. The short old man Kurozumi Orochi walked out of a group of samurai and forced a calm invitation. Quote question mark exclamation mark. Haha, everyone is very smart. Adolf was stunned and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he said, stand there for a while, let them be quiet, and wait until more people gather to make the announcement. Kurozumi looked at the position above and his eyes lit up. This is the main position. Guhehehe. Wano country will be ours from now on. Laughing excitedly and covering his face with a fan, the cruel and treacherous Kurozumi said. He even hurriedly cooperated and took the initiative to gather other people over to maintain order. Change the bucket when the bucket is full. Adolf ignored him and looked at Kaido and the others who were crucified on the cross. At the same time, he threw self-healing dandelions on several of them to avoid bleeding to death. Are you a devil? Even my mother is not so cruel. She still needs treatment and continuous bleeding. 18th girl Butterfruit Garrett's mouth twitched. Pirates have no human rights. If you can save their lives, they still have value and can be exploited. They can't die now, because their blood will be useless. Adolf chuckled. Before artificial devil fruits are made, after the person with the ability dies, their blood will gradually lose its effectiveness. Yamato, stretch out your hand. Adolf looked at Yamato, took off the handcuffs she was wearing, and destroyed them with extremely powerful domineering. Took it off. I'm free. Yamato was pleasantly surprised. Come on, I hope you can be more conscious about my selling fee. Adolf asked someone to put a barrel in front of her. The meaning was obvious. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Are you the devil? Fill a bucket. Yamato was scared out of his wits, and when he looked at Kaido and the others, his limbs were all bleeding. Are you still changing? Instead of drawing blood with a needle, just cut off the hands and feet and put them in place. Who is the pirate? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Don't forget who saved you. Adolf ignored the complaint, this white-haired idiot. Quote. Quote. Yamato was about to cry, but he cut his palm with a knife and let blood voluntarily. She didn't want her hands and feet to be chopped off, that would be too terrifying. Dog fruit phantom beast species Oko true god form. The strong physical fitness of the animal system, as well as elemental abilities, version answers, fantasy beast species. The two iron-headed boys who just said they were going to sneak attack me came out. Adolf looked at Runty and Peggy Wan. Control the water flow to throw 8 wooden barrels at the same time. Single quote comma exclamation mark single quote. Peggy Wan and Runty looked at the scene where Kaido and the others had their hands and feet cut off, and then looked at the difference between Yamato's cut palm. Advertisement. Resistance. They are not afraid to just cut off the head and bleed it. The worst case scenario is death. But people are hanging on to your life and won't let you die. Do you have too many barrels? Even if we are cut into pieces, we won't be able to fill 8 barrels. The grumpy old sister Runty felt very sad. Do you know this thing? Adolf showed the healing dandelion in his hand. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. The corners of Runty's mouth twitched, and her mentality collapsed. I can cooperate, but can the method be gentler? Seeing Adolf's gaze, Black Maria took the initiative to speak. Of course. Adolf waved. When the medical team accompanying the ship comes on stage, the syringes, blood bags, and disinfection facilities must be as formal as possible. There are even fruits and snacks on the seats. Like the others, Kaido and the others were directly nailed to a cross by a stone and cut off their hands and feet, while Yamato and Peggyman lay on the barrels and cut their hands with daggers to bleed themselves. It's really humble, worse than the blood slaves in northern Burma. You cut off all the arteries and limbs. Are you a fantasy beast species or an ancient species? Adolf asked. Spider fruit ancient species rose ancient wolf spider form. Black Maria was in a good mood. Then just smoke 2 bags. Adolf said. PFF ha. I see your attitude. Black Maria laughed happily, licked her red lips softly and looked at Adolf. 2 bags are only 800 milliliters. With her 8-meter-long body, it really doesn't matter. Damn it, you treat her differently. She is still a pirate. Yamato was unwilling to give up. This demon captured the 3-5 elders, directly inserted the sea tower stone tube into their hearts, and imprisoned them for 24 hours to bleed. What are you still complaining about? Perona smirked. Insert the heart. Their scalps were numb and their skins were getting goosebumps. I can't die anyway, even the healing dandelion. Pudding also joined in the threat, although what he said was indeed true. That's what Adolf did. Demon. With their butts clamped one by one, who dares to resist? Adolf looked happily at the bloodlettings. Paramesha combined fruit. Phantasmal beast species. Green dragon form, big mouth true god form. Ancient species. Pterosaur form, mammoth form, Brachiosaurus form, Pachycephalosaurus form, Spinosaurus form, Roseate tarantula form. Coupled with 5 elders phantom beast species. Gyuki, Izu Shinton, horse bones, and the Warring States Buddha, there is truly an unlimited supply of these materials. In all experiments, these materials are used first, and no effort is wasted. Unlike his own people, they are very careful and very precious. I almost forgot, There is this snake fruit, phantom beast species, and Yamada no Orochi form that is jumping around in front of me. Chapter 229 Kazuki Hiyori. Hey Poseidon, are the people gathered enough? This is already the entire population of the Flower City. Except for those idiots who were burned to death, he. Kurozumi waited impatiently and even made fun of those who were burned to death by the fire. Adolf looked to the side at Ain. The video phone bugs have been deployed all over Wano country, Ain reported. Then let's begin. Adolf nodded, stood up and came to the front, his body floating in the air for 200,000 to 300,000 people to see. It was particularly eye-catching. He also built a huge curtain behind him to facilitate the people behind him. At the same time, the video phone bugs deployed across Wano country were turned on. The country of Wano is closed to the outside world and is unfamiliar with the world. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Adolf. I am a mermaid of the Murloc tribe that lives in the sea, and I am the king who rules the world. There are more than 170 island countries like Wano. The national population exceeds 1 billion. There are millions of elite soldiers under his command. There are more than 10 strong men who can rival Kaido. And my personal strength, you can also witness it. King Adolf glanced around, and the invisible pressure dropped with his words. Even across the screen in Wano country, I can feel it, secretly swallowing. This is physical and psychological oppression. Some are excited and nervous, and some are frightened. Straightforward numbers tell them what is the pinnacle of strength and power. In front of such a behemoth, in front of the mighty power of God coming to destroy the island and the country, the entire Wano kingdom appears too small, and their individuals are even smaller. You never wanted to cooperate with me from the beginning. Kurozumi was frightened, her legs were weak and she sat on the ground. No matter how idiot you are, you should understand that how could such a man be so interested in the identity of the protector of the country? He was crawling on the spot trying to escape from the scene. I advise you not to move. Smoothie stood up and stepped on his back with his huge body, like stepping on a child. At the same time, he drew his sword and stabbed him in front of him. The white light of the sword flashed in front of his eyes. Yes. The Kurozumi Orochi is too frightened to move. Although the phantom beast is the Yamada Orochi, its force is surprisingly weak. Advertisement. So awesome. Kazuki Hiyori covered her mouth in shock, not because of Smoothie's strength, but because of Adolf. The king of the world. Then what does he want to do in Wano country? Many tough-talking warriors were horrified, and their hearts were still shaking. They couldn't understand what power it was, but they saw Adolf's power with their own eyes. The mighty power that controls the thunder is simply the incarnation of God. I am here to save all living beings in the dawn. Listen to the people of all countries telling the sins of the powerful, and uphold justice for you. Just like defeating Kaido, it brings peace and hope. I am here to help all living beings escape poverty. I bring you food and clothing to keep you full and warm, and you no longer have to suffer the hardships of life. What I bring you is happiness and beauty. Adolf straightforwardly defines himself as a just man who upholds justice. The main focus is simple and crude, easy for idiots to understand. How can a family's statement be considered as evidence? How can it be believed? It's incomprehensible, right? But under the background of strength, some people will inevitably believe and obey. Not believe it, but take the initiative to kneel and surrender in front of him. Just like those people who have obviously never been to the West or America, they are yearning for it just after hearing about it, and even prepare their own dog food to fight for it, completely considering it as their spiritual hometown. And now he is actually showing his great power in front of everyone. Everyone stared at each other, their brains unable to function properly. Adolf glanced at them calmly, seeming to notice their complicated and conflicting moods and not caring. With the child care in the audience, you don't have to worry about no one cooperating. Turning to look at Kurozumi Orochi, entering the topic. Kurozumi Orochi, general of Wano country, has a close relationship with the pirate Kaido. You know better than me what he did after becoming the general of Wano. You also know better than me whether people's lives were good or bad when he ruled. Now it's up to you to expose Kurozumi Orochi's crimes, and it's up to you to decide whether he is still qualified to be the general of Wano. Even whether he deserves the death penalty. And I will protect you, just like I did with Kaido, I will make the decision for you. So be brave once and speak out boldly. This is the easiest way for you to resist tyranny, and it may even be your only chance. Adolf clenched his fist and shouted, finally waking people up from their hazy thoughts. A-hole Poseidon, you are not from Wano country at all, why do you want to meddle in the business of these untouchables? Kurozumi Orochi was unwilling. But even his patron Kaido was nailed to a cross and bled, so how could he resist? Advertisement. How can you say you are nosy when you have a righteous mind? Adolf disagreed. Me, I have something to say. Kazuki Hiyori in gorgeous kimono raised her hand excitedly. Princess, wait, let's check the situation first. Denjiro beside him said nervously, but it was already too late, and everyone's eyes were focused. He is the #1 courtesan in Wano country. Countless people instantly recognized that this was a famous person from the country of Wano, not AB***************. D. Tell everyone your name, identity, and the crime you exposed. Speak out boldly, and no one can do anything to you. Adolf looked at the shill who was bound to appear. My name is Shaozi, the Oran of Wano. No, I am Kazuki Hiyori. I am the daughter of Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Hiyori bravely revealed it. What? Kazuki Oden? Isn't that already dead? That famous guy who danced naked on the street. Lord Oden's bloodline is still alive. Everyone was shocked, and those who secretly resisted were even more excited, as if they had found a backbone. Yes, my father died to save us, but I must tell everything that happened. Kurozumi Orochi committed an unforgivable crime. The Kurozumi family was exterminated due to a failed rebellion, and Orochi survived. In order to avenge the Kazuki family, Kurozumi Orochi became a subject of our Kazuki family, and later colluded with the pirate Kaido to seize the position of general of Wano country. My father came back from overseas after knowing about it. But Kaido and Orochi took many hostages. They said that if my father gave up his dignity, danced naked under Orochi Castle once a week, 100 people would be released, and if he built a ship in 5 years, he would be released. Let everyone go to sea and leave Wano country together. But they lied, and it was a lie to deceive my father from the beginning. But after dancing naked for 5 years, no one believed in my father at that time. Only 9 samurai were willing to follow and fight Kaido. What's even more despicable is that not only did Kaido have thousands of pirates to help him, but he also used my brother as a hostage. Then he attacked my father in a surprise attack, which ultimately led to a tragic defeat. Kaido made a bet with my father. If they could survive in the oil pan for an hour, they would be let go. My father jumped into the oil pan first, raised a wooden board to catch the retainers so that they would not be harmed, and endured it alone. High temperature hot oil. My father finally lasted an hour in the oil pan. But they actually deceived my father again and decided to shoot my father and the 9 red scabbards to death. Kazuki Hiyori was so distraught that tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Her words spread throughout Wano country through the phone bug, and countless people were filled with grief and anger, wishing they could tear the Kurozumi snake into pieces. But Adolf and the others looked weird, looking at Kazuki Hiyori like they were idiots. I made a deal with pirates, was deceived twice in succession, and couldn't figure out a solution for 5 years. Is this stupid? Shirahoshi tilted his head and thought. Well, pure idiot. Otahime nodded seriously. Being around Adolf, they were often exposed to various major events, and their thinking was also affected, becoming rational and able to analyze problems independently. Chapter 230 The Trial of Kurozumi Orochi. Quote. Adolf is speechless, a big speechless event. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? Is she definitely mentally retarded? He didn't comment on how many flaws this story had. You have something wrong with your brain when you use this story to try to get justice for him. As long as you rise to power, there is no right or wrong in any method. What can you say about the winner and the loser? What? Do you want him to restore the country to you? Or do you want to show others your legitimacy and take over the throne naturally after the fall of Kurozumi? Didn't you hear what he just said about being the king who rules the world? He also wants to bring happiness to all countries. It's obvious that after Kurozumi was removed from power, he took over the country of Wano in a legitimate manner. Who will help you if you do this? If he doesn't kill you, it's because he has a kind heart. Not even good looking. What is a woman in the face of power? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is just like the crops in the field, constantly growing out of energy. That's great, princess. Everyone still remembers the Kazuki clan. Kaido has fallen, and now Kurozumi Orochi will be doomed too. Denjiro was excited. Finally, Kazuki Hiyori was filled with tears in his eyes. Kazuki Hiyori, I don't agree with the crime you mentioned. Adolf said coldly. What? Why? Isn't this the crime committed by Kurozumi? Kazuki Hiyori couldn't believe it and asked urgently. How can you be sure that Kurozumi Orochi did not rebel because the Kazuki family had done injustice to their family? Or did he rebel because the Kazuki family was incompetent in governing Wano and did not allow everyone to live and work in peace and contentment? Adolf also asked. Kazuki Hiyori was immediately speechless. How old was she then? How could she know something so far away? Guhehehe. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect you to speak up for me. That's right, your Kazuki family did something sorry for me, so I took revenge. Kurozumi laughed excitedly. I represent justice and uphold justice for the people. I will not let any tyrant go, but I will not wrong you and help anyone carry out revenge. Adolf glanced at him. Of course, the main reason is that this idiot woman talks a lot of nonsense. After all, it's not like he doesn't know what Kurozumi has done. I see, this is true justice, justice for everyone. As expected of the king of the world, he must act with principles. Many people began to admire Adolf's actions. I can prove that none of this happened. It was the Kurozumi family who rebelled and destroyed their family. At this time, a samurai man wearing a Tengu mask walked out. Advertisement. My name is Kazuki Sukiyaki, the last general of Wano country, and the father of Gecko Oden. The Tengu man took off his mask. It's the old general. Didn't he say he was dead? Not dead. The old general is not dead. Countless warriors exclaimed. Grandpa. Kazuki Hiyori was surprised. What? It's you. Kurozumi was horrified. He quickly looked at Adolf and said, wait a minute. I was hunted down because of my background in the Kurozumi family. I have lived in fear for a long time, so I hate the country of Wano. That's why I want to destroy their Kazuki clan. Chasing a child. Is this right? Shouldn't it be long-term fear and suspicion and hatred? Adolf looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kazuki Sukiyaki was also speechless. Right. A family wants to rebel, so destroy this family. One of the children escaped, so he was hunted down. Is it right to eradicate the child? If you get rid of it, you will kill a child who can be educated. But if it had not been eliminated, wouldn't the current Kurozumi snake have caused misery to the Kazuki family? No one can say whether it is right or wrong. This is politics, this is the position. The current results only prove that the Kazuki family is not suitable to be rulers. Furthermore, if the Kazuki family was deeply loved by the entire Wano country when they were rulers, even if he and Kaido team up, it is impossible for him to successfully rebel, and it is also impossible for anyone to obey his orders. So, all power issues cannot be used as evidence. Adolf said directly that he was not here to help the Kazuki family seek justice. Suddenly, Hiyori Tsukiko and Kazuki Sukiyaki regretted coming forward because of a bunch of ineffective evidence and exposing their identities. If this doesn't kill Kurozumi, they will be doomed after it's over. And placed the soles of his hands and feet in front of him like Kaido and the others. After a good start, one by one stood up to expose the crimes of Kurozumi Orochi. These are truly effective atrocities. Adolf took one look at Kurozumi and said, even if you die, you will be his. Under tyranny, the people will inevitably suffer many injustices and complain. Phew, finally the death penalty is imposed. Kazuki Hiyori breathed a sigh of relief. Then cut off the wrists and ankles and collect the blood. Wait, I have something to say. Kurozumi doesn't care about the country and the people at all except for his own interests. Under his rule, the people of Wano suffered great oppression and exploitation, which led to food shortages in many villages and the phenomenon of cannibalism. All of these things can be done by everyone. Feel it. Advertisement. Let me go. Please let me go. All the people cheered, they had already gritted their teeth against Kurozumi and Kaido. Yes, he also tacitly allowed the beast's pirates to open a large number of military factories. The factories polluted the water and caused a large amount of land to be unable to grow food. I don't know how many people starved to death. It is now decided that you are no longer qualified to serve as the ruler and general of Wano country. Unknowingly, everyone in the Wano kingdom regarded him as their authority and complained to him to get a fair judgment. Denjiro raised his hand and finally gave out useful evidence. Kaido has also been arrested, and Wano country can be saved. All the men in our village were taken to the quarry, and not one of them came back alive. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Kurozumi, the big snake, screamed and was nailed to the cross with sea stones. His arms, shoulders, legs, and knees were all nailed with seastone nails. Please don't kill me. I can give you the entire country of Wano. All the treasures I have collected belong to you. And more. My second uncle's wife's third brother's friend's classmate was convicted of a serious crime just because he said something bad about him. Adolf delivers his verdict. Kurozumi, the ruler of Wano. He imposed tyranny, oppressed and exploited, destroyed lives, and committed many crimes that are too numerous to describe. The whole scene was extremely cruel, not only physical pain, but also mental torture. And once power is indulged, it is not just as simple as asking for money, but all the ugliness will be released. In an environment of cruel tyranny, it will inevitably lead to the indulgence of the power of the entire system. And punished with death. It's over. It's over now. Quote. Damn it. They pirates destroyed the country of Wano, and all of us are homeless. Raising his hands to press down, everyone subconsciously became quiet and looked at him expectantly. What do you think? Kurozumi said that his purpose is to destroy Wano country. Kurozumi looked at Adolf in despair, pleadingly. Great. That guy Kurozumi has finally fallen. Chapter 231 Adolf's 4 questions. Kurozumi Orochi has been sentenced to death and will be publicly executed in front of the world together with the tyrannical kings of other countries. At that time, everyone can watch it through the video phone bug, and I will also invite everyone from Wano country to go to the execution site to witness it. Adolf, as the king who rules the world, decides the ending of Kurozumi Orochi, the current ruler of Wano. Kings of all kingdoms. To the world, public execution. Such words made everyone in Wano stunned, and instantly felt unattainable. It's as if there are steps stretching to the sky, but they can't get close to them or even climb them in their entire lives. Right now, the country of Wano has no general, and the country is in a state of being burned down. We are in urgent need of someone who can lead everyone out of the predicament. I wonder which of you can do this. Adolf glanced around. Me, I have something to recommend. Kazuki Hiyori was as active as a primary school student waiting for the teacher to call his name, raising his hands with joy on his face. Adolf ignored it and continued, if not, I can lead you through the difficulties. I recommend my grandfather Kazuki Sukiyaki. He was the last general of Wano. Kazuki Hiyori suggested loudly and enthusiastically. Don't ignore us. Kazuki Sukiyaki frowned. Quote. Adolf looked at Kazuki Hiyori and frowned slightly, then turned his attention to Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kazuki Sukiyaki, you want to compete for the position of general of Wano country. To govern Wano country. That's right. I am also the general of Wano after all, and I still have some prestige. Kazuki Sukiyaki nodded seriously. If there is a successor, he can remain anonymous and not reveal his identity as an old general. Even Momonosuke, an 8-year-old kid who doesn't know anything and was born through the power of ripe fruits, can become a general. But what can an 8-year-old kid with a mature IQ and mind but a mature body do? What do you imagine you are doing when you are 8 years old? Playing in the mud, or playing with women when your body is mature and your heart explodes. Advertisement. It's a pity that Adolf's last name is not Kazuki, he obviously regards Wano as his own. Very good. Since you are the last general of Wano, do you have any extraordinary talents? Adolf said calmly. I am not talented, I am a descendant of the swordsmith Kitetsu. I have a hobby of forging swords, and I have forged famous swords such as 3rd generation Kidetsu and Tiana Yujin. Kazuki Sukiyaki said proudly with his head held high. As expected of a famous craftsman from Wano country. It turns out that the craftsman who is as famous as Shimotsuki Kozaburo is him. Kazuki Sukiyaki-sama, if you can, please help me forge a treasure. I am willing to spend all my family wealth. Countless warriors were amazed, and some even knelt down on the spot and asked for a sword to be made. Oh, the 21 skills of the sharp knife are very powerful. Adolf chuckled. Kazuki Sukiyaki suddenly frowned. He felt Adolf's casualness and contempt. This was the biggest insult to his proud identity as a craftsman. I wonder if the treasure you forged can repel Kaido. Suddenly there was a thunder in the sky, which scared all the warriors back and looked at Adolf in horror. The entire forest town of Wano has been burning for 2 days, and countless people have been killed or injured. None of these samurai are useful. With your skills, can you protect the country of Wano? In the future, you can resist other invaders comparable to Kaido. Or even cut off his head. Adolf's body was suspended in the air, and an inexplicable pressure fell. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, and lightning was flying through the clouds. Kazuki Hiyori looked at the people around her in panic, and for a moment even she didn't know what to do. Can your sword-making skills produce food to relieve the urgent needs of millions of people in the Kingdom of Peace? Since the previous general is still alive, why didn't he come out to stop it? If Kazuki Sukiyaki could do it, he wouldn't be the last shogun, and there wouldn't be anything like Kurozumi, Orochi, Kaido. Every question is a reality that must be faced, and every question makes Kazuki Sukiyaki silent. I haven't eaten for 2 days and I'm so hungry. The doomsday scene that had just disappeared appeared before their eyes again. No. Advertisement. Kazuki Sukiyaki lowered his head, shameless to face the criticism. Everyone, no matter what, the country of Wano is our samurai country, and we will never allow outsiders to become the generals of our country of Wano. That's right, he couldn't hide in the past, but he came out shamelessly when choosing who to be the general. How did he have the shame? It made all the warriors present fall into silence. If you can't kill me, you're talking nonsense. If these cannot be solved, then why are you a general? Anyway, Kaido and the others have been arrested and will die, so what else can they dare not say? Everyone has had nothing to eat for 2 days and 2 nights, and everything that can be eaten has been basically burned. If this continues, we will starve to death. And those calls of your excellency put him on the fire and humiliated his identity. There are so many samurai in Wano. They are usually arrogant and domineering. They want to look at others with their noses. Why don't they say anything now? The real ordinary people of Wano country are complaining in low voices one by one. They are complaining more and more, and their voices are getting louder and louder. Let go completely. Thunder bang. Adolf asked 4 questions in a row, 2 about the past, 1 about the present, and 1 about the future. Samurai do not work and belong to the privileged class. Even during Kaido's time, they could rely on their force to make a living and gain status. What about them? So what if a broken sword is powerful? Did it kill Kaido? Did your famous sword help you overthrow Kurozumi Orochi and regain the position of shogun? Each of the tough-talking warriors spoke firmly and refused to give in to Adolf. I have always been bullied, and now I don't even have a stutter. That's right. It's just 2 days without eating. How can a samurai feel hungry? If you were so powerful, you would have beaten Kaido and the others away long ago. Why are you so arrogant? If it weren't for Adolf-sama, all of us would be dead. Hiyori, stop talking. The reason Kaido succeeded was because he deceived Lord Odin. If another pirate appears, we will resist to the death and kill all the enemies. Chapter 232 The country of Wano changes hands. He lowered his gaze, with the absolute authority of an unparalleled king in his ruthless eyes, and the sky also thundered and flashed at this moment. Let all those who stare blankly remember the god who holds the power of thunder. When he is in a good mood, the sky will be sunny and clear. When he is angry, the sky will be covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. For such a being, his will is everything. Those who surrender to him may not necessarily receive divine grace, but those who disobey will definitely receive divine punishment. Because thunder is the manifestation of his will. For a moment, all the noise stopped. Even the tough-talking warrior couldn't speak with his throat rolling, only fear trembling in his eyes. I can tell you bluntly, you warriors. I will rule the world. Every country, every island, every sea area, no exceptions. Indifferent words have an unquestionable absolute will, endowed by strength and power. You can stop it, or I can give up temporarily. Exit this island. But as I rule and launch an encirclement and suppression campaign against pirates, pirate groups like Kaido will lose their foothold and have no choice but to flee to islands that are not under my rule. That's why they gathered here. Wano country. You can't stop even one Kaido pirate group, how can you stop thousands of pirate groups? At that time, the entire people of Wano, including you samurai, will be killed by them. Then I won't need your consent to come here again. It's a warning and a threat. If he cannot rule Wano in the end, then he will give up his rule. Waiting for other pirates to kill Wano. It's too much trouble, he's coming. As long as no one is alive on this island, there will be no Wano country, so there is no need to rule, just occupy it directly. Just like O'Hara once. Now it's up to all of you to vote, let me rule, or choose your incoming general. Advertisement. I respect your choice, and I respect your destiny. After Adolf finished speaking, he descended from the air and retreated to the rear. Give them what seems like a choice. But in fact, the essence of the electoral system is the right to speak, and the essence of the right to speak is power. To show the existence of violence, the first thing to face is the threat to survival. Besides, Adolf was their benefactor. You warriors all understand. Without Lord Adolf's protection, you will be killed. Even Kaido can't stop talking nonsense, so he should commit seppuku immediately. Don't you dare. Sir Adolf has done great kindness to Wano. Shouldn't you Bushido repay him with death? Now, there is a Pluton battleship under the Wano country. Suddenly he fell to his knees and crawled in front of Adolf. The country of Wano is xenophobic, but are there few samurai who join Kaido? As long as you are easy to talk to, no one will be afraid of you even if you hold a nuclear bomb button. The warriors looked at each other, made a decision in their hearts, and nodded heavily. Rows of Wano warriors came to Adolf, their faces heavy and serious. This threat has nothing to do with good or evil, and it is impossible for any mature organization to allow individuals to hold it. To put it bluntly, this is the process of trying to master nuclear weapons. Can people study it? Now that we have seen Hope, who is willing to continue to be oppressed. O'Hara was destroyed because he was studying the historical text, which not only contained the dark history of world government 800 years ago, but also recorded the ancient weapon. Its significance far exceeds the historical text and is a real threat. You are a little anxious, we have time. Advertisement. If they really want to die for the country of Wano, Kaido has built an arsenal in the country of Wano for so many years, why are they still living? Commit seppuku. Are you addicted to being abused? Ain looked at him with concern. She had never seen Adolf being so strong towards any country, even using force to intimidate him. Seeing someone taking a step ahead of them, the other warriors no longer hesitated and simply knelt down. The country of Wano is special, I must rule it. Adolf's eyes were deep. Lord Poseidon, we are willing to ride for you, even to the death. I saved the entire country of Wano and subdued them. Isn't this a matter of course? The god Adolf descended to earth to show Kamui, which has left an indelible image in their hearts. Since their own words are useful now and are really related to each of them, they naturally don't have any scruples and spray them into the samurai's lungs. But when Adolf's strong and indifferent tone was combined, their stubborn tempers softened, and there was nothing left to be firm or unsteady. Single quote. Kaido, Kurozumi and Orochi have ruled Wano country for more than 10 years. Who can withstand the brutal rule that lasts for more than 10 years? After all, in the name of freedom of resistance and the happiness of the people, you cannot become a powerful tyrant, otherwise your core ideas will be broken and people's hearts will be scattered. Thump. You actually betrayed the country of Wano. But you, as a general, ran away and hid alone when you were in danger. Is this how you become a general? Ain was shocked. Wasn't he very tough before? He was ready to draw his sword and start a fight at any time. Kazuki Sukiyaki pointed at them, unbelievable and unable to accept that a Wano warrior was actually pointing towards an outsider. Lord Adolf is the king who rules the world, isn't it natural for him to rule Wano? What kind of glory and dignity, completely push them, the Kazuki clan, to the ground and grind them. A real tough guy would have touched Kaido long ago and been killed. Even if it is buried quietly underground, numerous restrictions must be set up to prevent people from approaching. Chapter 233 give you time to catch up. Food. Mountains of food. Vegetables, fruits and meats are all available. What kind of magic is that? It can actually produce an endless supply of food. As expected of the king who rules the world. He can even master such incredible magic. It's not magic, it's not magic. Everyone stared in disbelief, while a huge mirror continued to transport food. By affecting the phone bug, the entire country of Wano was shocked. God-like power, endless food, completely manipulate their hearts. Everyone is queuing up, anyone who wants to jump in line should not take it. I am grateful to Master Poseidon. He is the one who gave us food. Remember, this is from Lord Poseidon. Without this lord, we would all be doomed. The warriors immediately maintained order. As a Wano warrior, even if he does not hold any position, he still has class power. After gaining their allegiance, power in Wano country immediately came into play. And once he has obtained allegiance, it will be difficult for others to obtain it in the future. This is so luxurious. It even has these precious ingredients. You see what I said is right, Master Poseidon should be allowed to be the king. The food problem is solved in one go, and it's so rich. If it were an old general who could only run away, we would probably continue to starve. I don't know how many people would starve to death. The old general didn't even have time to hide himself, so he didn't have time to worry about us. The people of Wano were pleasantly surprised and sighed at the same time. They couldn't help but think of Adolf's kindness and lamentation, and they felt that they had made the right choice. When it comes to Kazuki Sukiyaki, people are naturally full of complaints. The piles of food in front of you can solve your urgent needs at once, which is in sharp contrast. Unexpectedly, so much, Kazuki Suki also looked at the mountains of food in shock. As an old general, millions of people in Wano were hungry for 2 days. If it were you, how would you solve the food problem? If you can't solve it, tens of thousands of people will starve to death every day. Adolf asked. Kazuki's face sank, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. How to solve it? Fishing, digging through the ruins, eating grass. These are all methods under the current situation. The conditions are very difficult and a large number of people will still starve to death. But as long as there is starvation, Kazuki Sukiyaki will look incompetent when compared to the scene in front of you. This problem is very fatal, with full attack power, which seriously damages the image of the Kazuki clan in people's minds. The original nobility, authority, and dignity have become incompetent, runaway, and shameful. In this way, the Kazuki family will become a joke. Advertisement, haha. It doesn't matter if you can't think of anything. Get some food for the old general. Eat slowly and think about it later. Adolf chuckled. It looks like he is out of trouble, but in fact, in people's minds, he is judged to be incompetent, and it also reflects his magnanimity and courage. Now even if Moonlight Odin is resurrected and Momonosuke appears again through time and space, it will be impossible to gain the trust and following of the people of Wano. Even if the idea of overthrowing the country is revealed, the people will try their best to stop it. Come, old general, and try the precious food brought by Lord Poseidon. I'm sorry, this sea crab is too heavy and I can't hold it safely. Please help me, old general, pick it up. I have to share the food with others. After all, everyone has been hungry for 2 days. A samurai slipped his hand deliberately and let the food fall to the ground. You've gone too far, Yugwang Rihei said angrily. Forget it, Hiyori. I can only blame my incompetence. Kazuki Sukiyaki is also annoyed, but under the gaze of the people around him, it is really difficult to get angry, so he can only endure it. Adolf saw it but ignored it. Politically, these were beneficial to him, and they also protected them and allowed them to recognize the reality. If you overestimate your capabilities and gather your cronies to rebel, then you are really doomed. Lord Poseidon. Several warriors knelt on the ground and brought a large amount of exquisitely plated food. Well, let it go. Adolf said casually. Yes, the warrior retreated. Perhaps it is based on the archetype of the island nation, loyalty, faith, integrity, martial arts, reputation, that is, the spirit of the warrior. But similarly, the country of Wano was originally established by a family that served the upper ruler, a family of masons who wrote the historical text for Joy Boy, a group of masons and coolies. As long as they have stronger strength and power, and become stronger, they will be the same as the island countries crawling in front of powerful countries. Kneel down before you, and this warrior spirit will also turn the master to you and become your most loyal warrior. Even more loyal because of your nobility, power and strength. The Great Healing Dandelion. A large number of golden dandelions fell on the palms and soles of Kaido and bullets chopped off hands, and all kinds of fatal injuries on their bodies were restored. Except of course Kurozumi the big snake. I'm so tired, I really want to sleep. Manchili fell into the Zeus cloud. Then take a rest. Thank you for your hard work. Adolf lifted her up and put her on the dining table. It's delicious. Manchili was delighted and jumped directly onto the plate. Adolf chuckled, this innocent little cutie. Advertisement. After their injuries were healed, Kaido and others used their strength to get down from the cross with brute force, and pulled out the sea tower stone nails nailed to their bodies one by one. He twisted his neck and made a rattling sound, looking at Adolf. Kaido. I need these men of yours here to help them rebuild their houses. Is it okay, Kaido? Adolf looked at the countless people. Kaido on the other side seemed to be asking, but in fact he was giving orders, with an unquestionable tone. Boss, Quinn, Jin, and Jack all looked at Kaido. You guys treat us like garbage after using us. It's really annoying. Kaido exhaled 2 lines of white air angrily. Use? Bullet wondered. The first time you used us to deceive the 5 elders, the second time is now, to seize the country of Wano. I will completely become your pawn. I really have to admire your calculation. Kaido gritted his steel teeth. This kind of comprehensive crushing from strength to intelligence is really shocking. How could it be? Did he expect our actions? Jack's pupils widened in disbelief. If you can go to Zuowu and cooperate once, I can let you go again, Adolf said. Go and work for me. Kaido turned to look at his little brother Yachin, who was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands. Obviously if they refuse, it is just another beating. If they cooperate, will they be freed and allowed to become pirates? Obviously impossible, but he also admired Adolf from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was to make the Sengoku Fleet Admiral kneel down and hold his head, or to defeat the 5 elders, or to plot against them now. One with the world in his hands, whose wisdom has seen the future, seen everything. Bullet. Your fusion fruit ability is pretty good, you can make building materials. Adolf looked at the devil heir. Do you think I will be like Kaido? Don't try to humiliate my ambition? Bullet raised his head and looked at Adolf with contempt. How could men like them be afraid of death? When a person has a higher mountain to climb in his heart, he will not care about the quagmire at his feet. It seems that your ambition is nothing more than this. Bullet frowned and remained silent. After a moment of silence, I will become stronger until I defeat you. Give you time to catch up until you are out of sight. The corners of Adolf's mouth twitched. Regardless of Bullet, Kaido, Jin, etc., they are all very strong, so it would be a pity to die. And staying here to help with construction will deepen the loyalty of the people of Wano to him in the long run. Understand who saved them, and if he leaves, they will fall into disaster again. Chapter 234 Pluto. As expected of Lord Poseidon, you actually let Kaido and that monster stay to rebuild our home for us. Master Poseidon has considered everything for us, solving the problem of food and housing reconstruction. Everything is developing in a good direction. If it were the old general, we would still be hungry now. There is no hope for the future at all. He really made me cry to death. The people of Wano were moved to tears. At the same time, he also admired Adolf's skill in conquering Kaido and the others. The new ruler of Wano country, their king. Don't step on me if you say he's great. Damn it. Kazuki Sukiyaki felt uncomfortable. He is afraid of comparison in everything. Doesn't this mean that he, a swordsmith, is just a blacksmith and a stoneworker? It's a pity that this comparison will continue forever. Who will let him jump out to compete on his own? Kaido, Bullet, Kazuki Sukiyaki, Kazuki Hiyori, follow me. Odahime, Shirahoshi, Perona, Shirley, you also come with me. Adolf swept around and saw that the situation in Wano country had stabilized and said. When he left, he took the doll Violet with him and put it on his shoulders. Everyone frowned. There were pirates, Wano country, and Adolf's woman. What were they doing? Princess, Denjiro said nervously, it doesn't matter, you can stay here. Kazuki Hiyori nodded firmly and followed him at a trot. Lead the way. Pluto. Adolf looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki and said it directly without making any riddles. What? How did you know this? Kazuki's pupils shrank in disbelief. You know Pluton is here. Bullet frowned. He also thought that after he got Pluton, he would make the decision, and people would know about it after a long time. Ancient weapon Pluton is actually in Wano country? Everyone was amazed. Odahime also subconsciously looked at Shirahoshi, ancient weapon Poseidon. What do you want to do? Kazuki gritted his teeth. You should know when I say it, I am giving you a chance, not asking you to ask questions. Adolf looked at the past calmly. Advertisement, I can take you there, but there is one condition you must agree to. My grandson Momonosuke will come back here in 10 years, and you have to return Wano country to him, Kazuki Sukiyaki said with difficulty. Adolf chuckled, ignored the ignorant old man, and looked at Bullet. Let's go. Bullet led the way without leaving any ink or negotiating terms. Kazuki Sukiyaki was completely silent, feeling some unknown fear. He doesn't understand what the price of rejection is, but it's definitely not what he wants to see. And what else does he have now? The thought of this frightened him. Fear from the unknown, imagined. Even Kazuki Hiyori next to him became nervous and asked, Grandpa, what is Pluton? Legend has it that the world's most ferocious ancient weapon is a terrifying super battleship. It is said that one shot can wipe out an island, Kazuki Sukiyaki said heavily. What do you want to do with such a terrifying ancient weapon? Kazuki Hiyori was frightened and looked at Adolf in panic. Adolf just glanced at it and ignored it. Sure enough, seeing Adolf's attitude, Kazuki Sukiyaki was extremely heavy and he became more and more uneasy. As everyone went deeper, they reached the depths of the underground smoothly. See the legendary ancient weapon Pluto. The space battleship is over a kilometer in size and has a thick metallic feel throughout, revealing an extremely advanced science fiction color. It's like a giant steel city buried underground in Wano. As for this giant battleship, a large part of it is buried in the rocks, making it impossible to see the whole picture clearly. I can't tell whether it's a few thousand meters or 10,000 meters. But even so, it is still like a small town, even giants will not be crowded. This is ancient weapon Pluton. Kaido's eyes flashed. Pluto, the ship elf, nodded and admitted proactively. My purpose is very clear, to overthrow the world government, to destroy the celestial dragons, to rule the world. The ship elf looked at Adolf, then at Shirahoshi. I only know that Pluton must have a mission buried here, and the founding of Wano means destroying Wano. Kazuki Sukiyaki said some innocuous news. I have noticed you since the first time you fought against the 3 marine generals. So big, everyone exclaimed. Advertisement, this ship feels like it's alive. At the same time, liberate everyone in the world, including liberating their minds, and telling them what true freedom and liberation are. Poseidon Adolf. At the same time, I also tried to use the fruit's ability to combine with Pluton and operate it, but all attempts failed. Adolf gate of opening is straight to the point. Lead them into a happy life together. Having enough food and clothing is just the most basic thing. You should know that I can do it. Can you collect radio waves in the world? For example, monitor the radio waves of telephone bugs? Is there anyone in this giant battleship? Odahime thought. That warrior can indeed read ancient texts and has the skills to carve stone tablets with historical texts. But I don't think he has ever been here. Bullet told everything he knew and didn't hide anything. I need your strength. Adolf moved forward, looking at the huge battleship in front of him, and suddenly spoke. Then you should know who I am and what I have done. Ghost. Ghost. Perona was surprised. The man who defeated the world government, forced the celestial dragons to dare not descend to the lower world, and is about to rule the world. As an ancient weapon, it can see the identity of Shirahoshi Poseidon, and it can also inexplicably feel that Adolf seems to have the power of Poseidon in his body? Does this thing really exist? Kaido was surprised. Old man, if you know anything, please tell me immediately. Perona looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki. Show up, Pluto. I can't do it, and you can't even dream. When I came, I had simply cleaned the surface and found the entrance, but it failed. No matter how much strength I used, I couldn't open it. He looked at Adolf, but he was wearing a rain hat, so people couldn't see his appearance clearly. Everyone turned to Adolf and followed his gaze. Didn't Roger go to the final place where all the secrets are hidden? He also brought Kazuki Odin with him, Kaido said. But there is an obstacle to this process. That is another weapon controlled by the world government, Uranus. That's easy to say. It's the ship spirit. You can also understand it as the soul of the ship, Adolf said simply. After waiting for a moment, an illusory figure wearing a black raincoat floated out from the hull. This makes it incomprehensible. Chapter 235 No matter I am or Joey Boy. Adolf spoke very straightforwardly and candidly. For this kind of existence that monitors the world's radio waves at all times, any clever words are useless. It is better to be honest and honest with gate of opening. What's more, what he said was true, and he also did it and achieved great results. And now we are only one step away from the final victory. Kazuki Sukiyaki swallowed nervously and stared at the ship spirit Pluto. Pluton is buried underground in Wano country. The founding of the country was Pluton blasting open the outer wall of Wano country. He obviously has some relationship with the Kazuki clan. If he follows someone else, he will lose his blood just thinking about it. I've been trying for so many days but there's no response. I didn't expect such intelligence to exist. Is there a ship spirit? Bullet was very unhappy. Poseidon has liberated most of the countries in the world. Now he only needs to defeat the world government celestial dragon to completely liberate him. Odahime was extremely sincere. Master Pluto, please help Master Poseidon. Shirahoshi also asked. Pluto was silent for a moment and looked at Adolf again. You have the same dream as my master, liberating slaves all over the world, everyone holding a laughing banquet, everyone having a full stomach. But I also have my mission. Shake your head in refuse. You think well of the main idea, but it has nothing to do with me. Waiting for Joey Boy? Kaido raised his eyebrows. Why? Since Adolf and Joy Boy have the same ideals and do the same thing, now they are one step closer to success, why refuse? Odahime couldn't understand. Aren't we all like-minded partners? Shirahoshi also asked. Following Adolf for a long time, she often saw countless people devote themselves to great causes, willing to sacrifice themselves and dedicate themselves. Even though we didn't know each other before, because we have the same goal and the same wish, we trust him with life and death. But Pluto is only waiting for one fixed candidate? That Joey Boy? Mission? Ridiculous. Compared to you, Adolf is more admirable. Bullet seemed to have heard a joke. Pluto was silent, did not refute, and would not defend himself. It's my fault that I still feel friendly towards you. You're the most annoying. Shirahoshi clenched his fists in dissatisfaction. Poseidon, you should also wait for the person who guides you to appear. It's not time to be born yet. Pluto looked at Shirahoshi dissatisfied. The person in your destiny has not yet appeared and the world has been wiped out. Isn't this making trouble? Poseidon, Kaido, Bullet, and everyone in the audience looked at Shirahoshi. Advertisement Odahime subconsciously blocked Shirahoshi with her thin body and looked at Adolf at the same time. I advise you not to have dangerous thoughts. Adolf glanced at him. Although he already possesses the power of Poseidon and controls the Poseidon class, Shirahoshi is his. You two defeated men, be honest. Perona floated in Kaido. Bullet pointed at them, and at the same time summoned thousands of ghosts to float, and she herself was hiding among the ghosts. So what if we catch her? Will it affect you? Bullet looked at Adolf. He's more interested in Adolf than Poseidon. Since Shirahoshi is a Poseidon, what is the situation with Adolf? He can also control the Poseidon class? And that extremely exaggerated strength. Although he has never met rocks, he obviously has strength that far exceeds Roger's. It's too exaggerated. The one who guided me. It seems that Joey Boy has indeed appeared. Ooh. What's funny is that everyone is waiting for him, the legendary savior. Adolf, I have begun to admire you. Overthrow the world government by yourself, instead of being like the savior and having everything arranged by fate. Kaido laughed, his laughter full of sarcasm. They were only surprised by Shirahoshi Poseidon's identity, but they were not surprised. There were 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. I hope you weren't born in the wrong era like Roger and couldn't make it to the last step. Bullet thought of One Piece Roger. After landing on the final island, I realized that I had found the right place, but not the right time. But at that time, Roger was almost at the end of his life and was born in the wrong era. As long as you move forward, the road will stretch out. Even if the world does not have my own arrangements, it doesn't matter if I step out on a road. No matter I am or Joey Boy, no one can stop me. Adolf's eyes burned with ambition. Even without relying on Pluton's power, he still has a way to deal with Uranus, kill I am, and achieve the final victory. Even if it's Joey Boy, even if it's Luffy, we must also follow his will. Everyone admired him, even Kazuki Hiyori, the hero who saved Wano. As expected of the man who defeated me, the so-called fate is just a piece of shit. Advertisement. Kaido and Bullet laughed. This man who controls his own destiny has the right to be above them and to drive them. Adolf turned to look at Pluto. Shout to my man, Perona, give him some color. Okay. Perona immediately controlled a large number of ghosts to merge into one and fly towards the ship spirit Pluto. It's useless. The ship spirit is not an entity and will not be affected by. I'm sorry, I'm just a loser who has stayed here for hundreds of years and can't do anything. Ship elf Pluto shut himself up on the spot. Kaido and Bullet looked at Perona unexpectedly, and it actually worked on Pluton's ship elf. But Pluto quickly woke up and quickly escaped into his body. Don't come here, it's actually a soul fruit-like ability, Pluto said with a trembling voice. Hey, come out and get beaten. Otherwise, I'll show you how powerful this princess is. Perona was proud. With that said, he ordered a large number of ghosts to fly over and pass through the giant battleship. And then nothing works? Huh? Perona was confused. Go away. I won't help you, Pluto said. Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at this scene. He brought Perona here just to see if it could work. It is necessary to demonstrate the answer. It only works when the ship spirit comes out, but not when it returns to the hull. Negative ghost bomb, Princess Mononoke, this princess. Perona was dissatisfied and tried one after another, and tried to pass through a large number of ghosts, but all failed. Finally, unconvinced, his soul entered the Pluton battleship, and his head got stuck as soon as he hit it. At the same time, he exclaimed, "It's so big." In her field of vision, this Pluton's body was extremely huge, as if it were a giant city, and she was like a parasite. Not only could she not be able to spread her power, she would even be moths to the flame when she bumped into it. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, mysterious lines appeared all over the Pluton battleship, which was over 10,000 meters tall, emitting mysterious fluorescence. The entire underground cave was in turmoil, and a large number of rocks fell from above, directly causing a substantial earthquake. Chapter 236. Target Sea of Stars. Perona's soul suffered a heavy blow and was forcibly driven out. It hurts so much. Perona covered her head with tears in her eyes. Earthquake. There's another earthquake, everyone, be careful. Even the people above Wano country were panicked. They all hid in the open space and did not dare to run around. They all thought that an earthquake had occurred. Ho-hum. An extremely clear voice came from outside, as if coming from the end of the world, passing through layers of obstacles in the mountains and rocks. What is this sound? Kazuki Hiyori panicked. Poseidon class. Bullet looked at Adolf. What do you want to do? Do you want to start a fight with me? Pluto's soul appeared again, staring at Adolf, even it was nervous. Even though it's Pluton, the other party is also Poseidon. A huge number of giant Poseidons surround the waters around Wano. I just wanted to show you our chances of winning, but it's a pity that you refuse. Okay, let's go. You'd better stay buried here. Adolf turned and left. Calling the Poseidon-type siege is really just insurance, not violent means. It is not in his interest to fight Pluton to the death now. If the Poseidon flies high into the sky and is helpless, then he is in trouble. Are you giving up like this? Perona was nervous, and the huge movement frightened her. What else can we do? Adolf said calmly, as this was expected. Then he looked at Bullet and said, seal this place, fill up the entire passage, and don't allow anyone to enter. Bullet nodded and directly used the combination ability to fill the massive amount of earth and stone, and even reorganize the material to strengthen the entire underground geological structure. For Pluton's size, it is definitely useless, but if ordinary people want to dig it out, it will be difficult. Advertisement. Kazuki Sukiyaki gritted his teeth and refused to give in. This was obviously to prevent him. Pluton, who belongs to their Moonlight clan, is really unwilling to be controlled by others like this. But facing Adolf, he didn't dare to complain. This man is stronger and more terrifying than Kaido. Grandpa. Kazuki Hiyori noticed. Why is this happening? It worked at first, but then it didn't work anymore. Perona was very willing. For living things, the soul is at its weakest when it leaves the body. Although the ship spirit is a spirit body, since it was born from a ship, the ship is its main body. It is also the weakest when it leaves the main body. You are the user of the Ling fruit. Please observe carefully and don't always expect me to find a solution for you. Looking at the unhappy Perona beside him, he also had a headache. Each and every one of them, the staring fruit Violet is like this, the healing fruit Manchili is like this, the spiritual fruit Perona is like this. They were all extremely important god-level fruits, and he really couldn't bear to see them rotten. Little. Who asked you to snatch me away? Of course you have to take responsibility for me. Princess Mononoke. Perona made a face and stuck out her tongue. Now you understand your own importance, right? From now on, you should train your mental strength, develop your fruitful abilities, at least awaken, and be mentally prepared to face me. Adolf looked at her. You are going to do something terrible to me again. Oh. If there is even a plan to go to the stars, mass production is normal. Ha. Big Mom's soul fruit ability is the superior level of her spirit fruit, right? Kaido said. The two of them were laughing so hard that they burst into tears. Adolf grinned, showing unparalleled courage and ambition. The big face came close to Adolf, looking at Adolf with a crazy look, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Perona panicked and hid behind Shirahoshi. Are you serious? Kaido and Bullet were instantly moved. Advertisement, your strength, your ambition, and your future. Doesn't that mean they have to be captains? This sea, this world, even this sea of stars. These are just the most basic starting requirements. Yes, she is the best choice, but it's a pity that her development direction is wrong. What's the use of a bunch of byproducts? The focus is on the soul itself, and the minimum requirement is fruit awakening. Adolf did not avoid it. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly, without stopping. Let's go, the world is big, don't stay where you are. Ha. Pirates like them, even if they are no longer pirates in the future, still long to own such an invincible ship. Adolf. I recognize you. The pupils of the two people shrank, they couldn't help but laugh wildly, and their blood was boiling at this moment. At that time, it will no longer be the age of discovery and the age of pirates. It will be the stars and the sea, our era. All robots and battleships can become his power. At that time, the captain of a battleship must at least have the strength of a sea emperor, a conqueror with a broad mind and courage, and all the soldiers must be elite lieutenant generals. This battleship was only built on an island in the capital of Seven Waters. If you can strengthen the ability to develop fruits and let me see your loyalty, it will not be a shame to use the whole country to build a few more Plutons in the future and let you become captains. Something you can do. TCH. Soul. Bullet is unhappy. His fusion fruit is the one that can perfectly restrain material machinery. Of course, he must have more battleships at that time, and his own strength would be even higher, as a check and balance. Have you ever seen the infinite continent? That is, the moon above your head? Everyone looked at his back with burning eyes, took steps towards his direction. It's a pity that there is such a G thing as ship elves in Pluton. What joy, boy. What world government? It's too small, it's really too small-minded. Pluton is just a ship, a special and powerful warship. Even if one cannon destroys an island, what does it mean in the world of endless sea of stars? Oh. That old woman from Big Mom is going to regret it to death. She had the opportunity to dominate Pluton, but she missed it because she went in the wrong direction. Kaido laughed. This joke will make him laugh for the rest of his life. At this moment, what One Piece? What is the strongest in the world? All lose their color in front of the infinite continent, in front of the vast sea of stars. Adolf's eyes glanced at Kaido's bullet, the traditional mouth skill pancake. Bigger, more ambitious dreams. Chapter 237 The Stone Tablet Maker. Wano Country, a large mansion created directly by Bullet using the combined ability. Shirley. Adolf sat on the floating bubble and looked at Mrs. Shirley. Shirley sat on a cushion like bubble. The crystal ball in front of her palms emitted a purple shimmer. She also had an inexplicable mysterious charm. For a long time, I didn't see anything. Pluto has been sleeping under the island in the future. It's just ancient weapon Pluton after all, I'm worried. Don't worry, didn't you predict Shirahoshi's birth time accurately? Even if you were wrong, it doesn't matter, it is meaningful as a reference. Adolf felt relaxed. It would be best if he could convince Pluton with his tongue, but if that doesn't work, sleeping underground all the time is acceptable. The worst case scenario is to become his enemy. In order not to affect the script of the savior, giving him an electric cannon in advance would be disgusting. Maybe it was because of Poseidon's shock that the worst case scenario didn't happen. Yes. Mrs. Shirley also felt relieved. Divination? What kind of monsters are you surrounded by? Kaido and Bullet looked at Mrs. Shirley like a monster, and they both felt incredible. His eyes swept over Odahime, Shirahoshi, and Perona. None of them were simple. They also noticed the doll Violet on Adolf's shoulder, and gave up looking into it. This was not what they should be concerned about. Adolf chuckled and didn't answer. He didn't want to say it, so no one could force him to say it. At this time, Kaido's brother brought out the hidden historical text of Kazuki Sukiyaki. Boss Kaido. Lord Poseidon, the things have been moved, said the flexible and fat Quinn. Adolf nodded and looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki. The Kazuki family can carve out the text of history, right? Yes. Kazuki Sukiyaki answered honestly. Come and show us how to carve on this indestructible stone tablet. Adolf was very interested. He tried it on the Sky Island before, and even with all his strength, he couldn't make a single trace. This kind of intensity is terrifying. Grandpa. Kazuki Hiyori was nervous. As a courtesan, to put it bluntly, she is a brothel girl. In this profession of judging people's faces, it is almost instinctive to assess the situation. The rescue of Wano made her forget all this before, but after going underground, she calmed down and felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Fine. What words do you want to chisel? Kazuki Sukiyaki comforted him while trying to keep his courage up. Just 2 words. Poseidon. Adolf didn't care what to write. Advertisement. Kazuki Sukiyaki picked up a chisel and hammer and carved words on the red historical text stone. Ding ding ding. As the hammer fell, traces were clearly carved out, and the 2 characters Poseidon and 2 ancient Huxia characters were carved out. He obviously doesn't have any great strength, but he can carve words on the stone tablet so easily with a hammer and chisel. Adolf sat on the floating bubble, squinting slightly and looking at the red stone tablet. Did you use armament hockey? But it's different from ordinary use of domineering, there are special techniques. Kaido and Bullet also watched the whole process. They saw different things with their naked eyes and visuals, but they couldn't be sure yet. The frequency of armed color vibration, Based on hitting the inside, it vibrates with a technique similar to ultrasonic waves, Adolf said. That's just one of the things. Kazuki was surprised by the sukiyaki, but admitted it. Gate of opening. Let's get to the point. I need the manufacturing method of the stone tablet material and the skills of carving and processing, Adolf said directly. That's the same request. I need you to return Wano to the Kazuki clan, Kazuki Sukiyaki said. Haha. Adolf chuckled. Let Pudding do it. Shirley nodded and went to call someone. Kazuki Sukiyaki frowned. It's here again, a bad feeling. I really don't know if you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Don't you understand that so many things have happened? You can't have it without equivalent strength. Even if you get it, you will lose it in another way. Adolf shook his head. Kazuki Sukiyaki silent. Father, don't be afraid. There is also my daughter, I, Kazuki Oden, am here to protect you. Evil thief. Return to the country of Wano. Violet nodded silently in response. Refuse. This idiot is very talented in fighting and can be trained to be stronger than you, but his brain is weak and everything is in vain. Adolf looked disgusted. Hey, here I come. Wait, what do you want to do? What is the memory you were talking about? Kazuki Sukiyaki finally became frightened and stepped back step by step. Honest Jack grabbed Kazuki Sukiyaki and roughly pushed him to the ground. Poseidon. Take this idiot away, it doesn't matter what you want. Kaido looked at Adolf. Advertisement. Who are you calling? Father. Kaido hit him furiously. Grandpa. Kazuki Hiyori stepped forward anxiously. I advise you not to move. Yan Banjin stared at him coldly, causing Kazuki Hiyori to stop in horror. It would be easier to leave it to Adolf. He is so smart that he might be able to cure Yamato's brain and strengthen political relations. It would be profitable for him no matter what. The earth shook, the surface of the earth was dented, and the whole person was directly hammered to a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Adolf looked over Violet's shoulder. With such an IQ, what kind of serious things can I do? Yes, Pudding looked. Pudding had a badass expression on his face, stretched out his hand in their fear, and pulled out the memory from his temple. Brought it. Mrs. Shiarly returned. And all these memories, Pudding copied them to the phone bug. Everyone on the scene looked at this idiot falling from the sky. It's okay, take out this old man's memory. Adolf said. Kaido, take care of it. Adolf glanced over. Yamato's face changed drastically, and she turned around to see the giant burly man who had come behind her, holding a sharp-edged mace. Question mark exclamation mark. Father. Kazuki Sukiyaki was dumbfounded. When did he have a son with such exaggerated chest muscles? He really has nothing to do with this stupid son-daughter. The memory of forging famous swords, the memory of carving stone tablets, and even the memory of the material of historical text stone tablets. As for other kinds of S**X, do pirates have the concept of chastity? The concept is to play with each other, which is more open than men and women in bars. Kaido. Wait. While she was shouting, wait a minute, Ba Jaiji's mace, Ba Tang, swung down. Who was that just now? Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kazuki Hiyori didn't know what to say. Apart from having a nice body that can be used as a hot weapon, I really don't know what other uses it has. The Kazuki clan is not only a clan that records historical texts, but is also a clan that makes stone tablets. The material of which does not exist naturally. The white-haired mentally retarded girl descended from the sky holding a wolf-toothed fairy wand, looked directly at Adolf, and replied in an extremely firm tone. What happened to this pit? Was it attacked? Pudding wondered. Boom. Father Odin. Kazuki Hiyori also stared blankly. What's more, you can tell by looking at Yamato that he just treats himself as a man. Chapter 238. Taking off the number. One courtesan of Wano country. Grandpa, how are you? Kazuki Hiyori stepped forward to help him up. Hoa. Kazuki Sukiyaki is so sweaty that it's about to explode. Pudding is still too young, and the bumps are so rough that it feels as if his brains have been sucked out. Have you read all my memories? Kazuki Sukiyaki's face turned pale. I said something to give you a chance. Adolf smiled contemptuously. Kazuki Hiyori stood up, looked directly at Adolf and said angrily, you are already the general of Wano, why are you doing this? It seems that you really take it for granted, so let me remind you. As the superior ruler of Wano country, you only need to pay a little attention to me, and I won't pay too much attention to you. Just like those kings and families who have no tyranny and no achievements, just let them come down and they won't even look at it. But the moment he asked me to return the country of Wano, the nature changed. Adolf looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki. What's wrong? Kazuki Hiyori was confused. I am already the ruler of the country of Wano. If you still say this to me, is this a kind of treason and seizing power? According to what your Kazuki clan did, should you do what you did to the Kurozumi clan, and exterminate them? There was a hint of coldness in Adolf's words. Kazuki Hiyori finally realized the problem. They have always regarded the country of Wano as their property. And after Adolf became the general of Wano, he still had this idea. I'm curious how you spoke. Why didn't you stand up and say this to Kurozumi and Kaido? Kaido is here, do you want to say something? Adolf was half lying on the bubble, looking at the two clowns playfully. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kazuki Hiyori had cold sweat on his forehead, his heart palpitated, and he looked at Kaido, whose burly body looked like a demon, exuding a ferocious aura like a savage beast. Talk to him. The words are stuck in my throat, and before I can say them out, I feel my life trembling. It's just two hiding mice, just kill them. Kaido was indifferent and didn't take them seriously at all. The two of them were shocked. Advertisement. It seems that you also know that you will die. The Kurozumi snake was lucky enough to escape from your hands and not be exterminated. Do you want to try too? Escape from me. Together with that kid who appeared 10 years later. Adolf smiled half-heartedly, but made the two of them face the horror of despair. Especially Kazuki Sukiyaki felt the fear of annihilation and severing of bloodline. He knows. He knows that Momonosuke will appear in the future after traveling through time and space. I'm sorry, it's our fault. Please forgive us, Lord Poseidon, for our unintentional words. We will never mention it again in the future. We must pay attention to our words. Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath, respectfully came to kneel in front of Adolf, and kowtowed in an extremely standard way. Although the number one courtesan in the Wano kingdom is respected by all the people and has a noble status, she is just an unattainable goddess in the eyes of ordinary people and is nothing in front of the superiors. Assessing the situation is naturally accompanied by it. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. This trait. Lord Poseidon, I pled guilty to you. Kazuki Sukiyaki also fell to his knees and hit the ground hard. Okay, you can continue to forge your famous sword in Wano country from now on, and continue to work as a swordsmith safely. Are you scared after hiding for so long? You don't have any savings, right? Live a good life and don't let your granddaughter continue to be an Oran. Of course I don't mind spending some money to support her career. Adolf's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the moonlight and the sun. For him, the final value of Kazuki Sukiyaki is to use his spare energy as a senior craftsman to create more powerful knives. And it was this residual heat that he wanted to squeeze out. As for threats, rebellion, restoration of the country. It's not that he looks down on him, it's the whole country of Wano that looks down on him. Is it the next stage of hockey to train the body and arm hockey? Kaido thought about the possibility. The strength is so high that even crumbs cannot be decomposed. 10 years later, I don't know how many times the world government has been cut, how many battleships like Pluton it has, how much national power it has developed by integrating the world's resources. The number one courtesan in Wano. That's acceptable. Even if you use Poseidon-like power to fight against a giant beast made of stone tablet materials, it's not impossible. Bullet grinned wildly, looking forward to it with enthusiasm. Shishi fruit, tuntun fruit, tuatui fruit, tiantian fruit, etc. He has made people try them all. 10 years. Advertisement. It's Lord Poseidon. I will forge a sword for Lord Poseidon. For Lord Poseidon's collection. Because the steel material contains the flesh and blood of a domineering master. And a large number of special materials, made with extremely special chain melting technology, so the strength is so high that even the devil fruit ability cannot have an effect. Kazuki Sukiyaki took the initiative to explain. Was there a rebellion at that time? He also wanted to know if these guys who bullied others and feared others had the courage to open a copy of hell. He even presented his daughter as a gift in the spirit of the island nation. I don't have to. Adolf chuckled. Originally, he was in despair after Adolf told him about Pluton, but after just being with Adolf for a while, how could he see so much hope? If it were useful, other fruit abilities would have been destroyed long ago. Adolf was not surprised. You have made the materials for the historical text steel, but he still can't master the carving technology. The strength of a giant stone beast made of this kind of material will undergo earth-shaking changes. It's not impossible to try to defeat me. No, little girl is willing to serve Lord Poseidon. Kazuki Hiyori bowed again. It's boring. If you want a woman, why don't you just take her away? Kaido disagreed. Sweet fruit can change the properties of even the sea-floor stone. After all, the sea-floor stone can be changed as long as the body is not in contact with it, but the stone tablet cannot. After Kazuki Sukiyaki saw the cruel reality clearly, he buried his head lower. Hiyori is the number one courtesan in Wano. Since Lord Poseidon likes it, it should be up to you to pick the number one flower in Wano. Bullet stood in front of the red historical text and used the combined fruit ability, but it had no effect. Adolf drew cakes of encouragement. According to the stone tablet manufacturing method, you integrate your flesh and blood domineering energy, and the materials produced should be able to be manipulated at will. That's it. Just like the principle of the black knife, the principle of the Big Mom steel balloon is also the same. Long-term use of domineering energy promotes the transformation of materials and completely changes the science of materials. Adolf nodded in understanding. Adolf chuckled. How could he not know what they were thinking? Hiyori, do you have any dissatisfaction? Kazuki Sukiyaki said in a serious voice. This. Kazuki Hiyori hesitated. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Then he looked at Bullet and asked, how's the research going? And now, it's time for them to preserve their bloodline. It's best to change the pirate's thinking. Before I attack the pirate group. Adolf reminded him with his peripheral vision. It's okay if you don't take the initiative. Everyone has seen his memories. In order to preserve the blood of the Kazuki family, Momonosuke and his group traveled 20 years into the future. But in case the time travel failed, Raihei and a group of people stayed behind. Chapter 239 Yamato and Kaido's loving father and daughter. Evil party. You invaded the country of Wano, built arsenals, captured samurai, and killed how many people? You have committed so many crimes that you can't even count them. Boom, boom, boom. Yamato holds a round mace, entwined with the ultimate armament and domineering, and hits Kaido's face with all his strength again and again. Kaido fell on the scorched earth with serious injuries, blood, wounds, and even the bones of his jaw were shattered. The huge and burly body is covered with sea tower stone chains, and each section is as thick as locking a monster. It makes people feel that otherwise this monster cannot be tied up, and it will be violently broken in the next moment, leaving no sense of security. Yamato. As the child of Pirate Kaido, you can still maintain a kind heart, understand right and wrong, and understand good and evil. It's great to work with me to defeat Kaido, overthrow his atrocities, and save this country. It was you who saved this country, protected countless people, and brought hope to this country. Adolf's eyes revealed relief and love. Who wants to be his child? I can't count how many times I tried to kill you. I can't count how many times you beat me back, but I've become stronger because of it. It's not just the handcuffs that bind me to Onigashima. If I don't fight for this country, I have no right to call myself Royal Palace. Boom. Yamato vented the unwillingness and anger accumulated in his heart for many years, swung the wolf-tooth fairy stick in his hand with all his strength, and slapped Kaido crazily. Every blow caused Kaido's body to shift, and saliva and blood flew everywhere. Even a few teeth were knocked out. The reason why people are human is because they resonate with each other in their hearts, have that compassion, and have that human intolerance. Even if you grow up in a devil's cave, growing up in the evil and terrifying mire, you will still bloom beautiful and kind flowers of humanity. Adolf frowned slightly, but still stepped forward with a look of love on his face, and held Yamato in his arms from behind, as if to give her a complete sense of security. You must have suffered a lot over the years, and you won't be able to do it again, said extremely softly. What are you talking about? I am Kazuki Oden. I am the son of Kazuki Sukiyaki, and I will never admit any relationship with Kaido. Where are my real father and daughter Hiyori? Weren't they still here just now? And what is that phone bug filming? Yamato pushed Adolf away impatiently and looked around, completely failing to understand Adolf. She let Kaido hit the ground with a stick and a hammer. Even if she raised her mace to resist, it fell on her head without any support. It took a while for the heavy blow to recover. When I came up, I saw Kaido trapped by the sea tower stone chain. I thought it was Adolf who defeated Kaido again. Forget it. Let me kill this evil party first, avenge Kazuki Oden, and avenge Wano country. Yamato once again raised her wolf fang fairy stick Takaru. This time it was not only the top weapon color, but even Conqueror's was faintly wrapped around it. It seemed like he was about to hit Kaido's head with one blow, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Advertisement. However, the moment it fell, an arm stretched out and grabbed her mace. Isn't the sea tower stone chain tied up? Yamato's pupils shrank and he looked at this scene in shock. Kaido actually broke free from the chains and used his huge palm to forcefully hold her attack. Poseidon. Is that enough? Just use the way you modify the image to do the rest. Kaido's gloomy face turned completely dark as he stood up from the ground. He raised his head slightly and looked at Yamato, his strong eyes revealed ferocity and cruelty, and the terrifying aura was released. Adolf was speechless and said, "Okay, I will make the rest of the video directly. Remember to start with more words. Mental retardation is easier to teach than cognitive retardation. If it doesn't work, you can still memorize the fruit and operate it." With that said, he took the phone bug next to him out and gave the place to them. Let's operate the video and let Yamato talk more about his painful experiences, such as wearing sea stone handcuffs, being imprisoned in a dungeon, being deprived of food, and facing extremely vicious prisoners. Adolf said. Okay. Violet, the doll on the shoulder, took the phone. After Adolf left, Yamato was dumbfounded and couldn't understand what was going on. Kaido breaks free of his chains. Poseidon defeats Kaido and leaves. Thank you for being able to act like a member of Wano country and fight. You are my son, Kaido, forever. No matter how much responsibility you take for them, you can't get rid of this blood relationship. Kaido's anger went straight to Tien Lingai, this unfilial daughter who was so angry with him. Holding the mace in hand, one blow thundered, 8 trigrams struck hard, and even conquerors twined. Shut up. Don't talk about things that don't matter. Yamato takes the form of a real god and beast with a big mouth, roars equally hard, and collides head-on. The two thundered 8 trigrams and struck the mace together, erupting with terrifying power, and the earth was shattered by the dark red lightning. Lord Poseidon, Lieutenant General Gion is here. Ain brought Gion over. Lord Poseidon. Lieutenant General Gion stepped forward with a bit of restraint. The first time they met, she was frightened by a genocide, the second time she was captured, and the undersea war failed miserably, then she turned around and took over the entire marine organization and became her immediate boss. Now she feels like she is looking up to him, not only as Marine Fleet Admiral, but also as the king who rules the world. The undisputed king. This change really made her feel complicated. Don't be restrained, haven't we met several times? It smells so good. Adolf's palm brushed across her face, and his fingertips traced the arc of her jaw. Please pay attention to your image, you are now Marine Fleet Admiral, the king of the world. Normally I should send generals to guard it, but now everywhere needs strong combat power to deter them to maintain peace. The stability must be long-term and stable so that those careerists and pirates will not dare to act rashly. And one more thing. Advertisement. He is no match for Gion alone, but at least he is a candidate for general, and his strength is comparable to that of Flame Calamity Ember, which is no joke. The samurai of Wano have a serious ethos, but as long as they are stronger than them, they will obey them. Yes, I understand, Gion said seriously. Adolf chuckled and stopped, while making arrangements for Gion. It's a lot of pressure, thank you for your hard work. Don't be nervous. Pluton is asleep and will not wake up on his own initiative. Others cannot control Pluton. Gion salutes firmly. She instantly understood that these two guys could be used, but she couldn't rely on them too much, as this might lead to accidents. He originally wanted to send Akainu, who had the right personality and was tough enough to suppress these samurai. If someone wants to rebel or cause chaos, just arrest them and publicly execute them. And emphasize the law. Yes, don't be afraid of them too. If they make any move, tell me directly. Adolf saw her worry. Furthermore, the passage going down has been filled in, and the stratigraphic structure bullet has been reinforced. Just pay a little attention. Kaido. Bullet. I understand. Gion's expression was solemn. Kaido and Bullet are also here. They have taken refuge, but there is no formal document. If there are experts, you can instruct them to solve it. Although you are respectful in front of me and even offered your daughter to surrender, you can't guarantee whether you will have any ideas after I leave. You need to pay attention and arrange a few people to help him monitor him. But North Blue as a whole is more important in the big picture. But Kazuki Sukiyaki was the last shogun of Wano country, and the Kazuki clan has always been the ruling family of Wano country. They were once a clan that carved out the text of history. If that defeat hadn't taken a turn, she might have been. But if many people join forces to rebel on a large scale, it will be more difficult. I will leave Wano country soon. You will be responsible for managing this place. Just carry out reconstruction tasks under the current situation. Food and other resources can be transported through the mirror world. You don't have to worry about this. Lord Poseidon. The pressure is so great. A blush appeared on Gion's face, and he turned his head slightly, not daring to look directly. I heard that there are many swordsmen with extraordinary strength and domineering power in Wano. With my strength. Gion frowned, worried about himself. Although Adolf solved all the problems, if anything happens to the Wano samurai, Pluton, Kaido, Bullet, etc., it will be a big problem. Pluton. Gion's pupils contracted. Adolf warned that although he was not worried, precautions were still necessary to avoid ending up as a villain. I have conquered most of them, you can use them directly. There is Pluton sleeping underground in Wano country. Kaido and Bullet have also met with me. They are not trying to take advantage of Pluton. Of course, these two are obviously not suitable for work. Under normal circumstances, they can only solve the problem of force. Adolf said, while also thinking of the so-called Red Scabbard 9 and the T1 team teacher Luffy met in prison, both of whom were quite capable. Adolf patted Gion on the shoulder. Chapter 240 Kaido's Love. The country of Wano will no longer be called a country in the future, but an island. Wano. Vice Admiral Marine Gion will serve as the Lord of Wajima Island. All of you must obey her orders. Follow her command and rebuild Wajima City together. Do you understand everything? Adolf glanced at thousands of warriors from the country of Wano, and the island. Yes, Lord Poseidon. All the warriors were prostrate on the ground, and even if they had questions, no one dared to raise them in front of Adolf. Old Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki included. Bullet. Adolf looked at the red devil-like man. Woman. Don't bother me with ordinary things. Bullet glanced at him casually, not paying attention at all. The man called the devil's descendant. Sengoku and Garp launched the Buster Call, Douglas Bullet. Gion solemnly said. In the same tough tone, the first thing you have to do is to ensure that you don't commit any crime. Quote. Exclamation mark. You have the guts. Bullet looked down at his height and grinned. Even General Marine would not look down on a man like him. Only a truly strong man could talk to him, let alone a woman like General-in-Chief Gion. But Adolf took it very seriously, and Marine's opinion also changed. So it's about saying don't bother him with ordinary things, but not don't bother him. Quote. Exclamation mark. Quote. Adolf didn't ask for much. Only punching at the stronger is an important quality of the desire to be strong, and it is understandable not to care about ordinary things. You can't let a nuclear bomb take care of something as small as a sesame seed, that's just a brain problem. Gion, the country of Wano is in your hands. Adolf looked at Gion. Advertisement. Yes. Gion responded with an affirmative tone. Thousands of Marine soldiers behind her stood at attention, heads held high. Yeah, Adolf nodded with satisfaction. Thump. The burly body took steps, and Kaido walked over covered in blood, his head blooming, his face distorted, and he was holding Yamato, half of his life, in his hand. Suddenly something came to mind and he paused. I remember that Zuou also seems to have a red historical text stone. It's a pity that they refused to join. There is no reason why I can't grab it. It's really troublesome. The bones of a heavy weapon like a mace are broken, and it looks twisted outside. It seems rude and indifferent, but the condition Kaido was willing to let the sea stone chain trap and cooperate with the video was that Adolf take away Yamato. Let's go then. Adolf led everyone around and boarded the boat. Smoothie went up and grabbed Yamato's leg with one hand, and swung it on his shoulder regardless of the severity of the injury. What good people do is trouble. If it's a pirate, just grab it. The flexible fat man Quinn agreed. The warriors stood up and looked at each other. Jack, you go to Zoe and bring back the historical text stone. Kaido said on the coast. Wait a minute, boss. Lord Poseidon is a decent man, and there is Marine in Wano. It would be bad if he snitches. Quinn was sweating nervously. Isn't that why that B********* D suddenly mentioned it to us? Kaido was disdainful. He was just big, not really stupid. The treatment is much better than before for Kaido and the others, at least they are not dragged on the ground. He looked at the direction Adolf was going, and then at Kaido and Bullet beside him, as well as the thousands of sailors wearing marine coats. There were responses in 2s and 3s, and most of them were simply ignored, and then returned to Hidao one by one without saying hello at all. Advertisement. As an unscrupulous pirate, Kaido has shown great care and concessions to his filial daughter Yamato. In the author's opinion, Kaido is a pirate and he did not kill a filial daughter like Yamato, which is already love. If you can't conquer them, I can't help you. Bullet said and left. Is this still possible? Quinn was dumbfounded, and everyone else was numb. Then let her disappear from Laozi's eyes. Kaido said directly. We are still pirates now. Poseidon said this because he meant for us to do this, and at the same time he was forcing Zoe. Jin said calmly. This was a really cruel attack, but at that time I almost killed the boss. Quinn looked at the inhuman white-haired idiot on the ground. It's quite troublesome, but who makes me a good person? Adolf said and got on the boat. It's the island owner. There's nothing I can do about your daughter. I don't expect to teach her well. Why don't you focus on restarting her brain? Adolf waved his hand. Gion's left hand couldn't help but rest on her famous sword, Kinpira. Taking a deep breath, his eyes became firm. I happen to be a swordsman as well, so let's try my strength. Gion frowned, knowing of course that these people did not obey his orders. It's the boss. Honest Jack didn't think much and just obeyed. Okay, let's go to the island for a meeting to determine what to do next. I will organize designers to design the best city plan as soon as possible. Gion said to the thousands of Wano warriors. Fading away slowly in the eyes of everyone. Take it away. Kaido looked at Adolf. Then he threw Yamato on the ground, as if he were throwing a corpse. It was a terrible sight. This is, injured like this. Gion looked at the woman on the ground and frowned. She thought it was Kaido provoking her at this time and giving her a blow. Chapter 241 Drooling after being cured. The injury is so serious. Kaido, that monster who doesn't even recognize his relatives. It's obvious that they are father and daughter, but he's so harsh. Do you really want to kill his own daughter? Kazuki Hiyori looked at Yamato's twisted body on the deck in shock. It's a pity that not many people paid attention to her. She was a pure maid. She was the same as Aina, Sarah, and Haida, but her status was even worse. Princess. In so many countries around the world, countless princesses have been overthrown from the royal family, and they have all been demoted to civilians. If they resist, they will be killed together with their father. Isn't she always provoking Kaido? Shirahoshi wondered. She saw Yamato attack Kaido several times. If Shirahoshi disowns his mother like Yamato, my mother will cry. Otahime looked at her precious daughter pitifully. Mother, Shirahoshi won't. Shirahoshi held up her crispy mother and stuck out her tongue helplessly. Lord Poseidon, if she wakes up and sees that she is not in Wano, she will not be safe. Do you want to put style handcuffs on her? Black Maria suggested while holding a pipe. Let's check the situation first. If it doesn't work, tie him up and throw him into the sea. Anyway, Kaido forced it on me. If I promise to survive, it will be considered as a deal. Adolf also rubbed his temples. There is really nothing he can do about this kind of cognitive idiot. No longer want to use high-level cognition to enlighten low-level stupidity, because she simply cannot understand it, and may even be disgusted and repelled by the initiate due to ignorance. If he was like Kaido, if he wanted to kill him day by day, and carried out a sneak attack with the knife at night, he would definitely shoot Yamato to death one day. Ain, have the promotional materials been sent out? Adolf asked. It has been issued and all island owners must vigorously publicize it throughout the island. Newspapers have been distributed all over the world. Morgan's efficiency is very fast, although it is exaggerated. Yamato is the daughter of Kaido. The daughter of the Emperor of the Sea killed her relatives for righteousness. It is of great propaganda significance for fighting evil. Advertisement. It should be able to sway some pirates, and more importantly, those who have not yet become pirates. Ain said happily, this plan is really good. The most critical thing is to attack pirates at the source. Preventing island residents from becoming pirates is the key to completely solving the pirate problem. It is precisely because she is Kaido's daughter that I agreed to take over this unfortunate child. Adolf complained. It's surprising that Governor Kaido can accept it. I'll make a fool of myself in front of the world and throw it at you. Black Maria chuckled. She expects me to cure her brain. I'm not a painter and I'm not a medical student. Even a medical student can't save her in this situation. They say it's not as severe as a stick. At worst, it's like being like Edward Wabel, or even opening a trumpet again. Adolf looked at Yamato helplessly. To paraphrase a certain elder brother's words, even after being cured, my mouth is watering. Even the memory fruit can be forcibly cracked with powerful domineering force. After all, it is not like a petrified ghost, which directly stops the opponent's thinking. Poseidon, Pluto said Shirahoshi hasn't arrived yet. Otahime was worried. Shirahoshi, you said you had a sense of intimacy before, right? Adolf looked at Shirahoshi. Well, it feels very friendly, as if we have known each other a long time ago. Shirahoshi nodded, and at the same time held Otahime and came to Adolf's side. The past was the past, and you are you now. Live according to your own wishes. Don't worry about any boring fate. I will be behind you. Adolf said gently. Yes, Master Poseidon. Shirahoshi was overjoyed and couldn't help but hug Adolf and was moved, feeling full of security. I feel so relieved, I really want to continue like this. Advertisement. Shirahoshi contentedly hugged Adolf and Otahime to bask in the swimming pool, enjoying the warmth of the sun and the blowing wind. Adolf was thinking about what Shirahoshi said, friendliness. He thought that Shirahoshi seemed to have said the same thing to Nami, right? They had just met each other not long ago, right? Speaking of which, the whole Straw Hat Pirates crew is not simple. Captain Luffy, the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon, the apprentice of Pluton Rayleigh, the successor of Rogers Will, 4 Emperors Shanks as the guide. Then something outrageous came. The successor of Joyboy 800 years ago, the first pirate in history. First Officer Zoro. Ancestor Shimotsuki Ryoma, the legendary dragon-slaying samurai, Shimotsuki Koshiro's apprentice, the greatest swordsman Mihawk's apprentice, returned Wano's national treasure Shisui, and obtained Kazuki Oden's Yama. Chef Sanji, son of the kingdom of Germa. Sniper Usopp, the son of the leader of the red-haired pirates. Navigator Nami, orphan, ship Dr. Chopper, the famous medical kingdom serves as the background. Scholar Robin, O'Hara's survivor, an important role in interpreting history. Musician Brook, died once. Helmsman Jinbei, Fishman Island Fishman tribe, Sun Pirates. Looking at it this way, Nami is a pure grassroots. But here's the problem. As a popular character and a top officer on the Straw Hat Pirates ship, he also possesses the physical talent of sea climate change. The person who seems to be the most normal is actually the most abnormal. As we all know, grassroots and orphans, coupled with the above labels, will inevitably mean a greater stage limit. The last chapter might be her special performance. Chapter 242 Important Government Affairs. Sir Poseidon, don't be lazy, this is an important document accumulated in the past 2 days. Ain came over with a thick stack of documents, taller than a person. It's amazing, it's so hard. Shirahoshi admired him. It's too exaggerated. Otahime shrank her head, thinking that when she became a royal family, she didn't have 2 official documents all year round. No wonder he can rule the world. Everyone was really dissatisfied. Pluton, Kaido, Bullet, Wano after his rule, the samurai group, and Adolf had witnessed so many major events in Wano, and they never rested. I just got on the boat and thought I could have a rest, but I had a lot of things waiting to be dealt with, and I couldn't stop. Bring it. Adolf was calm and used to it. He was still anxious when he first started to rule the world. Get up from the swimming pool and work on his bubble sofa. First show me the situation in the 4 seas in the first half. This document is. Ain found one of the folders. Adolf flipped through the documents, which were his new reports from the past 2 days in Wano. In the past 2 days, a rebellion broke out in a kingdom. The local dignitaries contacted the pirate forces in an attempt to combine local forces to kill all Marines. However, after being discovered by the Murloc troops patrolling the coast, Marine on the island organized a fight and persisted until Big Bear arrived, successfully averting a major defeat. There are 17 pirate groups in total, with the highest bounty of 520 million Baileys. The total bounty exceeds 10 billion, the number of pirates exceeds 1,000, and the local forces have 800 people. It's such a big deal to kill Marine, but they can't escape. The number of pirates is obviously abnormal. CP. Adolf thought subconsciously. Advertisement. Looking through the report, there is the same suspicion in the report. The leader of the pirates and the powerful man are being interrogated. This kind of action happens from time to time, causing a lot of pressure on the people below. In addition, 7 more non-franchised countries with a population of more than 10,000 people have successfully occupied it, and 1 non-franchised country's nationals have refused Marine protection in Adolf's rule. Marine gives up. These non-franchised countries are all quite poor. In the past, they could not afford to pay heavenly money and could not get Marine protection. Pirates were rampant and the people were in dire straits. Now Adolf does not need their heavenly gold, so he naturally seeks cover. It's just that their king is a little unhappy. As for the franchising countries that have already ruled, everything is slowly advancing to win in a stable manner, focusing on the word stability. First tasks after occupation. Rebuild Marine bases on each island to directly ensure the safety of people's lives, and then recruit soldiers for unified management. And guard against rebels, CP spies, criminals, bandits, gangs, and gangsters from various countries. At the same time, policies are slowly being implemented. abolition of harsh taxes, abolition of serfs and mine slaves, abolition of cruel laws, abolition of aristocratic privileges, abolition of all systems that dehumanize humanity, abolition of all kinds of cruel laws. Hungry and poor areas. Open up wasteland to cultivate land and go fishing in the sea to ensure the most basic survival needs. The feedback in the report shows good progress, which is generally good. If the progress is slower, please slow down. These are plans written by Adolf before, and they can just implement them. It's okay to be arrogant at all. It's not a peaceful era anyway, so there's no need to be too particular. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to let these big bosses carry out development and reform. With this set of measures, the people's safety factor will be increased 100 times. In contrast, the intensity of combating crime will be increased 100 times, and the control over various countries will be strengthened. It can be said to curb the occurrence of evil from the source and prevent other evil from harming innocent people. At the same time, it also allowed the whole Marine and the whole world to truly see hope, and the difference with the world government. Advertisement. Give me Caesar Current's report, Adolf said. Ain immediately found the report. Adolf opened it. Artificial devil fruit animal type devil fruit tree, it has been completed. The devil fruits currently in production are Daibutsu, Gyuki, Ichingen, horse bone, desert worm, Fengshi, Qinglong, Oko Shinshin, Pteranodon, Brachiosaurus, mammoth, Pachycephalosaurus, Spinosaurus, and Rosgo. Tarantula. Prioritize the fantasy beast species, then the ancient species, and take your time with the ordinary ones. Although the 5 elders were not captured, the flesh and blood injured in the battle on Onigashima was collected. There is also a small report from Tom. Caesar discovered a large amount of gold on the island, secretly hid it, and tried to take it for himself. Then let Adolf glance past and ignore. It's a pity that Paramesha has not been conquered yet, the brain fruit is the foundation. Adolf regretted. Garp is chasing red hair. He has already chased him to the upside-down mountain. He doesn't seem to be such a diligent person. Adolf looked at the next document in confusion. I also contacted Lieutenant General Garp about this matter. He was hesitant and did not explain in detail. He might have some hidden secrets. The people on his ship said that it was because he went back to his hometown. Ain said. Did something happen in Windmill Village? Forget it, just chase. Anyway, we are attacking pirates. Killing the red hair can also act as a deterrent, but the stability of the East Daxia Sea must be done well. Adolf frowned. He was not worried about Garp's combat power. He was worried about Garp's character. Write the order immediately. Now you, Garp, are the only one with the best combat power in the entire East Daxia Sea. We must not cause any island to be massacred because of the pursuit of red hair. The reason why we don't take action against the pirate group is not because we can't take action, but because we don't have enough troops. Not just ordinary soldiers, but also high-end combat capabilities. When someone is fighting guerrillas, you can't keep running behind them. This is definitely not possible. Ain took the document and immediately sent the order to the Garp warship via fax. Chapter 243 Food Meat Nutrition Strength. Adolf picked up the next document. Dressrosa Grain Production Statistics Report. 1 million tons of cabbage and 2.5 million tons of cabbage. The total output of various vegetables is 7 million tons, rice is 4 million tons. It can't be calculated like this. This amount of food can feed 50 million people for half a year, which can prevent starvation in the world. Ain was excited. In this way, farmers can make money, people can save money, and the high transportation fees in the middle can be cut off. Not to mention supercargo ships with hundreds of thousands of tons. If they are at sea for more than 3 days, the enclosed space will be hot and stuffy, or moisture will enter. Whether it is fresh vegetables or dried grains, they will definitely rot. Adolf said with a smile that seeing a good harvest always makes people feel happy. There is no machinery. The farmers face the lowest with their backs to the sky, and they all pick by hand without taking a break, under the bright sun. It is pure hard-earned money. A year ago, it should not be a few months ago, when Doflamingo came to the kingdom of Dressrosa, King Riku even needed 10 billion belly to be raised by the entire island, so he knelt on the ground to beg. And all of this was brought about by this man. Only in this way can vegetables from Dressrosa Island be transported to other islands at the fastest speed and at the lowest cost. This is just the beginning, and everyone has not yet learned the farming techniques of the small humans. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that the mirrors on the islands in the mirror world are not particularly far apart. Luffy can enter the mirror world from Cake Island. After fighting the glutinous fruit Katakuri, he can run out of the mirror world and reach the next island. I promised to Sakazuki and the others before that the hunger problem will be solved in 3 months. Especially for shipping in this world, the cost is exaggerated. 220 billion belly is not bad, but Whitebeard's head would have to be chopped off 44 times to be worth it. Total acquisition cost. 220 billion Bailey. This is also the basic rule that constitutes the Mirror World Network. I'm happy now. Adolf touched the forehead of the doll Violet with his fingertip. At the same time, the seeds cultivated by the small humans began to circulate. When she saw the grain, she also consulted a large amount of information to make calculations. The doll Violet sat on Adolf's shoulder, looking at the documents together, feeling excited. Don't look at the fact that a newspaper only costs 100 pele, that's when seagulls fly so far across the sea and sell it one by one. In other words, through the mirror world, the distance between two islands can be spanned in one step. As for Bree, he has already asked him to arrange transportation to the mirror world. Advertisement. Adolf said. But we can't say that Adolf is evil-hearted. Whether it's grain or vegetables, 1 ton is 20,000 belly, which is equivalent to 20 belly per kilogram. And he collected it all from farmers, and the price of 20 belly per kilogram was really high. Copy this document and let me distribute it around the world. This is the most important achievement of Marine in the future empire. It can inspire people. Isn't that 1 trillion Baileys a year? Yes. Ain was excited and went to do it immediately. The entire island of Dressrosa does not have a population of 1 million. On average, 500,000 belly per person is not a problem. For a family with many farms, it is normal for a family to have 2 to 3 million belly. At the same time, let the Ministry of Construction build freight tracks and trains in the mirror world, and build mirror world mirror doors on each island, as well as national vegetable storage warehouses, which will be transported uniformly by the country to minimize costs. At the same time, we will draw up a list of extremely poor areas and distribute them to them first. The mirror on the Sunshine Mile, the ship moves in the real world, but the position of the mirror in the mirror world does not move. Well, thank you. How many copies of one can be sold in a day? What are the operating costs? But what about now? Less than 220 billion Baileys in 1 quarter. Chapter 244 Kazuki Oden is dead. Unfamiliar sky, strange environment. Yamato gradually regained consciousness. Yamato, are you okay? Kazuki Hiyori was lying on the side of the pool. It's my daughter. Pull me up from the water. I want to go back to Wano country, and I still have a very important mission to complete. Yamato said weakly. No matter how powerful she is, as long as a person with abilities falls into the sea, Big Mom will sink. This. Hiyori was embarrassed and looked at Adolf in fear, but did not dare to pull Yamato out of the pool. Change the subject and ask, Yamato, how did you meet your father, and why did you say you were Kazuki Oden? I saw it with my own eyes. Kazuki Oden's legendary 1-hour torture of Kamabo. Oden is for the country's best samurai. Kaido is the real villain. Saying this, Yamato became energetic. Yamato tells you a secret about Oden. Adolf came over, picked up Yamato's collar, and looked at each other. What secret? Yamato looked at Adolf expectantly. Adolf put his face almost in front of Yamato. Kazuki Oden is dead. What? No. Kazuki Oden is not dead yet. As long as I am alive, as long as Wano country is still there. Kazuki Oden's will not be broken. Yamato gritted his teeth and looked directly at Adolf firmly, not even taking a step back even if he died. You can't even recognize yourself when you look at the diary. You are also a talent. Everyone on the 3rd floor sightseeing platform was speechless. Since you admire Kazuki Oden so much and want to establish and protect the country of Wano, let's review it. Advertisement. Adolf threw Yamato on the deck and returned to the bubble sofa. What's the review? Yamato shook his body and was seriously injured all over his body. He is also really tenacious. Based on Kazuki Oden's actual situation at the time, how can he defeat Kaido? Since you said you wanted to protect Wano country, have you considered the reasons for Kazuki Oden's defeat? Adolf looked at Yamato, who was wearing a kimono and had broad chest muscles. It has already happened. What is there to think about? I will definitely defeat Kaido. Yamato disagreed and firmly believed in this. Oh, if Kaido kills you every time, how many times do you think you have died? Adolf asked. He was really disgusted by this kind of single-minded thinking. He has decided to strengthen cultural classes. A brutal body is important, but a wise mind is even more important. A samurai has long disregarded life and death. Yamato was determined. Haha. It seems like you are not afraid of death anymore. Smoothie. Cut off Kazuki Hiyori's hand. Of course you can also try to kill me. The AIM phone bub contacted Kaido. Yamato, you should believe that Kaido could do this. Yes. AIM, who had been watching from the side, nodded, and the phone call got in touch. Wait, what are you going to do? Come at me if you can. What does this have to do with my daughter? Yamato is fine, let her do it. Kazuki Hiyori took a strong breath. Zzzz. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Then do both. Devil, you are the real devil. Adolf's words made Yamato feel scared for the first time, and he truly understood what regret meant. Advertisement. Yamato's eyes trembled as he backed away a little, his hand holding the mace less tight. Do you think what I care about is a hand? What I want is your regret. Of course you also have another choice, Wano, that is, the country of Wano you want to protect, trade 1,000 heads for the sun and a hand. No, she is my daughter. No, you are my daughter, I will definitely protect you. Adolf laughed. Poseidon, use my hand instead. Cut my thump. But she also clearly understands that she is no match for Adolf, and if the price of failure is Hiyori's death, can she still be fearless? She can be fearless because she is not afraid of death. Yamato dropped the mace and stretched out his arm. Adolf's eyes were cold. Lord Poseidon. Kazuki Hiyori was horrified. Smoothie slowly drew his sword and walked towards Kazuki Hiyori mercilessly. Since you don't care about your own life or death, you can only communicate effectively if you mention what you care about. Do it. If you speak harshly once, Hiyori will have one of her limbs chopped off. Adolf held his chin with his right hand and spoke cruelly like a cruel tyrant who controlled people's hearts. Yamato, it's your choice. If you don't choose within 1 minute. Yamato panicked and quickly stood in front of Hiyori. The metallic sound of the sword being unsheathed really reached Yamato's heart this time. My body is shaking. I can't stop shaking. Yamato's pupils contracted and he clenched the mace with both hands. Yamato fell to her knees on the ground. Suddenly she felt a strong suffocation. Even someone as powerful as her had trouble breathing. I'm just cutting off one of her hands now. You can try to resist. Lord Poseidon will kill her later. Smoothie licked his tongue cruelly, loving the feeling of driving his prey to the edge. Chapter 245 Torture of Yamato Taming. Oh. Let the people below arrest 1,000 people. No, I will go directly to the residential area. Maybe we can bloodbath the entire Wano country today. Lousy's silly son, you are so harsh. Oh. That guy Adolf is very capable. Let Bree come over and I'll send the head over to my stupid son for confirmation. Otherwise, let's start a live broadcast and let her watch Lousy chop it with her own eyes. The phone bug turned into Kaido's face, and the maniacal laughter came. Yamato has been angry with him for many years and has always been stubborn. Is it true that he can't be beaten to death? Now someone finally educates me. If not for this, how could he agree to let Adolf step on his face for publicity? Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Mangzili couldn't help but wanted to say something, but Shirahoshi grabbed her and shook her head to stop it. Except for people like Big Mom's daughter and Hancock who don't care, no one else can understand Adolf's cruel orders, including Otahime. It doesn't matter if it's just one hand, Mangzili can heal it, but at worst it's just another hand, which means the process seems cruel. But if 1,000 people die, they are really dead. People like Kaido are definitely capable of killing. Me, cut off my hand. Don't hurt other people, please. Hiyori knelt down in front of Adolf in embarrassment and begged. Kaido's voice came out, who dared to take it as a joke. However, Adolf ignored it completely. He leaned on the bubble sofa, propped up his chin, and his eyes stayed on Yamato. There are 30 seconds left. Ain reminded him as he looked at the stopwatch. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. The terrifying emotion of deep guilt hit the brain nerves, and Hiyori came to Yamato in embarrassment and screamed. Say it quickly. Cut off my hand. Do you really want 1,000 people in Wano to die? Don't you want to protect the country of Wano? Just open your mouth. At this moment, Kazuki Hiyori went crazy. How could she accept that 1,000 people died because of one of her hands? 10 seconds left. Ain counted down coldly. Gouda, Otahime and the others swallowed secretly. Once Adolf became serious, none of them dared to persuade him, and the cruel atmosphere even made them nervous and suffocated. Me, Kazuki Oden. Advertisement. Yamato knelt on the ground, his body was shaking, and his palms were shaking. She has been determined to carry out her legacy for half her life. She has always dreamed of it. Do you want to destroy it with your own hands? Snapped. Kazuki Hiyori slapped Yamato in the face and shouted, that's enough. Don't you have the consciousness to make sacrifices? Now the only option is to chop off my hand. You must say it. Say it quickly. What? Do the two of them want to execute it together? Kaido's voice said. Last 3 seconds. Ain counts down without any emotion. I choose. Hiyori. Cut off Hiyori's arm. Yamato's heart collapsed, and he fell to his knees, his hands hanging down, and his whole body seemed to be broken. Ha, did you hear that? She said she chose my hand. Hiyori burst into tears and stretched out her palms, but she still felt happy. Fear, laughter, despair, cruelty, all kinds of emotions also made her collapse. Do it, Adolf ordered ruthlessly. Tear. Smoothie swings his sword even more ruthlessly. The jade arm fell off, and the blood continued. Cruel and heartless, a devil that simply tortures people's hearts. Ah, Hiyori hugged her arms and screamed in pain, she was just an Ouran woman. She doesn't have the strength of Yamato, nor the consciousness of not being afraid of death. The cause this time has nothing to do with her. How innocent. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Yamato hugged himself and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Can we communicate now? If not, you can choose again. Adolf said calmly, completely unable to create any waves in his heart. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Yamato's body froze. Communication. Can she still communicate now? Does she still dare to communicate? Since you haven't thought about review, let's analyze it bit by bit. Although Hiyori can kill 4 more times, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Wano, so you can make hundreds of mistakes. Advertisement. Every word Adolf said made Yamato tremble. Kazuki Oden returned to the country of Wano, and the people were looking forward to him, thinking that he was the savior. But Kaido used the hostages as threats to make an agreement, and let 100 people dance naked at a time, resulting in no one following him, and people's livelihoods were lost. Even so, Oden still seriously injured Kaido despite the huge disparity in numbers. You all know the turning point in the middle, but the ending is failure. Tell me what you can do to win against Kaido. If you can't figure it out in 1 hour, Hiyori will have another arm broken. Adolf went on directly, not allowing her to refuse at all. And his purpose is also very simple, to crush Kazuki Oden's position in Hiyori's heart. Etc. Timer starts, 60 minutes. Before Yamato could say anything, Ain pressed the timer. Think about it carefully. You can discuss the necessary details with Hiyori. She is also a party. Adolf picked up the government documents again. This was sent by his Minister of Construction, Niyama Pika. He and Tui Guo Mori have joined forces to open the channel between North Blue and the East Daxia Sea. The channel is 500 meters wide and 700 kilometers long. Current direction: East Daxia Sea to North Blue. The current is so turbulent that it only takes a day for the marine warship to pass. Although there is a mirror world network plan, transportation will basically not be used in the future. But adventurers, travelers, etc. who need to use boats still need this channel. The transportation network in the real world must also be perfected and cannot be completely divorced from reality. After all, the mirror brought out cannot be bigger than the ship, so it is impossible for the ship to pass through the mirror and enter the mirror world. At the same time, it is still of great significance, and shows that devil fruits are not only used for fighting and killing, but can also change people's livelihood, make people live a better life, and benefit the world. Ain, this channel has also been publicized, and Marines have been asked to set up bases at both ends. Anyone passing by needs to check their identity. Remember to explain that it was jointly developed by Pika, the person with the stone fruit ability, and Mori, the push fruit user. Adolf said that with his current achievements, he no longer needs to compete with his subordinates for political achievements. Yes, there's lots of good news today, Ain said happily. Indeed, all the previous efforts have paid off. Adolf chuckled. And Yamato was still kneeling on the spot, emotionally collapsed, his brain was completely overloaded, he couldn't think of anything, he really couldn't think of anything. Quote ... exclamation mark quote. Hiyori looked at Yamato, and her heart was also broken. But what could she do? She could only endure the severe pain and discuss it with Yamato. Yamato, listen to me. The reason for father's failure is himself. Hiyori gritted her teeth, covered her bloody arm, and suppressed the pain with willpower. Chapter 246 Breaking the Filter. Daughter, the reason for the failure of the royal palace is yourself. Yamato couldn't understand how the perfect man in her eyes could lose to her. Pirates are not trustworthy, and people's livelihood will be lost if they dance naked. If we directly lead everyone to war from the beginning, Kaido will definitely lose. Hiyori knew Adolf's purpose very well, and she could only follow Adolf's ideas. But there are so many hostages. Yamato immediately thought of Oden's first great point. Don't you understand? There are thousands of pirates in Kaido, and the war is still starting in Wano. Thousands of civilians will definitely be affected by the war. Does it mean that if Kaido grabs a few hostages and ties them to his body, my father will be captured without mercy? Is it possible that the pirates temporarily captured a group of people to threaten them, so will my father be captured without mercy? It was my father's stupidity that led to the failure of the war. Oden didn't lose because he believed in the agreement. It was because he was an idiot. He actually compromised because of the hostages, and he compromised for 5 years. He allowed the pirates to do whatever they wanted in Wano country. How many people of Wano country were hurt during this period? Quote. He is a complete idiot. He is not worthy of being a general of Wano. Hiyori roared heartbreakingly, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. She doesn't want to say that because Oden is her father. But now Adolf wants her to say that he wants Yamato to understand this truth. If Wano is threatening hundreds of thousands, then she must say. Because it is impossible for Yamato to think of this, is he really going to chop off her limbs and head, and then kill everyone in Wano country? How is it possible? Yamato couldn't believe it, and Oden's pride in his heart was hit hard. That's right, that idiot actually believed what the pirate said, and even compromised because of some unimportant hostages. It really made me laugh to death. I've obviously been on Whitebeard's and Roger's ships. If I find anyone to come over and join forces, I'm no match at all. I can only run away in despair. What kind of agreement was reached? It's really hilarious. Kaido's ruthless ridicule came from the phone bug. How could this happen? Yamato's heart collapsed. In Oden's diary, there is Whitebeard, Roger and the others. It is undoubtedly a reasonable and feasible solution. But he is a samurai, and Wano is closed to the outside world. How can he ask for help? Even if he wins, he will still be defeated. Yamato seemed to have found the only answer to convince himself. Isn't the safety of the entire Wano country less dangerous than these rules? He himself broke the rules and went to sea. Why talk about seclusion? Dance naked in public, how about samurai face? The pain radiating from Hiyori's body made her scream in every sentence, a large amount of blood flowed out, and her mouth was pale. Even with the roar of pain, she even complained in her heart. It was obviously a win-win game, but we ended up in this situation. After her own death, her mother was shot dead, and her brother was forced to travel through time and space 20 years later. She became an Ouran incognito, an Ouran. A geisha. Now his arms have been chopped off and he may be killed at any time. Advertisement. There is no guarantee today, and I have never felt safe. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. The Goten in my heart and the Goten in my diary are not like this. Yamato was completely defeated and knelt on the spot, losing hope, future, and all ideals. If it were anyone else, she could still refute it, but you don't understand Odin. But the person who was talking about this now is Odin's biological daughter. Kazuki Hiyori, who had one of his arms cut off because of her murder. What qualifications does she have to say this? But no one will speak ill of themselves, right? Mangzili said. Odin obviously didn't realize his problem when he did this. Odahime complained. Mother, please stop talking about others. Shirahoshi reminded in a low voice. Have we discussed it? If you can't make it through with me, you have to continue to do the multiple choice questions. Adolf put down a document and looked at the two of them. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he put huge pressure on the two of them. Odin should directly lead the Wano samurai and Kaido to initiate a decisive battle. Ignore the hostages. Or contact Whitebeard and Roger Pirate's partners for help. Hiyori spoke first. It's amazing how he was able to endure the pain and emotions despite having his arm cut off. It's a pity that Yamato got involved. Adolf looked at Hiyori. Wearing a kimono, with handsome features and dignified behavior. He doesn't particularly like mature women or Lolita. He is single-minded and only likes beautiful ones, preferably with big breasts. That is to say, I have some opinions about Odin, but not Hiyori, but I like it as a pleasing thing. Please spare me when this round is over. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on anymore. Hiyori's face turned pale and bitter. What kind of thing is it that her father's fanatic fan has caused her daughter to suffer because of her excessive fanaticism? Yamato. Hiyori has already answered, please repeat it. Adolf looked at Yamato. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Yamato was silent and repeated honestly. She could no longer be tough on Adolf. Kaido could only beat her, but she was still tough on him. This devil is the real devil. With the Odin daughter she cares most about in the lives of the people of Wano, she is forced to speak with her brain. Kaido, as the person involved, if Odin does what they say, what can you do? Adolf leaned on the bubble sofa and asked Kaido instead of giving an answer. Escape. If Odin starts a fight head-on and calls Whitebeard, Roger and the others, I have no chance of winning. Advertisement. Kaido grinned and admitted readily, or in other words, the current result was meaningless at all. Because if you really want to, isn't there any way? He is a dragon flying in the sky. The dragon's breath on all sides, which is 10,000 meters above the ground, will cause destruction wherever it falls. Then Yamato, please rate Odin. Of course, there is no need to pay for this rating, just follow your heart. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Even Kaido's phone bug is grinning from ear to ear. This idiot daughter who calls herself Odin every day. Even after more than 10 years of hard education, she couldn't do anything. She finally succumbed to Adolf. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Yamato lowered her head and couldn't see her expression. If someone else said how Odin was doing, she wouldn't listen at all, and instead swung the mace. But in this situation, she had to calm down, her head was colder than ice. Odin and Kaido made a bet. If they could survive in the oil pan for 1 hour, they would be let go. Odin himself jumped into the oil pan first. The 9 red scabbard heroes wanted to jump into the pan with Odin through thick and thin. Odin raised the board to catch the retainers so that they would not be harmed, and endured the hot oil alone. Yamato looked up at Adolf. Do you want my answer, or your own answer? Adolf asked. Yours. Yamato hesitated. You value friendship, right? Your seemingly fearless spirit of sacrifice will shock you. The opposite is that your father Kaido is cruel, dishonest, and despicable. He can also see Yamato's psychology. What kind of hero is he? He is just a stupid star-chasing fan, just like those idiot women who say they are extremely star-chasing. That's right, a villain like Kaido. Yamato clenched his fist. Haha. After Kaido lost to me, weren't Quinn and the others trying desperately to save Kaido? You really wanted to kill Kaido with that stick. And Kaido really embarrassed the whole world in order to teach you a lesson by leaving you to me. How did you feel about those few strokes? Adolf held his chin and sneered. Fans have filters for celebrities. In their eyes, the celebrities they admire are glamorous and perfect. Even if the house collapses, they will clean the floor. The same thing doesn't matter to others, but to the stars you admire, there is a halo bonus. No more playing. What bullshit. Kaido cursed and hung up the phone. What's going on with constantly exposing his shortcomings? Doesn't he want to lose face? He was lying on the chair with a smile on his face. Chapter 247. A corner of the future world. Quote. Yamato is silent. She has always admired Odin, ever since the torture of Kamabe caused a psychological impact on her. Sacrifice for others, take the initiative to bear torture. Then Odin left a great image in the hearts of pure little girls. Especially the ending in the form of failure, death, and family destruction, has a sense of tragedy. Reading an idol's diary with such emotions is like worshipping it as a Bible and treating it as the direction of life. But has she actually come into contact with Odin? But as the saying goes, distance creates beauty. If they really come into contact, I'm afraid Odin won't push him to the ground and slap him. Think carefully and I'll give you plenty of time. Mangzili, please give Hiyori some treatment. Adolf placed the next government document in front of him. Mangzili jumped over, lifted the bloody man and caught her with his arm. Huh, thank you. Hiyori took a deep breath, her scalp was numb, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. Sorry, daughter. Hiyori. Yamato lowered his head and felt guilty, unable to call himself Odin anymore. It doesn't matter. This was also caused by my father. As a daughter, I should bear all this. Hiyori smiled bitterly. What kind of crime did she suffer? It was really an unreasonable disaster. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Yamato took a deep breath and looked at Adolf seriously. Kazuki Odin is selfish, cruel, violent, stupid, arrogant, lustful. He cooked Odin on the bones of his old friend, and it didn't matter that his father severed ties with him. Because of his stupidity, his family was ruined, and the country of Wano was occupied by Kaido. After breaking the filter of idols, extreme admiration turned into extreme disgust, as if being betrayed. Advertisement. And Odin's black spots are also infinitely magnified at this moment. Just like the brother whose house collapsed, it only takes a moment for him to turn from pink to bad. Quote. Hiyori feels uncomfortable. It was you who made the promise before, and now it is you who is scolding you. What are you going to do? She is hurting. Okay. Unlock her handcuffs. I thought you would continue to be harsh and plan to throw her into the sea and drag her to calm down for a few days. Thank you for Hiyori's sacrifice. She hasn't complained a word until now. Adolf looked at Hiyori. Do you think I dare to complain? Master Poseidon. Hiyori looked at Adolf with a look of grievance and resentment. You finally noticed me. Compared to Kaido's evil gang, you are the real devil, Poseidon. Yamato gritted his teeth. Then he asked, now that your faith is shattered, what are your thoughts in the future? My reminder is that if a corner of the future world can rise to the world level, it must be multidimensional. Adolf looked at the two of them and said separately. What is this? Yamato stepped forward to take it. Hahaha, it's a bit rough, but the effect is good. I don't have that much time to fool around with you. Adolf laughed. After Adolf's actions, her feelings towards her father, Kazuki Odin, also changed. It would be great if we could keep the country of Wano, not to mention that it was because my father was not rational enough that Kaido succeeded. At the same time, I am also wondering, what kind of future is this? Sorry Hiyori, it's because of me. Yamato felt ashamed. The documents sent to Lord Poseidon are related to the structure of a country and the direction of the world. At the very least, it is a major event that affects tens of millions of people. How can it be so simple? Ain said. Hancock is still the king. Odahime beeped softly. Advertisement. Wow. Looking at the contents of the document, everyone was shocked by the huge amount of money, which was equivalent to the gold in the sky from 22 countries. When had they ever seen such a huge sum of money? Hiyori sighed, feeling mixed. A corner of the future world. That's too exaggerated. All the girls were also curious. I never thought about it. I'm still confused. Yamato shook his head. Adolf explained calmly. It's a huge amount of money. If my mother gets it, she will be very happy. In front of you, the human heart is like a fleshy toy. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. At the next moment, the seawater surged, tens of kilometers in radius were turbulent, and the sea level rose. The dazzling golden light rises from the sea, as if coming to the golden sea, the whole world becomes bright. Grain production. Worth 220 billion belly. Of course not. Wano country is already under my rule, so how could she kill someone for such an inexplicable thing? It's just to scare her. Although the result was that you forced her to choose, she also felt cowardly and fearful in her heart. She no longer believed so firmly, and even more understood the word price. Adolf scratched his face and cut someone's hand inexplicably, as if there was something wrong. Odahime, as a princess, you are now my assistant. Although you are very messy, you still need vision and thinking. You should think about it carefully and treat it as your civil service exam. Lord Poseidon, if Yamato chooses to kill 1,000 people in Wano, will you really do it? Hiyori asked. Then let's take a look at a corner of the future of the world. I wonder if you can see it. Adolf took out a document. She sees herself as Kazuki Odin, you as her daughter, and Wano as her ideal. No matter which one you choose, it is a betrayal of your heart. This is my purpose. Hiyori once again saw Adolf's power, which was different from physical terror. It was a method that made people's souls tremble. As the corner of the future talking about wealth. One island can grow 200 billion belly. If there are a few more islands like this, wouldn't it be several trillion? Harvest the whole world. Yamato, if you can see that, it means you have surpassed Kazuki Odin. I really don't know what to say. Chapter 248 Pure Gold. After some turbulence, a 10-kilometer large super anglerfish rose from the sea level, with a golden sun hanging above its head. Compared with sunlight, it has a texture of metal and golden particles. Poseidon class. Everyone looked at the giant creature that could be called an island not far away, and they were nervous due to its terrifying size. Facing such a behemoth in the sea, even Smoothie and Yamato felt tremendous pressure. Just swimming at will can set off a large-scale tsunami, disrupt the currents within 100 miles, easily tear apart the ship, and even a shock of a terrifying size can cause an island-level impact. What a big fish. What's going on? Are you targeting us? Yamato said with excitement. Too big. Hiyori was even more frightened, almost to the point of being scared to death. The giant anglerfish also looked at Adolf and Shirahoshi on the boat. Two kings. Did you call me here? Odahime looked at Adolf doubtfully. Adolf didn't answer, but said directly to the giant anglerfish, "Open your mouth, I want to take something." Quote. Exclamation mark, quote. The giant anglerfish suddenly became excited. He looked at the huge lantern on his head and shook his head excitedly. He was very nervous. Keep that thing with you, it's something else. Adolf didn't force him. He doesn't need pure gold now, and compared to pure gold, the scientist who invented pure gold is more important. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Hearing Adolf's words, the giant anglerfish nodded quickly and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. This big mouth can completely swallow an island with a diameter of 3 to 4,000 meters and a mountain peak of 7 to 800 meters. Let the boat go in, said Adolf. Yes. Ain immediately conveyed the order. Shall we go into the belly of the fish? Yamato was shocked. A person is 1.8 meters tall, but he lives in a house that is only 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. The stomach of a giant anglerfish that is 10 kilometers long is a whole other world. No, it should be a small ecological zone. Islands. And there are 3 of them. This is too exaggerated. How big is the stomach of a Poseidon? Can't you see the end? Entering the stomach, everyone was shocked. There is even light. Can the light from the anglerfish's lantern shine into the body? Ain noticed. The sea is so amazing. Is this an adventure? Yamato exclaimed, letting out a hearty laugh. Advertisement. With a straightforward and idiot-like personality, he quickly forgets his troubles, and his joy and laughter are fully expressed on his face. Dinosaurs. There are actually dinosaurs in this kind of environment. Landing on the island once again challenges people's common sense. There is someone in the Tyrannosaurus Rex lair. Mrs. Shiarly noticed. How is that possible? Is there anyone else living in the stomach of a Poseidon? Pudding couldn't believe it. Heading towards the nest, there is a dinosaur attack, let everyone deal with it easily. It's really a human. Is he pretending to be a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex? Mangzili was shocked. Quote exclamation mark. You guys. It's really rare to survive entering the stomach of a Poseidon. Miskina Ossier shrank and looked at Adolf and the others with regret. We came in on our own. Are you the person Lord Poseidon is looking for? I don't know what's so special. Butterfruit Garrett looked at the fat man. Come in by yourself. Find me. Miskina Ossier was shocked. Come with us first, and we'll talk after you get out. Adolf turned and left. Wait, my daughter is on another island. Since you are here to save me, please save my daughter too. Miskina Ossier quickly followed. Strong strength is the basis of everything. It can solve 99% of the world's troubles and successfully rescue the 2 of them. The giant anglerfish also left after Adolf and his crew came out of their boat. My name is Miskina Ossier. Thank you for saving us, father and daughter. If it weren't for you, we still don't know when we would have come out of the Poseidon's belly or died. Ossier was grateful. A-hole dad, I won't die so easily. Olga's mouth was foul and hard, and she didn't look good at all. There is no need to say thank you. If you really want to express your gratitude, just work hard for me and use your research talents. Adolf said. Sure enough, there is a purpose for saving me. Ossier smiled bitterly. You were after pure gold, but it's a pity that you let that Poseidon escape, otherwise you could get what you want directly. Olga said with a bit of gloating. Of course pure gold is important, and no one can resist its temptation, but scientists who have researched pure gold are even more valuable. Adolf took a look at this stubborn kid who was over 200 years old. Now even if he gets pure gold, he doesn't know what to do with it. After all, he is still young and doesn't need this kind of thing at all. It is better to put it in the Poseidon category. Then he looked at Ossier. I have read your information, and I happen to have the power to control the Poseidon species. I am willing to find the Poseidon species that devours the island for a genius scientist like you. Now, in the name of Poseidon, I sincerely invite you to join, after world government, a new authority with the purpose of people's happiness. Although he does not say that he is thirsty for talents, he is also sincere in treating talents. The power that dominates the Poseidon class. Has the world government fallen? What happened in the past 200 years? Ossier was shocked. The sea in the past should be the same as in your impression. It was still ruled by the world government and still so chaotic. Advertisement. All the changes happened in this year, to be precise, since Lord Poseidon appeared. Ain handed her a stack of newspapers. Do you know how many disasters his research has caused? And he still wants to continue research. A-hole dad, I will never forgive you. Mom was killed by pirates because of you. Olga roared hatefully at Ossier. Olga. Ossier was heartbroken. Another brat who needs training. Adolf frowned and glanced at Yamato beside him. Kid, I'm over 200 years old, who should call whom kid? Olga looked at Adolf mockingly. Oh, Adolf bent over and looked up and down, the corners of his mouth tilted up, he does look tough. Do you know what happened to the last one who was so arrogant? Quote. Exclamation mark. How's it going? Olga took 2 steps back and was inexplicably nervous. Yamato, give her a show. Adolf said. Single quote. Single quote. Yamato feels uncomfortable, why is she doing this? Isn't it okay if she knows she's wrong? He looked at Adolf with a look of resentment, but he still obeyed and cooperated, swinging the mace suddenly. Mingdi. Ba Tang's strike is a strike of stick energy similar to sword energy. Although it is a blunt weapon, it has unparalleled powerful power. Thousands of feet of water exploded directly on the sea, causing the entire sea to turmoil and even forming a tsunami to sweep away. This. What kind of monster is this? Is it really a human? Olga was frightened and looked at Yamato in disbelief. Are you as powerful as her when you are 200 years old? Are you as ruthless as her? Have you ever thought about killing Dad? This guy seizes the opportunity to do it all the time. You can't do this either, you're just being stubborn. Adolf taunted Ramon. You. Olga gritted her teeth, as if she was greatly insulted. Stop irritating her. Her mother did die because of my research that attracted pirates. Ossier smiled bitterly, feeling guilty for Olga. Just tell her the reason for studying pure gold. Your lover is dead. Do you want your daughter to hate you all her life and then lose her only relative? Problems that can be solved through communication should not turn into regrets. Adolf said. That's okay. Chapter 249 Forever 18 10,000 Years of Life. 200 years old. Lord Poseidon, is she telling the truth? Everyone was shocked. A kid of 7 or 8 years old said that he was 200 years old. After a few words, he still didn't deny it. Pure gold is a scientific product studied by Miskina Arsier. The brilliance emitted by pure gold can slow down the aging rate of living cells and extend the growth time of living bodies. In other words, extending lifespan without side effects. Adolf explained simply. Extend your life. In an instant, everyone looked at Miskina Arsier with crazy eyes. The atmosphere on the deck became depressing in an instant. Everyone's aura was locked on Arsier, and even the ability to predict the future started. People are afraid of death, especially women who are more concerned about the aging of their appearance and turning into an ugly old woman. That's right, this tough-talking kid looks like he's only 6 years old, but he's actually over 200 years old. But even in the past 200 years, there has been no change at all, almost a freeze. Adolf observed the same Olga. The age of 6 is the time when children develop the fastest and change most obviously, but there is no change at all. According to the time ratio, 1 to 100, that is, a lifespan of 100 years is extended to a lifespan of 10,000 years, which is considered small. 1 to 1,000, 100,000 years is possible. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Following Adolf's words, the girls breathed rapidly. Which woman didn't want to freeze her beauty? Especially Otahime, she is already 32 and has 4 children. Her legs are already split. She is really getting old. You, what are you going to do? Ossier was frightened and backed away. Ha. The pure gold on Lord Lantern's body is the light emitted by the lantern above your head. Do you regret it? Olga smiled evilly, as if she wanted to see them jumping around in a hurry. Lord Poseidon called at Poseidon back. Adolf. They all looked at Adolf coquettishly, with fiery eyes. Pure gold is a product of technology. You can get as much as you want. You can wear it when you are more mature. There is no need to worry. Advertisement. Adolf chuckled, completely understanding their urgency. But the girls were worried. No girl will always be 18, but there will always be 18 girls, and now they have a chance to stay 18. It's just Shirahoshi and Pudding who don't feel it. Okay, I'm really impatient. I obviously want you to be more mature and plump, Adolf chuckled, with the voluptuousness of a Korean comic stepmother. Simply summon the giant angler fish back, take out the pure gold, and break off a small piece. It only needs to be exposed to the pure gold light, and it has nothing to do with the amount of pure gold. In other words, a grain the size of sand is enough. The pure gold made by Ossier is as big as an ostrich egg, enough for 100,000 people. This kind of thing must not be allowed to spread, otherwise something will happen. After wearing it, the pure golden light will always shine on your body and play its role. Are you satisfied now? You two are too young. I'll give it to you later. Adolf personally put the sea tower stone rings on them one by one. As for Shirahoshi and Pudding, they didn't give it to them. Did they personally cultivate legal Lolita? He will be dragged out and shot for 5 minutes. The girls looked at the ring with excitement. This is the power of power. As long as you express your will, there will be countless people dedicated to doing it. Adolf said. Ossier took off his daughter Olga's ring, revealing the pure gold inside. Great. Thank you Poseidon, and your little human race. Ossier was delighted. They say I'm no longer a medical student, Manchili. Adolf said. According to the cruelty of the pirates, if he didn't kill her, he really had a father's love like a mountain. I really never miss an opportunity. Ossier smiled bitterly. She did not doubt whether it was true or not, because she was indeed ill at that time, a very serious illness. You tough-talking kid, please thank your father for not killing him. Adolf glanced at Yamato. You said you could sell your soul to the devil to save your daughter, right? Then do I have a chance to be that devil? Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Advertisement. For me, to cure a disease. Olga was shocked. 200 years have passed. Is there any treatment for this disease? Ossier looked at Adolf hurriedly. It was because of this mother that she died, and everyone else on the island also died. Olga looked at pure gold with hatred. To treat me, Olga just hates it, she actually wants to kill her father. Ossier sighed, he just wanted to save his daughter. I thought the confidentiality was very good, but no one expected that pirates would target them and that they would be attacked by Poseidons. Not only the so-called plot, he also did investigate Ossier's information, but it was not so comprehensive. After all, it has been 200 years. I didn't expect you to investigate me so deeply. At that time, half of the island was swallowed up by Poseidons. Olga was hit, feeling guilty, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Olga, in fact, this is what Dad researched to treat you, Ossier said complicatedly. You suffered from a strange disease called heat stroke. It was an incurable disease at the time. You saw many doctors but they were unable to do anything. The pure gold gravel is embedded inside, and the light is bright. Although it cannot be compared with the lantern of the giant angler fish, it shines for dozens of kilometers in a radius, and the seawater is like gold water, but it is still shining enough. Especially the meaning expressed by the ring. It makes them happy even if they don't have pure gold. Mangzili simply jumped onto Olga's shoulder and used his healing power on her. Yamato shrank his head, feeling too guilty to speak loudly. A-hole Dad, you must have been very sad when Mom died, but I am a big fool. I have hated the father who saved me for 200 years. Do you know about devil fruits? Healing fruits can cure any injury or illness. Adolf explained. Then what am I doing? The great heal. I know I was wrong. Is this an engagement ring? Is this okay? Although Kaido's stick education is indeed cruel. Dad just wants to develop something that can slow down the progression of the disease. As a scientist, I know this shouldn't be done. But in order to save you, I'm willing to sell my soul to the devil. Chapter 250. Pull the ship over. Whitebeard's head was chopped off 44 times. Damn it. He actually used Dad's head as a comparison. He's starting to look down on us less and less. He even came to beg us last time. Everyday newspapers carry news of the pirate group's robbery and destruction. The big pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion can't even get on the homepage. It's really outrageous. Dad, let's go to the island first. It would be too much of a disadvantage to start a war with the mermaids at sea, but there are advantages in negotiating this way. Anxious shouts from the observation deck. Yes, Dad, after we finish this job, we can all retire directly and find a place to enjoy our old age in peace. Not to mention the 30 elite lieutenant generals who became famous in Marine, the Golden Emperor Gilder Tezzolo, the director of Impel Down Magellan, the Warden Shiryu of the Rain, the Black Coal Crow, and the Thunder Enel, all of them have made their way into the New World. With such a great reputation, dozens of pirate groups have been destroyed by their hands, none of them easy. I was able to suppress you in the last battle, but this time the situation may be reversed. Lord Poseidon, we can already see the Moby DK. The observatory marine phone bug reported. If you want to leave the ship, I won't blame you. It's my fault. As a father, I don't have enough power to protect you. Why don't you run away quickly? You are a pirate anyway, so you can't go anywhere with a boat. He didn't know how strong Adolf was now, but he knew Kaido's strength. Only when the strength gap is very large can it be defeated in a short time. Only with corresponding means can Kaido, who was flying in the air, unable to escape. Advertisement. 220 billion belly. More than 200 billion was spent just selling vegetables. Ruling the world is more than what we could steal as pirates. Laozi has never seen so much money in his life. Any island will be submerged in the face of this kind of monster. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper. Phoenix Marco held the newspaper in his hand and looked at Whitebeard with a heavy heart. Pull the boat over. As pirates, plundering is the most straightforward expression of their hearts. If that's the case, it's not impossible to let him take over his hometown. At least it can make everyone's life better. Whitebeard was in a good mood. However, the food issue has been done well. Feeding 50 million people for half a year is indeed different from the world government. It seems that the slogans shouted are not fake. Compared with the 200 billion belly, we are more concerned about feeding 50 million people. This is even more abnormal than the immortality of 5 elders. It would be better to simply say that it is invincible. There are some who are lucky with the 200 billion belly, and there are also those who are afraid of Marine's strength. Some crew members were nervous and some even had suggestions. Whitebeard laughed heartily and didn't care about being humiliated at all. People who shouted for his head every day could line up from here to marry Georgia. Advertisement. 220 billion. Just occupy this island. It's in the new world anyway. From now on, it'll be 200 billion belly every year. Poseidon is personally in charge of Operation New World this time. His attitude towards such major events is very clear. There is no room for it at all. Don't let him get the hang of it. An income of 300% can make businessmen take desperate risks. How many people can lose their minds with 200 billion? Dad, doesn't it mean that the kingdom of Dressrosa now has so much money? Dad, let's go loot this place, right? That B*********** D provoked us first. No matter how many assumptions they made before, it is now their turn to face it. Dad is not good. It's Poseidon. Poseidon's ship is coming. Gu la la la. He actually said that he would cut off my head 44 times. How arrogant. Newspapers during this period have simply reshaped our understanding of the world. The world has really changed. This made him feel unsure. Coupled with the mermaid's advantage in the sea and the healing ability prepared in advance, he performed another blood lock. It's better to say goodbye. The kingdom of Dressrosa is already ruled by Poseidon and will definitely be heavily guarded. Besides, so much money will definitely trigger a war. A pirate boy was waving a newspaper in his hands. His greed could not be concealed, and he seemed to use the newspaper as an excuse to grab it directly. Chapter 251 Returning the Pirate Flag. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate. Shock Fruit Ability User. Bounty. 5,046,000,000 berries. The monster-like terrifying power can easily shatter islands and sink the sea through the power of the shock fruit. It is said to have the power to destroy the world. Captains under his command. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Chef Saki, Foil Beasta, Bramank, Lakyo, Brunhei, Munamer, Kirill, Kingudo, Harda, Atmos, Speedo Kill, Fosa, Izo. Even Team 16 Captain Izo has a bounty of 510 million berry. It can be said that each one has quite strong strength, and the two-color domineering is the basis. Even the handymen on the ship have extraordinary abilities. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. However, as the man boarded the ship, everyone was extremely nervous and held their breath. All eyes were focused on him. Poseidon Adolf. World government offers a bounty of 1 trillion belly. Leader of the Fishman, Marine Fleet Admiral, ruler of the world, king of the Poseidon species, ruler of the sea. Defeated the world government, killed the gods, recruited marines, slaughtered the Impel City, compromised the aloof Red, ruled over 200 countries, Zhao Big Mom, conquered Kaido, and captured the 5 elders alive. Which one is not a legendary figure? Which is not a major event that changed the world? And now, the man who did all this appeared in front of them and came to find them. Gouda. The younger members of the Whitebeard pirates gulped nervously. Even if they talk about their father every day, they are a proud legendary man. At this moment, I feel inferior to the mermaid in front of me. In addition to Adolf, who was the leader, there were naturally many people following him. He was no longer alone now. Hundreds of marine elites stood on the left and right, and Adolf walked through the middle. He is survived by the Empress Hancock, Kaido's daughter Yamato, and the Star General Smoothie. Each one has great strength. In particular, Hancock and Yamato have mastered the existence of Ba Tang, and their strength is even higher than that of Flame Calamity and Marco. Advertisement. In addition, Ain, Perona, Shiarli, Shirahoshi, Domino, Little Sadie, Monet, Sugar, BABY5, Manchiri. But don't think it's women who are following them because of their beauty. Their strength is no joke. Domino and Little Sadie can serve as the chief warden and chief jailer of Impel Down City, so how could they not have 2 brushes? Ain and Monet are not bad in themselves, but after being with Adolf for such a long time, especially Ain's close contact for a long time, each of them has grown by leaps and bounds. Even the legal lowly Sugar has school-level physical fitness, and her fruit abilities are also further developed. Such as Gundam toys and mechanical toys. Shirahoshi himself is weaker, but when people call him Poseidon, Whitebeard has to kneel down and sing conquer. It can be said that not only their strength, but also their own unique skills. As for the burden, let's just say Pudding's 2 little ones. And Otahime, who shouldn't be in the same group. So serious. Olga looked at the soldiers around her and their legs were weak with fear. The Whitebeard pirates, known as the strongest men in the world, the strongest pirate group. Ossier read the newspapers these days and learned about the modern situation. Stand next to us and don't move. This is a formal occasion. Just as they were about to catch up with Adolf's team, the Lieutenant Admiral and Captain grabbed Ossier and Olga back and warned them in a low voice. But them. Olga pointed and was dumbfounded. As they arrived, even Whitebeard did not continue to sit in the captain's seat arrogantly, but stood up to greet. We meet again, Whitebeard. Adolf boarded the Moby DK and looked at the man in front of him with decades of legend. Compared to last time, my mood was much calmer this time. There is no longer anyone to look up to in terms of strength and power. This time, he is standing at the top of the world. Whether it's power or personal strength. Adolf, I predicted from the last battle that you would do something great and become such a famous person. I just didn't expect that you would turn the world upside down so quickly and so exaggeratedly. Every day's newspapers make me wonder whether the world has gone crazy, or whether the old bird deliberately wrote this to sell newspapers. It's getting more and more exaggerated. Gu la la la. Even I kind of admire you now. The man who took over the world from the world government, the Celestial Dragons. Advertisement. Whitebeard stood opposite Adolf and laughed heartily. The men also moved seats for Adolf, poured drinks, and the two of them took their seats. I originally just wanted to repel the fleet and solve the problems I caused by myself. I can only say that things are unpredictable. Adolf sighed. For insurance, he obtained a large number of cannonballs from Doflamingo and Whitebeard, and paid for them with healing urine. By the way, fight Whitebeard to improve your own strength. Facing the extermination order issued by the world government, he had no idea and could only do his best to be as foolproof as possible. With many traps and levels to eliminate, he is planning to detonate the underwater volcanoes. Who would have thought that the following series of traps would not be used? And then it would be solved. Glala lala. Let alone the world government and marine, who in the world could have imagined that such a large fleet would be defeated by you? Even the 3 generals were captured alive. Commander of the Knights of God, Jia Lin Sheng also dropped an arm and fled. That guy left scars on me. I know how strong he is. Whitebeard laughed. He was not optimistic about it at that time. It was a miracle that he could barely defeat it. The result surprised the whole world. I said, the Fishmen are a race that lives in the sea and are the darlings of the sea. As long as you muster up the courage, no one can defeat us. Adolf chuckled. The pride at that time became a declaration of confidence due to the victory of the war, rather than a big talk. Exclamation mark. Adolf stood up, and the former royal family Otahime personally brought a huge ornate box and handed it to Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at the box disapprovingly, then turned to Otahime. I am Otahime, the former royal family of Fishman Island, but I am no longer the one. Thank you for hanging the Whitebeard pirates flag on Fishman Island and providing shelter to Fishman Island. This is the flag of the Whitebeard pirates hanging on Fishman Island. Now that Fishman Island can protect itself, the original is returned. Otahime personally offered it with the utmost sincerity. Although they are pirates, it is a fact that the Whitebeard pirates protect Fishman Island. Even if there are still pirates who take risks, they have greatly reduced the number of attacks and protected the people of Fishman Island. The starting price for a female mermaid is 70 million, it can be anywhere from 2 to 3 billion, 10 people will be 2 to 3 billion, and 100 people will be 20 to 30 billion. It is too tempting for pirates and human traffickers. And the damage caused by these people on Fishman Island is far more than 10 people and 100 people, bringing greater damage and far-reaching impact. This kindness is real, they will not deny it, nor will they forget it. So Adolf, as the king of the fish people, and Otahime, as the original royal family, returned the flag with their own hands. Chapter 252 Looking back at the past two people. Take it, Whitebeard said. Marco stepped forward to take the box, and then handed it to others casually. I'm sorry, the flag was hung on Fishman Island but it didn't help. Whitebeard felt ashamed. The meaning of the flag is authority. If you hang the pirate flag on the island, you are telling others not to move. This is his territory. If you do, you will face his anger. But the world government published a statement in the newspaper to destroy Fishman Island, but he did nothing but provide some cannonballs and paid for them. What's going on? This not only slaps him in the face, but also disappoints the country that calls him daddy. It's understandable that it's enough to hang the flag on Fishman Island to provide shelter. Adolf didn't care. People have good intentions to provide you with protection, but why don't you complain desperately because they don't protect you well? What have you provided for others? Fighting for your 3 melons, 2 dates, Marine and even the world government, is there something wrong with his mind or is there something wrong with your mind? This is porcelain made from Fishman Island using exotic materials such as corals and pearls from the sea. It is considered a national gift. Please accept it. Otahime opened another box. Strange materials from the sea are used to make dyes, very beautiful porcelain works of art. A gift. Just accept it. Whitebeard didn't care about this little thing. For a great pirate of his level, what rare treasures has he not seen? You have been sheltered for so long and only given a jar. Isn't this humiliating us? It's not even gold. How many Baileys can it be worth? Why don't we spend 100 billion? It's not even half of what we need to sell vegetables. Seeing the gifts Adolf took out made them unable to hold back. I couldn't help but complain in a low voice, but I didn't dare to speak loudly, so I kept my voice down. Just throwing away the life-saving grace with a porcelain pot for holding soup. This is humiliating them for not having contributed much and only having a worthless broken bowl, right? But what they don't know is that the significance of this national gift porcelain cannot be compared with other treasures, and its value cannot be bought with any amount of money. And this value is now reflected. Whitebeard, how many years have you been a pirate? Adolf sat down and asked. Otahime also came to Adolf's side. It's been more than 50 years, it's been a long life. Whitebeard recalled. More than 50 years. His experience as a pirate alone makes him twice as old as me. Advertisement. I was originally just an ordinary fish from Fishman Island. My dream was to be a painter and depict the beauty of the world. If you can go to Happy Street to experience things for a long time and meet a stunning partner by chance, there are no lofty ideals. It's a pity that things went counterproductive. Once the resistance starts, it can't be stopped. It can only be ended when one party dies. In the future, there will be countless things to be busy with. With more than 1 billion people in their stomachs, they have to worry about their safety, food, clothing, housing and transportation. They are obviously just trying to protect themselves, but they end up falling into an increasingly inescapable pit. Adolf sat opposite Whitebeard and talked about his past. The atmosphere was not as depressing and conflicting as he imagined. There's more than one stunning partner. There are so many beauties around me, it's really enviable. Damn it, is this the joy of being a king? Show it off naked. You have the power of the whole world to rule over 1 billion people and the entire ocean, and you still say you're in a big hole. Damn it, if you don't want me to come, I'm willing to suffer this. The atmosphere was not so serious, and I couldn't control myself as soon as I opened my mouth, and the scene became casual. Pirates like them are used to being lazy and cannot sit still without a strong atmosphere. Obviously, they cannot compare with the disciplined Marine. Gu la la la. You are still young, but your experience has surpassed everyone else, and you are even more legendary than us old guys. No, it should be a living myth. Not even Joey Boy from 800 years ago can compare with you. Whitebeard laughed. If it was a pure joke to make warring states kneel down in the first place, and he was happy because of it, then he admired Adolf this time. It's not commercial flattery, it's admiration. Roger went to Lovedrew, and he told me all his secrets, but I can be sure that you are not the person Roger is waiting for. Nor are you the person Joey Boy is waiting for. The time to change the destiny of the world has not yet come, but you have changed the world in your own way and accomplished a great feat that no one has accomplished. Even I believe that the world will be beautiful and prosperous in the future, and there will be no more wars or starvation. It's really incredible to be able to do this. He is indeed a trustworthy king. Ossier admired him equally after reading the newspaper. He recognized it from the bottom of his heart and was willing to work for him. Whitebeard said with shameless emotion. Whitebeard looked back on his life, thinking that he had blonde hair back then, but now all his hair has fallen out. Yeah, I had no right to talk about dreams at that time. It wasn't until the Rocks Pirates disbanded that I set up my own business and slowly gathered these family members. Is that guy so great? Olga looked at Adolf's back and became fascinated. I was born in a village on an island in the New World. Because I am too poor to pay the heavenly gold, I am unable to join the world government and cannot be protected by Marine. Sooner or later, this kind of place will become a lawless island where pirates and human traffickers run rampant. 6 simple words, but they are inhumanely cruel. Even if you change your child and eat it, you can't bear it. The last trace of conscience is left. Advertisement. Dad you. Whitebeard looked at Adolf, seeing the man in front of him who was less than half his height. He admired and recognized him from the bottom of his heart. It's really a long time to drift in the sea for decades. Adolf sighed. But these all made Adolf break. You are the real hero, Adolf. Looking at the daily newspapers, the world is changing day by day, which reminds him of what Roger said to him. They are my dream. The pirates on the ship were shocked. In their eyes, the legendary person who was the strongest in the world actually admired Adolf. Slowly he showed great strength, and then he was spotted by Rocks and became a member of the Rocks pirate group at that time. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Once it becomes a lawless zone where pirates, human traffickers, and gangsters operate recklessly, or if the king of a certain place is cruel, then the entire island will become a hell on earth, and ordinary people will have no choice at all. The man who claims to be the strongest in the world dreams of family and affection, words that sound weak at first sight, which makes people laugh out loud. Hungry in old age, people cannibalize each other. This is their fleet admiral. Their king of marine. The general trend of the times has made all of us unable to help ourselves. Survival forces us to try our best to survive. Adolf chuckled. Even an electronics factory can cure heroic dreams. In such a chaotic era, who can claim to be noble? You've done a great job on food. It's given hope to people all over the world. I've seen the importance you attach to food. What dreams, morals, and bottom lines are all false in the face of cruel reality. Because I am an ordinary person. Of course I know what ordinary people want and care about. The Marines who stood tall and at attention were proud and stood even straighter. Really, but I'm just being myself, thinking from the perspective of an ordinary person, the lowest level civilian. Destiny, time, the hero of countless races, the future savior, the god of the giants. Kaido was just an intern at that time, Gula Lala. Although he has done a lot of things, he also has various shortcomings and is far from perfect. After the country was destroyed, more and more children became orphans, and I was one of them. I had no choice but to become a pirate, and I boarded many pirate ships. 8sk Chapter 253 The Whitebeard with many children and grandchildren. Dad. Everyone on the boat was moved to tears when they looked at Whitebeard, and they kept wiping their tears. Pirates are insensitive, but they are also human beings, and they also have tenderness and affection in their hearts. But as a pirate, love is a luxury and the most taboo, because you don't know when or for what reason your so-called good brother will stab you. But Whitebeard would not do this, which is why they sincerely called Whitebeard Dad. You're actually chatting. Teach was surprised. He was ready to surrender and announced his resignation from the Whitebeard pirates in front of Adolf. It's such a good dream. Treasure, power, fame and fortune, even One Piece, these are too cold. In this world, only the human heart can warm people's hearts. Adolf looked back at the beauty behind him. La 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 la. You are obviously lustful, Whitebeard laughed. Beauty is also the prerequisite for me to have this idea, just like you long for the lack of love from your family, idiot. Adolf's forehead veins are bulging. Peeved. Lack of love, the girls couldn't help but laugh when they looked at the 6-meter tall man with white beard. They also chatted happily and were quite harmonious, as if they had been old friends for many years. Whitebeard. How many sons do you have now? Adolf looked at the pirates on both sides of the Moby DK. The Moby DK and the 16 ships nearby have a total of 1,600 crew members, and there are more than 30 pirate groups under it. Many of them are children who grew up and went out independently and established their own pirate groups. There are no specific statistics, but the number of people is probably around 40,000. As long as they call me daddy, they are my sons. Whitebeard also told Adolf these secrets directly. It's still 7 or 8 years before Luffy goes to sea, and the pirate group has not yet grown to 43. And he has 16 divisions directly under the Whitebeard pirates. When they gather together, they form quite a large fleet. Those who can be pirates are all super strong, and the pirate group of Whitebeard's level is even more elite, and the weak ones have died in countless battles. Not many people are as lucky as Buggy. Advertisement. That's quite a lot. Are you over 60 years old now? Have you ever thought about your old age? Pirates don't enjoy their old age. Adolf looked at Whitebeard. That time will be 10 or 20 years later. I will be satisfied even if I die by then. Thank you very much for curing my illness, Eulalala. Whitebeard laughed contentedly, without any fear of dying that day. When that time comes, it's our turn to protect Dad. That's right. Let's take care of Dad until he retires. The pirates on both sides couldn't help but speak. You'd better shut up and stop being so harsh. Let's not talk about whether any of you want to kill Whitebeard and become famous in one fell swoop. What can you do when Kaido comes to fight you? You have some idea of how many pounds you have, so what if you try your best? You are just a trash fish, killed. Adolf waved his hand, and his cruel words deeply hurt their hearts. A provocative sentence came to my mind instantly, and I immediately became angry and wanted to fight him. So what if they can't be beaten? The worst thing is death. Are they afraid of death? Don't mess around. Marco hurriedly stopped, but there were too many, and some even ejected directly with knives. He couldn't stop so many people by himself. Are we going to start a fight? Yamato raised the mace. Bang. Everyone go back and stay. Whitebeard punched in the air, shaking the atmosphere and sending them all flying back. Their bodies were embedded in the wooden boards on both sides. He ordered with a cold expression, suppressing their emotions. Then he looked at Adolf and frowned. Poseidon, don't sow discord between my sons and me. Adolf chuckled and did not argue on this point. Advertisement. Since you don't care about yourself, what will happen to your stupid sons when you can no longer walk and all your teeth fall out? Let Marco inherit your position as captain? Then fight with other pirates? You should know that Marco's strength is good, but after all, he was trained under the umbrella. There is a gap compared to your level, and Conquerors doesn't have it. The world of pirates is cruel. Strength speaks for itself. You know how many people want to take your head. At that time, the best outcome would be for the Whitebeard pirates to fall apart, or even be hunted. Adolf said slowly, these are very real problems for the pirate community. Why should a capable person become the second in command of your pirate group? Even if a capable heir is cultivated, he is likely to be stabbed in the back and seize power in advance. Hello. Marco felt a little uncomfortable. It was a bit humiliating to say this in front of so many people. In the future, if you rule the world, this will never happen, Teach said with a smile, seeing things clearly. Whitebeard took 2 sips of wine and did not answer. As he gets older, especially because of his illness, his health begins to deteriorate, which is a problem he has always avoided. If it were anyone else, he would have punched him, then laughed and said it was still early. However, reality will not cease to exist just because you avoid the problem, not to mention that the world's situation has changed. I haven't thought that far. They are pirates to begin with. I can protect them as long as I can. I can't control what happens next. Whitebeard was calm, obviously admitting what Adolf said, and the Whitebeard pirates fell apart. Have you ever thought about leading your sons to change careers? No longer will they be pirates? You can enjoy your old age and lead your sons away from the intrigues, fights and killings of the pirate world. These sons of yours can have a good future and won't die in a fight. They can marry, have children, and have happy families. Their children will call you grandpa and pester you to tell them stories about the sea. They can truly enjoy the happiness of having children and grandchildren. Do you hope that as their father, you can bear to watch your sons die in battles? There are obviously still a lot of years left to have a happy family. In the past, the world government did not allow it, and the pirate world did not allow it, but now we have this condition. I can guarantee you. Adolf used his warm family as a knife to cut into the soft heart of Whitebeard. It also exposed the softest part of Whitebeard's heart. Chapter 254 Breeding dinosaurs. His hometown became a lawless zone, his parents died, and he became an orphan and was forced to become a pirate. Returning to his hometown many years later, he killed all the pirates and human traffickers, hung up the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, and restored peace again with his protection. But after being away for so many years, he no longer knew any friends in his hometown, but for Whitebeard, it was always his hometown, the hometown of his parents and himself. He also sent all his share of the treasure to that island. Even after death, Marco will still guard that village, because they are all people without a home, drifters on the sea. I don't belong. I don't know where to belong. The hometown guarded by Father Whitebeard has become their spiritual homeland. Whitebeard looked at his sons on both sides of the boat, looking back at his life, his acquaintance with these sons, and the death of some of his sons, with a hint of obsession and mist in his eyes. Adolf's words seemed to be inexplicably exaggerated, and the kind of happy children and grandchildren gradually filled his heart. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children pestered him to tell stories and laugh lively. These strange-looking, silly sons were at a loss when they saw the newborn baby crying. They all married a woman they liked and started a family. They lived in his hometown, surrounding him, an old man, and everyone laughed happily every day. Occasionally, he would brag about his years wandering at sea in the tavern, talk about the rising stars who became famous, and laugh wantonly. There is no intrigue among pirates, no bloody fight, it is really healing, and the heart of the lonely old man is filled. This is real family. Adolf. Whitebeard looked at Adolf again, his eyes soft, as if looking at his family and close friends. Dad, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. The worst we can do is start a war. That's right, Dad, it's just Marine. Don't we have too many Marines to fight with? Who wants you to give charity? We are the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement, no matter what you decide, Dad, we will follow you. The pirates on the boat stood up one after another to support Whitebeard. Father, you decide, we are all willing to follow you. Marco looked at Whitebeard and nodded. Abner, shut your mouth, kid, and don't say anything outside. Lousy must be keeping an eye on you. Tell me about it. Whitebeard became interested. The country will also vigorously promote the breeding industry to provide sufficient and cheap nutrition to people around the world. As soon as the hundreds of billions level came out, all the pirates were immediately excited and their eyes gleamed. In the future, there will definitely be a large amount of fruits and vegetables, and the cost will be very low. It is completely possible to convert vegetables into meat for farming, and be one step ahead of everyone. They still don't know about this group of bragging and spanking accomplices? Is that information that can be kept secret? If you were weak, how about a sliding shovel stuck between your teeth? Damn it, now I think everyone is a big mouth. Poseidon, can't you tell Dad secretly? Seeing the profits, many latecomers will definitely join in to engage in business competition. You just said it, didn't you reveal all my sons? This doesn't count, Whitebeard lied. These sons of yours are very strong, and they have been wandering on the sea all year round. They are very good at water and can make a living from marine fisheries and fishing. Marine beasts, Poseidons, deep-sea fish and the like can easily produce hundreds of billions of shells a year. Is it profitable? Hey, these are two markets worth hundreds of billions. Adolf was speechless, but the atmosphere was relaxed. Poseidon, I have 40,000 sons, how can I live without being a pirate? Whitebeard did not answer whether he agreed, but asked another question. Dad, you're not really going to start a war with Poseidon, are you? Teach's nervous pupils were trembling. Only with adequate nutrition can the body grow and develop well. The ordinary pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are all outstanding and very powerful, and they are perfect for capturing exaggerated sea creatures and taming ferocious land beasts. Advertisement. This can be regarded as the official, the king of the world, the highest authority to reveal the inside information to you in advance, which can at least make you hundreds of billions of money. You are as ridiculous as your ship. Of course, if your sons leak the news in advance, there's nothing we can do. I can still give you some advice. It was not only his uneasiness about his pirate son, but also his close attitude towards Adolf. Otherwise, the most powerful man in the world is cheating. Who will help you? As long as you don't break the law or harm others, you can do anything. It's impossible for me to prepare a satisfactory job for so many people. He looked at his accomplices around him with vigilance, but he couldn't trust them at all. Adolf said with a chuckle, there are many industries that you can do, such as brewing fine wine, mining minerals, and even running restaurants. Only by letting Whitebeard and the others drink oral soup and guide them into these industries in advance can the people eat abundant and cheap meat. Adolf easily came up with 2 industries that they were capable of, and they were worth hundreds of billions. What's more, this kind of industry is really not something that ordinary people can do. A single sea monster is at least 100 meters in size. It can easily capsize a boat and return thousands of meters of deep-sea fish, Poseidon type. However, people with normal emotional intelligence can understand that this question obviously means that they are moved, but they still have worries. You can also breed some large creatures, such as New World's ferocious pigs, cows, sheep, and even dinosaurs. Shut your mouths. If anyone dares to leak the news, I'll chop him to death. There are more than 40,000 of you, all of whom are talented people. How can you think of making money when you put them all together? Hundreds of billions? How many 100 billion specifically? Can there be 900 billions of Baileys? After the population of Fishman Island develops, any industry related to the ocean will transition to being dominated by the Fishmen, thus forming a new world subject. This is the natural advantage of the race. Chapter 255 The Whitebeard Pirates disbanded. Gu la la la, that's really a promising future. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Dad, let's go fishing now. I can't wait to earn those hundreds of billions of belly. Lousy's sea fishing skills are the best, watch me catch a Poseidon. Stop bragging, Poseidons haven't pulled a boat into the sea yet. The foolish son with a brain full of muscle on the boat was also instantly fascinated by the shock of having hundreds of billions of belly piled up in front of him. Dad, we are pirates, wouldn't it be too shameful to make money? Robbery is the romance of being a pirate, watching those rich people hand over their money like shit. What's the point of making money? It's not as fun as robbery. Our pirate group has occupied a lot of chassis, should we all give up? There are also pirates who are unwilling to give up, to them. Being a pirate means showing off one's strength and showing off one's power, which scares everyone who sees them. The Whitebeard pirates are even more amazing, they are the Emperor of the Sea, the legendary Grey Pirates. Not to mention occupying so many chassis, it is equivalent to a local emperor. Give it all up now. How can you accept it, idiot? When pirates die, times have changed. Teach yelled at these idiots, they have no brains at all. Don't take him with you if you want to die. The undersea war destroyed the entire world government lineup, which was broadcast all over the world. After that, various major events were published in the newspapers, which really scared the shit out of him. He also felt Adolf's strength more clearly and concretely. Even if the dark fruit he dreams of is restrained like a dog in front of him, then he still has to eat it. The dream of being a hero that has been tolerated for decades was abruptly cancelled by Adolf's exaggerated strength and power. It is really disappointing and life is bleak. As long as Whitebeard doesn't start a war, he is still happy to spend the rest of his life on Whitebeard's ship, bragging and laughing all day long, and spending time with Whitebeard in his old age. Of course, it would be best for Adolf to die suddenly and die together with the world government. Adolf glanced at Teach and ignored him. As long as he is here, all the heroes in the world will bow their heads and no one will dare to claim the title of king. And as long as Teach endures for the rest of his life, he is a good citizen and a good citizen. What if he is gone? Haha. Even if he kills Teach, there will still be other hairsprayers who are eager to stand at the top. The world has never been short of ambitious people. Poseidon. I accept your proposal to disband the Whitebeard pirates and stop being a pirate. Advertisement. Whitebeard stood up and made a solemn promise to Adolf. Of course he could see Adolf's good intentions, because he once thanked Fishman Island for his protection, otherwise the king who rules the world would be moved by his affection and reason. He just has his invincibility written on his face. Will he be afraid of him? Will he be unable to defeat him? In this sea, who can compete with the mermaid Adolf as the strongest? He is truly the king of kings. What's more, after they stop being pirates, these pirate sons who have been wandering with him for half their lives can also have a satisfying family. They don't have to fight and die without knowing when. It is already a good ending. Well, Adolf nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. If he can't make Whitebeard change his mind even after reaching this point, and insists on becoming a pirate, then he can only solve the problem with a strong attitude. At least he expressed his attitude with the utmost sincerity and responded to Whitebeard's protection of Fishman Island. Fortunately, the result is good. I must remind you, if you use force to force others and act like a pirate, things will be serious. Business competition is allowed, but illegal and malicious competition is not allowed. First we'll send Marine to give you a lecture and teach you how to be a polite and quality person. You have been pirates for decades, and many of your ideas must be changed. Whitebeard, you don't want the sons of your sons to be trash like you, right? Adolf warned seriously, his expression darkened. For a group like pirates, we can't just give them sweet dates, they must also be beaten with a stick. Don't let rules restrict children's nature, they have their own lives. Whitebeard frowned. Ocean. Seeing Adolf's expression, the pirates who wanted to open their mouths couldn't help but shut their mouths. Seriously, Poseidon and the others really can't stand it. Then why do you want to set the rules on the ship again? Adolf said. Whitebeard said to his sons. What can be done? What cannot be done, you must make it clear. They even think that if they don't come back with revenge, they're not men, and others will look down on the bullied trash. What a good person, you should be a normal person first, Adolf despised. As a parent, you must play an educational role. If you can still be a good person, you won't become a pirate. It's Dad, Marco nodded, feeling relieved. Advertisement. If you don't teach them well now, it will be up to the national law to teach them in the future. Adolf looked directly into Whitebeard's eyes and spoke decisively, he dared to be so sure. It's not like you committed a crime and squatted there for a while, stepping on the sewing machine, your feet were chopped off. Marco, call everyone under your banner, I want to announce this. He can use his prestige to prevent fights, but he cannot resolve conflicts. It's not allowed to kill companions for the sake of order on the ship, but it's too simple, your sons are all pirates. Because of the existence of healing fruits, there will definitely be artificial healing fruits in the future to solve people's pain problems. You are the one educating them now, and they will have to educate their children in the future. Are they all going to be incapable of learning? It's normal to be competitive and ruthless, and it's natural to retaliate if you can't stand it. The strong individual power has destined many people to use force to do things on their own, and he will also reserve a lot of torture, which is awe-inspiring. If you are dissatisfied with my decision, you can withdraw on your own. I won't blame you. Silly sons, I have decided to disband the Whitebeard pirates and establish the Whitebeard Chamber of Commerce. Conflicts caused by various issues will eventually escalate into fights, long-term bullying, and surviving revenge. These are all inevitable. It's not that he's afraid of death, but as a nanny, he has to consider his elderly father at first and an idiot at the next. It's really not easy. Whitebeard was silent. You disease. If you want to die, then die. Who cares about you? You are a pirate, and you know the ruthlessness of pirates better than I do. Even if you are used to seeing these things and even take them for granted, it does not mean that this is normal and can be done. Adolf looked directly at Whitebeard, his eyes cold. Whitebeard sighed and felt even more headache. Are these sons good at learning how to be a good person? But corresponding policies can be introduced, such as regular inspections. No cure is allowed within the period of the criminal law, otherwise the execution will be carried out again, and it will be done in front of the general public, humiliating in full view, and at the same time, it will serve as a warning to others. Even children who play together in kindergarten can get into fights over trivial things, or even get into fights because they feel embarrassed after being pushed. How could pirates have a conflict and everyone sit down and reason with each other peacefully? I've never been on your ship, but do you dare to say I haven't? Oh, it's hard to be a good person. These stupid sons worth tens of thousands are going to be in trouble. I'm not good at teaching people principles. He can persuade with earnest words, which is a reward for Whitebeard's kindness, but the authority of the law must not be shaken. Dad, have you really decided? Someone still couldn't help but speak. Those who deserve to be executed will be punished, and those who deserve to be executed will be executed. There is no trace of humaneness at all. Life punishment, physical punishment, hard labor punishment, exile punishment, humiliation punishment, status punishment. It can be said that within the scope of not killing, there are too many such fights. Chapter 256 Whoever loses becomes a joke. Poseidon. I wanted to have a banquet together last time we met, but I finally made up for it this time. I haven't seen you for a while and it's like Poseidon, it's really unattainable. Come and drink. Experience our pirate's banquet. Everyone on Whitebeard's boat raised their wine glasses and laughed happily, and all kinds of delicacies were brought up. Everyone surrounded Adolf, with him and Whitebeard at the center. Wine. Adolf felt uncomfortable looking at the wine in the barrel, he really didn't like drinking. Poseidon. When are you going to give the world government the final blow? Team 4 Captain Saki couldn't help but ask. You'll know if you try it, Yamato encouraged with a smirk. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Them? Whitebeard frowned and looked at Hancock, Yamato and the others. They're too weak. They're just a bunch of fish. Let me deal with Whitebeard, the man who is known as the strongest in the world and can destroy the world. Yamato picked up the mace and was excited. Competition? Whitebeard stopped drinking. I always want to participate in something every day, is this possible? Advertisement with the glory of participating in the final battle and unimaginable wealth. What business would they do? Just enjoy the blessings. Hey, if you let us Whitebeard pirates fight with a group of women, you're looking down on us. That's right. The world government has been forced to retreat. Mary Joa, can't you and Marine together solve the problem completely? What are you waiting for? Even Whitebeard is very curious. He is also the top strong man in the sea. It is not easy for him to defeat Kaido. How strong is Adolf? Everyone in the white group was dissatisfied. Damn it, you actually call us trash? Trash? That's so disrespectful. Captain Jinguduo, 11th captain, was annoyed. Are you serious? Poseidon? Even Marco was dissatisfied. It will take more than 10 years. I thought it would be done in a few months and create another miracle. Some people regretted. Yeah, let's see it. If the celestial dragons stay in Marijoya, it doesn't matter whether we kill them or not. I'm still so young. What's the rush? The first game. Everyone in your group fights with my woman. The second game, the two of us. Everyone looked at Adolf expectantly. From the looks of Teach chewing the cherry pie, he cares more about this. Advertisement: a group of women can defeat the whole pirate group? This is humiliating. Poseidon, how strong are you now that you can even make the world government afraid to go down? Idiot, ruling the world has nothing to do with us, Marco cursed. Let's try it out. Adolf suddenly suggested. Dad, let's join together, kill the celestial dragons, divide Marigio's treasure, and then wash our hands in the golden basin. It's not too late. Then let's try it. Whoever loses will be a joke. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Adolf was talking nonsense. How could he possibly tell them such a thing? At least it will take more than 10 years. We need to stabilize our rule. Haha, if you can't beat me, I'll take care of it. I'm afraid you won't last an hour, Adolf chuckled. Everyone couldn't help but be curious and even more excited. It's not enough to send 2 generals to the fleet. There must be CP spies on Whitebeard's ship, and there is a high probability that the news will reach their ears. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are women? 15 Captain Fosa frowned. Whitebeard looked deeply at Adolf. A simple banquet is too boring, let's have a fighting party. Chapter 257 Harem Group vs. White Group. The fleet soon arrived at a nearby uninhabited island. White Regiment. 16 divisions and 1,600 elite men of the regiment. Girls. Hancock, Yamato, Smoothie. However, Shirahoshi and Pudding did not participate. And the loser Odahime. Marco, don't underestimate them, Whitebeard said suddenly. Huh? Marco looked at Whitebeard in confusion. I don't know their strength, but I believe in Adolf's confidence. A man who forces the world government into a corner will never let his woman get beaten up and actively embarrassed. Whitebeard glanced at Adolf beside him. I know, Dad. You all come with me, it will be embarrassing if you lose. Marco glanced at Adolf and led the white group to the center of the island. It's just a group of women. Even Empress Hancock is just a Shichibukai. We are the Whitebeard pirates, all the captains are here. The difference in military strength is too huge. We have 1,600 people. The strength of each brother is no joke. If you hurt them seriously, don't blame us, ha. If so many beautiful women are not properly hidden in the harem, we are not the ones who pity. The group of people in the white group laughed wantonly. So what if the white-bearded father didn't end up? 1600 versus 15, I have the advantage. Seeing so many beauties in Hancock, evil thoughts arose in his heart. It's good to take a little blow. Whitebeard sighed as he looked at his sons and guessed Adolf's purpose. But it also acquiesces to this approach, not only to give Adolf face, but also for himself and his sons. It's a good thing for both Adolf and him, although the ending will be a bit embarrassing. But times have changed, and they are no longer the invincible pirates. Lord Poseidon, let us come on stage too. Advertisement. There are 1,000 sailors on the ship, and I am also a lieutenant general. How can I watch the princesses fight here? The vice admiral and captain couldn't help but speak. It doesn't matter, the number of people is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Adolf raised his hand and said. It's too exaggerated. Let a group of women fight against thousands of brutal pirates? Olga was frightened. It doesn't matter if you take action yourself, but a group of women are going to deal with my entire pirate group. Don't underestimate my sons. Whitebeard was dissatisfied. The dignified Whitebeard pirates are so despised. No matter how good-tempered they are, they can't hold it back. Nothing is more profound than culture, and nothing is more direct than violence. If you don't want to be in trouble in the future, just work more on education. I'm going to lower their arrogance now. Adolf ignored the question and said instead. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard said, I hope they can do it. Reason can convince him, Whitebeard, but strength can make his unruly sons of pirates bow their heads and destroy their arrogance that the Whitebeard pirates are proud of. In the center of the island, 1,600 men from the White Regiment faced off against 15 men from Hancock. Just rush over and deal with it quickly. Wait and see the battle between Poseidon and Dad. That's the big scene. There are women on the other side, so don't attack too harshly. Be careful of Poseidon's revenge. Hahahaha, if I were Poseidon, I would definitely protect them well, but I wouldn't be so cruel. A large group of people were either on trees or on rocks, a huge black area. He said jokingly, not paying attention to Hancock and the others at all. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Marco frowned, but that's the character of pirates. If they had any qualities, they wouldn't be pirates. Following Marco's words, everyone in the white group rushed forward with their eyes shining like crazy. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch my beautiful opponent if I'm too slow. Everyone, be careful, it's coming. Everyone is holding on to their weapons, and the weak ones are nervous. How dare a bunch of rubbish laugh at Adolf? Spy on his woman. Seek death. Anger burned in Hancock's heart, and the ultimate conquerors raged out from his beautiful eyes. In an instant, rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and the atmospheric pressure seemed to solidify. It was essentially compressed under the pressure of the terrifying conquerors, making everyone feel suffocated. Advertisement, and in this invisible state, terrifying dark red lightning flashed across the atmosphere, revealing a world-destroying horror. As the Empress who originally owned conquerors after the haze of the celestial dragons was broken, no, it should be trampled under their feet. Not only did he completely release his heart, but he also greatly increased his spiritual strength, and even accelerated his growth around Adolf. What? Conquerors? And the same as Dad? The eyes of everyone in the white group popped out, and the Marco people were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that there would be a conqueror strong one among these women, and he was so strong. Even if he crosses the river like this, he still has the courage of a strong man, right? He is actually willing to stay with Adolf? Under the full impact of conquerors, second only to the Emperor of the Sea, the white group was so weak that it fainted in the face of the enemy. It rolled under the momentum of the attack, and its number was reduced by 90%. She also has conquerors, then I'll come too. Yamato was surprised and became even more energetic. Her conqueror's domineering power also came out. Boom! Conqueror's dark red thunder raged violently, doubling the terrifying pressure. Everyone from the Lieutenant General on down fainted, even putting huge pressure on the Lieutenant General. There are 2 more conquerors. I was so scared that my mouth opened subconsciously, and I was really scared to pee. There was only 1 layer left of the white group, and now there were less than 20 or 30 people. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who have been sailing the sea for decades, don't have that many masters with the strength of the Lieutenant General. Even among the remaining people, some are not strong enough and rely on willpower to carry on. Poseidon. What a monster. Teach's scalp was numb, and his little thoughts were hidden deeper. Dad. We're in trouble now. Marco looked solemnly at the fallen companions around him. Needless to say, Whitebeard, who was watching this scene from a distance, also had a dark expression. Although conquerors is not absolutely equal to strength, Doflamingo also has conquerors. Is it still stronger than Jin? But it stunned 98% of the people on his ship. This conquerors is not even remotely strong. And now there are not only 2 masters of conquerors, but other women have not yet shown their strength. As you can imagine, none of the women around Adolf were simple. Well, this time the embarrassment is all over the place. The only thing better than Kaido is that he doesn't have to be seen by the whole world. Chapter 258, completely abusing the white group. Are you scared now? Then surrender quickly? Juice Giant. Smoothie was as big as 10 meters, and he swung the long sword in his hand, and a purple slash tore through the earth, as if he was going to cut off the entire island. It's not that easy to defeat us. A tall and burly man suddenly jumped out. It was Diamond Fruit Josie, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. Half of his body flashed with crystal luster. He caught it from the front, grabbed the slash forcefully, flew towards the sky, and split the dark clouds in the sky. The strength of a man who can take on Hawkeye's challenge and Whitebeard's all-out slashing attack cannot be underestimated. You will be my opponent. Bingzuzan, the white-haired dog-shaped orc girl, rushed out first with an excited mace. A stick of ice-white air conditioning entwined with Conqueror's dark red thunder, and she swung it hard. Even if you can't develop the fruit's abilities by carrying the Sea Tower Stone for a long time, the power of the animal-type Phantom Beast species will still greatly increase your physical fitness. Ba-tang. Shine Crash. Diamond Josie's pupils shrink, but he is also fearless for a war fortress like him. The shining diamond side on the front is even more domineering with a top-notch armed color, and the defense strength reaches the extreme, frontal impact. Boom. There was a dull and loud sound, and the ground froze in an instant. At the same time, the force vibrated from the collision, and the frozen ice crystals were turned into powder by the earthquake. The powerful earthquake wave destroyed all obstacles. Diamond Joe's backed up, his legs making deep dents, the ground froze wherever he passed, and ultra-low temperature penetrated ground. Wu attendant Bingya, Yamato, the dogman, also flew upside down dozens of meters away. He landed on his feet and bent his knees, releasing his strength in an instant. It also spits out extremely cold ice-white air at the same time. Diamond Joe's immediately wanted to avoid it, but a single collision caused a large area of his body to freeze, and dark red thunder flashed from time to time. A moment of dullness caused the air conditioning to freeze into ice sculptures in an instant, even freezing with the earth. Horse Phantom Blade. Yamato ejects again. The canine Phantom Beast Oku Shingo is extremely fast, and the mace in his hand is filled with domineering air conditioning. Boom. A critical hit from the stick, the ice shattered, and Diamond Josie flew out. The brutal force hit a mountain behind, and even the 100-meter hillside was smashed into pieces. The earth and rocks of the mountain were spattered, and the impact of the cold air instantly froze the frozen soil. It was like a cannonball flying, smashing large trees into pieces. Damn it. The speed and air conditioning of the Phantom Beast species are too restrained for me, and the power of this tyrant. Diamond Joe's shook his cold and numb arm that seemed to be losing consciousness, and his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. How can a guy of his size compete with others in terms of speed? Not to mention that the opponent can freeze his body surface, penetrate the cold air, slow him down physically, and even freeze him completely. Phantom Beast species. Tyrannical beast. What kind of monster is this? He will also be an emperor of the sea when he grows up, right? Then the other one can also master it? Marco looked at Hancock with a heavier look. The bounty for this seeded player like the emperor of the sea is at least 2 to 3 billion Baileys. How do you beat him? Let's get rid of the other women first, and then attack the troublesome ones together, Teach shouted as a reminder. But he quietly retreated behind everyone, especially away from Hancock. A-hole. What do you mean by backing off? The captain of the 4th team, Thatch, looked at his good brother and cursed, and then rushed directly towards Hancock with 2 swords in his hands. Leave her to me. You deal with the others first. Phoenix Seal. Pineapple-headed Marco transformed into a phoenix, flapped his wings and rushed forward at a very fast speed. His feet also turned into sharp claws and kicked directly towards Hancock. Big fragrant feet. Hancock also kicked out. Not only was he top-notch armed and domineering, but he was also entangled with dark red thunder. Sure enough, Marco's pupils shrank, and his heart tensed for a moment. There's also Batang. Others are also in disbelief. Being a domineering person is already exaggerated enough, what else? Teach was stunned. He doesn't even have conquerors yet. Whitebeard's heart sank. There was absolutely no hope now. Boom, the moment the two collided, it was as if tens of thousands of tons of TNT exploded, blue flames and dark red lightning swept across, and even the entire island shook suddenly. All the earth, rocks and trees within a radius of 1 kilometer were razed to the ground. Sand, dust and leaves from all the mountaintops flew wildly in all directions. All the fainted white scum was thrown away and hit the trees on the mountain. Marco even flew backwards from the center of the explosion. Advertisement, cough. What is that? Seafloor stone high heels. It's too despicable. Marco wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and climbed up from the ruins in embarrassment. He was completely dumbfounded. The fruit's ability is suppressed at the moment of the kick, and the power fades away, making it impossible to touch it at all. Who would have thought that the Empress who mastered the power of domination would actually use the Sea Tower Stone to play dirty? This is called wisdom. Hancock proudly held his head high. If you want to eat the devil fruit yourself, don't you allow others to use the Sea Tower Stone? If you are afraid of Hylu Stone, then why are you eating devil fruit? 2 tyrants. I know both of them. How can they be so strong? They are still so young. Whitebeard frowned. Experience is always the best way to grow, Adolf said casually. Surround them quickly. At this time, the white group master also rushed over and immediately started the melee mode. Domino, Little Sati, Monet, Black Maria and others faced off one after another, facing these opponents with the strength of a Lieutenant General, Alexander. But it won't kill him immediately. Big Mom's Star General, Smoothie, I will be your opponent. Rose Dance. Foil Beasta drew out his 2 swords and took the initiative to fight Smoothie. The 2 swords are dancing, and the beautiful roses are flying, but there is so much murderous intention hidden in it. Juicing Slash. Smoothie dances with his sword and slashes with all his strength. If you are injured by a slash, you will be drained of water and turned into a mummy in an instant, which is even more terrifying than sucking blood. The demons are dancing wildly. Perona came with her soul body, now flying in the air, releasing dense ghosts, overwhelming them. What? Saki slashed with the sword, but it passed through the ghost. Even if he attached Haki, it was useless, and it also passed through his body at the same time. I'm sorry, I'm just an idiot. He fell to his knees and shut himself up on the spot. Brother Saki. Teach was anxious. Before there was the dark fruit, he and Saki were close friends and brothers. He quickly punched out from the air, knocking Saki away. Although he was seriously injured, he stayed away from the battlefield and managed to hold on until his abilities faded and he regained consciousness. Everyone, be careful, it will be over if you touch it. Teach immediately understood the fruit's power and shouted quickly, and the others also knocked the fool away from the air, giving him a chance to escape. But if you can be knocked away, the ghost can also catch up. Damn, what kind of fruit power is this? It's so weird. Team 7 Captain Lakoya was nervous. What? With all my domineering power, it will be exhausted even after one resistance. Kulil, the captain of the 10th Division, couldn't believe it. He was now useless? Everyone dodges quickly, not daring to make casual contact. This time, the girls launched a one-on attack on them and completely suppressed them. Mecha Toy Heavy Armor 3-0, Mecha Toy Laser Mecha 3-0. Mecha Weapon Blade Mecha 3-0. Sugar is running around, turning everyone who was just stunned by Conquerors into humanoid Gundams, and they are made up of multiple people, so they are extremely powerful. Naturally, the performance of human shield, melee, and long range has different emphasis. At the same time, depending on the physical quality of the toolman and the development of Sugar's own abilities, the strength displayed is completely different. With Adolf's current strength and power, Sugar naturally does not need to hide it and can show it boldly. Mecha Warrior Army. This is too sci-fi. Stop her quickly. Otherwise our people will become enemies. Aren't we surrounded now? Damn it. How do we attack them? Will we kill them if we smash them? What kind of abilities are there? It's too exaggerated. It was their turn to be surrounded and faced with 3 times their number. Monet protects Sugar as she wanders around the island, asking her to create more mecha legions. Heavy armor, laser mecha laser cannon. Blade mecha slash, rumble. Balls of fire exploded, and sword slashes tore apart. The Mecha Legion began to show extraordinary strength, flexibility, destructive power, and defensive power. The Mecha Warriors formed by combining them were even much stronger than the pacifists. Advertisement to put it bluntly, as long as she is given time, she can create a super army. Even in battle, the number of enemies can be converted into our own strength, thereby forming a numerical advantage. Even with the development and multi-person integration, there is no lack of quality. Damn it. The strength of these mechas is too exaggerated. They were so powerful in the first place, why didn't I know? The change in numbers caused them to fall into the siege of many people. Domino and Sati are both very powerful. With the cooperation of the Mecha Gundam and a large number of ghosts, they can completely overwhelm them. Powerless to resist. Zeus is up. I'm going to be squeezed dry again. Weapon transformation Mermaid Mecha. Baby 5 seems to be floating around Mrs. Shirley like a liquid metal, and the Zeus clouds also blend into it, transforming into an extremely sci-fi mecha posture. It's not a Gundam, but a pure white mermaid type mecha that's as flexible as Kamen Rider. The overall height of 4 meters does not look bloated. With his head exposed, the metallic armor thinly covers the whole body and fits perfectly, making him fly in the sky as contentedly as if he were swimming in the sea. There is also an I-band with an extremely sci-fi quality, which allows you to visually see scenes dozens of kilometers away, giving it a full sci-fi feel. Mrs. Shirley is like a combatant piloting a machine body, with a cool temperament that adds a layer of destructive beauty. Combined, shouldn't the mermaid be in the sea? It's too sci-fi? What kind of monsters are the women around Poseidon? The white group collapsed, and the mentality exploded. Not to mention them, even Whitebeard didn't expect these women to be so troublesome. Donjanmaru, the captain of the 16th Division, Izo, raised his gun, filled with domineering energy, decisively pulled the trigger, and attacked Mrs. Shirley in the air. Sweet and sweet wind, love beyond the soul, their scalps were numb due to the electricity. In the sky, a sci-fi weapon with a heavy feel appeared in Shirley's hand, and its power was obvious at a glance. However, the cone-shaped sea tower stone warhead flew with thunder arc lightning, hit the target in an instant, penetrated through Izo's body, and shattered his domineering force. The speed of the electromagnetic gun is very fast, even he, Whitebeard, has to admit it, but everyone is knowledgeable. Aim again and pull the trigger, Zeus lightning. The projectiles fired are not only powerful, they even have the effect of cutting with a sword. Ah! Izang had no time to dodge, so he could only subconsciously arm himself with Haki to resist. I can see it. You have been well prepared for the 2 tyrants and so many tricky fruit abilities. It seems that you will lose miserably this time. Whitebeard pursed his lips. At the same time, he flew into the clouds 8,000 meters away, and used the power of Zeus to control lightning bolts to shoot down from the clouds. Captain Izo, on the surface, it was to give him face and repay the kindness, but in the end, he was punished to death. Totally cruel, its power can completely destroy a warship. Very shameful. Everyone in the white group was in disbelief. The strength shown by these women was too exaggerated. So possible. The 500 million bounty can be solved with one blow? My people are all skilled, don't underestimate them, Adolf chuckled. I am very satisfied with the performance of the girls, and his training is not in vain. This interruption caused 3 or 5 people to be passed through by ghosts and become autistic on the spot. The color of her knowledge? Whitebeard noticed. Boom. Look, it's about to end, Adolf chuckled. Now he just hopes not to be zero blocked, not to be dealt with so quickly, so that they don't appear to be just like trash, they can be easily dealt with as long as they want. Mrs. Shirley had anticipated this and swam in a perfect arc in the sky, easily dodging the attack. It seems that the location where they were originally going to hit was the location where they dodged. One by one, they quickly dodge, but the lightning turned a corner? Then it is only possible to capture Wence's domineering energy into the future, seize the moment when the opponent cannot dodge, and launch an attack. It was like a cannonball exploding on the ground behind him, and massive electromagnetic lightning arcs swept across it. Weapon electromagnetic heavy sniper. Such a long attack distance, compared to the maximum dodge distance of half a meter, is too different, but it still hits? Chapter 259 Breakthrough. In 1 hour. Hancock put his right hand on his huge heart, infinite love surged from his heart, and the air turned sweet and pink. At the same time, a pink heart flew out of her heart and slowly rose into the sky, getting bigger and bigger, emitting pink light like the sun, turning the entire island pink. It's like entering a world of sweet love, and in the heart of that pink sun is her love for Adolf. The pure emotion that transcends the body, is engraved into genes, and rewrites the soul. Following the rhythm of the heart of the sun, everyone on the island feels this love in their hearts, a feeling that spans time and space. It's really enviable. Click, click, click. Such thoughts arise, and one after another they become unreasonable and petrified. Captain of the 6th Division, Captain of the 7th Division, Captain of the 8th Division, Captain of the 9th Division, Captain of the 10th Division. It can be said that except for Marco, Josie, Bista, and Teach, everyone else has turned to petrification. If I hadn't realized something was wrong and subconsciously burst out with domineering force, even I would have been petrified in an instant. Marco broke out in a cold sweat. Love is infinite. 7 or 8 little hearts flew out from the heart of the sun, dragging a long pink tail smoke towards Marco. Marco's pupils shrank, and he quickly flapped his phoenix wings and flew towards the sky. He didn't know what it was, but looking at Hancock's performance just now, he knew it was best not to contact it. Whoosh! But at the same time, an electromagnetic heavy sniper bullet was shot from the sky, seizing an incredible moment and piercing Marco's body head-on. It's Hailu Shi again? Marco's eyes were bloodshot, so unwilling. But his ability was suppressed at this moment. Not only was he injured, he also fell from the air. Also let the pink love chasing behind me pass through my body. Hockey can resist the fruit's ability, can capture Logia, and can break Paramecia, but it is not immune. Marco fell from the air and turned into a stone, hitting the ground and breaking into pieces. Marco, Foil Bista was anxious. Do you still care about others? Smooth slashed with his sword, forcing the foil sword Bista to take it hard. But at the same time, 5 ghosts flew out of the ground in front of him through the material barrier. But what can he do when the giant Smoothie holds the sword with both hands and presses it down with all his strength? I can only watch the ghost pass through my body. Advertisement, I'm sorry, I was too arrogant and overestimated my abilities. 5 of them went together, and it was a circular motion. They knelt down and shut themselves up on the spot. Juicing slash. With a casual slash, Smoothie's foil sword Bista was squeezed into a mummy, almost squeezing out all the water in her body. But I still spared his life so as not to kill him. These monsters. Kill at least one. Kill at least one. Chaozi looked at the audience, driven by deep unwillingness. The dignified Whitebeard pirates were completely tortured by the Poseidon harem? So who are they? What are the legendary pirates who have roamed the sea for decades? It's so embarrassing. Rumble, rumble. But at this moment, balls of fire swelled in his body, and a large area of his body turned into diamonds, resisting the covering bombardment of hundreds of mecha Gundams around him. Smash these mechas. Just kidding, not only does he have to hide from ghosts, but he also has to fight against Yamato's ice-cold tyranny. How can he have time to pay attention to these mass-produced products? If he was beaten by more than a dozen people and then hit with a stick, he would be useless. Those women. With his eyes through the firelight, he instantly noticed the women in the distance. He knows all these people, Big Mom's daughter, the elite on Kaido's ship, and the assistants around Poseidon. They are all very capable, and there is no way they will produce domineering monsters. Ice Hunt. Josie adjusted his angle and once again resisted the icy cold attack of the phantom beast Yamato. Blood spat out of his mouth, but he also used this power to fly backwards. Careful. Black Maria quickly transformed into a human animal and spewed out a large amount of spider webs to stop Josie. Others also launched an attack and wanted to stop it. But even if he is seriously injured, he still has great strength. He used his hands to tear apart and throw away all the attacks, unable to stop his approach. Go backwards. Ain also used his ability, and 3 balls of flame flew out. Josie, who was flying with the help of potential energy, could not dodge at all, and could only block it with his thick fists and arm aura. The fruit of this woman's ability. The moment Josie saw the power of the strange fruit, he felt something bad. He burst out with a huge amount of domineering power and resisted forcefully. Advertisement hockey does not have immunity, it can only break through the fruit's power in huge quantities. And the 3 strange flames consumed a lot of his domineering energy at once. And when he landed, balls of strange flames rushed up, his domineering force was completely exhausted, and he turned into an 8-year-old child? There is even a cage composed of a large number of strange flames appearing all around. One time I was 12 years old, now I am 8 years old. If I touch this again, I'm afraid there won't even be any tadpoles left. Chaozi was silent, the honest man was completely honest. This is a hammer. There was only one Teach left in the audience, and everyone looked at him. Even Whitebeard carries expectations, at least hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer. Teach looked around in panic, looking at each of the beautiful figures, the ghosts surrounding him, the strange flames, the rosy hearts, the hundreds of mecha legions, and the mace carrying Yamato. Without hesitation, he knelt down on the spot and raised his arms high. I surrender. Veins popped up on Whitebeard's forehead, suppressing his anger. If you surrender, you surrender. Why are you kneeling? I didn't expect to be the last one. Adolf was surprised. He thought Teach would pretend to be defeated. In fact, he wanted to too. But don't look at the consequences of being defeated, turning into a toy army, being petrified, autistic and forcefully controlled, and there will be no tadpoles left. Either his heart is exposed or he doesn't know if he can change back. Even if he is completely ruined, he doesn't want his life and death to be out of his control. Oh, change them all back and end it quickly. I don't want to see you anymore. Whitebeard sighed. How long did it take? The whole group was defeated? This is 1600 versus 15, an absolute advantage. If you hit 1 out of 100, there will be 100 more. But he also knew that this was not the problem of their pirate group. They had sailed the sea for so many years and fought with Kaido, Big Mom and the others so many times. Adolf chuckled and waved his hand, and the lieutenant general immediately delivered the message. Pirates are unruly and arrogant, but they are also a very realistic group. Because if you don't want to die, you have to surrender and do what the strong man asks. Any legendary pirate, no matter how famous he is, just give him a good beating. If it still doesn't work, cut it off and replace it with an obedient one. Chapter 260 Poseidon times Uranus square root. Everyone is so awesome, Shirahoshi admired. In comparison, we are just like useless materials. Odahime was shocked. Sister Sama is so strong, she is so good at domineering, fruit abilities, physical skills, and swordsmanship, Pudding admired. The three little ones came up to express condolences to the girls. It's so unexpectedly relaxing, and it feels unreal. It's because our fruit ability is too strong, and there are two strong ones, Hancock and Yamato. Then don't we already have the combat power of the Sea Emperor? It feels like Hancock can take care of them all by himself, we just speed up. They positioned themselves as a harem group, with a little bit of strength, but not as a vase, but they didn't expect the result to be so fantastic. Think about it, large-scale petrification, large-scale ghosts, large-scale retrograde flames, and the mecha army that transforms troops are 4 major bug-level abilities. There are also 2 powerful tyrants, a giant swordsman and a flying mermaid sniper. Especially the god-level support and healing haven't even started to work yet. It failed miserably. What a shame. You couldn't hold on for even an hour, right? It's just a group of women, and the captain and the others were also defeated? What happened in the subsequent battle? Poseidon's harem doesn't look like they were injured at all. They didn't even manage to kill one of them, right? Stop talking nonsense. We can't even resist the conquerors. Doesn't this mean we are trash? We are not even qualified to stand on the battlefield? The Bai Tuan were all dejected, being penetrated by a group of harems, especially conquerors, who were stunned. As great men, they lost their face. Marco and the others also didn't speak a word. Those who were stunned were all dumb fish, and they were only curious about the battle process. Only those who fought until the end realized how miserably they were defeated. Marco, Josie and the others glanced at the girls, feeling depressed that none of them had been replaced. Ahahaha, so many of us have been defeated, can't we accept it? Teach laughed at himself. Aren't you unwilling to give in? We lost to a group of women, good brother Saki felt uncomfortable. They defeated us openly and honestly. If they are not willing to accept it, they can only blame us for their lack of strength. They cannot blame others. Teach took it for granted. He was a good person who was reasonable and understandable. Damn it, Lousy is unwilling to give in. Let's do it again. This time it's a one-on-one challenge. Bai Tuan became even more unwilling after hearing this. Do you want to come again? I'll fight you. Yamato excitedly picked up the mace. Actually I was joking. A forced fake smile. Who is the domineering player playing with you? Don't accept it. If you really want to fight, you will all be wiped out. I am grateful to Whitebeard for disbanding the pirate group before this and saving your lives. Adolf glanced at him. His words silenced Bai Tuan. He wanted to refute, but he really didn't dare to speak harshly in front of Adolf. Advertisement. They can only look at their father, Whitebeard, longingly. Dad, you want to avenge us. Now, Dad, you can only save your dignity by taking action yourself. One by one, they were so angry that they turned to their parents. This is putting Daddy on the fire, you idiots, Marco sighed. Scheming boy. This king wants you to understand. Whitebeard looked at Adolf feeling uncomfortable, feeling both grateful and dissatisfied. Are you going to challenge Hancock and the others and avenge your sons, or fight me directly? Adolf gave an insulting choice. Of course with you. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and glared. There is definitely a better chance of winning against Hancock and the others, but what if they win? Word spread that the strongest man in the world challenged a group of women? Does he have no face? Let's go. Adolf chuckled. Hancock and the others will definitely not be able to beat Whitebeard. They shake the sky and shake the air, attack from a large range and from a distance, and the sea is turbulent within 100 miles radius. There is also a certain gap between Hancock and Whitebeard. But just add Shirahoshi, haha. Come on Poseidon, let me see your current strength. In the center of the island, Whitebeard confronts Adolf. Defeat me, just like you defeated Kaido, use all your strength. A burly man with a white beard, wielding the 12-gong sword Kong Yunki in his hand, his energy has already caused the mountain wind to howl and the sky to be filled with sand and rocks. His eyes were boiling with excitement and fighting spirit, and Kakuzu couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Adolf's figure was reflected in his eyes, and even he felt excited. Just like those strong men in Crocodile are eager to challenge the world's strongest Whitebeard, he is also like a warrior, with the excitement and madness to challenge the sky. The king who rules the world and the sea. The surging momentum accompanies Conqueror's rampage, even triggering the island's atmosphere, which solidifies as if people are drowning. The waves on the shore were rough, and the huge ships were heaving violently, as if they were about to overturn the sea in the next moment. It only takes seconds to show your head, then come and see the world. I am better at divination of death and destruction. The battle between Whitebeard and Poseidon will put this island in danger of destruction, Mrs. Shirley explained. This is Daddy Whitebeard in full condition, the strongest man in the world. Advertisement, is this really Poseidon, not Uranus? Do we even have this kind of ability? Doesn't it mean that we know everything we do, and we can't even take advantage of anything we do in the future? Teach was horrified. Thunder, rumble, rumble. Mrs. Shirley is good at divination. After mastering the ability to predict the future, her divination ability has become stronger. Now it is real-time divination, Ain was explaining and threatening. Not to mention the black beard now, he shaved off his beard at the end of this time and dyed the hair all over his body yellow. At the same time, the sea area was turbulent, and a 100-meter tsunami was set off. Thunder and thunderbolts were heard in the sky, and thunderstorms swept across thousands of miles. Dark clouds rolled across the entire sea area, and dark red lightning and thunderbolts appeared. It was the power of the top overlord of the sea, and the seawater also set off huge waves under the influence of the inexplicable aura. Crystal ball? What kind of ability is this? Divination? Marco looked at the crystal ball in the curtain. Gu la la la. What's the point of a mermaid flying into the sky? A flying fish, Whitebeard laughed boldly. The footage was quickly shared with all Whitebeard's ships. Is this caused by Conquerors? How exaggerated is Conquerors? Totally disappointing teach. Look, Poseidon is moving. Whitebeard, you said you want me to use all my strength? It makes everyone feel that the mountain is unscalable, the pressure is unshakable, and the sense of powerlessness. Use the videophone bug to send it to Whitebeard's ship and let them see it too, Ain said. While all of them were watching, Adolf's figure slowly floated into the sky. Can you see inside? Let's stay away too. Everyone in the white group was anxious and quickly sailed away. As Adolf opened his eyes, his blue eyes sparkled with lightning, and his whole body emitted light blue arc light. Just kidding. Mrs. Shirley took out the crystal ball and combined her vision of the future with divination, and the scene on the island was revealed from the crystal ball. Quick! This island is going to sink. The look of horror on Teach's face made him almost bury his head in his crotch. Why talk about ambition? Dad is crazy. Everyone, stay away. It is Mrs. Shirley's credit for accurately sniping the pirates who attacked the kingdom's villages and towns, Ain added. Even if all the people in the white group were far away, they could see their heads rising, their pupils were splitting, and they looked in horror at the terrifying light of lightning that was converging towards the center of the island from all directions. Chapter 261, a sign of the end of the pirate era. Quick, stay away. If you get involved, it's over, Marco screamed. Let's stay far away and let Poseidon free his hands, Ain commanded. Adolf raised his hand and grabbed the trident of water from the water vapor. Tens of thousands of lightnings shuttled from 100 kilometers away. Positive charges and negative charges collided wildly. I wonder if some kind of nuclear change or fission reaction occurred. There was thunder in the sky, and tens of thousands of thunders exploded every second, shocking everyone with fear. It was the majestic sound of the sky shaking. The waves in the world are turbulent, and every 100-meter tsunami seems to be responding to the call of a certain king. It is the vast sound of the sea. Shocking the world. Shocking and shocking. The whole world is emitting the majesty of the sky and the sea, and the human voice seems so small. What an exaggerated power. Who has the power to destroy the world? Whitebeard Edward Newgate's pupils were dilated, and his loud questioning words were filled with incredible horror, even though he felt the danger of destruction. Of course he wants to stop it, but this is Conqueror's power, the power that actually affects the celestial phenomena. The clouds just reacted. Are you ready, Edward Newgate? If you don't fight hard, you will die. Adolf looked down slightly, with the depth of the blue of the sea in his eyes. He held the thunder scepter with the intention of the sea, as if he was holding the greatest authority in the world, the sky and the sea. Gula Lala. Come on, the king who rules the world. Edward Newgate laughed wildly, but because of the crisis of death, his blood vessels expanded, bursting out the full potential of every cell in his body. He leapt with his legs bent on his knees, wielded the Kong Yunchi in his hand, and bulged out the muscles of his arms. All of his monster-like strength was used in this attack. Dark Red Thunder's domination and world-shaking ability burst out without reservation. He had a hunch that he only had one chance to take action. Poseidon Mystery. Haiji Tianma. Adolf was like a thunderbolt, dragging a blue arc of electricity down from the sky. The power of the sky and sea fell down, colliding with the legendary man in the air. Advertisement. In an instant, the world froze. Taking the collision point as the dividing line, the atmosphere shattered like glass, and the dark red sky thundered, seeming to destroy the world. But outside of the small phenomenon of atmospheric collapse, the entire world was illuminated by blue thunder that was thousands of miles away. When a billion-ton nuclear explosion occurs, both clouds and islands disappear in a white light. The terrifying light radiation is enough to kill most ordinary people. The shock wave swept across, the entire sea area roared, and the entire sea area erupted. The island below has long since disappeared, showing a bottomless hole. The sea water surges in all directions during the impact, making it difficult to fill it. What an exaggerated power! Edward Newgate sighed with such a thought, like lightning shooting downwards. He knew that he was definitely going to lose. This guy just couldn't say he was invincible. How could he win? But I didn't expect it to end in one blow. The strongest man in the world was like a flame being extinguished, disappearing into the mighty power of the sky and the sea. Dad. Marco was horrified and turned into a phoenix and flew away regardless of the danger, not even caring about the ship. There is no need for him to care. The Poseidon class has taken over, and only the Poseidon class can stabilize the ship in such impacts and waves. A few days later, a ship came to this area. What's going on in this sea area? Is the thunder and lightning climate so oppressive? The weather in New World is really weird. Please be careful not to go in. Is it just the weather of the New World? Why does it feel like Conquerors? Ice Witch Huadabe was confused, but she had no doubts. Conquerors is dark red and requires a human presence, which is obviously wrong. Sister. There should be an island here on the chart. Dad asked us to gather here, but now there is no shadow of the island. The sailor at the observation deck looked around with a telescope. Dad's fleet is mobile, so use lifeguards. Advertisement. Okay. After another half day of sailing, the Ice Witch Huadibe finally met up with the White group. Dad, your injury? What happened? Whitebeard looked at Whitebeard sitting in the main seat in disbelief. With straps all over his body and bottles hanging everywhere, he was wrapped like a mummy. If it weren't for his body shape and the beard that showed the straps, he would have almost not been recognized. Gu la la la, I'm so lucky not to have died. Whitebeard laughed loudly while drinking the wine, and started to bleed as soon as he moved his body. That guy Poseidon struck too hard, he almost killed Dad. Stop talking. If he hadn't summoned the Poseidon class to stabilize the ship and block the impact, we would all have been wiped out. No one can escape from a tsunami and shockwave of that level. You've been merciful to me. If you try to make it up again, you'll be dead. Whitebeard looked at himself with injuries all over his body. Bones all over the body were shattered and muscles collapsed in large areas. If the straps are taken apart, the skin all over the body will be destroyed and there will be scorch marks everywhere. It will be as terrifying as being peeled off with a red-hot knife. This is after using the remaining portions of the healing liquid from last time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to even move. As for letting Adolf treat him, once cured, the deterrent will be greatly reduced. Battle. Is this the thunder and lightning weather in that sea area? Whitebeard suddenly thought. The aftermath of Poseidon's tyrannical attack left a lasting impression. Even after a few days, I still feel the pressure of conquerors, Marco said. How is that possible? How terrifying would it have been? Whitebeard couldn't imagine it. Oh, those monsters. The White group sighed one by one. The absolutely overwhelming power and the ability to control Poseidon made all of them collapse inside. The gap is so big that there is no longer any reluctance, only despair. In the future, the Whitebeard pirates will be disbanded. You should just live your lives honestly. If you cause trouble again, I won't be able to protect you. Poseidon has treated us with all his kindness and justice, Whitebeard announced. After more than 30 pirate groups under his banner came and announced their disbandment, some expressed that they would still follow him and break away from the pirate group together. There are also those who no longer follow and start their own business. But seeing the injuries suffered by Whitebeard and the oppressive feeling of Conqueror's thunder and lightning weather, they also felt afraid and did not dare to act unscrupulously. Poseidon's divination that can predict the future, absolute strength, and the big pirate killed in the newspaper, everything is frightening them. Who dares to take any chances? As the legendary great pirate, Whitebeard has traversed the sea for decades. He disbanded the pirate group and established a chamber of commerce, which dealt a huge blow to pirates all over the world. The belief in worship has collapsed and belongs to. Chapter 262 Red Hair. You can't run away, boss. Look, Whitebeard actually announced the disbandment of the pirate corps, and wants to lead all his sons to change their ways and start a new life. Big fat man Lucky Lou looked at the newspaper in disbelief, and the bone in CK dropped from his hand. The Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirate group in the world after the disbandment of the Roger pirates. They have been sailing the sea for decades. Even they, Jesus Boo's eyes were shocked. The ability to control Poseidon's, the ability to predict the future, and the annihilation of the 11.2 billion pirate group means that he has the ability to kill all pirates. After the Big Mom pirates and Kaido pirates, even the strongest Whitebeard pirates were disbanded, and they are still calling on other pirates to change their ways. This newspaper will shock the world. Ben Beckman held a thin cigarette in his mouth solemnly. Adolf, do you really want to change the entire era by yourself? Turn the world upside down? The red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand with great confusion. His captain, One Piece Roger, opened the great pirate era with his life and gave him the straw hat that passed down the era. But now the pirate era is coming to an end. Even if you become a pirate, you will be liquidated. There is no room for pirates to survive. So what should we do with their dreams, their pursuits, and their responsibility to pass on the times? Pop. Ben Beckman came behind Shanks, patted his shoulder and shook his head, speaking silently. Shanks put down the newspaper and let the sea breeze blow it away. He looked at the blue sea in confusion, as if he was in shackles. The sea is no longer free. He is unwilling to give in, But so what if he is unwilling to give in? Can they stop it? If they resist, they will block the car with the mantis, and they can't do anything. Shanks, you are actually the bad guy, right? Because you are a pirate, everyone is afraid of you. And he eliminated the pirates and made everyone live a good and happy life. Uda held the newspaper and looked at Shanks with contempt. At first, she was not interested in careerists at all, so her rhetoric was naturally based on Shanks, which was one-sided. Advertisement, but after seeing the overwhelming newspapers, she also made her own sensory judgment about Adolf. In addition to how many countries have been rescued, there are also reports on the fight against pirates, how much food has been supplied to alleviate famine, how many places have been killed and plundered by pirates, and whether people live and work in peace and contentment. Military and agriculture are the same channel. I don't dislike my adoptive father Shanks, but I still have contempt for him. How dare you, a pirate, say something bad about others? Countless people around the world were in an uproar because of this newspaper. It's over, even Whitebeard has surrendered and succumbed to Poseidon's feet. The big pirate with a bounty of billions surrendered and was destroyed. This sea has completely changed. Can those terrifying Poseidon species still be controlled? Then they may attack from under the sea at any time. How terrifying. Are you kidding yourself about predicting the future? Doesn't it mean that our robbery will be discovered in advance? That's outrageous. Those pirates who grew up listening to the stories of Whitebeard feel that the sky is falling. Before, they just felt a crisis, but now they have even surrendered to the legends they admired? The newspaper even emphasized that Poseidon has the ability to control the Poseidon class. It can predict the occurrence of future killings. Dozens of powerful pirate groups have been targeted, and many of them, including 1 to 2 billion big pirates, have been wiped out. Their heads are used to tell the story, advertise. I can't help but feel fear of the Poseidons that may appear under the sea at any time, fear of the divination that cannot be concealed. They cannot understand divination, but the more mysterious it is, the more awe-inspiring it is. In this case, even the legendary Whitebeard has voted for us, so who are we? Surrender, before you accept the pirates' reformation. Quickly, head towards the marine base. If this time passes, I may not have a chance. The path of pirates is hopeless, and the consequences of death force them to give up. Even those who have not given up do not dare to act at will. Shock rate plus 45%. Damn it. These damn pirates should be put to death. Why should they change their ways? Master Poseidon is too kind-hearted. Advertisement. That's right, even if it's because you can't survive, that's not a reason to become a pirate. They have robbed enough. Now they can come out and register and enjoy the blessings in peace. Damn it. Even if they say they have changed their ways, who knows when they will return to their old profession. For civilians, all pirates should be killed, so why should they correct their evil ways? The crimes they committed should be repaid with their lives. In fact, Adolf also wanted to do this. He could just do it happily and no one would question it. But the price he paid for his cheerful thoughts was that Marines, fishmen, and even ordinary people made more sacrifices and died in units of tens of thousands. The broken jar fell to the ground, and if it was going to be destroyed anyway, it would definitely be an even crazier looting, burning and killing process all over the world. These unnecessary sacrifices can obviously be avoided, but because of an impulsive mind, so many people died in vain. Who should be blamed for these people's deaths? Obviously not a qualified leader. From a strategic perspective, this is like treating prisoners preferentially, leaving a way to survive so that they dare not risk their lives, and it also allows them to disband the pirate group themselves, thereby achieving world peace faster and reducing the deaths of soldiers and civilians. And as long as you abide by the law in the future, the world government will be responsible for your past sins. Of course, in the future, you have to insist that you want to be a pirate, and proudly talk about how much money you have robbed and how many people you have killed. Because of his policy, you can live freely in the sun, provoke and cause trouble everywhere, and you are obviously unrepentant. Then we need to clean up the various crimes committed by pirates. The lowest level is skinning. At that time, the world was peaceful and the military was abundant. You, as an individual, even disbanded the pirate group, so you didn't just take care of it? Boom. One after another, the shells suddenly exploded across 10 kilometers, and the terrifying firelight was mixed with powerful domineering force. The seawater surged within a radius of 1,000 meters, and the entire pirate group was in turmoil. And it's not that the shot missed, it was the red-haired pirate group sniper Jesus BU who shot it, preventing the shell from falling on the ship. It's not good, Captain, that guy Garp is catching up again, Jesus said solemnly. It's really troublesome. We've chased him all the way from Windmill Village to the Red Earth continent. Red-haired Shanks felt uncomfortable. Red hair. You can't run away. Chapter 263 Capturing red-haired Shanks alive. Shanks came to the back deck of the ship. Garp. I want to quit and disband the pirate group and register as a legal citizen. What? You, boss? Is it to get rid of Garp? Everyone on the red-haired boat was shocked. Then stop, I'll take you to the marine base to fill out a form. We don't have a registration form on board. Garp shouted in response. Lieutenant General Garp is obviously on our ship. The sailor on the ship quickly reminded. Idiot, I said no, so I threw away the form on the ship, and then brought me the cannonballs. I must catch the red-haired man, and then cut off his legs. Sea Beast, speed up too, you must catch up. Garp gritted his teeth and directed the tugboat Sea Beast to speed up. According to the rules and regulations, his operation must be illegal, but his grandson is going to sea to seek death. he still has the mind to deal with the punishment? Today's Marine is not the paddling army it used to be. He must give up the idea of Luffy becoming a pirate. What's more, if his family members become pirates, won't he, the Lieutenant General, be punished? What will his fellow Marines think of him? Their sea beasts can pull the boat faster than us, and they will catch up sooner or later. The red-haired pirate group felt uncomfortable, and everyone was anxious. Two masters, Garp and Bogart, may even come with other reinforcements at any time. How can they fight? Attack with me. Block their path. Better kill the sea beast. God avoids. The red-haired man held too many western swords. Griffin slashed suddenly, and the dark red thunder struck down. Other masters on the ship took action one after another. The power of the special move extended to 10 kilometers away, and the sea was cut open. Fistbone impact. Quickly cut. Garp and Bogart attacked with all their strength, and together they shredded all the red-haired attacks. But the sea is turbulent, and tsunamis hundreds of meters high are sweeping in all directions. Even if sea monsters pull the boat, they can't get close, but are pushed away by the waves. This can be quickly adjusted even when there are sea monsters. Chasing people is such a disgusting thing. Once there is a collision in the middle, the airwaves and waves will burst out, and the boat will be easily pushed away. Advertisement, don't even think about running away. Garp flew directly from the ship Moonwalk, and took the lead to kill the red-haired pirates alone. Head. There is a 5-kilometer wide hole in the Red Continent. That should be the opening of the Red Continent as mentioned in the newspaper. Do we want to enter the Grand Line through the passage? Entering the Grand Line is under the jurisdiction of the Warring States period. Navigator Bendik Sneak suddenly discovered. No, Garp rushed over alone. Lucky Lou noticed. That crazy old man. Joined forces to kill him. Jesus was heartbroken. Let's go from Upside Down Mountain and I'll stop him. The red hair ordered decisively. Looking at Garp running in the air, he also took off in a similar way, starting a fierce aerial battle. Moonwalk in the school-level city, with their strength, Moonwalk is as easy as ordinary running. Can it compare to the intensity of the collision of powerful people's special moves? No need for domineering. God avoids. The red hair stalks and slashes with all his strength. But after losing his arm not long ago, he has not gotten used to fighting with one hand, and his strength has declined significantly. Red-haired boy. You are far worse than Roger. Fistbone impact. Garp gathered all his domineering power into his fist, and his black weapon color showed a transparent golden glow, and he suddenly released it. Rumble. The two collided in the energy surge. Level 12 strong winds swept across the sea surface, and tsunamis of dozens of meters were set off layer by layer. After that, a passionate aerial melee battle begins. Although the red-haired man has a weapon, Garp's domineering palms are equally indestructible and collide head-on with the famous sword. The two of them collided dozens or hundreds of times in the air in the form of afterimages. The atmosphere torn apart by the light of the sword cut open the sea. The fist wind disrupted the airflow and blasted the sea. In the middle, there were long-range projectiles fired from time to time by Ben Beckman and Jesus Bu, but they were all easily dodged or blocked. Falling from the bottom of the sea, one hand resisted the red-haired sword slash, and the other hand suddenly grabbed the red-haired collar. The red-haired pupils shrank, and he suddenly hit the sea below, unable to stop his body at all. Advertisement. It was as if a 10,000-ton nuclear explosion exploded in the deep sea, and the entire sea erupted in a shocking surge. If it were that guy Adolf, it would be over if you fell into the sea, Garp spat out. What he doesn't know is that Adolf is now superior to them without borrowing the power of the sea. Boss. The red-haired pirate ship followed the current and climbed up to the upside-down mountain. Seeing this scene, he was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The Garp warship has already given chase. Damn it, you're still following me. Ben Beckman gritted his teeth and could only keep attacking. With so many people on the red-haired ship, even Bogart can't stop them all. Ben Beckman is not weak. Attention, everyone, we are going over the upside-down mountain, Navigator Bendik Snake shouted to remind. That's it, there's someone in upside-down mountain. I don't know who shouted, and everyone in the red-haired pirate group looked suddenly, and their hearts were gripped at the moment they saw it. Former Marine Fleet Admiral Buddha's Warring States. My time is precious, let's fight quickly. The burly Sengoku raised his head and looked down expressionlessly at the red-haired pirate ship coming up from below. The body also emitted golden light at this time, and a giant Buddha stood on the top of the upside-down mountain, just like the giant Buddha on the top of the mountain emitting Buddha light. It raised its hand, and its huge palm pressed down like a mountain of 5 fingers. Buddha country impact. The impact of the dark red tyrant was slapped from the palm, getting bigger and bigger, completely covering the entire red-haired pirate ship. Ah! The main combat force was at the stern of the ship to stop Bogart. At this moment, it was too late. Even with all the strength of the others, they were still photographed from the upside-down mountain by the palm of the Buddha. Stamped hard on the sea. Even the sea showed a 1,000-meter palm print, and the impact of the waves made it impossible for the seawater to get close. After doing this, return to the human form and take out the phone bug, Garp. Keep an eye on Donghai and don't forget your responsibilities. Thank you, Warring States. This is my family matter, and it is also very important to me. Garp's heavy voice came from the phone, and his original playful smile was completely gone. And he himself was holding the red-haired Shanks in his hand. Chapter 264. The red-haired Doomsday Luffy is broken. Thump, the red-haired man was thrown to the ground by Garp like garbage, in front of the Straw Hat Boy. Shanks. Shanks. How are you? You don't want to die. Luffy was frightened, his body stiffened, and he stepped forward in disbelief. The moment he saw his face clearly, his whole body was about to collapse. Don't cry, Luffy, didn't you say you want to be a man? Shanks fell to the ground and looked at Luffy with a difficult smile. But he was seriously injured, the bones all over the body were smashed, and everything seemed to be crushed. It was a mess of blood and flesh, and I couldn't stand up at all. Even being alive is a manifestation of powerful vitality. Tap tap tap. As the footsteps approached, Bogart and a group of sailors came over pressing Ben Beckman, Jesus Bu, Locky Lou and others. They all wore sturdy seafloor stone handcuffs and anklets, with large scars on their bodies. The blood on their faces even solidified on the skin, turning purple, and the whites of their eyes were bloodshot as if they had been shot. One by one, the Navy soldiers aimed their guns and lowered their heads, looking particularly miserable. The future Emperor of the Sea, all members of the red-haired pirates were arrested. As a prisoner, he appeared in front of Luffy again. Even the 11-year-old girl Uda was also handcuffed with seafloor stone because she was also a pirate, but because she did not resist, she was not attacked, but was arrested. Everyone, why hurt Shanks? They didn't do anything bad. Don't die, Shanks, I haven't boarded your ship yet, I haven't become One Piece yet. Luffy broke down emotionally and looked at the pirates who had been friendly with him and led him to pursue the freedom of the sea. He truly regards these people as his close friends. Why, Shanks? Come and tell him why. Garp brutally stepped on Shanks' good arm, he was really merciless. The voice was squeezed out from between the teeth, holding back the anger to break open the caps of these human and heavenly spirits. The crazy desire burning in his eyes will turn into substantial flames, burning all these pirates. Ah! Shanks screamed in pain, his bones were shattered, and his arm muscles were crushed like mud. Boss, Captain, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bu, Lucky Lou, including the adopted daughter Uda, everyone on the red-haired boat was anxious. Advertisement, but they were forcibly controlled by the sailors and couldn't do anything. Damn red-haired pirate. How dare you kidnap Luffy and become a pirate? The king of the near sea bit off one of your hands, right? To save Luffy, right? Leave it to the future, right? A sea creature that's not even a Poseidon bit off the arm of a pirate like you. What a clever idea. The more Garp talked, the angrier he became. He stepped on Shanks' arm and rubbed it repeatedly. It was like a steamroller crushing it back and forth. The good arm was completely destroyed and was crushed to pieces. Muscles, bones, and soil were mixed together, and blood flowed everywhere. Stop. Stop it, Grandpa, please. Luffy broke down in tears and hugged Garp's feet tightly, but he couldn't stop it with his strength. This is the heartache of a close friend being tortured. Damn. Speak. Speak, Shanks. Boom. 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 Seeing Luffy's reaction, Garp became even more angry. Kicked Shanks hard, making Shanks vomit blood with every kick. Because I'm a pirate, Luffy, your grandfather is a marine and I am a pirate. Shanks endured the torture and his eyes were bloodshot. His left hand was given to the king of the near sea and sent to the future, and now his right hand was crushed by Garp. Both arms are gone. A great swordsman who wields a sword has both arms disabled. Isn't that just like trash? What pirates are we talking about? What future? He is already a useless person. Tell me, what is your purpose in guiding Luffy to become a pirate? What do you think of Luffy to pay such a price? Garp roared. That's enough, Grandpa, please save Shanks, he will die if this continues. Doctor, come quickly, Doctor, Uncle Hongo, you have the best medical skills, come and treat Shanks. Luffy was hysterical and his brain was starving of oxygen. For the first time, he experienced the pain of a loved one dying, happening right in front of his eyes. This torture made him collapse. But he ignored the image of becoming a pirate and fighting with his grandfather Garp in the future. Shanks gritted his teeth and held back without revealing even a single word. Hearing the screams, Luffy was heartbroken, but he could only watch helplessly. Damn, advertisement, boss, all the pirates collapsed in fear. Reaching out, a sailor handed over a huge axe. I will listen to you all, please let Shanks go, I promise you will not go to sea, Grandpa. He even used torches to burn them to ashes in front of all of them. Luffy cried and collapsed, tearing the straw hat into pieces with his own hands. Before Luffy could recover, Garp's heavy axe fell, and the red-haired Shanks' left leg was cut off abruptly, and blood flowed. Bang! Do what he said, Luffy. It's just a straw hat, worthless at all. Shanks fell to the ground in the same pain. That straw hat is a token given to you by Shanks, I think. I remember that Roger also wore a straw hat. Garp was so angry that he stepped on Shanks' face. Half of his face collapsed, and even his facial bones were sunken. Garp looked at Shanks at his feet, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted ferociously, and the veins on his forehead bulging. And he actually handed Roger's token to Luffy. At this moment, his dreams and future are being destroyed. Luffy clutched his straw hat and cried and begged, his heart broken. Seeing this scene, Shao Luffy hugged the axe like crazy and tried his best to stop Grandpa's movement. Luffy, even if I cut off all your hands and feet, I will never let you go to sea, Garp roared. If told, Would the current ruler of the world kill the successor 800 years ago in advance? The successor of his old Captain Rogers will? Garp kicked Luffy away, breaking the trees he hit. No, only this one won't work. Luffy also roared at Garp, roaring as if he was filled with hatred. Ah! Damn it, ah! Stop it, stop it! Garp raised his giant axe high, and the skin on his face twisted ferociously and roared. As if to say that he refused, Shanks also wanted to cut off the other leg. Ben Beckman, Jesus B.U., and Lucky Lou were unwilling to give up, but they already regarded Luffy as a partner in the same boat. Shanks. Luffy. With both arms missing and his left leg cut off, he is now left with nothing but despair. At this moment, Luffy felt like he was about to break. No 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 no, burn to ashes with your own hands. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? It's obviously a rubber body. Luffy was in pain. He screamed at Luffy, tear it apart. Chapter 265 Red Hair Surrenders. Windmill Village. Garp, numerous marines, the captured red-haired pirates, Shanks lying on the ground, Luffy who had collapsed. The village chief, Maginot, and countless other villagers were watching. They felt sorry for Luffy, but no one dared to persuade Garp who was going berserk. Everyone looked at the small burning flame, the straw hat burned to ashes. It's just a hat, but its burning flame lasts as long as a century. Until it is completely burned to ashes, no one speaks. The only sounds at the scene were Luffy's crying, Shanks' pain, and Garp's breathless breathing. Garp didn't speak, and none of them dared to speak. After a long time, Garp sat on the ground. The phone bug contacted Poseidon. I caught the red-haired Shanks and asked what to do. Yes, his subordinates quickly contacted him on the phone. Sorry Poseidon, I acted on my own. Garp's face was downcast, not because he was afraid of being punished, but because of his grandson Luffy. Although he is a pirate, he did violate the order by acting before I officially issued an order to encircle and suppress the pirates. But your original intention was to lure your grandson into becoming a pirate. The main responsibility for this matter lies with Hong Hair. I'll punish you to publicize the dangers of pirates in the East Daxia Sea and emphasize the definition of pirates. Don't talk about freedom every day. Do you know that document? After listening to Garp's words, Adolf spoke slowly. This matter is big or small, and there is really no need to punish him, especially when Shanks lured Garp's grandson to become a pirate, which is equivalent to inducing crime and cultivating the next generation of criminals. But not only burning, killing and looting is a crime, cultivating crime is also a crime. Understood. I have this document. Garp nodded. As for the red-haired pirates, then. Ben Beckman, Jesus B.U., Lucky Lou, everyone on the red-haired boat was nervous. Wait, before I was arrested, I already said that I would repent and register. Shanks shouted anxiously, lying on the ground to save himself. Poseidon. The ruler of this sea. Their lives are no more than feathers in his eyes, but one word can determine life or death. Is it possible to let him go casually when he is arrested? As if he heard Shanks' voice, Adolf stopped talking and seemed to be thinking about something. Advertisement, Poseidon. Windmill Village, the red-haired pirates, and Uda were all so nervous that they swallowed secretly and looked at the phone bug. He did say, Garp didn't lie, and he wouldn't lie. Then register it. What Garp did to you will be considered as punishment for luring a boy to become a pirate. At the same time, you must publicly announce the disbandment of the pirate group as a member of the crew of One Piece Roger, and burn the pirate flag with your own hands under the witness of Marine and the public. Fulfill the covenants in the document of repentance. Adolf spoke slowly, giving them their only destiny. Shanks was silent. One Piece Roger started the era of great pirates at the cost of his life. Now as a member of the crew of One Piece, he publicly announced the disbandment of the pirate group. He is no longer a pirate and will no longer carry out any pirate actions. What will it be like for the era? Blow. It is undoubtedly telling everyone, times have changed. Pirates have no future. If you continue to be a pirate, you will die. Yes. But in the end, the future emperor of the sea, the red-haired Shanks, who might also be the next pirate to board Lovedrew, gritted his teeth and agreed. Before even seeing Adolf's face, he bowed his head and surrendered. The call bug was hung up, and Adolf no longer paid attention to this little thing. As for execution, of course it's up to Garp. Not just the red-haired Shanks, all pirates wanted for bounties must sign the document of repentance, including Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. On the island where the Marine base is located, Marine and the people witnessed it together. Burn the pirate flag with your own hands, and promise not to do any pirate-related illegal activities again, and all of this will be recorded by the phone bug. Later, you will also need to regularly report your location, sources of income, etc. If you can't accept that you obviously have no intention of repenting, do you, a pirate, have the credibility to make a verbal promise? Shameful. No one is asking you to repent. You can continue to be a pirate and just die once for the sake of face. This entire process also allows all pirates and civilians to see the changes in the world more intuitively. Not only from the newspapers, Marines have established bases on various national islands. The huge number of pirates must be greater than the national islands. Advertisement. It can be said that everyone witnessed the pirates burning the pirate flag with their own eyes, and saw the pirates being held down by Marine. The sea is blue and sin and filth are receding. Especially under the influence of the big pirate, a trend has formed, which makes the small pirates panic and the civilians feel a stronger sense of security. Register. According to the repentance document, it must be announced in the presence of Marines and the public, at least 10 Marines, 500 civilians, and 1 reporter. Village Chief. Does Windmill Village meet the conditions? Garp took out the document with an expressionless face and looked at the mayor of Windmill Village. His main job is to guard, as a mobile combat force, to eliminate the powerful pirates who are causing trouble, and to have the effect of fighting evil, regardless of this matter. But if it's a redhead, he's willing to go to trouble. There are only 270 people in Windmill Village, and there are no reporters. The old village chief shook his head. Unlock all their handcuffs and go to the Goa Kingdom. No, the city area. Luffy, come too and watch them burn the pirate flag with your own eyes. Garp directly picked up Luffy by the scruff of his neck and headed towards the former kingdom of Goa, now the urban area of Goa Island. Let me go, old man, Luffy struggled. Get on the stretcher. 2 sailors came over carrying the stretcher. Is your head okay? Ben Beckman stepped forward with a wry smile, but looking at the red hair, how could it be okay? The red-haired man shook his head and refused the stretcher. He stood up with difficulty with the help of his deputy and jumped up and down on his only remaining right leg. Both his arms were cut off. Other members follow. That's fine. The pirates will bring shame to the village. Let's go and have a look, said the old village chief. Shanks, Luffy, Tavern Magino followed worriedly. Everyone else in the village followed to witness the historic moment. Shanks, are you really going to burn the pirate flag? That's the symbol of pirates, Luffy shouted. Garp glanced at Luffy and took out a document. This is the mission I am going to complete. Focus on this document. Pirates. A criminal group that lives on robbery on the sea. The daring ones will even loot islands. They burn, kill, loot and commit all kinds of crimes. They're the main factor in the chaos and evil in the world. Assisting criminals, creating favorable conditions for the commission of crimes, whether making suggestions, providing tools, or removing obstacles, is an accessory. Ben Beckman looked at the document and read it out. Pirates are no longer a symbol of freedom and adventure. Times are really going to change, the red-haired man said bitterly. Chapter 266 Red Hair. Does One Piece really exist? What kind of pirate group is this again? Is the bounty worth over 100 million? If it weren't for Marine's repentance order, we wouldn't have known there were so many criminals with a bounty of over 100 million hidden in the East Daxia Sea. Look, it's Lieutenant General Garp who is presiding over it. It seems like he has a pretty good background. There is only 1 leg left in the whole body. No wonder I am a new person. This is a waste. In the former kingdom of Goa, now in the city of Goa Island, tens of thousands of people gathered to watch the excitement. This can be said to be their collective activities during this time, which was quite lively. A dense crowd of people stretched their heads to watch. That's it. The red-haired pirates from New World. The bounty is 1.7 billion belly? That's right, it's really red-haired Shanks. Some reporters recognized him and even doubted whether he was wrong. He quickly took out a stack of reward sheets and rummaged through them to confirm. What? The bounty is 1.7 billion Baileys. Isn't that a big pirate? How could he be injured like this? Shanks. Luffy cried outside the Marine Guard. Lieutenant General Garp, the alert has been completed and the ceremony can be performed at any time. Colonel Marine, who is in charge of the Kingdom of Goa, came to report. Let's get started. Garp deadpanned. Shanks glanced at Ben Beckman, Jesus B.U., Lucky Lou, Uda, and all his crew members, and seemed to see something in their determined eyes, and shook his head. Taking a deep breath, he jumped forward on 1 leg, funny, embarrassed, ridiculous. Standing in front of the stage, looking at the tens of thousands of people watching, as well as the Marines maintaining order, Garp, Luffy. I am the red-haired pirates, red-haired Shanks, with a bounty of 1.7 billion Baileys. Was a trainee on One Piece Roger's ship. What? The crew of One Piece Roger's ship. As a bounty of 1.7 billion belly offered for just an intern? After Shanks finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Originally they thought it was just a big pirate from the New World, but they didn't expect it to be bigger than they imagined. Big news, big news. Contact President Morgans quickly, things are about to change. The reporters filmed frantically and quickly picked up the phone to contact Zong. And Shanks didn't stop talking. I will now respond to Marine's call and lead the entire group to reform. From now on, we will be ashamed of being pirates and will not carry out any actions related to pirates. We will rebuild our lives under the supervision of Marine and the public. Advertisement. After saying that, Shanks bit the torch and walked towards a flag, crossing the skull with 2 knives and 3 bloody tear marks on his left eye. This is their pirate flag. Now being ignited by his mouth. Stop it, Shanks. That's your pirate flag. Luffy was hysterical. Shut up, idiot. Do you want to kill Shanks? Uda hissed. Burned. Really burned, crazy, really crazy. Even the crew of One Piece are disbanding the pirate group and burning the pirate flag with their own hands. Times have really changed. All the reporters filmed frantically and recorded this scene completely. For them, if even the top boss no longer does this business, it means that it is really not working anymore. This is the most intuitive feeling. Shanks was no longer in the mood to care about anything else. He looked at the burning flames in front of him with an expressionless face, and a shadow of fire appeared in his eyes. He was taken away by Roger not long after he was born. He has been a little pirate since he can remember. His nearly 30 years of pirate career are all he has. Captain Roger, I'm sorry, I didn't go down this road. Luffy, you have to make your own way in the future. Hey Shanks. Does One Piece really exist? What on earth is that? Have you really got the big connected secret treasure? Someone in the crowd couldn't help shouting. Everyone's breathing was quickened, and their eyes were looking at Shanks crazily. That is the pure greed of the human heart. Damn it, get him. The captain ordered the island owner angrily. At this moment, all the marines on the island moved into action and surrounded the entire square. Even warships were dispatched to the seaside to control all ships going out and prohibit them from going out. Garp stepped forward and walked towards Shanks step by step. If he dared to say even half a word, he would be killed on the spot. Shanks, is this your purpose? Ben Beckman looked deeply at the redhead. Shanks glanced across the entire scene, looking at the nervous sailors, the captured man, Garp, his crew, and even Luffy stopped shouting. The whole place was silent except for the sound of rapid breathing filled with greed. Seeing this scene, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. As long as he says those words like Roger, then his life will be sublimated at this moment. Even death will be the afterglow of the pirate era and will push the pirate era forward. But, smiling bitterly, times have really changed, Captain Roger. Advertisement, even the pirate era that had been running rampant for more than 10 years has been abruptly suppressed, and the world government has been forced into a corner. Even if he injects vitality at the cost of his life, how long can he move forward? Even he can't see the hope of pirates. Did you shout it? The colonel and the island owner interrogated him personally. I was just curious, so I shouted casually. Is it illegal to speak? The man panicked under the pressure of two sailors. Speak, Humph. What you committed is a crime of endangering public security. According to the law, any behavior that causes harm to others in the country is a crime. Your words at this place and at this time have a serious inciting effect. It is very likely that the efforts of millions of Marine soldiers will be in vain. The sacrifices of countless soldiers will be in vain. All the achievements of ending the pirate era will be in vain. To put it more seriously, in front of tens of thousands of people, as long as one person goes to sea and becomes a pirate, it may cause the death of dozens, hundreds, or even a village. The colonel's island owner clenched his fists in anger. The anger in his eyes wanted to tear the B*********** D in front of him into pieces. If it is not handled properly, not only will his position as island leader end there, he will even have to go to a military court. This sentence is equivalent to someone shouting out in public during the anti-Japanese war. Is it beneficial to vote against Japan? It's like leading others to become puppet soldiers. In modern times, that would be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of National Security, threatening national stability. To put it bluntly, even Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't stand this sentence. Being imprisoned in the city for the rest of his life is the minimum, and even direct execution to suppress the momentum of pirates is the best way, and it is execute on the spot. Not only from a legal perspective, Marine is also under tremendous pressure. Everyone is working hard to fight against pirates, but you are better off. In one sentence, the era of pirates has begun. Are you still a Marine? Just squat in Impel Down City. The man was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this would happen. One sentence could be a serious crime. You're lucky. Shanks didn't answer your words, and your criminal behavior ends here without causing serious consequences. According to the law, the punishment of mutilation and permanent imprisonment. Execution. The captain, the island owner, glanced at Shanks and said nothing until now. He immediately confirmed the crime. Wait a minute. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The man screamed, and the sailor forcibly opened his mouth, and roughly clamped his tongue with pliers. Click. In full view of everyone, a tongue of flesh fell to the ground, with blood spurting out from the scar in the mouth. Everyone who saw it was horrified. If you cut off your tongue with just one sentence, you might not be seeking death if you go to sea. A large number of Marines are armed with firearms, but they are all surrounding the square. Chapter 267 The Arrival of a New Era. The man was forced to his knees on the ground and screamed in pain. His face turned red and his voice was mute. Blood spewed from his mouth along with his saliva, and his chin and clothes were everywhere on the ground. It was ferocious and terrifying. Lieutenant General Garp, Colonel Island Master saluted him. Well done. Garp nodded, approving of the island owner's actions. According to judicial procedures, it will take a few weeks. But the whole process from arrest to the end of criminal law takes less than 10 minutes, which is very fast. The crime he committed was a serious crime that threatened the stability of the country. During the war, the island owner, a military colonel, had every right to do so. We must also use the power of thunder to scare Xiao Xiao. Yes. The colonel saluted the island owner, then came up to Shanks and faced everyone. I'm telling you, whether One Piece exists or not, you can go to sea to find the answer. As an adventurer, pirates, a criminal group that makes a living by robbery on the sea. They burn, kill, loot and commit all kinds of evil. They are the main factor in the chaos and evil in the world. For pirates, Marine will hunt them down and eliminate them at all costs. This sea is huge, but there is no place for pirates. The Colonel Island owner waved and shouted, and the sound spread throughout the square and reached the ears of reporters to record it. Crack, crack, crack. You can search for One Piece and no one will stop you, but becoming a pirate is not an option. This is a very clear answer. Hurry and write it down. This will be a sentence that affects the world. Reporters are crazy. They have a premonition that a big news is born from their hands. Today's sailors are really amazing. Shanks looked at the colonel and the island owner beside him and smiled bitterly. Total defeat, not only Poseidon's top-down policy, but even a sailor has such an ideological consciousness. Now even if he really said what Roger said, it would not have any inciting effect. Instead, it would completely label the pirates as evil. Roger forcibly connected One Piece with his identity as a pirate through greed, but in fact, you don't have to become a pirate to pursue One Piece. Advertisement: the path to pursuing One Piece does not require killing, looting, or any other method of harming others. A pirate is a pirate, and an adventurer is an adventurer. Pirates do not mean freedom and adventure, nor are pirates sailing on the sea romantic. And this kind of thinking is more meaningful than how many pirates are killed, because what is killed is the concept of pirates. This is true free thought and debate of ideas. Pierce the glamour on the surface of the pirates, revealing the bloody and dirty inside. Shanks shook his head with a wry smile, turned around and left. He is humiliating himself by answering One Piece's question now. Hahahaha. Well done. Garp still doesn't understand the full meaning of his words, but after solving the thorny problem of One Piece, people will no longer become pirates. Stop the bleeding for a while, and then send it to the criminal concentration camp to completely clear out the garbage mountain and open up fertile land. The world is full of waste, and there are places for employing people everywhere, and there is no place to support idle people. Colonel, the island owner, ordered. Yes. The two soldiers immediately pushed the man down. Imprisonment is not just a place where you can live and earn a living, you also have to work. For a long time after that, Goa Island was on military alert for a long time. And a lot of publicity was given to Marine's strength against pirates, the evil of pirates, the people's hatred of pirates, and the rebellion of pirates, the Kaido case. The main purpose is to prevent people from going out to sea to become thieves, so as to eliminate the influence of that sentence at that time. As the reporter expected, the newspaper quickly spread throughout the world, all seas and all countries along the Grand Line, including ships sailing at sea. The crew of One Piece Roger announced the disbandment of the pirate group and burned the pirate flag. Pursuing One Piece with the goal of freedom and adventure does not require becoming a pirate, those are all excuses for committing crimes. As for the person who shouted out the phrase, "The Age of Pirates," he has become a background that no one cares about. It's great, a new era has come. Adolf looked at the newspaper in his hand and chuckled. His efforts alone can never end the pirate era, but now more and more people are joining it, ideologically standing in the same camp and working hard for this. Ain, Marine, was commended internally for being promoted to a higher position for successfully preventing a catastrophe with his wisdom, Adolf said. Yes. Ain went to do it immediately. The reason why a disaster is prevented from being promoted is, of course, to look at what is done, not what is said. Advertisement: if you want to be promoted after just a few words, those petty officials will have to think about crooked ways every day. The most important thing is that he remembers this person, and the world remembers this person. As long as he continues to perform, he will start as a lieutenant general. Even if he is not strong enough and cannot develop military affairs, he can be a civil official and a maritime domain. Just like the counties in the county system. Lord Poseidon, Beehive Island has arrived, Ain said. With his gentle movement, thousands of Poseidon species 10,000 meters below the surface of the sea surfaced, surrounding the entire Beehive Island, wandering aimlessly. Although it did not destroy the ship, it did not rush directly to the Beehive Island and swallow it in one gulp. The water waves caused by swimming can easily be 100 meters high. If you plop, roll, and jump, they are thousands of meters high, which will directly cause the entire sea area to become rough. It is difficult for any ship to move forward in the waves, and the limit is to keep it steady without being overturned. What's going on? Why are there so many giant Poseidon types? It's too big to run away, it can swallow the island in one bite. Where can you run if you are so big? Even if you go to the island, it will be useless. Poseidon. It's Poseidon's ship, Honeycomb Island. The chassis occupied by Ochaku, the former crew member of the Rocks Pirates, also belongs to the legendary Big Pirate, the island fruit user, and a pure pirate lair. He was later killed by Blackbeard, occupied the chassis, and seized the fruit. And now he's here. Damn, does this guy do the same thing when he goes to Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard? On Skull Island, Ochaku blended into the island itself. He spotted the ship through the skull's eyes, and saw thousands of Poseidon species. He didn't dare to move. At this time, the entire sea area was covered with dark clouds, and thousands of thunders swept across the sea. Adolf's voice echoed between heaven and earth, like the roar of thunder, the voice of the gods. Ochaku. The world will return to order, and there will no longer be a place for pirates. I hope you will take care of yourself. The plain words were accompanied by the rolling thunder, filling the world. When the lingering sound dissipated, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, the Poseidons disappeared from the sea, and Adolf's ship also disappeared. Ochaku was shocked when he felt the conquerors falling from the sky, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Big Mom takes the initiative to cast. Kaido uses bait to catch the brainless ape. Whitebeard is kind. If you are neither proactive nor gracious and have no effect, then of course you are directly threatening and using a strong attitude. One of his goals in coming to New World to show Marine's strength. Chapter 268: The Orbit of the Mirror World. I'm so hungry, I don't have any energy at all. It was understandable before that we were asked to open up wasteland for farming, but now we are so hungry and we have to build the railway. Is there something wrong with Marine's brain? On an island in North Blue, a group of skinny people like refugees squatted on the ground and hammered, fixing the steel rails on the gravel ground. There was no trace of brilliance in the completely numb eyes, as if they were dying, waiting for death. How is the construction of the railway tracks going? Lieutenant Colonel Island owner came to inspect. It's already 50 meters long, and the mirror has been built and can be erected at any time. Ensign, the builder, reported. The lieutenant colonel and the island owner nodded, and then the phone bug contacted the Marine headquarters and command room under the Red Earth continent. As the generals of the island owner, they are directly under the jurisdiction of the headquarters. Reporting to the Central Committee, I am Lieutenant Colonel Benson, the island owner of North Blue Dugong Island. The railway and mirror have been built. I am requesting food resources, the Lieutenant Colonel island owner reported. Headquarters has received a request to ask everyone to get off the tracks and not stand on the tracks, the headquarters said and hung up. Then the headquarters used the mirror to contact Bree in the mirror world. Lord Bray, the preparations for Dugong Island have been completed and we need a section of food, the headquarters contacted. De Hong Kong Island? Got it. In the mirror world, Bree sat in the head's luxurious cockpit and sailed on the track, returning to Dressrosa. The locomotive driven by the advanced power manufactured by Tom can sail the sea coal train. The more advanced power technology on the road can reach a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. It is a complete back technology. Lord Bray, the train has been fixed and can leave, said the staff on Dressrosa. Ooh. Let's go, let's go. Do you know where Dugong Island is? Bree laughed. She is the king here, and everyone listens to her. I know, it's already marked. The train staff drove off. The train started and hit the huge mirror in front of it. It strangely entered the mirror world and then drove along the main line. On both sides, there is a huge mirror every 100 meters with the name of the island posted on it like a house number, which is very eye-catching. In the past, small mirrors were sent to all parts of the world through manpower in the real world, in this way shortening the distance between islands to just 100 meters. And these 100 meters are open for the convenience of train operation. When there is no need for Kizaru to do cool work, the big bear ability is very useful. The small mirror bear paw can fly away and fly to various islands in the world. Then the island owners of each island used this small mirror as a coordinate and embedded it into a huge mirror, very cleverly connecting all the occupied islands in the world through the mirror world. As for the gaps in the big and small mirrors, everyone has the mirror fruit ability. Is it difficult to get back together again? But the ability of the Bree fruit has not been awakened, and she cannot connect the mirror world that is far away from her or has not been in contact with the mirror world. A train. A train ran out of the mirror. The people on the Hong Kong Island Railway opened their eyes wide. The train is very fast. It only takes 1 minute to go from Dressrosa Island through the mirror world to the extremely remote Dugong Island in North Blue. The train does not even have to accelerate. Advertisement. Who is the owner of the island? Bree walked out of the train with her head held high. I am. Lieutenant Colonel Island Master hurriedly stepped forward. The section at the back is yours. Unload it quickly, we still need to use the carriage. Then you build a grain warehouse here and store it properly, don't let the food spoil. Bree pointed and commanded. Hey, I'm Marine, these are my words, Lieutenant General Kaji said with a lewd face. I am the conductor of the train. You were sent by Lord Poseidon to protect me. Of course you have to listen to me. Bree took it for granted, which also made her shudder. Jiaji felt uncomfortable. Sir, how much food is there in this carriage? The lieutenant colonel, the island owner, saluted and then asked, licking his face. About 100 tons, who knows? Bree didn't care, she didn't care about this. Grain? Is the train full of grain? Great, we don't have to go hungry? Quick, everyone, go unload the goods quickly. He was obviously skinny and hungry, but somehow he burst out with amazing energy. Marine, please control it, don't waste it, someone come and build a warehouse. It will save more than 10,000 of us for 2 months. The lieutenant colonel, the owner of the island, quickly gave instructions, and it was no surprise that a group of hungry and dizzy people hugged and gnawed on it. Tap 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 tap. The sound of footsteps came, and Biyule and Jaji couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Admiral Akainu. Bree was suddenly frightened. Why don't you be afraid of me? I'm also on Marine's side now, right? Sakaski, why did you come to such a remote place? Jiaji asked. Patrol. Akainu Sakaski, who was wearing a white suit and a justice coat, looked at Kaji and then at Bree. If it were before, he would never think that this piece of trash was worth protecting, and it was Marine Elite Lieutenant General who was dispatched. But now, even he has to admit the strategic significance of the other party. Are you the one who wants the headquarters to supply food reinforcements? He turned to look at the lieutenant colonel. Yes, General Sakaski, Lieutenant Colonel Island Master immediately saluted. When we came, there was a big businessman in this sea area who contacted various royal families and nobles. He plundered all the food all year round and even ran a human trafficking business. He completely exploited them as slaves. After hearing the news about Marine, all the previous involvements walked. My ship and the Murloc team were fishing under the sea and could only find a small amount of seaweed. This was also the case with the surrounding brotherly troops. At that time, people were starving to death every day. We had no choice but to ask for help from the headquarters. The lieutenant colonel and the island owner immediately reported the situation, and these had already been reported to the headquarters. Advertisement. Akainu looked at the people, watching their skinny faces showing joy as they carried the food. How many years has he been a Marine? In the past, I often heard about large numbers of people starving to death in the kingdom. Even his hometown was poor. He thought it was pirates who stole the food. But during this time, he went to various places to provide support and saw with his own eyes that solving food problems is actually the easiest. A warship and Murloc troops organized the island residents to sail out to sea to get fish, shrimps, shells, seaweed, etc., and basically no one would starve to death. Even after directly killing the royal family and nobles, the granaries they stored were enough to feed the whole country for several years. Of course, this sea area is special, where fish don't poop. Although there are ferocious underwater creatures like the king of the offshore, if there were so many, there would be no need for merchants on the sea to exist, and no one would need to go to sea. What kind of strength did Luffy have when he first went to sea? He could do it with one punch. There is a sea monster on the east coast. Please fish it out, Akainu said. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. The island owner of the lieutenant colonel bowed excitedly, and General Marine brought food here specially. What kind of attention is this? Fainted. Someone fainted. I'm too hungry. Don't unload the goods yet, set up the pot and cook, Lieutenant Colonel, the island owner said quickly, and then explained to Akainu and the others, during this period, everyone only eats a little bit to maintain life activities, and cannot do strenuous work. Do whatever you want. Akainu nodded. Although his face was expressionless, at this moment, he really felt the changes in the world. Changes happening from the grassroots level. Even a non-franchised country with tens of thousands of people is like this. In the past, even Marine didn't have time to pay attention to it. Now we are really giving without asking for anything in return, even if we go to great lengths to use all kinds of high-end power. This is a kind of implementation of the ideal. Justice for the people? Akainu couldn't help but smile, and his serious expression softened. That Akainu smiled. Cake was shocked. You smile so ugly, Bree complained. Akainu turned his eyes to the two of them. Suddenly they were shocked. The train has broken off. Let's go back. Bree's scalp was numb. That's right, let's go back to Wano. Gion is challenging those smelly and tough samurai. I'm going to help. Kaji followed up. Don't think about it, I'm not interested in you at all, Bree said. Damn it, I will definitely impress her. Jiaji felt heartbroken. Chapter 269 New World Quiet. No, Captain. There's a man on top of the sea beast, the lookout screamed. What? Have you seen clearly who the other party is? Damn it, we haven't attacked the town in the past 2 months, and we haven't even carried out a robbery. The captain with a bounty of 500 million Baileys was anxious. The golden seat, it's unmistakable, it's the Marine Advanced Mobile Unit, the Gold Fruit Power User, Gilder Tesoro. The lookout hand held the monocular telescope nervously, sweating profusely. Damn it, run. Run as far as you can. The captain with a reward of 500 million shouted. Hurry up, if you run too slow, you'll be doomed. The entire pirate ship was in a hurry, and even though they were 10 miles apart, they were still in a state of confusion. However, Gilder Tetsolo just sat on the golden seat, looked at them from a distance, and patrolled the sea. He was not looking for them at all. Huh. The 500 million captain sat paralyzed on the deck, surviving the disaster. He even yelled angrily, damn it, this group of Marines will never end, it's so tortuous. Captain, if it were Shiryu of the Rain, we would be dead and we wouldn't be able to escape. Yes, the speed of sea beasts is much faster than that of ships, and there is also the divination of the mermaid witch. There is no place for us to hide in Kakuzu, Tianya High. How many big pirates have been killed in the past 2 months? 7 of the ones with a reward of 2 to 3 billion have died. As long as we do bad things, the mermaid witch Mrs. Shirley will divine it in advance and then wait for us to die. How can we be pirates? Let's break up. Even the emperors of the sea have disbanded their pirate groups one by one. There is no future for being a pirate anymore. Every pirate crew member is exhausted. Watching the god of death passing before their eyes every day, especially the mysterious and strange mermaid witch, is really unbearable. You haven't robbed yet, but just thinking about it, people have already targeted you, and then they are waiting for you to deliver. What a bullshit. Hey, let's disband, there is some treasure on the ship, let's all divide it up and let it go. The captain sighed, who could withstand this mass disinfecting of pirates? It was night, and an assassination began for the only remaining treasure. The chef was poisoned, the combatants stabbed him, the navigator took the ship to dangerous waters, and the captain went on a rampage and killed people. Point. If 1 million is divided by 2 people, it will only be 500,000. If divided by 4 people, it will be only 250,000. If it is divided by 10 people, it will be only 100,000. Who is willing to share it? Everyone is a pirate. What kind of profession do you think this is? Advertisement Golden Emperor Gilder Tezolo, the strongest Lobia Enel. Murderer Shiryu of the Rain, Poison Magellan, Black Coalcrow. In these 2 months, the 5 of them have completely made a name for themselves. Each of them has the ability to kill a criminal with $1 billion reward on his own. Magellan even single-handedly defeated a powerful pirate group with a bounty of 2.3 billion. Among them, there were 4 combatants with bounties exceeding 500 million, and the total bounty exceeded 7 billion belly. Also in that battle, Magellan turned the entire island into an eternally poisonous place. The sky was filled with poisonous gas and all fish and shrimps within a radius of hundreds of miles were extinct. Not even a blade of grass can grow. It can be said that his killing efficiency has always been the highest. If a mouthful of poison falls on the ship, the poisonous gas will continue to be emitted. Do you think it's your own immunity that adapts quickly, or is poison fruit's stronger ability? Baki. How much Baki do you have to crack the continuous poisoning? Wow. The seawater is surging, and hundreds of thousands of giant Poseidon species are swimming. Only the dorsal fin is exposed from the sea, and it still looks spectacular. Among them, a huge warship sailed along the current, drifting aimlessly in the New World. Ain reported in a cheerful mood. Of course, the success of being so fast is also due to Aokiji. He is good at life science. Pure gold is a product he developed to alleviate the aging of living cells in order to control his daughter's condition. After Whitebeard, Adolf sent Aokiji to Sky Island to be responsible for studying the stone tablet material, a substance that is said to be indestructible. I should have some ideas, but I'll wait and see. After all, Master Poseidon, you can come to New World at any time, Ain thought. The pirate is silent, maybe he is not talkative by nature. The seafloor stone pipe is inserted into the heart and placed like a faucet. He is good at materials science and life science, and pure gold players are no joke. With information, samples, and sufficient materials, we successfully reproduced it in 2 months. Equivalent to 3 top scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar Current, and Aokiji work together to research. No, just leave Magellan and the others in the New World. Eliminating pirates is a long-term task. As long as there is greed, someone will become a pirate. The civilians cheered and waved, and even took boats to catch up, even if it was just to see them off from a distance. Advertisement: there are islands to see and ships to see. In addition to the stone tablet material, there is also the artificial paramecia devil fruit that can be conquered. This is Adolf's real purpose for pudding. Aokiji has already researched the stone tablet materials of the historical text. As for the flesh and blood of the domineering master? Adolf stood up and looked at the sea. The document in his hand made him feel happy. And pirates go to the marine base every day to repent, and the proportion continues to increase. I started traveling all over the world for a week or 2, but now I feel like my hair is growing, wandering aimlessly. Lord Poseidon, there have been no island robberies for a month, and there have been no attacks on marines. Not even in the next half-month. The mermaid witch Mrs. Shirley sat on the bubble and looked at the crystal ball. In addition, the ship that Tom talked about has also been built, the ship that flies to the infinite continent. When the brave pirate fed the fish, other people naturally understood that being quiet was polite. Many people consciously lowered the pirate flag, and then followed the trend and surrendered and repented. And Aokiji has eaten the brain fruit, and his brain has made a leap in thinking. Of course, pudding also contributed to this, using technological means to cut off the radio waves, and then using the memory fruit to control Vegapunk's brain. I just don't know if these guys will be so good after I leave New World. Yes. Aim conveyed. In just 2 months, the entire New World became quiet, and no one dared to speak loudly. Adolf lay on the bubble and looked at the document in his hand. Let's talk about whether it's fast or not. After all, it's archaeological research. But Caesar Cullen is already a user with gas fruit ability and cannot eat another fruit, not even an artificial devil fruit. I can divine the New World on Fishman Island, but the accuracy of the fortune will be reduced due to the distance. Do you want me to stay in the New World? Shirley said. Let's go back to Fishman Island and let's test it out. It seems to have some effect. Now we just need to continue to maintain a high pressure state, and the world will naturally restore order. Not to mention that buckets of Kaido's blood are still being kept fresh, and the 3-5 elders have an unlimited supply. Manipulate Vegapunk's brain and program a memory program to control the brain fruit. Fully unleash the power of the brain fruit, not just as a database or computer, but as an artificial intelligence that truly possesses the wisdom of Vegapunk. Chapter 270 World Conference. Under the Red Continent Marine Headquarters, Marinvandor. Welcome back, Poseidon. Thank you for your hard work on the New World trip. Welcome back, Lord Poseidon. General Zephyr, who was in charge of Marineland, personally led a team to greet him, and 2 rows of elite marines were neatly arranged. The Minister of Commerce, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Minister of Construction, Pica, and other departments all came. His return is a big event for all of Malinfondo. It not only reassures everyone and boosts morale. It is also a warning to those with disloyal intentions. Your king is back. Bah, it's Poseidon. In just 2 months, the entire New World has become quiet. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Hee, if they don't stay quiet, then kill them all. Pica agreed with a sharp smile. I really didn't expect that those sea emperors would also surrender and give up becoming pirates. I had a lot of dealings with them in the past and had a lot of wars, Zephyr said happily. It will be much easier to deal with them in other sea areas. The focus is still on maintenance. It is destined to be a long-term task and we cannot relax. Adolf got off the boat and scanned the crowd, and the color of sight enveloped the entire Marineland. There are more people, and there are many new faces. Thanks to the mirror fruit ability user, transporting personnel and troops will be much easier and more efficient with her. Many of them were originally like-minded people who took the initiative to go to the deep sea to join Marine. Some were sent by the islands for training to help the island owners manage government affairs and cultivate professional governance talents. Marine has found many young people with good potential in these places and they have been sent to the training base for training. I often go there to train them. The next generation of Marines must be full of talents, and there are many who have the potential to become generals. Zephyr reported with a smile on his face. In addition to cultivating strength, we must also pay attention to psychology, logical thinking, responsibility, and patience. We must not be a frizzy and extremely reckless person, Adolf emphasized. I am already preparing textbooks in this area and have plans to take them to the grassroots regularly, Zephyr replied. Adolf nodded. Most Marine lieutenant generals and generals are now trained by Zephyr. Although they have different concepts of justice, justice itself is certain, at least on the good side. Then instructions were given. Advertisement, call the ministers and deputy ministers of each department to the conference room for a meeting, and let warring states, Sakaski, all high-level mobile units, and all island owners participate in the meeting like a phone bug. Then call all the reporters together and I am going to hold a world public meeting. Yes. Ain immediately conveyed the news. Then the rear operations department issues the order and accurately conveys it to everyone. All of a sudden, the entire Malinfondo came into operation. Hancock, Shirley, you take Smoothie and the others to Dragon Palace City, or to Fishman Island for sightseeing. I'll be very busy these days and won't have time to take care of you. Adolf told Hancock and the others. Wait, I am also the Emperor of Amazon Lily, and I also want to attend the meeting. Hancock pretended to be pitiful and cunning, obviously not wanting to be separated from Adolf. Sly little sweetheart, let's come together, don't think it's boring, Odahime and Shirley, you can arrange them. Adolf pinched her face in a funny way. Hee hee. Hancock stuck out his tongue happily, and this sweet little woman could only act like this when facing him. After disembarking, Odahime and Shirahoshi followed the deep sea channel directly from Marineland to Ryugu Castle. Many mermaid ladies from Fishman Island worked as waiters in Ryugu Castle, so it was not completely empty. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's adjust it slowly later, as long as it works now. Adolf glanced at the entire audience, including General Sakaski and the others, Lieutenant General Guion and the others, including the island owner's Big Mom, Vinsmoke Judge, Neferutali Cobra and the others, Marine sergeants who occupied the kingdom, the meeting leader of the headquarters, Branu, and so on. Although Adolf is a mermaid, the scope of Fishman Island is only one island, and it is obviously impossible to cover the whole world in a frame. Although a pirate has some strength and ability, is his strength among the best in the world? How strong is his ability? How powerful is he? He is still a shady underworld. Just know that they are from Poseidon and treat them as princesses. Is he Poseidon? Cobra, the island owner of the kingdom of Alabasta, looked at the image, and next to him was the marine sergeant sent there. Of course Adolf would not emphasize this to them, but would protect them with lust, although it was indeed part of lust. Damn it. We were asked to come all the way from North Blue, but we ended up going to New World. We waited for so long in vain. Vinsmoke Judge himself came to the on-site conference room and was dissatisfied. This was the wisest decision they had ever made. Even they themselves did not expect that it would actually lead them to success in one fell swoop, and so quickly. Bah! Even the Sea Emperor has conquered. Doflamingo laughed excitedly. If we step on the right ship, the sea will push us to the next era. You are all a step too late, blah blah blah. Advertisement: the strength of Yamato, Smoothie and the others. The largest number of them are marine officers who are the owners of each island. Just because he joined the team early, a few days before the undersea war, just a few days, how can he be the minister of the empire? No one will ask anything. They don't need to know the strategic significance of Hancock, Perona, Pudding, Sugar, Baby 5, and Menchery. More than 500 people in the audience looked at them with real envy. Although it is called an empire and seems to have been unified, in fact, it has not yet officially established a country. Everything is a wartime system with Marine as the main body, which is quite rudimentary. As for both sides, of course there are a large number of reporters. Huh? Shichibukai little guy, I didn't see you during the underwater war. Big Mom approached the image and stared as if his big face was about to pop out of the image. I'm a minister now. The position is above yours, so be careful what you say. Taking Fishman Island as the main body? The most important thing is, how long has it been? With Adolf's appearance, Adolf noticed that everyone became quiet. Others seemed to be quiet, and even the anger of the quarrel was suppressed. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing, Poseidon Adolf. In the huge conference hall, the heads of various departments, Doflamingo, Pika, and Zephyr were all present. For example, Doflamingo's original function was business and trade, but now his responsibilities are very miscellaneous. He mainly collects various military supplies from Marine, collects world finances, integrates resources from various places, etc., but has nothing to do with business. The phonebug sailors who were unable to attend the scene quickly visited and conducted radio wave tests, participating in the image of phonebugs. It's really not their own efforts, it's all thanks to Adolf's guidance. Even they themselves feel like they're dreaming, okay. Everyone couldn't help but look at the man in the front. Well, Marine high-level meeting. I didn't expect that I would participate in such a high-level thing. Big Mom image laughed. Pika laughed sharply together. Chapter 271 Ultimatum. East Daxia Sea is ready and all phone calls are normal. The image phone bug deployed on Fishman Island is working well. Our newspaper office is preparing for KO. All reporters, including the news media established by Marine itself, were busy, and even the Marine Communications Department provided technical assistance to ensure the normal broadcast of the images. The other side of the video phone bug is of course in the center of the city, where there are the most people. Only by completely occupying a kingdom island can it be set up immediately with such fast efficiency. Lord Poseidon, everything is ready. Ain reported. Adolf nodded, came to his Fleet Admiral seat and glanced around. Everyone, I am Poseidon Adolf. It has been 5 months since Marine left the world government. Now I would like to give you a phased report. Adolf looked around the audience and everyone applauded. Everyone, come and listen, it's Poseidon. Maginot from Windmill Village greeted everyone. This voice is Poseidon? The boss of the Fishman Aaron? Nami of Orangetown listened? Villages and towns are too small, and there is no video phone bug, so we can only listen to the sound coming from the phone bug. That be asterisk 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 D Mermaid's voice. He was the one who asked Shanks to burn the pirate flag. Luffy gritted his teeth as he looked at the image of his grandfather in the bandit house. Shut up, don't talk nonsense, don't appear in the phone bug's sight. Garp walked over with a punch. The man who ended the age of pirates. Ace glanced at Luffy, then looked at Adolf with a complicated look. It's such an incredible trip to go back to Fishman Island so soon. The world is so interesting. Odahime stretched herself back to Fishman Island with excitement on her face. Mother, Poseidon-sama, you have an important mission when you go out, not just for fun, little Shirahoshi reminded. Odahime stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and whispered harshly, he also found a lot of harems. At this time, Adolf's voice also came out on Fishman Island. Lord Poseidon's voice. Shirahoshi recognized it instantly and discovered the direction from which the voice came, Gironcourt Square. You've just come back and you're so busy. Odahime Yanhan and Shirahoshi walked towards the square. Marie Joa, the 2 elders looked at the phone bug expressionlessly, and the entire power room was eerily silent. At this moment, they want to forcefully shut down communications, but the technical department no longer has that ability. Advertisement: large local image telephone bug, live television, small local telephone bug, radio. Even the smallest unit at the village level can have phone bugs, mainly to prevent the emergence of pirates, so you can seek help immediately. Each of us comes from the general public, from ordinary groups, and is part of the world. No matter how others view us, whether it is occupation, seizure, or violent rule, our positioning is always on the side of the broad masses of the people. We have only one purpose: people's happiness, living and working in peace and contentment. Now, we have substantially liberated 230 countries around the world, including 170 world government member countries, covering the 4 seas, the Grand Route, or the New World. According to preliminary statistics, the liberated population exceeds 2 billion. This is very great and a historical milestone of great significance. Papa, Adolf reported the significant results achieved to all Marine in the world. When he said this, the audience applauded like thunder. Even the other side of the phone was filled with applause. Cities, towns, and villages all over the world were watching and listening with excitement. Because they really saw the once cruel king being captured and the pirates who tried to rob were killed. Those pirate trash who committed evil had to burn the pirate flag under the witness of Marine in them, and vowed to change their ways and become a new person. The changes in the world are not only learned from newspapers, they also see them with their own eyes and participate in them. This is especially inspiring for everyone at Marine. They have devoted themselves to this great cause, and it is their efforts that have achieved such results. Through the unremitting efforts of Marine, a large number of pirates have repented, burned their pirate flags, vowed not to be pirates anymore, and will change their ways in the future under the supervision of Marine and the people. These include Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 5.046 billion berries, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates with a bounty of 4.388 billion berries, and Charlotte Linlin of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 4.6111 billion berries. The Beast Pirates Kaido. He also admired Adolf even more. They didn't complain that March took too long, because they knew very well that Poseidon's strategy was to protect everyone on the island, and then go to sea to eliminate the pirates when there were sufficient troops. If we send out troops rashly, won't the island be depleted of troops and fall prey to pirates? It's best not to surrender, these trash should be killed. Then there will be no conflict in the two-front battle. Can my reward be revoked? No need to hide, live under the sun? 1 PIECE's Deputy Rayleigh, you're kidding. Join the army and join the army. I also want to destroy the pirates. Poseidon will win. Advertisement. No one in the 4 seas, the Grand Route, or the New World is spared. 3 months later, Marine officially launched a pirate cleanup operation to eliminate them with the toughest and decisive means. Use their world-famous reputation to establish Marine's reputation. Adolf looked at the report in front of the seat and read out these legendary figures one by one. Gouda. The Sea Emperor of the New World and all the famous pirates have all surrendered? Strategic and planned actions, full of security. The world is cheering at this moment, and 2 billion people are excited. You are just kidding. So what if One Piece Roger survives? If he doesn't surrender, he will die in the hands of Poseidon. Poseidon must win. Marine must win. I will turn the entire sea over, and no one will have any chance. In 3 months there will no longer be a single pirate. Surrender while there is still time. He doesn't like to use these grassroots troops as cannon fodder when attacking Marie Joa. They can feel that Poseidon and Marine really put the safety of all of them first. This is Adolf, a man who single-handedly fought against the world and created countless miracles. Hahahaha, pirates, your good days are over. This is what Adolf Poseidon said himself. Could he still be joking? Although the world government has not yet been eliminated, the grassroots forces have already trimmed the power of the world government and completely dismantled their control over the participating countries. The Mao Shang family is like the great emperor, one person confronts the whole world. West Blue, a woman hiding in a windbreaker, looked deeply at the screen. After all, she is not as simple as a pirate. The ultimatum given by Adolf must be the deadline. This is my ultimatum to Sin, and I hope all Marines will be mentally prepared. The whole world was in an uproar. The Sea Emperor of New World and even the crew of One Piece had voted. Adolf clenched his fist and hit the table with a hammer, and powerful domineering words rushed out. Even through the phone, you can feel the firmness in the words. And for those criminals who have not yet repented, all criminals. If you don't surrender, you will die. Silbaz Rayleigh, One Piece Roger's deputy, with a bounty of 4.5 billion belly, Shanks, the red-haired pirate group's former crew member of One Piece Roger. For these repentant bounty criminals, Marine has decided to revoke their bounties and not pursue the issues committed during the world government period. Chapter 272, The Strongest Power, 9,000 words. A group of red-haired people were sitting on the deck, surrounded by phone bugs. Ultimatum, it seems that Poseidon's plan is going well, too fast. Ben Beckman sighed. The future of the pirate era will be decided after 3 months. Shanks is extremely complicated. Shanks, give up. We won't be pirates anymore. If you continue like this, you will die. Uda looked at Shanks, who was standing on one leg. Yeah. Even the vice captain gave up. Shanks smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Rayleigh to give up. The senior sergeants sent by Marine all have healing fruit products. As long as you have this kind of thing, your hands and feet can be cured. Ben Beckman looked at Shanks and said. Then let's go grab it. Damn it. Garp actually chopped off the boss's hands and feet. We'll kill him sooner or later. Jesus Bu was annoyed. Don't mess around, times have changed. Lucky Lu was startled. Let's see if we can bribe him. There is no need to provoke Marine now and become a victim of their power, Ben Beckman said. That's all we have to do. Shanks nodded. The sea inexplicably put a layer of shackles on his eyes, and he was no longer so comfortable. Pirates are no longer synonymous with freedom and adventure. They should be completely labeled as looting and killing. Anyone who talks about pirates and free adventure is defending the pirates as a group. There's good news. It turns out that 60% of the world's population is hungry all year round, and people in the kingdom starve to death almost every year. If we were to indemnify the kingdom, over 1,000 people would starve to death every year. It's simply unbelievable. But now through the efforts of Marine and the Fishman, we have basically solved the food problem of the people on the island. From the moment Marine took over the administration, there has not been a single death due to hunger anywhere. There have been as many as 1,327 cases of people dying of starvation due to hunger all year round. I hope the island owner who happened to this incident will reflect on it, and other island owners should also pay attention, and everyone can take this as a warning. Don't let sudden happiness turn into sudden tragedy. A tragic joke makes people dumbfounded, and they really don't know whether to cry or laugh. But Adolf also said it very seriously, and this matter really needs attention. But it's understandable. After all, there are too many people on an island, and people who are hungry for a long time will definitely eat with open stomachs. If you don't give it to others and they are anxious about you, what can you do? Aren't these guys funny? They finally managed to get food, but they were starved to death? How can there be such an idiot? Hey, isn't the point of solving the world's food problem? What a great thing. We also have enough to eat because of Marine's arrival. What I ate yesterday was deep-sea fish. In the past, only nobles could eat it. Now it's open to everyone. It's really incredible. If you say this, you can suddenly understand this group of people who are struggling to death. Everyone is living so hard. It's the same with nobles all over the world, and those pirates who burned, killed and looted, damn it. The whole world laughs at them. These people are simply a joke. But they also gradually discovered each other's sadness and the pain of being exploited. What the world needs to know is, through the collective efforts of the Dongdata clan, they have cultivated a large number of high-quality and high-yielding crops. The output of grains and vegetables on one island can even reach 10 million tons. It is they who have truly solved the world's food problem and made a huge contribution to the world. Now, the seeds they cultivated have flowed to various islands for Marine. Let us thank the Dongdata family for their contribution. They are models of the times, heroes of the world, selfless devotees. We also call on people all over the world to learn from them, take root in the soil, and care about all people. Adolf's sincere words tell the world about their merits, recognize their efforts, and encourage their dedication. Everyone in the entire conference hall burst into applause, all applauding the Dongdata clan. Lord Poseidon. Lord Poseidon actually expressed gratitude to the Dongdata clan with Marine in front of the whole world? It's so touching. Lord Poseidon, in Dressrosa Square, the Dongdata clan, also known as the Little Humans, were moved to tears. Clan Ganchao is so kind. Master Poseidon sees your efforts, and now the whole world knows about it. Rebecca's mother Scarlet smiled. That's great, you will be heroes all over the world from now on. Rebecca was envious. Our friendship with Poseidon Adolf will be passed down from generation to generation. He is the most trusted king of our clan. Chief Ganchao was so happy that he danced for joy. Lord Poseidon is the best friend. The other little humans jumped up one after another, with happy smiles on their faces. While on Fishman Island, Manxeri also saw this scene in Geelong Court Square. In Kongdao's laboratory, Leo and the others also saw this scene. Everyone was moved and proud of Adolf's move. Finally, I sincerely invite all talented people around the world to join me in this great cause and contribute to building a better future. I also want to say to those comrades that you have worked hard. Please believe that we will win the final victory. We have survived the long night, and the dawn is not far away. This meeting ended in just half an hour. It was originally just a summary of the staged victories within Marine to boost morale. Then on a temporary basis, I decided to face the whole world. Although there was not much preparation and little content, and it was reported in newspapers, it can be said that the meeting was quite sloppy, and even preparations in various places were rushed. But I can't stand it. This world is already a huge grassroots team, each one is better than the other. Doesn't such a comparison make him appear wise and powerful? What's more, the content is indeed hardcore. It plays a very important role in gathering people's hearts and minds, boosting morale, deepening the recognition of the military and civilians, connecting the military and civilians, and the collective honor of the country. There are also those people of insight and powerful people who will respond to his call if they agree. Regardless of any society, the collective is always greater than the individual. Strong personal force is only part of social power, but not the whole. There are indeed people with extraordinary geniuses in the world, but if all the other geniuses put together and millions of scientists cooperate with the financial support provided by the whole society, can't they still be inferior to this one person? Even if this person can suppress the whole world by himself, can I kill him by mobilizing the power of the whole world before he grows up? Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people rush towards you, and you don't even have a place to hide. Even if he hunts the stronger ones in a wheel battle and consumes them with human lives, can he still have unlimited physical strength without eating or drinking forever? Don't ask why these people are fighting hard or why they don't run. They will collapse after losing too much. The rabbit family's army has already given the answer. It can be said that organization is the most powerful force. And what kind of organization is the most powerful? The answer is mobilization. Whoever has the greatest mobilization ability is the strongest. Identity with the country is the highest mobilization and the best way to maintain social stability. Do you feel like the country is taking advantage of you? But will an unpatriotic person identify with other people in this country? Will he suddenly say something heartfelt to you during the war? The reporters can leave, and everyone on the phone can go back and continue their work. Those present will continue the meeting, Adolf said. We still have a meeting? Everyone was stunned. Of course, Marine's next specific course of action has not been clear yet. I need all of you to cooperate and gather all your strength to fight, Adolf said directly. Reporters and journalists left the venue one after another, and the phone calls were closed one by one. For the phone bugs, they seem to have only a slight sense of participation, whether they are present or not. But it represents Adolf's attention to them and his attention. He really doesn't have much supervision over these island owners who are out there, after all, they're thousands of miles away. Would they go out of their way to tell you when they do bad things? But it's different now that he shouts, the boss is thinking about you. There are also those subordinates who are eager to make progress and are staring at. Produce a psychological shock effect, and for those island owners who have no other ambitions, this is also an important opportunity. They are called upon to appear in front of the whole world. This allows them to represent the people in their region. Isn't it worth being happy? The action after March is absolute. I need all your departments to cooperate with each other to attack the pirates with thunderous force. Weapons department. Have you got the new weapon drawings and production line drawings? I want you to build an arsenal immediately for production and update the entire army's equipment before taking action. Adolf gave the order in a strong tone. But Lord Poseidon, weapons such as automatic rifles and grenade guns consume too much steel. The structure of the flintlock gun is made of wood, and only the bullets require a small amount of steel. With the world's current steel production, even if we collect all of it, it won't be enough. The weapons department was a little scared. He couldn't even complete the first order. So, when you encounter a problem, you won't find a way to solve it? Adolf was speechless. Laser cannons and flintlock guns exist at the same time, submarines come out, and warships are still wind-powered. At most, add an outer wheel, so that a shabby and advanced coexist. There are not many minerals on the islands, so are there still few minerals under the sea? The Murloc troops will detect the mineral vein branch. Pika, you and Mori will personally go out and dig out all these ores. After that, I will mobilize Sakaski to cooperate in refining steel, and Bray will also assist you in transportation. You must build the relevant factories as quickly as possible. Remember, if you do not complete the equipment upgrade of the entire army after 3 months, you will no longer be in this position. There is no shortage of young people in the world who are eager to make progress. Adolf put his words directly here. Yes, Pika held his head high, he took the position of minister by his own strength. Advertisement, yes. The weapons department was in a dilemma and began to think about how to start. Poseidon, we already have mirror fruit users. Do we still need to build so many warships? We won't need them for commercial use in the future. We can directly transport the mirror world. The cost of a ship of 100 million belly is really unnecessary. Doflamingo frowned, eyebrow. The mirror world is only for transportation. The real world is the foundation for survival. In this world, you don't have to worry about too many ships. Instead, you need to consider how to build more advanced ships. You are responsible for building the warship's engine. Every warship needs to be equipped with an engine. Once pirates are discovered, they must not be allowed to escape. Adolf gave orders to Doflamingo. Yes, Doflamingo nodded. Although he is riding the waves to embrace the times, he is also serious about what he does. Hey Poseidon. You can order scientific weapons from Germa, and even purchase war services. Vinsmoke Judge grinned, and his golden beard almost reached the sky. Adolf looked at him, and so did everyone else. Judge Vinsmoke, I almost forgot about you. Adolf only remembered him when he returned to Malinfondo and saw him, but he had a lot of things and no time to take care of them. You called me to the Marine headquarters and went to New World by yourself. I stayed there for 2 months. You really don't take me seriously. The veins on Vinsmoke Judge's forehead bulged and he was instantly annoyed. You saw it when I came back. I had a meeting as soon as I landed. I was really busy. Adolf was helpless. Snort. Vinsmoke Judge snorted coldly and put aside his dissatisfaction. It was a decent reason at least. Mainly from Adolf's mouth, he is dissatisfied and can make a big fuss. We will discuss your matters separately after the meeting. Zepha, you. The meeting continued, lasting several hours. After the meeting, Adolf returned to his office. Okay, let's talk. Judge followed Adolf to his office with his daughter Reiju. Huh? Adolf glanced at Reiju and then looked at Judge, confused. But obviously, Judge had something related to her in bringing her. Lord Poseidon. Reiju shouted when Adolf noticed him. Ain, I need to go out for a while. Please help me sort out the documents in the office. Hancock, go take a rest, you've been bored for a long time. Adolf said to the two of them. Judge frowned and looked at Adolf, going out again? Yes. Ain nodded without asking any more questions. I'm not tired, can't I follow? Hancock said lowly. You are the most important person to me and I absolutely trust you. Of course you can, but these things are boring. Adolf chuckled. Then I'm going. How can I be bored when I'm around you? Hancock was instantly delighted, just like a couple in love who doesn't want to be separated for a second. It's not about being a womanizer, there must be a woman around you. Of course he is willing to believe in a woman who can carve love into her genes and cultivate this relationship. A relationship requires 2 people to manage it. If you don't take good care of it, no matter how good the relationship is, it will fall apart. And he also needs Hancock's seraph, who has pure feelings for him that transcend authority, and then eats the soul fruit. Taking advantage? It can be said that it is, but it is not because of his absolute trust in Hancock. Come on Bree. Adolf took out a round mirror. It's Lord Poseidon. Bree also took out the mirror she carried with her and talked to Adolf. The mirror in your hand magnifies and turns into a mirror door. Come in. Adolf and Hancock entered the mirror world. Judge looked around and followed him in with Reiju. This is, Judge looked around at the jungle. Thick primitive trees are everywhere, and there is a wild and primitive atmosphere everywhere. Suddenly, a pterosaur with a wingspan of over 10 meters flew past them, and then disappeared from their sight. Dinosaur. What a scary smell. Reiju looked solemn when he saw it. Follow Adolf along the way and discover various dinosaurs and beasts along the way, including ferocious beasts with amazing strength. Even Judge himself has to get serious when faced with these behemoths. This is an uninhabited island in the Windless Zone. It is said that there was a kingdom in ancient times, but humans finally lost to nature and did not survive. There are only huge and ferocious beasts on the island, and the most powerful ones are as powerful as you. Adolf and Hancock walked in front and introduced casually. Buddha? Judge frowned in confusion. Buddha's impact? A golden Buddha of more than 10 meters raised his hand, and as if a powerful physical impact was discharged, his energy surged, and he collided head-on with a red Vajra. Everyone, come together, this monster is too strong. Immediately afterwards, the 9 giant Buddhas on the side attacked together. Ooh! Bang, bang, bang. The Crimson King Kong screamed angrily and beat his chest, making bursts of dull and loud noises. His terrifying strength was quite powerful even among elite lieutenant generals, and Luffy needed 4 gears to deal with it. Is it a special race that remains in the kingdom from ancient times? If I can obtain their blood factor. Flame breath. Judge also wanted to obtain the blood factor of a special race in ancient times. The next moment, a ray of fire fell from the sky, instantly attracting the attention of Judge and Reiju. Looking up, 3 small green dragons measuring 10 to 20 meters were fighting with several ferocious birds, with large amounts of blood spilling from their wounds. Dragon? Is there really such a creature in the world? Judge was dumbfounded. Just after he finished speaking, a spider monster smashed the tree into pieces and fell to the ground, causing gullies to be scraped out of the earth and rocks. At the next moment, a ferocious lion beast fell in front of them. Behind it, 9 Gyuki with a lower body like a spider and an upper body like an ox headed through the jungle, strangling them continuously. This time it's Gyuki. Why does it look so similar to the Satan Holy Beast species? Judge was confused. Phoenix. Yamada no Orochi. What's going on with that white air-conditioned dog? Are all mythical species living on this island? Reiju discovered 3 more legendary creatures. These phantom beasts. Could it be that, confused, Judge suddenly came to an incredible conclusion. A certain kind of madness looked at Adolf, hoping that he could tell him the truth personally. Yes, they are all ability users, artificial devil fruit fantasy beasts and ability users. Big Buddha, Phoenix, Blue Dragon, Oku Shinshin, Yamada no Orochi, Gyuki, Horsebones, Feng Shi, Itsu Shinton, Desert Worm. In addition, there are ancient species, but obviously the fantasy beast species is the answer, and the breeding ratio is the highest. As for the source of these fruits, you should be able to guess it. It has been reported in newspapers. Adolf chuckled and confirmed the answer himself as he wished. I know. Of course I know. But, a majestic king like Judge couldn't help but tremble. He opened his mouth to say something, but his lips were trembling. Artificial devil fruit? And it's a species of phantom beast that's even rarer than Logia? The phantom beast army. Reiju looked around and looked at the legendary creatures. She was also shocked. They were originally colonel generals. They ate devil fruits for half a month and came to this island to hone their adaptability. The island is full of giant beasts, and they are also using their beastly bodies to fight against each other. Their strength is improving very quickly. Adolf nodded with satisfaction. After Momonosuke, an 8-year-old kid, turned into a green, pink dragon, his breath of heat was extremely powerful, and he also had abilities such as flaming clouds. Not to mention the experienced school-level experts who directly jumped to the general level. The answer to this version is no joke. Of course, it is still difficult to fight against the Lieutenant General level Vajra Lion, but only by being infinitely close to death can you feel the true meaning of life. More fights and less foreigners cooperate with each other, and healing dandelion is added, and Zephyr also comes to give guidance from time to time. Animal-type fantasy beast legion. Judge's heart is surging, but this kind of power is not his. This is just a training ground. Let's go and see the production base. Adolf took out the mirror. Production. This word made Judge envious, and his inner pride was completely gone. Production represents quantity and scale. Can his clone army compare with the Phantom Beast army? The difference in combat power is huge. And the resources used by Poseidon to rule the entire world are endless. Passing through the mirror world, we soon arrived at Sky Island of Peado. Lord Poseidon, you are so kind. Leo and the 500 little humans looked at Adolf's sudden arrival in surprise and surrounded him. Advertisement: this king who cares about the world, identifies with them, and gives their clan world honor, the man they trust the most. Everyone is watching the video. I'm sorry that the People's Republic of Daxia has not yet been established, so I can't award you the most authoritative Medal of Honor, but everyone around the world will remember you. Adolf looked at Leo and the others. It doesn't matter, we are already satisfied, Leo said happily. Boohoo, Boomboo. Welcome, Lord Poseidon. Your most loyal and #1 scientist in the world, Adolf Kaiser Current comes to greet you. Caesar Current came to Adolf with a face full of hospitality. Caesar? What's going on with your head? Where's the Vegapunk guy? Judge frowned and looked at Caesar with a huge head of more than 10 meters. It was too weird. Judge, remember to call me Lord Caesar. I am now the president of the Imperial Academy of Sciences and the #1 scientist in the world. Caesar Coolant held his head high and his chest high. Is the artificial devil fruit your own creation? It's the use of the blood factor, Judge said. Whoa. That's right, and I also conquered Paramecia. Even Vegapunk hasn't completed this technology. Caesar Curran opened his mouth to boast. It's like he did it all by himself and it's all his fault. Call Tom and Acier. Adolf ignored Caesar's boast and walked outside. It's Lord Poseidon, Caesar said quickly. After all, he was so greedy for the gold on the island that he dreamed of Adolf giving it to him with a wave of his hand. Leo, tell me about the devil fruit tree you cultivated. Adolf came to the farmland outside. Devil fruit tree? Judge couldn't help but follow, and Reiju naturally followed behind. There are now a total of 30 devil fruit trees planted. Caesar asked us to cultivate one type of each devil fruit tree first, and then focus on cultivating the phantom beast species. Among them, the blue dragon fruit tree, phoenix fruit tree, and its and fruit tree have the largest proportion, accounting for about half. However, the Buddha fruit tree and Yuki fruit tree were planted first and will produce more fruits. Later, Azure Dragon, Phoenix, and Itsu Shinton will produce much more fruits. Leo jumped on Adolf's shoulders and explained to him the situation in the orchard. Adolf nodded. This was also his order. Although it can be mass-produced, it is not something ordinary people can do to bring out the power of the phantom beast species, at least to the general level, right? Generals not only need to master skills such as 6 styles and 2-color hockey, but their basic physical fitness and physical strength must also be much higher. Those that can fly, such as Qinglong and Phoenix, have great advantages in the sea and are very suitable for performing missions as marine mobile units. It will also play a vital role in the pirate sweep mission after March. You actually cultivate artificial devil fruits like fruit trees? And hang so many on one tree? This is not growing fruits. Judge's mentality exploded. Is the devil fruit grown like a fruit? I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Reiju couldn't calm down. You plant devil fruits like apples, who can bear this? Lord Poseidon, look, this is the ripe blue dragon fruit. Do you want to eat it? Seeing the fruits collected in the fruit basket, Leo jumped over and held them up proudly. I am a fantasy beast myself, so I don't need this. Adolf chuckled and refused. After repeated observation of the artificial fantasy beast fruit, it is exactly the same as the Azure Dragon fruit in the illustrated book. Blue, not macho fan. Hi. Lord Poseidon. Chief Sandia came to Adolf with respect. War Ghost Wappa, Lackey and others followed him and also bowed their heads respectfully, but their original rebelliousness was restrained. They could sacrifice the chief's granddaughter to the big snake. After seeing the godlike power, They worshipped it as a god without any thought at all. As various researches on the island progressed, they gradually became security personnel or porters for Tom's spaceship to build. Some of them were responsible for helping the little humans, in short, various chores. Occasionally, I also cooperate with experiments. With the healing dandelion, there are basically no sequelae of casualties. On the contrary, eating the devil fruit increases a lot of strength, and can also provide strong security for the island. Have you eaten a devil fruit? Your aura has become much stronger. Adolf looked at War Ghost Waba. Caesar gave me the blue dragon devil fruit and asked me to cooperate with him in the experiment. I am also training myself hard. War Ghost Waba replied. Adolf nodded. Some investment must be made in the experiment, there is nothing to regret. Lord Poseidon. Tom and Osier came over at this time, both carrying huge heads of more than 10 meters. Vegapunk still needs to read various information by himself. Pudding directly imports the memory and imports all the knowledge reserves of Vegapunk into their two brains, completing the database construction at once. Brain fruit. Judge frowned. The brain fruit has no direct combat power, nor can it increase intelligence, but it is indeed the best biological computer. With a little development, it can innovate and calculate itself based on existing knowledge. For scientists, it is the most powerful fruit. Even simple use can improve the brain's memory reserve and calculation. Adolf waved his hand and told the Sandians to retreat. Looking at these three big heads, the corners of their mouths turned up. Lord Poseidon. With my current scientific ability, I am confident that I can create a complete Pluto. The ship elves can also be solved through artificial intelligence. There are even many areas that can be improved and become stronger. Tom is confident with his big head of more than 10 meters. What? Pluton? Do you want to? Judge's heart was beating wildly, and he suddenly reacted. His face changed drastically. Wait a minute, you let me know this. Adolf glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. Tom, after a while, I will mobilize a general to be your quartermaster. I can provide you with all the supplies you need, but I also need you to build Pluton as soon as possible. Tom nodded. A Pluton battleship requires too many resources. Osier, have you seen the Pluton drawings? Adolf asked. I've seen it. I'm not very good at this, but after eating the brain fruit, my brain allows me to remember these things easily. I can understand it with just a little thinking, not to mention Tom explaining it to me. Aokiji replied. He is good at materials science and life sciences. Even if you eat a devil fruit, your personal interests, habits, and preferences cannot be changed. There are always priorities. Now you have two options. You and Tom complete the construction of Pluton. The second is to engage in life sciences with Judge and study biological evolution agents. He has in-depth research on human blood factors. Of course you can also do your own research, but I prefer you to choose one or two, so that you can accumulate more knowledge and lay a higher foundation for your own research. Adolf asked. Judge's clone is invulnerable and cannot be penetrated by bullets. Wouldn't it be like developing such an evolutionary agent to promote a great leap in life all over the world? Even if this generation fails, the next generation will cultivate babies, just like Gundam knew humanity. Isn't the next generation going to be all humans around the world, including the Fishman? Judge frowned, but did not refute. Knowing so many secrets, he didn't think he could leave alive if he refused. Lord Poseidon, I have also conducted research on bloodline factors, and I am even more powerful than Judge. Caesar Cullen said shyly. So you have a more important task. Continue the research on devil fruits, strive to achieve the ability of multiple fruits, and then you also eat the brain fruit yourself. I will give you the blood. Adolf chuckled. The blood he was talking about was, of course, Teach's blood. I will definitely complete the research, even crack the side effects of devil fruit, and complete the super research that even Vegapunk has not done. Caesar Current promised loudly. How could he defraud funds when he didn't have the confidence to speak? Then I'd better finish the manufacturing of Pluton with Tom. The world government has not been solved yet, and now we need weapons even more, Osier considered. Then please, the sooner this threat is resolved, the better, Adolf nodded. He also made a request. In addition, the production drawings of laser cannons should be designed. I hope that every warship in the headquarters will be equipped with high-power laser cannons. It's possible, but it needs to be equipped with a corresponding energy system. Time is a bit tight. We still need to build a factory to complete mass production, Tom nodded. A large number of factories are also needed to increase employment and allow people to make money, Adolf nodded. The leap from ancient smoothbore cannons to laser cannons is such a leap in time that it's hard to complain. There is no way, archaeological research, and hacking like black technology assistants such as the brain fruit, I can't accept it. Judge, you can conduct your own research on the evolution of biological lineage factors, as well as other scientific powers of Germa, such as the memory armor. I hope to see it in the Marine operation after March, at least equip it for all Marine lieutenant generals and above. Combat strength. Adolf looked at Judge and immediately put pressure on him. At this point, you don't give me the right to refuse at all. Judge was extremely complicated. Comparing the three brain fruit scientists, their research results, and the research to be conducted, Germa has no advantage. It is the kind of force that even if it is destroyed, it is nothing more than that, it is insignificant. It was already doomed when Akainu pressed his head, alas. I have a condition. If you marry Big Mom, I also want you to marry my daughter, and acknowledge the existence of Germa. Judge looked at Adolf seriously. If clones are regarded as weapons, then Germa is a violent organization that cannot function as a country at all, and there is no need to exist. Me? Reiju was shocked. Did he bring her here for marriage? Adolf looked at Reiju, a sexy girl of 14 or 15 years old who will be able to eat in 2 years. I can make you the island leader and continue to govern Germa. But you must also recognize all laws, policies, culture, etc. of the empire. And your identity as island owner cannot be hereditary. Of course, this choice does not exclude your children. Adolf gave a tough stance. Now even if he wants someone else to manage Germa, he can't find that manpower. Judge thought. Okay. Lord Poseidon, my spaceship has been built and is ready to set sail at any time, Tom said after they finished talking. Adolf took out the phone bug and said, Enel, go back to Sky Island and your dream can come true. After saying that, he hung up the phone and led Reiju towards the dock. And his thoughts have already flown to the sky, to the outside of the world, to the space-based weapon moving in space. Chapter 273 Raid on Marie Joa. 200 years ago, a giant ancient robot boarded Mariajoya, causing heavy losses to the world government, and then was suppressed by the powerful world government. 5 years ago, Fisher Tiger climbed to the top of the Red Continent with his bare hands, sneaked into the Holy Land where the Draco people lived, and liberated thousands of slaves. In history, it was known as the Marijoa attack. Although I don't know how Tiger did it in Marijoya, where there were so many experts, and managed to take him away, but he just did it. Now, a mirror appears in place Mariajo, tap tap tap. Ah, I didn't expect that I could return to Mariajoya. I'm really unhappy. The wretched-faced Kizaru appeared from the huge mirror. Akainu Sakaski and Aokiji Kuzan walked out expressionlessly and looked at the celestial dragon Holy Land in front of them. They have come here many times, but their purpose and mood at this moment are completely different. The glory of the past was holy, but it could not cover up the filthiness here. Is this the Holy Land, Marijoa? There is so much pain. The blind man, Yishao, looked heavy. He had already sensed countless tortured souls. Marijoya. Golden Emperor Gilder Tesoro gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, endless anger roaring in his chest. He was once a slave here, and the white moonlight that lit up life died here, in the hands of the celestial dragons. Ginny. The burly Bartholomew Bear stood behind them, eager to see that man. He knew Gilder Tetsolo because they shared the same fate, having their loved ones taken away from them. Take action, Warring States finally walked out, and after his words fell, the 6 people instantly turned into afterimages and flew out in 6 directions. Meteor Volcano. Akainu shook his fist towards the sky, and a large number of lava boulders erupted from the volcano, falling like burning meteor showers, bombing huge ruins in the Holy Land. Frozen Capsule. Under Aokiji's feet, the white frozen ice spread in all directions, covering a large area in an instant. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Kizaru jumped into the air, and countless light bombs bombarded Mariajoya, destroying a large number of deep-seated buildings, revealing the color of the Red Earth continent. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions occurred from all directions, alarming the entire Mariajoya and directly attracting everyone's attention. Gilder Tetsolo, Bartholomew Bear, and Yishao also launched attacks. Advertisement: he didn't care at all whether he hurt the celestial dragons or killed the royal family and nobles living in Mariajoya. No, it should be said that they were heading towards their location. Tell everyone their position with the most straightforward actions. First, Marine General Sengoku. Come here under Poseidon's order to rescue all the people who are enslaved by the celestial dragons, regardless of race, national boundaries, or professions, and take you out of this hell together. On the same spot, the giant Buddha, which was more than 10 meters tall, emitted Buddha's light. Under the blessing of domineering power and impact, the sound spread layer by layer throughout Mariajoya. What's wrong is that Sengoku and the others are here. Please report to the 5 elders. East District found Kuzan, requesting support, requesting support. It's over, Bartholomew Bear is attacking the Draco, and he is rescuing the slaves. The Golden Emperor is wreaking havoc, please come and stop him. The whole Mariajoya is in chaos, everyone, run away. Marijoa, the guards didn't dare to come forward at all, and quickly called for help through the telephone bug. Those who were close to Akainu were dissolved by magma, those who were close to Aokiji were frozen into ice sculptures, those who were close to Kizaru were broken into pieces, those who were close to the Golden Emperor turned into golden eagles, and those who were close to the Big Bear were torn into pieces by the atmospheric impact. Go away. The Big Bear is extremely irritable now. Seeing the miserable torture of the Draco slaves reminds him of what happened to him in Mariajoya, his father who was shot and killed, and even the person he loves. Don't die, Ginny. Warring States. You actually attacked Mariajoya, then just stay. Steel Fist Impact. The commander-in-chief of the entire army, Cyborg, came from the office and attacked with both hands. But here, where there are Tianlong people and royal nobles everywhere, he does not sweep the plants unscrupulously. Only when there is a group of dominated people can people live with peace of mind. Akainu's fist turned into burning magma, and a terrifying potential energy accumulated in the volcano for many years burst out in an instant. Sakaski. Have you forgotten your oath to the world noble? The warriors of this sea are fighting desperately for peace and for the people. Marijoa must be utterly destroyed. The blind man Yishao's face darkened, and he slowly pulled out the sword in his hand. We are fighting for the peace of the sea, and we are fighting for the stability of the civilians. The people are our justice, not the Tianlong people. Advertisement: the desert worm emerged from the ground and bit the bear with its bloody mouth. Aokiji's eyes were bright, and he rekindled the purest passion, which even the cold could not extinguish. The celestial dragons are the gods of this world. You bunch of trash who are disobedient to world noble are not worthy of human rights. Every word you say is unforgivable, go away. Hiss. In the sky, a giant meteorite over 100 meters came from the sky, trailing burning fire. Each of us comes from ordinary people, our fathers and our ancestors. Although there was a gap in strength, their anger and the torture they endured meant that they would be killed even at all costs. Ice Age, Dark Hound. Dark red thunder erupted from the collision, and its terrifying power wiped away all the rocks and buildings. Big Bear is furious. He is by no means a gentle man at this moment. Shut up. That's a stain on my life. The legal martial god, Saint Topman Wachuli, had a dark face and directly transformed into the pig fantasy beast Feng Shi. Sora. The era of world government is over. Even that adult can shout, including himself, such words. Two former Draco slaves fought together with the world's highest power, the Five Elders. I will destroy the whole of Mariajoya. Gilder Tetsulo transformed into a golden giant and blocked the wild boar with both arms. A man covered in green, transformed into a giant vegetable, turned the entire land into a jungle, and countless trees and vines grew in the Red Earth continent. Obviously, to avoid these distinguished people, even if we strive to leave wealth for the sake of a better life for future generations, it is never for the purpose of being superior to others. Buddha Country Impact. The Golden Emperor has had enough trouble. Let me tell you, human beings have survived to this day by stepping on species lower than themselves. After being teleported away by the Five Elders, the only two remaining members of the Knights of God stepped forward. The great Buddha Warring States looked solemn as he collided head-on with his former boss. Chapter 274. The Arrival of the True Beasts. A Time of Life and Death. What is that? Excavation has been expanded. Perusalino, who had no opponent yet, looked at the meteorite in the sky and was stunned. You actually pulled down a space meteorite? Legal Affairs Zuzu Feng Shi looked up at the sky, his face extremely solemn. Noticing the burning meteorites in the sky, everyone paused for a moment, shocked by this exaggerated scene. I am a forest person who has eaten the fruit of the forest. I am the source of life that can rival the sea and the earth. I am nature itself, Aramu shouted ferociously, and countless pointed branches extended from the ground, as if they were trying to compete with the sky with the power of the jungle. After the world government released the recruitment news, he took the initiative to join. He even climbed up the Red Earth continent from a very far distance and followed the Red Earth continent to Marijoa. Although there is nothing but a short name, it is better to prepare your own dog food. However, being able to be loyal to the celestial dragons and join the world government is already a great honor for this dog. Isn't it natural to work hard? Case, wipe. Countless sharp wooden branches actually penetrated the meteorite, even branched inside the meteorite, and actually caught the huge meteorite falling from the sky. Aramaki grinned with an extremely wild smile. Bang. But before he could say anything arrogantly, the second meteorite hit the previous meteorite, gave it powerful kinetic energy again, and smashed it down hard. Unprepared, it suddenly fell on the head of the wild animal forest giant, and his eyeballs were about to explode. Damn it. There's even more. A huge meteorite of 100 meters buried him under the rubble, and a meteorite of the same 100 meters suppressed the forest, just like Son Goku, completely suppressed. You can't blame me, everyone here is a monster, Yishao said irresponsibly. Damn it. Don't underestimate me, Ang Mu broke out completely, and even the injuries on his body were recovering quickly. The power of a meteorite depends on its size and accompanying kinetic energy. If the speed of light has kinetic energy, even a pencil can destroy the earth. Obviously, a smile cannot give such a strong gravitational pull. If it has such a strong power, it can destroy the world at will, and there is no need for meteorites. Ah. Save me, I am a Tianlong, come and save me. Advertisement, run quickly, Mauricio is doomed. Run quickly, their target is slaves, quickly lose all the slaves. Countless people were wailing and crying in distress, and many of them were killed. At this moment, the world noble and the descendant of the creator are even worse than ordinary people. They scrambled to escape with those royal nobles, not daring to stay for even half a second. Hurry up, don't be afraid, all slaves gather here, we Marine will take you all away. Come here, I'll take off your handcuffs. Groups of elite Navy soldiers followed closely the steps of the general and lieutenant general, rushing into every corner of Mariajoya to rescue the restrained slaves. The specially arranged capable person created a product, which penetrated into the keyhole like the third brother melted wax and opened the handcuffs and anklets. Professionally trained sailors are different from undisciplined pirates. They fight very professionally and act very efficiently. He will not be affected by the precious treasures placed everywhere by Mariajoya, nor will he hunt down the royal and noble celestial dragons to satisfy his sense of accomplishment. Their mission is clear. Rescue all slaves, artificial devil fruit phantom beast species human fruit Buddha form. Buddha's impact, artificial devil fruit phantom beast species spider fruit Yuki form. Evil eye. The 10 major generals suddenly transformed into giant Buddhas that were more than 10 meters tall. They raised their hands and sent them out with a powerful impact, killing a large number of guards. The iron body with iron walls is what the phantom beast Buddha already possesses. Coupled with the attack power of the shockwave, the strength is close to that of a standard lieutenant general. 10 major generals transformed into ferocious Gyuki. With a flick of their ferocious eyes, they could easily kill hundreds of guards, including many who were majors in strength, but they were still easily killed. Showing the amazing strength that a fantasy beast species should have. What? What's going on? There are actually 10 Buddhas and 10 Gyuki. Countless guards were stunned. Artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk proposed this concept, but didn't it fail? The god of agriculture and martial arts Peter Saint said solemnly. It's already impossible to deal with, but Poseidon still masters this kind of technology. Is Caesar Current's research talent even more powerful than Vegapunk's? He has also completed mass production. The legal martial god, Saint Voshali, gritted his teeth. But it's not over yet. The fantasy beast types. Horsebone form, seal form, Itsushinten form, desert worm form. Blue dragon form, Oguchi Shingo form, Yamada no Orochi form, phoenix form. Advertisement ancient species. Mammoth, pterosaur, brachiosaurus, pachycephalosaurus form, spinosaurus form, rosette wolf spider form. All of a sudden, all kinds of phantom beast species and ancient species appeared, ranging from 5 to 1. When hundreds of artificial devil fruit ancient phantom beasts appeared, the entire Marijoya looked like a giant zoo, with a huge size starting at more than 10 meters, leaving everyone stunned. More than 100, all over Marijoya? Do you still have this kind of technology? Akainu was shocked, he didn't even know. The stronger the power we have here, the greater the chance of winning, Aokiji said. I didn't expect so many to be produced, so many phantom beast ability users to be secretly cultivated, and there are so many varieties. Warring States was also shocked. The original technology was very rudimentary, even the ordinary animals were the kind with crooked melons, cracked dates, and animal heads on their hands. But now not only is the technology mature, it has been directly upgraded to the fantasy beast species, and the output has also increased. After giving the little humans some time, it's not surprising that there are phantom beasts all over the streets. Dogs won't eat xiao fruit, isn't this cheating? What a slap in the face. I was wrong, I surrender. Wait a minute, I'll kneel down, I'll hold my head. When such a group of phantom beasts appeared, all the guards lost their mentality. They were originally a group of brigadiers and major generals, but now they have the strength of lieutenant generals, and each phantom beast has unique skills. Isn't that massacre? Not to mention the guards, the 5 elders and the commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, were all paralyzed. This is to push them evenly. Hahahaha, you are finished. World government. Akainu couldn't help laughing, even he was happy. This is the last battle. Aokiji exploded with all his strength. Although the fruit was frozen, the blood in his body was boiling. Surrender, Sora. You have already lost, Sengoku persuaded while fighting fiercely. The morale of Sengoku, Akainu and the others soared. Everyone saw hope. Even the slaves mustered up the courage to kill the guards. Damn it. How could we surrender like this? Of course, the world government cannot surrender, and the fierce fighting will continue to expand. This has never been such a crisis since the founding of Holy Land Marijoy. It can even be said that it is really a matter of life and death. Chapter 275 completely out of control, the jump from returning to the new world to attacking Marijoy was too abrupt. I started revising it at chapter 270 and added a few chapters to make the transition. Tomato does not have the function to adjust the order of chapters, so the operation is troublesome. You can turn back. Close black lens bracket. Marijoy is so chaotic at the moment, there are fierce battles everywhere, and there are 3 little green dragons flying in the sky. The strong men collided with each other, the celestial dragons and nobles were fleeing and screaming, and Marine was rescuing slaves while fighting with the guards. The whole of Marijoy was in chaos, and the deep-sea dragon palace city under the Red Earth continent. Adolf sat on the throne, and Violet, who had returned to her original appearance, clung to his chest and put her fingers in her eyes. Everything that happened to Marijoy was presented to him in real time. On the side, Mrs. Shirley put her hands on the crystal ball and used her divination ability with all her strength to predict the future to the extreme. This action seemed to come without warning, but in fact it was indeed sudden. With the mirror world as the hub, the scattered generals were suddenly summoned from all over the world. Even the summoning orders were given through the small mirrors they carried, not the telephone bugs. Even Pluton, who could monitor the world's radio waves, couldn't do anything about it. Those brigadiers and major generals who ate artificial devil fruits were specially trained to wipe out pirates from all over the world. It can be said that not only the world government feels sudden, but also everyone involved feels sudden. This plan existed only in Adolf's mind from the beginning, and it was his wall-facing plan. Among the flowers, a red magic circle flashed, and a woman wearing extremely revealing clothing returned here. It finally appeared, so where did it go before? Adolf of Ryuguchang was confused. Im's face darkened when she returned to Marijoy. Through the obstacles of layers of rock walls, her vision covered the entire Holy Land in an instant. Lord Im, you are back. Marine suddenly appeared through the mirror without any warning, close black lens bracket. Currently, Marine Sengoku and others are attacking Marijoy. All our high-level combatants have taken action, but Poseidon has not been found, close black lens bracket. The spiritual channel reports of the legal martial god Saint Voshari and the agricultural martial god Saint Pit. Mirror. Im frowned. After learning about those with the mirror fruit ability, they immediately ordered all the mirrors in Marijoy to be destroyed, checking them one by one, even the celestial dragons were no exception. Where did the mirror come from in this situation? Of course it was transported up through the gate fruit ability person Bruno. Advertisement teleportation definitely won't reach that far, but if you run step by step to the different world inside the door, that's no problem. I am about to contact Poseidon. I cannot show up now. You should drive them away, I am ordered. My subordinates are incompetent, and I am afraid we cannot complete it with our own strength. We still don't know how much power Poseidon will invest in the follow-up. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire Mariajoy will be destroyed. Close black lens bracket. Huh? Damn it, it's Hailu Shi again, Golden Industry Fire. The legal martial god, Saint Voshuli, and Pig Fungzai's inner channel were talking while fighting fiercely with the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tezzolo. As a domineering player, he is much stronger than Gilder Tezzolo, not to mention possessing characteristics such as immortality, so he cannot lose from the beginning. But when the Golden Giant controlled by Gilder Tezzolo had Sea Tower Stone spikes all over his body like a hedgehog, and Sea Tower Stone gloves were exposed on his golden fists, it was the turn of the Saint to be sealed. With a fierce punch, the giant boar was blown away, and the gorgeous buildings were smashed into pieces. The thermal radiation generated by the explosion even illuminated the entire Mariajoy, and seemed to have the potential to burn everything. I never thought that one day I would come back here again and shake my fist at you 5 elders. Golden Divine Fire. While Gilder Tezzolo spoke, the 10-meter-tall Golden Giant did not stop. A golden laser ray was stimulated from the giant's eyes, passed through the smoke, and landed directly on Saint Wachuli. It was as if the wild boar had been hit by a cannon and most of its body was blown into pieces. Buried in the deepest part of my heart, the anger when I was a slave, the anger at the death of my loved one, became completely crazy after coming to Mariajoy. Shua. The Golden Giant jumped up suddenly and wanted to fight with Saint Wachuli. The fruit's ability controls the seafloor stone, but he himself does not touch it, and uses the seafloor stone's restraint to smooth out the gap. Insects are insects after all, they can only use some unattractive means. The immortal body of Saint Voshuli was restored, conquerors roared out in response to his words, the atmosphere shook, and dark red thunder raged. Buddha country impact. The great Buddha Warring States period struck with all his strength, sending Kong, a veteran in his 90s, flying away. Don't you understand, Sora? The justice of our Marine is not the world government. Marine exists for the world government, for the Tianlong talents. Warring States, commander-in-chief of the entire army, Sora, got up and fought with Warring States again. Lord I am. If this continues, the whole of Mariajoy will be destroyed. Peter Saint, the god of agriculture and martial arts, was anxious. Advertisement, Big Fire, Sea Tower Stone. Why can you touch the Sea Tower Stone as a person with abilities? On the other side of the battlefield, the remaining gods looked at the big hole in their chests and were in disbelief. Why? Because it is a seafloor stone wrapped in stone. After making the move, the stone in his hand dissolved under the power of the lava, and the seafloor stone wrapped in it also flew like a lava bomb. What does the magma I used to have to do with me? I have no contact with it, right? Yin? Then why do you want to eat devil fruit, hateful? The Shinto resisted with hatred and difficulty, and were soon defeated at the hands of Akainu. More than half of the world government has been lost in the hands of Poseidon. Your defeat has long been doomed. Akainu glanced at the corpse with an expressionless expression, then looked at the entire battlefield. What exactly is your plan? Why didn't anyone else take action? Are they guarding against something? Without thinking much, Akainu continued to join the battlefield. Mariajoy is in complete chaos, and Marine shows an overwhelming situation. 9 Knights of God, 5 Elders, 5 Marines, Shichibukai, World Government, CP. Normally, the world government has at least more than 30 top powerhouses. Even if all the pirates in the New World are tied together, it will not be enough to defeat them. However, at this moment, he was being held down and beaten, and there was absolutely nothing he could do. That's because the Divine Order was abolished, 3 of the 5 Elders were captured alive, Marine rebelled, and the Shichibukai disintegrated. But even so, the remaining strong men can still kill any pirate group in the New World, hang up the white group and beat them, which shows their deep background. Those revolutionaries who dared to bravely enter Mariajoy with only 3 melons and 2 dates will really be sprayed to death. Aren't you going to take action yet? I am. Hi Adolf waited quietly. Among the flowers, I am looked down and couldn't see his face clearly, but the dark red lightning flashed through the atmosphere from time to time, tearing all the flowers and plants into pieces. It was in a mysterious laboratory in a very remote place in Mariajoy. Kizaru's figure appeared here, recovering from the transparent state of Germa technology. He held the brainwave radar in his hand and looked at the long-tongued monster busy in front of the instrument. The excavation has been expanded, Vegapunk. Even if his head falls off, he is still working. Is the world government so exploitative of social animals? Paluzolino. Vegapunk turned around in shock. Chapter 276 I am Renren Fruit Phantom Beast Species. Ginny, fighting fiercely with the desert worm St. Peter, as if pulled by fate, directed by Adolf's order. The wish in Big Bear's heart came true. Most of the building was blown to pieces, revealing the figure inside. The whole body is wrapped in gray cloth, the hat is blown open by the strong wind, and the pink hair is dancing in the wind. The back figure engraved into the soul is instantly recognized by Big Bear. It's her, Ginny. The Big Bear's burly body lay on the ground, carrying all the fallen stone buildings. Bear boy? Ginny turned around holding the bag and looked at him in disbelief. Then he suddenly reacted and turned his face away, his heart collapsed. No, you admitted your mistake, I am not, don't look at me. Ginny, your face, on your body. The big bear's pupils shrank. She is obviously a human body, but she has strange crystals growing all over her body, her face and body are everywhere. What torture this is, ah. A cry came from Ginny's arms. This child? Pink hair? Could it be? Big Bear was attracted to the baby, and a crazy idea came out of his mind. She is. Light, sunshine. Under the sunlight, Ginny struggled painfully and wrapped her body in a mantle. How are you? The big bear hugged Ginny tightly anxiously. Slave. Death worm. Pit Saint discovered a flaw and emerged from the ground. The top-grade armed color in his huge mouth converged with Conqueror's and sprayed out a dark red death attack. Wow, at this moment, the big bear tightly protected Ginny in his arms and resisted the attack with his back. He took a hard blow from Ba Mao, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was seriously injured. Leave me alone, bear boy, hurry up and fight, Ginny was anxious. How could I just relax and ignore you after I finally found you? Even if I die this time, I won't leave you alone. I can live in hell, but you can't. Advertisement. There was blood in Big Bear's mouth, his back was bloody, and even his pale spine was exposed. But the look he looked at her was extremely gentle, and the pain in his body could no longer affect his heart. Bear. Ginny was moved but couldn't bear it. He and Ginny had known each other since they were slaves, and they had lived together for more than 20 years after escaping from the Valley of the Gods incident. Ginny even proposed to him, but in order not to be implicated by his Bacania bloodline, he refused. While the Revolutionary Army was performing a mission, Ginny was abducted by the Celestial Dragons and brought back to the Holy Land. It is said that he is married as a wife, but what is the difference between a Celestial Dragon wife and a slave? It is still just a toy. He clearly knew where it was, but he didn't dare to go there to save the person he loved. It was as if some kind of shackles restricted him, and Marie Joa became the abyss in his heart, unable to step out of the forbidden area. I can only do my revolutionary mission crazily to numb the pain in my heart. I don't even dare to think about the torture I suffered at the hands of the Tianlong people. In the end, it's life or death. Since you know each other, then die here together with the slaves. In the mouth of Pit Saint Abyss, the tyrants gathered together again and roared. Bang! The big bear turned around brutally, and with decades of anger wrapped in its fist, it punched the desert worm in the face and flew away. At this moment, his soul and life are burning, even if he will die next moment. Let you also feel the pain of our slaves. Using the power of the meatball fruit, he can turn all the injuries, pain, fatigue, and inner torture he has suffered into a blood-red meatball and beat it out, landing on Saint Pit. The moment she appeared, the entire Mariajoya was shrouded in an extremely depressing aura. The terrifying conquerors made the sky dark as black as ink, and even the atmospheric space was dyed with a layer of substantial color. Even with their strength, the Haki who could foresee the future didn't notice any signs, and their powerful body senses also didn't realize what happened, and they flew out as soon as they met. Ice Glove. The overall skin is dark, the kind of black that is filthy from hell, with countless resentful souls reaching out and wailing in despair. A ruin where lava erupts, a ruin where frost freezes. Rockberry fruit Akainu, frozen fruit Aokiji, the two team up to deal with the last god group. As long as he is killed, the Knights of God will be completely destroyed. The madness that breaks all rational, moral, and secular concepts is the fall of the absolute self. Lord I am. Advertisement. The two fell in the ruins, coughing out a mouthful of blood, and were seriously injured instantly. Her eyes turned and looked at Akainu Aokiji and the two of them. The terrifying pressure was instantly put on them, causing their bodies to stiffen. It made them shudder. The two of them also returned to human form and came to her side, crawling in the most humble posture. A figure covered in golden clothing, but exuding twisted darkness, appeared on the opposite side. His black hair was like smoke, and his whole body exuded strange magic that lured corruption. There were 3 pairs of wings behind him. Servants. 5 elders. Legal martial god topman Saint Wachuli pig fruit fantasy beast species Feng Shi. Saint Pit twisted and squirmed, and his immortal body could recover without limit, but the pain he suffered was real, even including mental pain. And at this moment, Aokiji Akainu and the two faced each other and flew upside down, knocking the huge building into 2 collapsed ruins. The only remaining divine group was seriously injured, kneeling on the ground and bowing its head respectfully. Of course, this depravity is not due to her appearance, and the depravity she leads to is not specifically about carnal desires. Boom, Dark Hound, Servants. 5 elders farming martial god shepherd 10 Saint Pit worm fruit phantom beast species desert worm. After taking out the super healing dandelion with difficulty, he stretched out his hand to grab the edge of the building and crawled out. He looked at the existence in front of him with a solemn expression. After so long of hesitation, when I saw the second kill coming, I couldn't sit still anymore. Finally took action. Adolf in Dragon Palace City saw it with his own eyes. Cough 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 cough. What is that? Everyone fruit phantom beast species Satan. This is something that does not exist in normal human appearances. Perhaps it is the change brought about by the devil fruit's transformation into a beast. Rather, it refers to greed and all violent desires. The face, neck, shoulders, chest, waist, and even the inner and outer sides of the thighs, the extremely mature and voluptuous body is covered with strange tattoos. Lord we are so incompetent that we allowed the enemy to attack the Holy Land. The pupils of the Lava Fist and the Cold Fist were dilated. Facing the siege of these two people, they were no match at all. There seems to be a devil from hell whispering in the ear, a creepy and extremely depressing shadow. Chapter 277 Siege and Kill the Gods. Although I am aware of the existence of such a supreme god, even I have not seen it with my own eyes. The commander-in-chief of the World Government Army, Cyborg Kong, was solemn. Even the 5 elders are like this. She must be the most mysterious and noble woman in the world government. I am so lucky to meet such a big shot. Although the sensen fruit user, Aramaki, was puzzled, he also treated it with the utmost admiration and respect, and was even proud to have witnessed it. With the appearance of Satan Sengoku, Yishao, Akainu, Aokiji, Tezoro, and Big Bear all stopped. In addition to these people, hundreds of phantom beast species, all slaves, and all the escaped royal nobles and celestial dragons all fainted in the shock of conquerors. In the face of such an existence, the elite lieutenant general or a billionaire bounty is not even qualified to get close, let alone participate in the battle. But at this moment, a broken mirror expanded. Garp, Zephyr, Perusalino, Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain, Dragon, Big Mom, Kaido, Bullet, Hancock. Appearing opposite Satan Warring States, Yishao and the others also stood on top of the Mary Joa building, looking at and the others with expressionless expressions, as if surrounding them. Ginny, please wait here for a moment, I will take you away soon. Big Bear used all the healing dandelions on Ginny's body, and the pain of the crystals all over her body subsided a lot, but it was still unable to completely cure her. This is already a genetic, bloodline factor level problem, and it cannot be easily cured. Well, he attacked Mary Joa so quickly, he is indeed my good son-in-law, Big Mom laughed excitedly. Oh. The final battle to decide the ownership of the world? The top battlefield? Kaido laughed wildly. Sengoku and Garp are here too. Bullet looked at the 2 people who had sent him into impel down. Pirate, Akainu frowned slightly and looked at the 3, but didn't say much at this time. He was a person who understood the overall situation. The number of troops is actually 2 or 3 times more than ours. And they are all very difficult guys? Ang Mu looked around and panicked. Even the 5 elders had extremely solemn expressions. When had they encountered such a scene since the establishment of world government? Poseidon didn't come. What a disappointment. Satan looked around, and no one found Adolf's presence in the entire Mariajoya. Surrender. You have already lost. Sangwo's voice was thick and his eyes were cold. Mu has ruled the world for 800 years, yet so many rebels have appeared to challenge God's authority. Let's all die. Advertisement Satan voice is hoarse, angry, full of arrogance and madness, and he is more angry than ever before. It's just that her voice is not a female voice, but a male voice. Following her, his words, Satan suddenly expanded and turned into a giant seraphim of more than 10 meters in size, exuding a shadow aura. The violent conquerors rushes wildly, even the land is torn apart and thrown away. And she herself flew into the sky. Got, Zhang Sanchi, Yin Nai Luo. Kaido shouted, transformed directly into the dragon mode, jumped up suddenly with the mace in hand, and struck wildly with conquerors winding, flashing dark red lightning bolts wantonly. Satan's sword. A strange stream of light surged in Satan's hand, and a strange sword extended. The whole world flashed like a slide, easily tearing open Kaido's full strength, and slammed into the Red Earth continent. Even a crack spread crazily 10,000 meters away, showing overwhelming strength. This guy is really strong. He can't defend himself against his weapons. If it weren't for this thing, he would really die. But conquerors is nothing compared to Poseidon. Is it enough to rule the world for 800 years with this much magnanimity? Kaido fell into a huge pit, with one hand on his chest and slash marks. Even if the animal type awakened, he couldn't recover, so he went straight to the healing dandelion. The intensity of conqueror's dominance has nothing to do with dominance, power, or dreams. It lies in ambition, or the magnanimity of conquering mountains and rivers, the firmness of ideals, and a kind of inner growth. Otherwise, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, even Roger, Rayleigh, these rats who live in a corner are not worthy of awakening conquerors. This guy's strength is exaggerated. Stop being a B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** volcano erupting, with countless burning lava bombs flying into the air, including seafloor stones mixed with dissolved stone coats. However, the 6 wings behind Satan Im flapped, and a natural disaster storm rolled up, extinguishing all the lava bombs, and even rolled them out. This guy said we are bastards, hahahaha. Serpent fruit phantom beast species Quetzalcoatl form. Satan Im was extremely angry. Kizaru's dense attacks also covered him from the side. School-level students who have mastered moonwalk can run in the sky, and Sanji can also run around in the sea. Not to mention that they are monsters among monsters. Their terrifying physical fitness is still as smooth as walking on the ground even in the air. Satan Magic Circle. Injured. Will he die? When sailing in this sea, who of them would not risk their lives? If you are afraid of death, then don't go to sea. Advertisement Garp grinned with satisfaction, and even jumped up, using his black fists to the extreme. Just like besieging the gods and making them crazy. If you attack one person, others will attack from other directions. Even if you resist it this time, you will be interrupted. Hi. Magellan, go deal with the 5 elders, team battles are really not suitable, Sengoku said. Damn it. You actually treat Mew as prey. With a giant body of more than 10 meters, Satan IM had to dodge the lava boulders. Armed bear paw. Hey, poison, aren't we going to be affected by this? Prometheus quickly got out of the way, and Big Mom yelled. What made him even more annoyed was that a group of people swarmed up and even covered each other. The meatball compresses the atmosphere in an instant, including the domineering energy in it, to the extreme. Seizing the opportunity, everyone launched a long-range attack. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. Then let's try it. Satan IM had just received Garp's punch. He had no time to dodge and could only resist with all his strength. A red magic circle appeared out of thin air. The two conquerors joined forces, and a terrifying blow is enough to wipe out everything within a range of hundreds of kilometers. In the future, Zoro will be seriously injured in the moment he tries to block it. Long has made great progress over the years. I never thought we would be able to fight side by side. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. This made him very embarrassed and could only keep fighting in the air to avoid being beaten by too many people. Physical strength. Even though he is overwhelmingly powerful, facing so many people, it is still difficult for him to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. And that healing power. Monsters with nuclear explosion level destructive power, each punch is powerful enough to collapse a 100-meter high mountain. How much do they weigh? They don't even need to use hockey. Fistbone meteor. You can't die yet. The rest of the people also rushed towards IM, grabbing the last and biggest boss. The scarlet poison transformed into a giant, and wherever it passed, even inorganic rocks were rotten by the poison. Hey Kaido. Is it still okay? Big Mom smiled. Monkey D. Long laughed, transformed into a 100-meter-long double-winged snake god and flew out, withstood the strong wind and abruptly reversed the wind and headed towards IM. Chapter 278 Huang Emu's death. The dark clouds of Conqueror's phenomenon in the sky were penetrated, and Satan Yim was also blasted away by heavy attacks. However, he only flew more than 10 miles before spreading his wings to stop his body. Satan IM looked at his abdomen with scratches, a scratch the size of a palm. That's right, if he was attacked with all his strength by more than 5 top experts, it would be as if he fell to the ground, wiped it, and just bandaged it up. Joke, Luffy shot Kaido in the face with the Great Ape King's gun. Was Kaido injured? Armed hockey is based on defense, and Satan IM also has the gap in hard power that can kill half of Kaido's life with one blow. Even if he has not done anything in these years, the armed domineering energy in his body has allowed his body to truly reach the realm of the Black Sword. Invulnerable. It can be said that as long as the body possesses armed domineering energy, it can be physically tempered all the time. If it weren't for Kaido's top-notch armament and domineering power, which can attack internally and even dominate, it wouldn't be worthy for IM to be injured. It actually hurt me. It's been so many years since I felt pain, this kind of feeling. The black flame mist burned, and the wound healed just by looking at it. The original king who ruled the world for 800 years actually let a group of insects hurt him. You guys, you bunch of sea trash, have completely d off Mew. The face roared ferociously, like a devil roaring, and the atmosphere washed away with the roar, like the center of a storm sweeping towards all directions. Densely dense conquerors dark red lightning bolts from the sky, as if the end is coming. Hellfire. Hell lightning. Satan IM stretched out his hand, and 2 red magic arrays appeared instantly, and strange colored flames and lightning flew out from the magic array one after another. Everyone dodges in embarrassment or fights back with all their strength. Although the group attack power seems to be dispersed, Satan IM's attack is no joke. Even a solid wall like the Red Earth continent has giant magma swamps spanning several kilometers. Healing fruit. IM gritted his teeth and seriously injured them several times in a row, but was rescued every time. Otherwise, with his strength, this group of people would have killed 2 of them. Shua. Soul depravity. Satan IM moved like lightning in the air and suddenly appeared in front of the big bear. He pressed his palm on the pattern of its mouth and activated his strange ability. The big bear reacted quickly and resisted with all his strength, and his armed color was pushed to the extreme. Advertisement. But at this moment, the whole person fell from the sky, and his thoughts and feelings were invaded by strange forces. Why do we persist when life is so tiring? Go back, you have found the person you love, there is no reason to continue fighting. What does the world have to do with you? All you care about is Ginny. Just like the Ling Ling fruit negative ghost, a strong emotion covered his heart. What's even weirder than the negative ghost is that it's not a forced covering, but a question from deep within, and depraved thoughts that torture him repeatedly. It was his own voice deep in his heart. I have a reason to fight. No matter how tired I am, I must keep fighting. For Ginny, for the good people, the people I care about. The big bear hugged his head and roared, and the countless thoughts in his heart made his spirit seem to be torn apart. This cannot be answered with just a few words. You cannot deceive yourself. Emotional bear's paw. The fleshy palm of his hand slapped his chest, popping out all the disturbing thoughts. Big bear panted, but he was already wet with sweat after a while. At the same time, he also took out the healing dandelion and quickly treated his serious injuries. What's going on? Everyone noticed him. Be careful of his attacks. If you are hit, your heart will be tortured repeatedly by yourself, seduced and corrupted, and you will no longer be yourself. Even if armed color hockey breaks through the influence, I will still be thinking about these things. Big Bear said solemnly. Just like when you find the meaning of life, there is no answer at all, so you are seduced and degenerated, completely unable to recover. You actually used the fruit's ability to free yourself? Satan I am was shocked. You guys are clinging to him. I tried to catch him with a seafloor stone. Garp's hands were as black as ink, but the seafloor stone on his 5 fingers was still obvious. Garp, you are despicable. Big Mom laughed wildly. You have to ask your good son-in-law. I have been upright and above board all my life. Garp cursed but did not move slowly. I am is so strong that he can seriously injure any strong person with one blow and even knock out his shit. But only 3 of them are still alive on the ground battlefield. Dark Hound. Others cooperated one after another and launched an attack with all their strength to attract Satan Im's attention. For this, I can do anything, kill anyone, advertisement. Akainu didn't know when he appeared behind Aramaki and penetrated his heart with a hand of hot lava, passing through his chest. But now there are 16 generals and emperor-level powerhouses on Marine's side, and more than 10 of them are surrounding IM with the bloodlocking scarlet. Be careful. If you are petrified by Hancock's ability, it will be over, Peter Saint said. Don't ignore me. Although everyone in Ming Dynasty can see that the world government is on its last legs, they are not idlers, and they are not afraid of death. Big Fire, Warring States. As the arm was pulled out, Akainu said in a cold and ruthless voice. The flightless giant beast struck down with a single blow and immediately hammered the giant beast to pieces. Even the red clay building with a radius of hundreds of miles was suddenly shaken. In other words, as long as we cripple them and petrify Hancock, it will be over. My allegiance has always been to the people. I couldn't see the direction before, but now I have found the way. Hancock took out a pink heart and fired countless dense arrows at Feng Shi. The arrow of the great prisoner, on the ground, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Cyborg, fought in the air. The giant forest giant hammered the ground with its arms, and a dense forest stretched past, seemingly trying to block Hancock's attack. The ultimate cannon. Damn it, I almost got petrified. Saint Wachuli was annoyed. Lord I am, kill them. Saint Wachuli turned into a giant seal and entangled the enemy as much as possible. General Sakaski. I obviously admire you so much, why would I betray the world government? Aramaki's pupils trembled, and he looked at Hung's mouth in disbelief. Everyone instantly understood that the core of solving their immortality lay in Hancock. This was also the strategic significance of Adolf sending Hancock. There was no mercy on the battlefield, the volcano erupted, and the terrifying energy erupted completely burned Aramaki to ashes. Open black lens bracket you disperse. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Lord I am. Close black lens bracket in addition to Garp, Zepha also wears sea tower stones on both hands. I can't say how loyal it is, but it's been a habit for decades. At that moment, thanks to Saint Pitt, he emerged from the ground and blocked the captive's arrow with a rock. Firebreak. The fruits are very good, but sooner or later they will appear in the sea. Don't get in the way. Rubbish. Chapter 279 I'm here to end the war. Bounce, jump, jump. Saint Feng Shuan Wachuli and Desert Worm Saint Pitt fled towards both sides of the Red Earth continent respectively. However, no one pursued him. The synthetic fruit bullet that is not good at aerial combat, the golden fruit Tesoro, the poisonous fruit Magellan, the rockberry fruit Akainu, and even Hancock. They all gathered together to kill Cyborg Sora, one person. War is always about the strong fighting the weak, not the weak fighting the strong. The difference lies in whether it is strong overall or locally. Even if the overall situation is weak, you can still use tactics to create a partially strong situation and win. Now that the Marine side has an advantage in terms of overall numbers, it is more important to concentrate its superior forces to weaken the opponent's strength as soon as possible instead of running around to suppress the overall situation. Damn it, they didn't follow us. As long as they follow us, Lord I Am can immediately move to our side and reduce the number of people quickly. The healing ability they bring is too troublesome. They can't be killed at all. The 2-5 elders stopped running away, their faces extremely ugly. I originally wanted to lure the enemy over, use spatial displacement to pull Emu over, and kill those who were chasing them, but they stopped chasing them. You guys help Kong, I will lure them away. I Am gave the order in the inner channel. Open black lens bracket yes. Close black lens bracket, Mother's visit to Canon 3000 miles. The Thundercloud, the Sun, and the Emperor's Sword combine to become the Mother of Souls. They are the supreme masterpiece of Big Mom's soul fruit and possess unparalleled strength. The Mother of Homies traveled across several miles at an incredible speed, entwined with the flames of thunder and the edge of the sword, the ultimate armament color, and conquerors, as her claws tore apart. The end of Satan. The sword in Im's hand burned with strange flames, and the brutal force swept over the blade, even inducing the magnetic field in space. With even more powerful power, Big Mom's trick was used to tear Big Mom into pieces, and the upper body of the Mother of Homies was blasted to pieces. The terrifying power erupted in space like fire, and 100 miles radius was enveloped in strange energy and violent entanglement. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams, Dragon Man Kaido used his powerful body to forcefully rush into the explosion. His body was torn with countless scars by his ability, and the pain made him even crazier. Holding the mace in both hands, the lightning of the fruit ability and the tyranny converged crazily, erupting with the terrifying power of an electromagnetic nuclear explosion. As if the world was about to be destroyed, Satan Im was blasted head-on. Im's eyes were furious and he was gnashing his teeth, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face was distorted. That's the case. That's the case. His strength completely overwhelms this group of people, and even the strongest trick can destroy them. But the wheel battle does not give them any chance to breathe or adjust their breath. You need to breathe when you use up one breath. The same goes for strength. I have no choice but to use my left fist to block it in a hurry. Boom! Advertisement. The violent thunderous nuclear explosion erupted from the collision, with the power that could easily destroy an island, completely falling. The left hand was forcibly pressed down, fell into the chest and flew away. The wound was thundering wildly, and the domineering entanglement invaded the body like a weapon, destroying the inside, causing constant damage and stinging the nerves. But Im ignored the pain, grabbed Kaido's mace with his left hand, and chopped off the blade with his right hand. Boom! Kaido's pupils shrank, but he was cut away with one blow. Garp Moonwalk burst out, sprinted in the air, stretched out the five-finger sea tower stone, and grabbed it. Im turned her head and rolled her eyes. Top-notch observers have already noticed him and noticed the breath of the sea on Zephyr. Empty Slash, Hell Brigade, Lightspeed Legs. Rain's Shiryu, Yishao, and Perusalino all took action. However, Satan Im's 6 wings flapped behind his back, forcing him to ignore the small interference, and suddenly shifted his angle. Dodging many attacks, passing by Garp's side, and using the momentum to distance himself, he rushed towards the lone dragon attack. Of course the others chased after him. The injured also got a temporary respite, healed quickly, and then followed. Teleportation magic circle, not good, everyone on defense, I am here. Sengoku and the others were fighting fiercely with the 5 elders in Kong, completely overwhelming the 3 of them. When they were about to be defeated, they suddenly saw the magic circle emerging from the ground. The crisis struck, and their faces were livid. It was also at this time that I noticed that the large army surrounding Im was unknowingly separated by hundreds of miles. This distance is not far, for their strength, it only takes a few seconds with all their strength. But just these few seconds of time difference are enough to change the situation. Is it so loud that not even the dregs are left? Where did he disappear to? What abilities does he have? No, go back quickly, Big Mom and the others are still wondering. Zephyr suddenly thought of something and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mary Joa. And above them, a huge black shadow appeared in the dark cloudy sky, blocking all light. What's up there? Is it Uranus? Everyone immediately noticed the changes in the sky. The huge shadow looked like Poseidon's species swimming under the boat, covering a huge area. Bullet, Tetsolo, Magellan, and Hancock all turned to look at the magic circle. Advertisement. The figure of Satan Im appeared in front of him. Doomsday Judgment. The tyrannical entanglement in Satan's hands is plundering wildly, and he is tearing down Hancock crazily. She is the core of the solution to immortality. Sora, attack together. Conqueror's Roar, Steel Bone Impact, Saint Feng Shi, Voshuli, Desert Worm, Peter, and Cyborg Kong, who were originally suppressed and beaten, all launched counterattacks at this moment. Hateful, the Ultimate Cannon, Buddha Country Impact. The Sanctions of the Golden God, the Giant Soldier of Poison, the Judgment of Hell. Im's Doomsday Strike can really bring about doomsday, even large islands can be completely destroyed. Not only was Bullet not afraid, but he became more and more crazy. The giant stone statue punched and took the initiative to shoulder it. Satan Im was shocked. His powerful blow did not break the stone statue? What the hell is this? Just tear apart Bullet's domineering attack and fly backwards because of the powerful power of his unique move. The attacks of Saint Wichuli and the others also fell on the Bulletstone giant, and there was no trace of any damage. The giant flew away, crashed into the warring states and even the golden giant Tesoro behind, and finally exploded the poisonous giant soldier that can be corroded by inorganic objects. The Sengoku and Magellan trapped inside were seriously injured and spit out a mouthful of blood. The golden giant also shattered into countless cracks, and Tesoro was also hit and his whole body seemed to collapse. Even if there are stone statues made of indestructible stone materials, they are only indestructible. The power of impact and domination can still cause huge damage to them. On the other hand, Hancock jumped back and escaped from all the attacks, looking at Im with a solemn expression. As a key figure, she will inevitably suffer the most and most deadly attacks. Don't even think about running away. Without any time to pay attention to the Bullet statue, Satan Yim flew out like lightning and killed Hancock at an incredible speed. Hancock's face was cold and he lifted his right leg. The moment Im slashed, a mirror magnified and a hand stretched out. The long sea blue hair dances with energy, the blue tail scales reflect a dreamy luster, the slender but powerful palms, the blue lightning arc sweeps across, grabbing the Doomsday Judgment. Poseidon Adolf. The voice squeezed out from the teeth of Satan Im. The murderous intention to eat people was reflected in Adolf's cold eyes. I'm here to end the war. Chapter 280. The war is over. Adolf came out of the mirror world, protected Hancock behind him, and stared at Satan Im with cold eyes. With his appearance, the 4 seas became unified and the world was unified. The deep and boundless sea realm enveloped the entire Marijoa. The space had a heavy and oppressive feeling, as if they were in the deep sea 10,000 meters below. The terrible water pressure suffocated them and the air was no longer available. Flow. Even because of this invisible pressure, the body is collapsing? But for the 5 elders, generals, sea emperors, and even the world's top powerhouses like I am, it is not enough to have an impact. End the war? Don't be too arrogant, Poseidon. Do you think you can kill us, defeat Lord I am, and completely eliminate the world government? Saint Voshuli couldn't help but speak. This is the red continent, not the sea. Peter Saint was equally annoyed. The veins on Satan Im's forehead popped out, but instead he grinned crazily and his mouth Kakuzu was about to be split to the base of his ears. I've been waiting for you to come to the Red Earth continent for a long time. For this endless tolerance, entangled with that group of garbage on the sea, and let these lowly garbage get hurt. But he also saw the mirror behind Adolf. It was the small mirror that Hancock brought with him. Through the mirror world, he could go from the deep-sea Fishman Island to Marijoa on the Red Earth continent in an instant. On the other hand, you can leave Marijoa immediately. Obviously, this is their important reliance in solving the threat of Uranus. In the mirror world, Bray, the user with the mirror fruit ability, huddled in the corner and looked at them tremblingly. Gia also looked extremely solemn and held his breath. Poseidon. Mu is the real ruler of the world. Boom. Satan Im's Conqueror's impact, the first king of world government who has ruled the world for 800 years, the conquerors who have accumulated to the extreme are completely released. The whole world has essentially turned into a blood red and gray color. He wants to crush all the mirrors he brought and stun those with the mirror fruit ability, or even kill them here. Hiding in the corner of the world, I can only sit on the throne of the void when no one is around, but rats and insects are worthy of being kings? As a king, Adolf should respond with conquerors. With the complete release of conquerors, it was like a vast ocean tilting, and immeasurable seawater vented from his eyes, submerging the entire space in azure color, and the entire Red Earth continent was dyed sea blue. Collide head-on with Im's blood red and gray conquerors. One is the ruler who ruled the world for 800 years in the old era. One is the first emperor who will unify the world and usher in an era. Regardless of power or strength, as the 2 most powerful beings in the world, their conquerors are definitely not comparable to those kings like Jerry who live in a corner. Deep red and blue are like the territories ruled by the will of 2 kings, divided into natural spaces. Then they collided together, and the territories were fighting. Endless pressure swept from the center of the collision, and the atmosphere above the Red Earth continent was stirred up, as if a 108-level storm was raging. It destroys everything it goes, and the huge energy it leaks is enough to flatten the surface of the Earth and destroy all living things. What an exaggeration. Conquerors. It's just a fish, and it only rules the world for a few months. Saint Voshuli couldn't believe it. The conquerors who suppressed Lord I Am before they even established a country. Saint Pitt is crazy. Advertisement, as expected of the man who unified the world and shouted, including his man, warring states period is proud. Hahahaha Poseidon, your courage, lousy recognizes you, worthy of being my king. Bullet laughed wildly, and his blood was boiling. Is this the extent of ruling the world for 800 years? I am, you disappoint me a little, Adolf spoke with a hint of disappointment. What? I am the king who has ruled the world for 800 years, the only winner after the destruction of the kingdom of God. Hateful, Uranus doomsday judgment, Satan Im felt humiliated and his face was ferocious. He wanted to destroy Adolf and everything. The king who has ruled the world for 800 years was humiliated by insects. Etc. Adolf suddenly retracted the conquerors and stretched out a hand to block it. Huh? Satan Im was stunned. I said, I'm here to end the war. So we admit defeat and retreat. Adolf bared his teeth and smiled, without any atmosphere of war at all. Admit defeat? Retreat? Im's head suddenly got stuck. Even the few people watching the battle on the side and Kaido and others who hurriedly came from a distance were stunned. Isn't this the last battle? Since you surrender, then you can stay, Im said with a ferocious look on his face. Above the head, a huge range of shadows shrouded, and a little flash of light lit up, which was obviously the energy stored by Uranus. Do you think you can kill me by burying Mauricio? Stop dreaming, I don't have the confidence to defeat you, and you can't defeat me. Adolf spread his hands, both sides were scoundrels. Even if he has a black knife-level armed body and a body that can fly and move in space, how can he kill him on the Red Earth continent? Everyone can crush the seafloor stone. As long as the goal is achieved, if he wants to destroy the world in a hurry, wouldn't it be his turn to be dumbfounded? Im seems to be somewhat similar to Doflamingo, very prone to emotional turmoil. But Adolf's words also calmed him down. As long as Adolf is wearing a mirror, even using Uranus cannot kill Adolf, so there is no point in fighting. Obviously, the Red Earth continent can no longer threaten Adolf's survival. The war is over. Advertisement, Bree, let the Mirror World soldiers enter Mariajoya and take away all the wounded and slaves. Adolf watched Im stop talking and simply gave the order. You care about these slaves, right? Im grinned, since he couldn't kill Adolf, then. So you don't care about Mariajoya? Adolf looked at him. One sentence made Im turn off the fire again. To give Adolf a little heartache for some slaves, throw in the whole Mariajoya? Who is heartbroken by this? After such a battle, most of the buildings in Mariajoya were reduced to ruins, but Mariajoya was really big. There are 19 Tianlong people with surnames. Each surname has its own territory, right? In addition, there are a large number of royal and noble territories that come here, areas for their entertainment, as well as world government office areas, scientific research areas, etc. As the richest and most powerful people in the world, they will never live in a coffin room. The main target of Operation Marine is the residential area, in order to rescue those slaves. In fact, other areas such as administration and research were not destroyed. At most, they were affected by the aftermath. Adolf asked them to do this intentionally. Seeing I am silent, Adolf took out a big dandelion from his fist, covered it with water droplets and crushed it, turning into water vapor and spreading, curing everyone in Mariajoya. It's impossible to completely cure such a large area, but it's still okay to wake up. When I am saw the healing dandelion that Adolf took out, he became even more silent. Guys like Kaido are difficult to kill because of this thing, and Adolf also has it, plus the mirror fruit. There is no solution. Then there is only one last option left: swish, swish, swish. Sengoku and others were no longer fighting. They came to the high point of the Mariajoya building one by one, and were on guard against the Mariajoya guards or other high-ranking officials to start killing. Ginny, I'm here to take you home. There was blood everywhere on Big Bear's clothes, but he still hugged Ginny tenderly. Together with the baby girl. Shangzai, you are still so kind. Ginny hugged the child and huddled in the Big Bear's arms, tears streaming down her face. So lucky. Golden Emperor Gilder Tesoro looked at the Big Bear with envy. Blessed among misfortunes. Yishao sighed, sensing their emotions. Too many people were brought to Mariajoya by the celestial dragons and tortured to death, as well as those royal families and nobles who used slaves. We Marine have an unshakable responsibility, and this is also our sin. Sengoku looked at them with a heavy heart. The darkness in this place is the source of evil in the world, and sooner or later this place will be completely destroyed. Akainu clenched his fist. The highest level of strategizing is not how many chassis you occupy or how many people you kill, but how many enemies you want to follow in the general direction. The hope they see is what you let them see, and the decision they make is their only and best choice. Now that Satan Saint has been captured alive and Vegapunk has kidnapped Mariajoya, she has no value and no threat, but it is the last territory for I am and others. Chapter 281. Sad for his misfortune and angry for his inability to argue. Under the Red Earth Continent Dragon Palace City. Did you find it? Adolf looked at Violet and Mrs. Shirley. The two nodded together. Obviously both the staring fruit and Shirley's divination confirmed the exact location of Uranus. We have Enel tracking us from a distance, Mrs. Shirley said. Enel, report the situation. Adolf took out a round mirror instead of a telephone bug. Enel's figure appeared behind the mirror, and the two communicated through the mirror across a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. The surveillance eyeball on the spacecraft has discovered Uranus and is tracking it from a long distance. There is currently no trace of us. Uranus is huge, almost like an island. Enel turned the mirror to the screen inside the spacecraft, and the sky Ochaku appeared before their eyes. The 4,000-kilometer ultra-far-sighted surveillance camera manufactured by Green Blood has a very clear picture. Not only can you see the internal details of Uranus and the composition of each piece of material through perspective, but you can also see the trajectory of energy, changes in different spaces, and even see into the future. Apparently Green Blood copied the Devil Fruit abilities, including the developed abilities. It's thorough surveillance from a multidimensional perspective. How are you doing now? Adolf asked. Me? I am the Logia Thunderfruit, a Thunderman. The space environment has no effect on me, and I don't need air. By the way, all the mice taken out of the bubble wrap are dead. Space should not be suitable for living things to survive. Enel turned the mirror around. The bodies of little Jerry and Madara, brought aboard with them in the spaceship, were floating in the air, but the ones inside the bubbles were still alive. Logia, it must be a Logia that can exist in space without being affected, Adolf thought. You continue to follow Uranus and don't get discovered. At the same time, cooperate with Tom and Caesar in their research. And completely copy the Uranus structure into data and record it. Adolf ordered. I want to go to the infinite continent. Enel was dissatisfied. You can go when Uranus is stationary, but the spaceship must follow Uranus. Is there a small shuttle in the spaceship? Adolf said casually. Understood. Enel was satisfied. Advertisement Uranus, Adolf originally thought was on the moon, and he could find it by letting Enel drive the spaceship to the moon. But after reading the memories of the five elders, it was confirmed that Uranus is in the form of a satellite, in a high orbit of more than 20,000 kilometers, and can move freely. It is a meteorological satellite, a satellite that controls the weather. Although the island is as huge as an island, it is difficult to find it on such a vast spatial scale. Even if Enel flies a spacecraft up there, he will undoubtedly be able to find a needle in a haystack. So with this operation, the attack on Mariajoya, I am asked to take the initiative to pull Uranus over and confirm Uranus's location. At the same time, confirm Im's strength. After all, 5 elders is a servant. Can a servant know the secret of his master? Sengoku Akainu and the others still don't know the secret of Adolf, or even the existence of Violet. Over the past 800 years, the armed and perverted ghosts knew what kind of cultivation I am had become, and launched a decisive battle without knowing anything about it. Is he crazy? Time is favorable to him, the environment is favorable to him, only the insane gamble their lives. What's more, the ability to move in IM space must be solved in a way. People can come and go freely, and they won't fight if they don't want to. If Kaido wants to escape, can Luffy and Gear 5 find a way? Luffy, a pirate, doesn't care about the consequences, but as a king, he has to consider. It can be said that this attack on Mariajoya is very necessary, and now the 3 combat plans have been achieved. Lord Poseidon, all the slaves in Mariajoya have been transferred to the Sabaody Islands. The Warring States phone bug reported with a heavy voice. Okay, I'll be right over. Adolf entered the mirror world and came to the Sabaody Islands in a blink of an eye. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji and others came over, their faces extremely dark. What's wrong? Adolf asked. According to preliminary statistics, there are 200,000 people, but the number of corpses piled up in Mariajoya cannot be counted. There are too many to take away, so we can only burn them. Akainu's face was ashen. Adolf glanced at them and could see the anger and self-blame in their hearts. Marine used to work for such a group of people. They must be to blame and they must feel uncomfortable. Now that you have repented, spend the rest of your life repaying your guilt, Adolf patted Akainu. The body floated into the air, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. All the rescued slaves, up to more than 200,000 people, could be said to be densely packed with trees on every island. The man was scarred and skinny, even though he was originally a burly pirate, both mentally and physically he had reached the extreme. Advertisement. What should I do if I can't do it anymore? It doesn't matter, you are no longer useful. The same goes for women, they are slaves in a cage, not maids. If you plant a flower that wilts, you will feel uncomfortable, but if you plant an acre of flowers, you won't know which flower has withered. It can even be used as flower fertilizer. This is especially true for the celestial dragons. Do you expect to fall in love with the celestial dragons and gain a transcendent status? In their eyes, generals are just tools for driving. Maybe the female videos think they can do it. By activating their lover's ability, they can influence the waste area in northern Myanmar. Poseidon. 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 200,000 rescued slaves looked crazily at Adolf and the figure in the sky, their eyes wild. They finally escaped from the Devil's Cave, returned to the sea, and gained freedom. The extremely suppressed heart is released, including the original residents of the Sabaody Islands. They all looked at him, worshipped him, admired him, and even regarded him as faith. The savior who rescued the slaves from Mariajoya and accomplished great feats. Poseidon, Warring States, Zephyr, Big Mom, Kaido, Bullet and others. Even Rayleigh, Shaki, and Shanks all came here, looking at Adolf from a distance. Adolf raised his hand to suppress their voices. Instead of being happy, I was extremely angry and disappointed with this group of people. You have seen it with your own eyes and experienced it with your own eyes. Those arrogant people who claim to be world noble. They treat you as slaves, completely expendable items. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? So what if you die? Will you not die if you are dominated by those demons? Can you survive by just living an ignoble existence? Aren't you all killed in humiliation in the end? In that case, where is your blood as men? Where is your dignity as human beings? Adolf shook his fist and roared, lamenting his misfortune and angering him, spreading his dissatisfaction and anger throughout the Sabaody Islands. Chapter 282. Go home, you are free. There are more than 200,000 people. If we include the number of slaves accumulated over the past 800 years, there are more than tens of millions, or even over 100 million. What a huge number of deaths. Indeed, there are strong people among the Tianlong people, and one person can kill you all. But what about those useless Tianlong people? Even if there are guard CPs, can't they suddenly retaliate and kill one or two when they get close? Even if they bite off a piece of meat? So what if you wear a collar bomb? The collar reacts so quickly. Can't you use the collar to kill the Dracos together? Adolf pointed at them and shouted angrily, these rubbish. Death is not a pity. Taking a deep breath, instead of ending, he angrily shouted. If you don't have the consciousness to spill their blood even when you die, then you are only worthy of being enslaved. Even if I rescue you, you will still be trash. You deserve to be bullied and killed. Adolf scolded him for not showing any sign of mercy as the great savior. Bite their necks with your teeth, gouge their eyes with your fingers. Isn't it possible to kill the fat and garbage celestial dragons? Is it difficult to suddenly take action after being in direct contact with the slaves who were used as mounts by the celestial dragons? All the rescued slaves looked ugly and gritted their teeth. They never expected that Adolf would say this and humiliate them in front of everyone. But do they really have the right to refute it? A slave who allowed others to bully or even kill him wouldn't dare risk his life to die with world noble. How could they deserve to refute? Even if they are splashed with the blood of the celestial dragons, they can proudly tell everyone that the celestial dragons are trash. But now, what qualifications do they have to accuse Adolf of being harsh? They were not even worthy of looking at Adolf, they could only lower their heads, without a face. It's normal to be afraid of death. No one wants to die. I was also afraid of death at that time. But if you were bullied, oppressed and enslaved to this extent, there is no possibility of survival, so you might as well go crazy. Adolf looked at them disappointedly. When he first came to this world and was collared and made a slave, all he could do was go crazy. It's not that you can definitely be rescued if you're crazy, but it's worth taking every one of them away. Will you not die if you are afraid of death? Poseidon, what on earth are you talking about? Monkey D. Dragon's sweat dropped. He never expected that Adolf would say these instead of some words of comfort. Aren't you afraid that hundreds of thousands of people would run away? Aren't you afraid that people all over the world would be angry? He wants to awaken this group of slaves and awaken everyone's thoughts of rebellion. Advertisement. The Tianlong people have existed for 800 years, and those royal nobles have been exploiting them unscrupulously for too long. If there is such an idea, people will unite to resist and go forward to overthrow them. But the result is that people with certain strength become pirates, rob others, and make the world worse. The more Akainu understands Adolf's thoughts, the more he admires him. This is the real direction. Extreme. In the face of those behemoths, individual power is so small. If you don't risk your life, how can you fight for your own interests? If you just tolerate it, let alone the freedom of interests, even your life will not belong to you. Only when your enemies are frightened and see your ferocity will they compromise. Revolution requires bloodshed. Only an era opened up by life can awaken people's will. If everyone in this world has this idea and resists tyranny, even if the celestial dragons have Uranus, they will still be able to find weaknesses at the cost of their lives. Open the way for those who come after. The fire in Aokiji's heart burned. What a great awakening. Even if you fail, it can become an experience for those who come after you. I smiled when I thought of Adolf's words. He really admired this pattern. Everyone in the world, don't pray for the devil to be kind, it's useless. To deal with evil, we can only fight evil with evil, tooth for tooth. When there is no retreat, then risk everything to defend our dignity. I hope you understand that no one in this world is the savior, and there can't always be someone who can save you. The only one who can save us in times of crisis and can overcome the difficulties of life and move forward is ourselves. Let us be our own heroes and our own saviors. He is not advising people to go to extremes and risk their lives at every turn, but to give it a go when there is no way out. A nation without blood has no future. There is no savior. My own hero? Shank's pupils were moved, and he subconsciously thought of Luffy. What's wrong? Rayleigh looked at him. Vice Captain, Poseidon is so terrifying. The era is completely controlled by him, and even people's hearts are awakened by him. Shanks smiled bitterly from his wheelchair. At first I thought he was idealistic, but now he has made everyone agree with his ideals and move towards his ideals. Let's have a drink later and tell me how you got into trouble with Garp. It's so embarrassing. Rayleigh looked at Shank's miserable situation, angry. Times have changed, it would have been better if I didn't die. I also want to hear Poseidon's story. Shanks looked at Adolf. In my eyes, Adolf and Luffy overlap, but they are not the same person. Now the times have moved in the direction led by Poseidon, a freer and broader future. My savior, Big Bear heard the burly body tremble. I'm sorry, Ginny. If I can be braver and save you when I get the news, maybe I can save you. She held Ginny in her arms guiltily, and shed tears of self-blame. Advertisement. Their family believed in the sun god Nika and firmly believed that the liberating warrior would one day appear to rescue them. But why can't he save Ginny by himself? He has to wait for a legend from more than 800 years ago to save them? Ginny was caught by the Draco when they went out, and the news was also delivered by a phone bug. It can be said that the news was received within 1 hour of being captured. If he uses his abilities to fly over and search, or even chase him all the way to Mauricio, he may be able to catch up with the Draconian ship without having to board the Red Earth continent. It is totally possible. So what if Mauricio is caught? Couldn't he capture a celestial dragon alive and exchange it as a hostage? But he didn't do this, didn't even think about it, but placed his expectations on a misty legend. Such legends and beliefs are really rotten. Don't talk like this, Bear. I don't have much time left, just cherish every day. Ginny leaned into the big bear's arms to comfort her, feeling satisfied enough in her heart. He also looked at the figure in the sky through the gap. The man named Adolf seemed to have a light. Anyone who doesn't want to be a slave, stand up, raise your head and look at me. Adolf suddenly shouted excitedly, causing everyone to subconsciously raise their heads and look at him. You're free. No matter where you come from, what race you are, or why you became slaves, you are all free. Now queue up to register with Marine. No matter the world, the Great Sea Route or the Windless Zone, we will send you all back safely. Remember, the liberation now is not about them getting better, but about us coming. Adolf raised his arms and announced. Everyone looked at each other, and the excitement in their hearts rose again, uncontrollably pouring out. Free, we are really free, we are liberated, not slaves anymore. Poseidon, 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 ooh. This is a kindness that can never be repaid in lifetime. More than 200,000 people cheered excitedly and shouted together. Even the men who went to sea couldn't help crying. Although they were scolded, they also understood that Adolf wanted them to be braver. Why should they succumb to the Tianlong people? They are so cowardly. Well, he is indeed my son-in-law. This kind of thinking is really great. The nun would be happy if she knew about it. Big Mo laughed happily. Oh, I'm really looking forward to the appearance of the legendary Joey Boy, seeing him become a joke. Kaido couldn't help but laugh weirdly. According to Ravdru's records, Nika will appear soon, right? Then let me try Nika's strength. Bullet thought, even more intent on fighting. A warrior who was legendary for liberation 800 years ago, and a king who gave the people the will to strengthen themselves. Isn't this incomparable? It really makes me laugh when I think about it. Garp couldn't help but burst into tears. No matter what kind of warrior he is, if he dares to become a pirate and destroy the hard-won peace, I will make him regret coming to this world. Akainu glanced at them, and his heart was extremely determined. Okay, quickly arrange for Marine to maintain order on site and prevent a stampede from happening. It's hard to come out of Mariajoy alive, but it's not funny at all to die for this reason. Warring states said and took action at the same time. Chapter 283 Saint Satan Eternal Consumables. Lord Poseidon, please save Ginny. The burly bear of Dragon Palace City knelt on the ground imploringly, begging Adolf for mercy. Big Bear. Monkey D. Long is extremely complicated. As one of his people, he, the boss, can do nothing but watch with sweat dripping down his back. Bear Boy. Ginny was moved. There is no need for this. Those who work for everyone should not be allowed to die suddenly in the wind and snow. She is your family member, right? We have sacrificed everything to save the world, and of course we will not give up on the family members of any soldier. Adolf helped him up and looked at Ginny aside. Although her name is Ginny, she has pink hair and is a very mature and voluptuous woman. After all, she is in her 30s. But at this moment, there were strange crystals growing on the surface of Ruo's exposed skin, which looked beautiful and exotic. However, once it was exposed to natural light, it would turn blue, which was very painful. Her skin would also become as hard as stone, and her life would not be long. And she was holding a baby in her arms. It looked like she was born not long ago. This is my child, a girl named Bonnie. Satan Saint not only conducted human experiments on me, but also conducted human experiments on Bonnie. It doesn't matter what happens to me, but she is too young and doesn't understand anything yet. Ginny hugged Bonnie tightly with love and affection, tears streaming down her face, grieving the injustice of her fate. Ginny. Bonnie. I will take good care of you and spend the rest of my life taking care of her. Big Bear hugged them, feeling so deep in guilt and pain that he could not escape, and perhaps he would never be able to forgive himself. Adolf looked at the three of them, feeling pitiful, angry at the indignity of Iron, and feeling unable to complain. The one I love was kidnapped by the Draco and refused to save him. Is this child the Draco's evil son? The child who are ******D Ginny and gave birth to her. Although the child is innocent, let Shirley come here. Adolf telephone bug said to Shirley. Soon, Shirley brought Manchili, who was visiting Dragon Palace City, over. Manchili, please help them both get some treatment, Adolf said. Okay. Manchili came directly in front of the two of them and used the great healing technique to easily cure them, and all the crystals on the surface of the skin disappeared. Disappeared? Are they all cured? Ginny looked at her arm in shock. Advertisement, human babies, so small. Manchili looked at little Bonnie who was grabbing her hand. Thank you, Manchili. Ginny said gratefully, tears of joy filling her eyes. Even Marie Joa could not be cured, but her fatal disease was cured just like this, and a new life was illuminated. Although it has been cured to its best condition, it was caused by experiments after all. It is not impossible that it will mutate again in the future. You can go to the Marine headquarters for a comprehensive inspection later. Or you and Bonnie can live at the Marine headquarters in the future. With the Mirror World Network, distance is not a problem. Adolf said. Thank you so much, Lord Poseidon. The big bear burst into tears of gratitude, and the burly man burst into tears. It doesn't matter, but you can't stay with your lover and children all the time. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard. Adolf chuckled. Yes. Big Bear sheepishly scratched his head and smiled softly. The bear is so good. Ginny also looked at the big bear happily. Monkey D. Long next to him showed a smile. Although it has nothing to do with him to resolve the matter, he is very happy that his companions are happy. It just so happens that I'm going to the research institute, so why don't you guys come with me? As for Dragon, what are you still doing here? Is Marine out of work? Adolf suddenly looked at Long. I'm going back to West Blue to continue my mission. Long sweat dropped and left quickly. Two of his men asked Adolf to save the tragedy, which was embarrassing for him. Bree. The mirror world opens, and Adolf, Ginny, and Big Bear enter. Instead of going to the Sky Island first, he opened the mirror cage of the five elders and Saint Satan. Satan Saint. The moment she saw him, Ginny's expression changed drastically, and she instantly recalled the deep fear. But he suddenly discovered that the Gyuki transformed by Saint Satan was nailed to a huge stone tablet by a huge stone. The ferocious and sharp spider has 8 legs, its abdomen, pelvis bones, even tailbone, and neck are bound with a large number of stone chains, and stone hooks pass through the body and are forcibly pulled behind it. The body was forcibly pulled to this curvature, and the elbow joint ligaments and spider leg joint ligaments were absolutely torn. It made people feel as if the joints of the body were forcibly broken, like branches and blocks. But the most hair-splitting thing is a stone pipe inserted into the heart of Gyuki Satan Saint. It's like a spring that never dries up, constantly releasing fresh blood. More than 500 tons of blood have accumulated in the huge blood pool next to it. Advertisement that is, 10*10*5 equals 500 cubes. Of course blood is heavier than water, but the entire swimming pool can hold 1,000 cubic meters, which is half full. How could the world's highest power? Is all this blood the saint of Satan? Ginny was in disbelief and felt relieved at the same time. The best way to relieve pain is to come back with revenge. Poseidon. Satan Saint raised his head with difficulty, just to prevent the evil eye from having this ability. His eyes had been nailed with stone nails, and 2 traces of blood that would never dry up and scab were flowing down from the pupils. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. He would cut Adolf into thousands of pieces and tear him alive. But I can't even look at him with hatred. His voice was hoarse and he was still leaking air. His throat was pierced by a stone hook and he was certainly leaking air. His throat was also nailed to the huge stone monument behind by stone nails. It's like the pigs in northern Myanmar are being bled at will, but there is no way, let alone escape. Although it is no longer a sea tower stone, it is a historical monument material that cannot be destroyed. Always maintain the state of awakened phantom beast species, and there is no need for the cumbersome process of bloodletting and recovery, chopping and meat recovery, just bloodletting. There's half of it, let's collect it on the way. Remember those two? Tell me what research you did on them. Adolf glanced at the blood pool and then asked directly. Are they the slaves I conducted experiments on? How come they are in your hands? Have you ever been to Mariajoya? Saint Seiden's face changed drastically after seeing the color. I've just been there, and it's nothing special about I am. You attacked Fishman Island twice. I hope you can defend my 2 attacks. Adolf chuckled. Evil. B****************. D. Tell me, what did you do to Ginny? The big bear punched Saint Seiden hard in the face. Originally I wanted to say a devil, but looking at the miserable situation of Saint Seiden, I suddenly realized that the real devil was the one beside them who saved them. But such devils are their lucky ones. Just doing some research using insects, research on devil fruits. That woman should be dying soon. Saint Seiden sneered, now he really wants to see Adolf's angry voice to relieve his tortured hatred. But he was obviously disappointed. Do you know about the healing fruit? Saint Seiden was desperate. Actually, I just want to know what kind of fruit they are. By the way, thank you for the devil fruit you gave me, so that little Bonnie won at the starting line. By the way, I have mastered the artificial devil fruit technology. These 2 devil fruits will also be mass-produced and become Marine's power. And you, continuously provide the blood of the strong, and serve as the Empire's consumables forever. Chapter 284 Vegapunk. Why is my head on your head, Caesar? Vegapunk looked at Caesar Current's big head in shock. Although the radio waves were isolated, he could feel that it was his own head. I didn't expect you to cheat on Vegapunk. It's really despicable. Caesar Current felt guilty and turned to accuse. I'm not competing with you for the title of world's best scientist, Vegapunk said innocently. Are you the legendary scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world? Tom looked at Vegapunk with a flattened head and a super long tongue. It was too abstract. Number 1 in the world? Ossier looked. 2 brain fruit users. Have you mastered the Paramecia devil fruit technology? Although I had an idea before, I just completed the animal department and it failed. Vegapunk exclaimed. How's it going? I have the best research ability in the world. Next, I want to uncover the secrets of Logia and even the flaws of devil fruit. Caesar Wangshang pretended to be proud. He even pointed at Vegapunk and complained. And what's going on with your memory? Archaeological research is too embarrassing for scientists. Science, that is the technology that will create the future, and you actually do archaeological research? Scientists who are 500 years ahead of the future are obviously using technology from 800 years ago. You have already seen it, the memory in my brain. Vegapunk understood instantly and said happily at the same time. Then Poseidon knows it, so I don't have to do research secretly behind the world governments back in the future. Tom looked at Vegapunk strangely. Actually, I'm very curious. Your head was cut off and the radio waves were cut off. How did you survive? I'm also very curious about this issue. Can you study it? Ossier looked at Vegapunk and wanted to send him to the experimental platform. Vegapunk was confused. Are you here to do research materials? A person with brain fruit ability is a brain person himself. Even if his head is cut off, his body is still a brain. I'm more curious about whether there is such a thing as kidney fruit, kidney man. Adolf walked out of the mirror with Ginny and Big Bear, dragging a blood dragon behind him. Master Poseidon, you are here again. Caesar Curran rubbed his hands with a flattering expression. Send the blood directly to the machine that makes the steel materials, Adolf said. Advertisement lackey nodded and dragged the bubble wrap to the machine. So much blood? Vegapunk frowned, and instantly thought of the scene of corpses floating thousands of miles away. No matter what happens, you have no right to speak. Don't forget that you are doing research for the world government. The research results are for them to enjoy, and the weapons become their killing machines. To put it bluntly, you are their accomplice and part of the evil doing. Adolf looked at Vegapunk. Sorry. Vegapunk lowered his head. I can understand your desire as a scientist to realize all the research ideas in your mind to prove yourself and create the prosperous world you want. But if a person does not have the most basic concepts of good and evil, no matter how smart the brain is, it will only bring greater disasters to the world and hurt more people. Adolf looked down at Vegapunk coldly. His dissatisfaction with Vegapunk was not because of the threat to Fishman Island, but because of the pure garbage of this scientist. Science has no borders, and scientists have no borders either. I want to borrow the financial resources of the world government to create a world where energy can be shared for free. In this way, converting energy into visible power can extinguish the fire that causes war in the world. Vegapunk looked at Adolf. Adolf looked at Vegapunk and looked at Big Bear, but if this is such a dream, it sounds great. He stroked her face with one hand, lifted his chin with his fingertips, and admired her beauty. Not only does he not have the most basic ethics, his personality is even ridiculous. Adolf chuckled and didn't care. If possible, Vegapunk would not be controlled by the world government. But the celestial dragons, those royal families and nobles who capture people as slaves do not have this concept, and others do not have the right to refuse. To create pacifists according to the orders of the world government, you would understand if you gave the highest authority to yourself, but secretly give it to a child of how old? They don't know much about Vegapunk, but if they are working for the world government, they are obviously not good people. Vegapunk and the others looked at Adolf, understanding something in their hearts. Even if you really research it, are you sure that your energy can be used for this purpose, instead of being taken away by the world government, becoming their force? Advertisement lackey turned his head slightly in embarrassment, not looking into his eyes. There is a high probability that One Piece will really end like this. An endless clean energy will appear to meet all material needs, and then the war will end with a banquet with laughter. To understand simply, you are saying, sufficient energy can meet the resource needs of everyone in the world, satisfy all survival supplies, and everyone can have endless food. Because of sufficient supplies, world war can be ended. Adolf couldn't help but laugh. Walk past them and come to Lackey. Studying medicine cannot save the world, and neither can pure science. Adolf said it bluntly. Even with endless material conditions, unsatisfied desires will engulf human beings. You all need to be checked at all times, and I will also send people to provide you with ideological education. I like beauties, and different beauties have different characteristics. But I know how to exercise restraint, and have the most basic universal concept of not forcing or hurting, and even if they are rejected, I will at best use inducements. If they can resist temptation, they will be more capable. It shows their purity. The Tianlong people already have tens of thousands of slaves, why do they need more slaves? But I can also tell you frankly, I don't completely believe you. Human desires are endless and will not be satisfied just because they are satisfied. Your idea is so naive as to be mentally retarded. I can't imagine it being said by a brain fruit user. Vegapunk was silent. He obviously understood the answer and what Adolf was talking about. Adolf continued to ask, but it was obviously impossible. The pirates have already grabbed the treasure, why do they want to grab more treasures? Tom and Arceer both looked at Vegapunk. If you can trust me and show your talents and ambitions here, I can provide you with sufficient financial support. But if it were a celestial dragon, Lackey would be dead for doing this. Adolf shook his head in disappointment. The most important thing is to awaken the minds of the stupid and weak people, including you genius scientists and warriors. Is there something wrong? Vegapunk frowned. The better the scientists and the more capable people, they often cause the greatest damage. Chapter 285 Your ability to rebel is a sin. Poseidon, the battlesuit factory has been established in Germa. As long as the materials are provided, it can be put into production immediately. This is the list of required materials. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the cost of a single set is as high as 30 million Baileys. The two upturned black beards on the head that were originally golden helmets turned into a huge skull of more than 10 meters. Apparently he also ate the brain fruit. It is precisely because of this that the research on mass production of combat uniforms can be completed in such a short period of time. Scaling should be able to significantly reduce costs. General-level officer equipment is not expensive and can be regarded as combat uniforms for senior officials. When the war is over, we can try to civilianize it and let ordinary people with strong strength wear combat uniforms and look cool. Can this be upgraded? Based on the battlesuit, equipped with a mecha, humans can control the mecha to fly in the air, and even fire laser cannons. Adolf thought of the harem show he had watched many years ago. Only women in the world could control mechas, and the main character was a man who went to a girls' school. Adolf used this as a reference for the mermaid mecha that combines Baby 5 and the witch lady Shirley. Is it called is? Laser technology is already in Vegapunk's mind, and they even mastered Pluton technology. There is no technical difficulty at all in making such a small combat mecha, and it can be added to it. Kaji glanced at Tom, Caesar and the others. Adolf asked Pudding to share the data in Vegapunk's mind with all brain fruit ability users, but Pluton technology cannot be shared casually. Actually, there is no need to be so troublesome. Ancient technology also has very powerful technologies for artificial humans, modified humans, and human cloning. As long as we use the blood factors of those Whitebeard guys as prototypes to create clones, we can mass-produce powerful armies. Kaji suggested. Kaji, you and Vegapunk are conducting research in this area. You are not allowed to be similar to anyone else. Try to be as mechanical as possible. Clones cannot have self-emotions. If they are born with self-emotions, they will no longer be used as weapons, but will become natural persons with civil rights. And you need to fully report the research progress to me. Only with my approval can you put it into mass production. Under any circumstances, you are not allowed to make your own decisions. Adolf looked extremely serious and said solemnly. This is Pandora's box, even he must be cautious. If we were to produce 10,000 Whitebeard-level high-level warriors, Kaji, Caesar Cullen, or even Vegapunk, this group of scientists would not be a waste of money. Don't wait for him to finish the world government, and suddenly his house is stolen and surrounded by these clones, it will be so funny. Only Tom and Arceer can make him trust him a little bit, but only a little bit. Advertisement. It's time to establish a strict management system for this group of scientists. I have no problem. Vegapunk said nonchalantly. Understood. Kaji curled his lips in displeasure. If you really give him a chance, he 100% wants to replace Adolf. Adolf briefly glanced at the list in his hand. He was not sure about the price of these materials, so when he took them back, he gave them to the relevant marine unit for verification, and then asked Doflamingo to purchase them and have them transported. Compared to scientists like Kaji, taking kickbacks and making money is nothing. Gaji, the production factory of combat uniforms is on the Germa Mobile Snail, right? Adolf asked. Kaji nodded, suddenly having a bad premonition. The pollution is too heavy for the snails, so just move the production plant to the island. Adolf casually found a reason. Are you doubting me? Kaji looked ugly. Don't think too much, you married Reiju to me, my father-in-law, and I also thought about Germa. Adolf patted Kaji on the shoulder. His pupils constricted, and Conqueror's pressure made him sweat profusely. Careers like them, let alone marrying a daughter, would not even blink if their daughter died in front of them. But the king's will did not allow them to refuse. I understand. Kaji calmed down instantly. Reiju is my princess. You will also be considered a relative of the emperor from now on. You will be a well-known figure in the scientific community. Your influence radiates around the world. Too many risks are not worth it. Adolf patted him on the shoulder again, reminding him in a profound way of Huxia culture. Kaji was thoughtful. It seems true that as long as the country is officially established, he will be a relative of the emperor. But if possible, he still wants to dream. This time my dream is not just North Blue, but the whole world. The brain fruit gave him this possibility, and the research he came into contact with also gave him such ambition. One more thing. Now that there are more and more scientists and research projects are getting bigger and bigger, this island seems to be too small and not enough. Advertisement. You guys pack it up and move it to another place for research in a few days. I will prepare an experimental base for each of you. Adolf announced suddenly. Are they all moving away? Sir Poseidon, let me forget it. There are still many artificial devil fruits that need to be planted on the island. Caesar was stunned, subconsciously thinking of tons of gold, and quickly made excuses. No room for negotiation. In the past, it didn't matter how small the number of people was. In the future, we need to regulate it. Otherwise, how can we manage it? You will be the heroes of the Academy of Sciences in the future. Adolf's cold gaze instantly shocked Caesar. After they move out, the empty island will be used as an artificial devil fruit planting base and will be closed, and no one can enter or exit at will. No matter it is a combat uniform production factory or other high-tech production, other departments are not allowed to interfere, even the scientists who originally designed it. Research belongs to research, and production belongs to production. As long as the two are separated and it is difficult to achieve scale, it will be difficult for them to achieve great things. Also, your heads are too big. It's inconvenient to get in and out, and it also hinders research. Let's do the same as Vegapunk from now on, cut off the brain and put it in the nutrient solution. How easy it is. Adolf looked at their big heads. As long as the head is in his hand, the seafloor stone can give them a break, and they can check their memory at any time, which is undoubtedly safer. I have no problem, I can't go back to the sea anyway, Tom said. It's no problem for me either. Ossier nodded. What I'm staring at now are all Vegapunks. Caesar didn't care anymore. Kaji was silent. Is this aimed at him? Are you dissatisfied? Refuse? Then let them see Poseidon's iron fist. Do you think he, the first emperor, was established by his words? Even if all these scientists are killed, the worst thing is that science will not progress, but no harm will be caused. It is sin to have the ability to rebel. As long as there are artificial brain fruits, there will be no scientists. Chapter 286 Adolf's Weapon. How's it going? Big Bear grabbed Guinea's hand with both hands and looked at Ossier nervously. Mother and daughter are in good health, and no sequelae have been found. As for the devil fruit ability, it will take time to analyze. Ossier looked at the instrument. That's good, that's good. Big Bear couldn't help crying. Don't cry, Bear Boy, as long as Bonnie is fine, it doesn't matter what devil fruit it is. Ginny said amusedly and touched, she was still the gentle Bear Boy. I have checked Saint Seiden's memory. Bonnie is the fruit of the year, and it can manifest the future you want. To put it simply, anyone with abilities can become anything they believe in the future, such as Blue Dragon Kaido, Soul Big Mom, or Nika. Adolf said simply. Nika? Big Bear's body was shocked. Great Bear, Bonnie can become the future of your family's dreams, Ginny said with sincerity. I don't believe Nika anymore, Big Bear said in a low voice, and looked at Ginny firmly. It's not okay to place your hopes on others. I must strengthen myself and stand up bravely. I can't let tragedy happen again. Bear. Ginny was moved. Adolf was so confused when he looked at Bonnie, who was still a baby. He remembered, wasn't Bonnie's ability to reverse age? From a charming young woman to a young girl. From a young girl to a mature and lustful woman, she could adjust to any time period. I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Isn't this just what I thought? Even possessing all the characteristics of other ability users. You must know that Bonnie's abilities can be used on others. In the same way, Bonnie can also turn others into Nika? Good guy, everyone is a liberation fighter, right? He didn't watch the part where he arrived at Future Island. Fighting Kaido was already an exaggeration, but could it be more exaggerated later? Of course, if the artificial devil fruit tree is cultivated, it will be able to produce large amounts of fruit in the future, but this kind of bug-level fruit ability is obviously not something that can be given casually. I want a cold weapon that is easy to use. The main nature of seawater is more suitable for me. What suggestions do you have? Adolf looked at Ossier. Cold weapons. I'm not very good at this, but I can trouble Tom to make a laser sword. Ossier was embarrassed. Advertisement. Don't worry, look at this. The quality of cold weapons is divided into 3 types. Good sharp knives, great sharp knives, and supreme sharp knives. Good knife. This refers to the quality of the knife. A good knife can withstand thousands of battles. It will not curl or break. It requires very high craftsman skills. The great knife. In addition to being of better quality, what's more important is that it has been quenched by the armed domineering force. It can be quenched by the holder's own domineering force, or it can be quenched by the swordsmith's domineering force during forging. The Supreme Sharp Sword. A complete black sword, transformed by swordsmen using their armament and domineering aura in fierce battles. Adolf took out the black knife Kiyoshue he got on the Moonlight Moria ship. Enma is just Kazuki Oden's sword, while Shisui is the national treasure of Wano, a proper black sword. Black knife. Historical text stone tablet. Ossier took Kiyoshue and observed it, and at the same time subconsciously thought. I can help you design it, but it's best if I discuss it with other blacksmiths. After all, I don't have enough research on cold weapons, and what I develop may not be suitable for combat. Adolf chuckled. This is also the benefit of having a long history. Many things have happened in history, so we can take precautions and solve them in advance. 1. A bunch. You can use my blood. It doesn't matter whether the final product is made of stone. The main thing is that it's durable and won't be easily destroyed. Also, you have to take into account the fact that I will use the weapon color and Conqueror's domineering quenching chain, or even other people's domineering. I can send you to Wanda, which is originally the country of Wano. There are many swordsmiths on the island, and I will invite swordsmiths from all over the world to discuss it. Of course Adolf will not refuse, and will also use his power. Otherwise, forget about the laser sword and just destroy the Star Destroyer. It doesn't matter. World government is no longer a thing. It doesn't matter if Pluton's progress slows down a little. Using his individual strength to mobilize the power of the sea, the strength displayed is absolutely terrifying. The swordsman uses these two powers to quench the sword in his hand, and the black sword created as an extension of the holder's will. Adolf looked at Chu Shui. I've already built Plutons, why would I try to get together with one Pluton? Then a bunch of Plutons would definitely end everything. Vegapunk has no ethics, Caesar is a dangerous person, Kaji is a careerist, and Tom is proud of building a pirate ship. There is something wrong with his thinking. Advertisement. Do you want me to use the blood of domineering masters to forge weapons? But the final product will be made of stone. Is that okay? Hijima was destroyed once, and everything is being rebuilt. It's very messy. That kid is not a person who can stand still. In the past, he had no choice but to use his life to make tactical insertions. So busy. I have to go to Tom's place to conduct Pluton research, and I have to complete weapon manufacturing. Each of them is a very important research, and I have no skills at all. Ossier was distressed. Armed color is the embodiment of life energy. To become a swordsman, you must feel the breath of all things in the world. This is a spiritual state. Adolf emphasized his request. Although the laser sword is a scientific weapon, an individual strong person in this world can sink an island by himself. The king who unified the world must be the best in terms of skills and materials. It is the highest masterpiece created by the efforts of thousands of people. The world government is no longer qualified to be his opponent. On the contrary, these scientists have become a hidden danger. If he is stolen by the sixth man like the Wei dynasty, he will not be able to cry. The most important thing is that it prefers the nature of seawater. It is best to be like a sea tower stone, possessing the power of the sea. Ossier already has many ideas in mind. If he didn't nip the clues from the beginning, he would really get stabbed in the butt by these people. Vegapunk, Caesar Current, Ossier, Gaji, and Tom, which one of these five is a fuel-efficient lamp? It's all GN anyway. Ossier became interested and at the same time wanted to learn blacksmithing knowledge out of a rigorous attitude. It can also be understood that the black knife is alive and has talents given by the holder. In other words, Ossier's fatherly love of 200 years is very principled and can be trusted. Okay, don't be dazed, pack your things, and complete the weapon building as soon as possible. Don't take your daughter with you this time, let her go to Fishman Island with me to live for a while. Now time is in his favor. He is crazy and only takes risks. Wouldn't it be nice to have 10 ships and hundreds of Pluton guns in his face? Ossier was stunned. Ancient weapon Pluton battleship, can you use such adjectives as wholesale? What kind of bullshit is that armed black body? She is the Conqueror's domineering body. Her face was shot to pieces. Living, materials and life sciences are surprisingly connected. It's incredible. But the black knife is more special than the material of the stone tablet. Chapter 287 All types artificial devil fruit tree. Adolf also stayed on the empty island for the next few days and personally watched Caesar and the others move away. If he hadn't been here, I don't know how long it would have been delayed, and no one else would have dared to rush these gentlemen. Of course, the place he went to was the maritime research base arranged by him. Even if he wanted to cause trouble, the island was also at sea, so it would be easy for him to solve it. The ruler of the sea is no joke. Even after meeting Cornies a few times, I still can't be a ruthless man. Lord Poseidon. All members of the Sandia tribe, as well as Leo and other 500 small humans, all came to Adolf and waited for his instructions. Adolf scanned the circle and found that the Sandia clan was average in strength. Waba's strength was greatly improved after eating the green dragon fruit, and he could barely reach the school level. With his will and version of the answer, there will be no problem in the future. But due to Apeado's historical reasons, he wouldn't worry if they were the only ones here. Maybe the devil fruit trees would become his own. Big Bear. You also know the importance of this island. Please guard this island for the rest of the mission. The mirror in the temple has been injected with green blood. it is usually closed. People in the mirror world need an external switch to pass through. You need to confirm with me before turning it on. If any unrelated persons break in, the Shandia tribe will warn and drive them away. If a fight breaks out, they will directly kill the intruders without holding back. The country's top military secrets cannot be pried into by anyone. Adolf ordered the Big Bear seriously. Yes, Big Bear nodded. He knew the importance of such an important matter as artificial devil fruit. The Shandia tribe has already warned, and if they are not driven away, it means that these people do not know the importance of their seriousness, and death is not a pity. Vappa, your duty is still to lead people to guard the entire island. Lackey, your duty is to lead people to count the varieties and quantities picked. Leo, I'll leave the little humans to you. Adolf glanced at them and ordered. Leave it to me, Master Poseidon. I will definitely lead everyone to cultivate more devil fruit trees, Leo promised, patting his chest. A glimpse of Madara revealed the whole story. After guarding it for several months, the rebellious war ghost Wappa also saw the terrifying power of Adolf, and became honest and willing to serve Adolf. Lackey is even more accepting, neither refusing nor resisting. Finally, Colonel Binns, among these people, only a few of you are regular Marines who have received long-term training. While cooperating with the small humans, you are also responsible for the daily life here. Adolf looked at Binns emphatically. Advertisement: if it weren't for his ability, the devil fruit tree wouldn't have grown so quickly, which is a great contribution. It's Lord Poseidon. Binns, the fruitful man, led the Marine team in salute. After the explanation, Adolf took Ginny and Bonnie back to Dragon Palace City. He believes in Big Bear, and Big Bear can be said to be one of the few good people in the entire pirate world. But the king cannot be controlled by others. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Ignorant, solitary, Adolf sat on the chair, feeling inexplicably alone, the loneliness of having no one to talk to. Of course he needs cronies and will cultivate cronies. But sitting in this position, one cannot place national security on personal trust, which is undoubtedly fragile. If something doesn't happen now, there's no guarantee that he won't change his mind in 10 or 20 years. Even the supreme leader himself can't guarantee whether he will fall, so how can he trust others? But for Big Bear, Caesar Current and others, as long as they do not regard public property as private property and have no ambition to endanger the country, then the corresponding status and treatment will naturally not be lacking. Even if you want devil fruits, even if you want 10 or 8 fantasy beasts, just file a report and apply. Establishing guarantees through systems, as long as there are no crooked ideas and the officials within the system do not have crooked ideas, can these really constitute restrictions? If you feel restricted, then there's something wrong with you. Master Poseidon, you are back. What happened? Ain looked at Adolf in confusion. It's nothing, let me hug you. Adolf took Ain's hand and pulled it into his arms for a hug. Hi. Lord Poseidon. Ain's face turned slightly red, but he didn't struggle. This document? I didn't find it, Adolf chuckled. Lord Poseidon. The head of the science department entered the office. Everything that was urgent was faxed to him immediately. The rest cannot be said to be unimportant, but not so urgent. Adolf dictated. Adolf had already thought about it. Of course Marine soldiers also have these. Requesting all Marines with all abilities to donate blood for free. First asked the Marine Science Department to build 5 large nutrient tanks at 5 Marine bases. His child was the result of a violent act by a celestial dragon. Do you also want someone else's child? Do you want to be a father? Ain was amused. Advertisement: as for why not tell them directly? Then you call the Marine Science Manager. I already have a baby. Where is the winner in life? When will you give me a baby? Adolf joked. Ain immediately recorded it in his notebook, then got up and printed it into a formal document. Hahahaha, just kidding. It's better to do things like giving birth yourself. Adolf smiled, feeling much better. Adolf handed over official documents and issued instructions. Give me 2 orders. The first one. I want to build a weapon and invite all swordsmiths around the world who have made famous swords. During this period, all swordsmiths will discuss and learn together. Adolf was also sitting at his Fleet Admiral desk, working on the stacks of documents in front of him. Of course, people like Caesar Current couldn't get involved in this project. He didn't want these people to do anything with the instrument. Is the military a place where interests are important? After Adolf read it correctly, he signed the document. Yes. The science department saluted and went to do it immediately. Her job is to be an assistant, not to give advice or gossip. Please confirm. Ain handed over the 2 documents. It seemed very unfair to the warrior and meant nothing, but Ain didn't say anything and passed it on immediately. But we must also ensure the safety of these brains. Each of these scientists is a national treasure, but their ambitions are a bit too big. There are more than 200 island owners outside, and they have a lot of thoughts about him. With underdeveloped information and underdeveloped transportation, who doesn't want to be king and hegemon outside and become a local emperor? But with the production of the green blood of the mirror fruit and the formation of the mirror world network, all evil thoughts have been dispelled. Most of them are just reports, and he will be done after just looking at them. This is the only way it can be done if the system is not perfect. In addition, military superiors will give priority to their performance and major tasks during this period, so promotion will naturally come naturally. Those kings who were captured by them should not be too happy. Did Shu Yuquan think it was a joke? The Marine headquarters can really reach their island in 1 minute. The inspection department must be inspected first. If inspection fails, the troops will come. The territorial control is firmly grasped. If all interests are clearly stated, then don't become a soldier. In the next year, blood donors can go to the Marine base and receive a designated non-restricted devil fruit owned by Marine, as well as a healing liquid. With this document issued, I believe that in the next few years, more than 99% of the devil fruits in the world will be collected and devil fruit trees can be cultivated. Second World Order. All over the world, all abilities are called upon to donate blood to be cultivated as artificial devil fruits. Just because of production capacity reasons, all civilians with abilities around the world need to be honored first, and then it is their turn finally. What's more, the varieties are more abundant and the selection range is wider later. Chapter 288 Nico Robin's Collapse. Tina brought you food. Tina is very busy, so don't go out and cause trouble for Tina. Tina, who was smoking a lady's cigarette, entered the room with a dinner plate and said to the black-haired woman. Thank you, I don't want bounty hunters to target me either, Robin chuckled. But he also asked with concern, I've been here for a week, when will the decision from the Marine headquarters come down? Tina is very happy that you can come to Marine base, it shows that you trust Marine. But the reason why you are being rewarded is too special. Tina can't decide and can only report it to the headquarters. The headquarters can't decide either and has to report it to Lord Poseidon. You are a scholar, so you know how special you are. The ordinary pirate process is over. Tina put down the dinner plate. O'Hara is studying the history of world government 800 years ago, a blank 100 years, but world government is the current enemy of Marine, and even if it is exposed, it has nothing to do with the current government. Why does it need to go through so many high-level approvals and even reach Poseidon? Robin was puzzled. Is there any secret here? Tina doesn't know the reason, but Tina believes in Poseidon's decision, because Poseidon really changed the world and no one will starve to death anymore, Tina said in a calm and firm tone. Indeed, he changed the world. Robin looked at the food on the plate in admiration. Robin, if Poseidon is allowed to eliminate the bounty list, would you like to work in Marine? Tina needs your help, Tina said suddenly. Let me be a sailor. Robin looked at her. No, it's to help Tina deal with the internal affairs of the island. This is more difficult than destroying pirates. Tina is very distressed. Tina doesn't understand many things. Although there is no urging from above, everything is a policy to make people's lives better. Tina is very anxious. Tina was discouraged. After arriving with 3 warships, absorbing the kingdom's own king's army, and recruiting a large number of troops, the entire kingdom's military strength expanded to 10,000 people, which is not a small scale. But the pressure on public security and preventing pirates is not small. However, the Mirror World Network was established not long ago, and you can apply for Marine-based support at any time, so the pressure dropped sharply. Even the lowest unit of village-level pirates dare not approach a will, let alone kill and loot. If they stay for half a second longer, they will die. It can be said that it is more focused on public security and internal affairs. This is also a problem faced by all island owners now, and their heads are about to explode. You don't have to reason with the pirates, just kill them, but you have to be reasonable with the ordinary people, which is very annoying. Advertisement. It can be said that they are good soldiers, but not professional officers. Tap 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 tap. The sound of footsteps came, and 2 rows of sailors came over. Nico Robin, Poseidon wants to see you, said the leading herald. Meet me. Poseidon? Robin was shocked. Tina is so surprised. Tina was also shocked. Yes, please come with me. The herald led the way. Through the Mirror World Network, Robin of West Blue was soon brought to Malinfondo under the Red Earth continent, spanning tens of thousands of miles. But Tina also joined in the fun and came along. She also wanted to take Robin back to be her deputy. But obviously I thought too much. Lord Poseidon, the people are here. Ain led the 2 people to the office. Poseidon. Adolf, the 2 of them were nervous. Robin even held her breath, looking at the man who decided her fate. Adolf finished processing the documents in his hand and then looked up at them. Robin. 21 years old, with good looks and intellectual beauty, he became a doctor of archaeology at the age of 8. He can understand historical texts and is quite a genius. Master Poseidon, Tina is Marine Lieutenant Colonel Tina, currently serving as the island owner of Dieppe Island. Seeing Adolf's eyes, Tina introduced herself, but she pinched off her cigarette when she came, and she didn't smell of cigarettes. What are you doing here if you're not on Dieppe Island? Adolf nodded. Look, you have also violated a taboo. Adolf shook his head. Having hated her for so many years, it turned out that they were the criminals. Everyone who died in O'Hara was because of their fault. Why? Tina doesn't understand. Tina was confused. It doesn't matter what the blank 100 years are, what's important is that you have committed a crime and will be killed, Adolf said calmly. Artificial devil fruit technology? Devil fruit tree? Tina is very suspicious? Tina was shocked. If Master Poseidon cancels Robin's reward, Tina hopes that Robin will be Tina's deputy and help Tina complete the comprehensive reform of Dieppe Island, Tina said quickly. It was hard for her to accept for a while. At the same time, the question, what exactly is there in the blank 100 years? Then it depends on her wishes after I finish talking about the matter, Adolf chuckled. Advertisement, I got you. Is there really something extraordinary? Tina asked, obviously not realizing it. The suffering she suffered was no longer important, but countless resentful souls across the island seemed to be rushing towards her, suffocating her. It's actually true. Tina is so shocked. Tina's eyes widened. Tina, 25 years old, a smart and concise pink-haired woman in a burgundy close-fitting suit. Do you agree to revoke my reward? The smart Robin heard. What people like Dr. Clover did is equivalent to ignoring the warning, sneaking in secretly, and even transporting a devil fruit tree to the Tree of Omniscience for research. And this obviously touched the bottom line of the world government, so the world government ordered the destruction of the entire O'Hara Island and killed everyone. Adolf chuckled. Obviously there's more to it than that. O'Hara's survivors, Robin said. Of course, but do you know why you are being rewarded? Adolf asked, holding his chin. Dr. Clover and the others are the murderers. Her mother is the murderer of everyone on the island. Aang showed her a document, which was a document collecting the blood of ability users from all over the world. It also includes the hardship of being homeless for more than 10 years with a bounty on your head, Adolf added. Adolf looked at Robin calmly, without any sympathy. Unless Dr. Clover and the others have enough strength to overthrow the world government, then the nature will change and it will no longer be a national military legal issue. It has nothing to do with the blank 100 years. Dr. Clover and Mom have violated the orders of the world government. The research itself is a crime. Robin was disappointed and suffered a huge blow in his heart. Can understand the text of history. The Holy Land of Scholars, O'Hara, was destroyed by the world government because of studying the text of history. Mom and Clover were killed because of this. Robin said honestly after a few breaths of silence. He doesn't think it's the world government's fault. On the contrary, Dr. Clover and the others must be responsible for the death of everyone on the island. Robin was stunned, obviously not realizing the mistake he had made. Do you think this kind of behavior should be killed? Marine has mastered artificial devil fruit technology and has cultivated a large number of devil fruit trees. Now I have ordered that no one can enter the island. The world government has clearly ordered that touching is prohibited, but the doctors of the omniscient tree are still studying it. This is a crime. Even if the entire island dies. Robin shook his head, feeling dizzy in his brain.